Hi, everybody. What's up? Happy Monday. I'm well rested. So I figured I would come and do a live with you guys today. I have to do geometry today, so I have to be gone around like 4. In the meantime, we can chat. Hope you had a great weekend. Hope your weekend was awesome. Okay. So, guys, thank you so much. Like we did the live the other day about Beyonce and child. Oh my gosh. Is it her real hair or is it not her real hair? Want to say thank you. The video did so well. I was so shocked. I was like, oh my gosh. I had to come here and say thank you guys. For those who were happy about the video, those who were upset about the video, does it really matter? Thank you for contributing. I was like, this is nice. Maybe I should do lives like this every day. But I always put my live on private, so that's probably why. But hey, Gigi, what's up? Happy Monday. Happy Monday. Oh, Lord. I thought, let me try to do a live while the kids are at school. We got plenty to talk about. We have plenty. Hey, Maggie Cuckoo. We have plenty to talk about. So we'll talk about the video that I did. Hey, Abby, what's up? We'll talk about the video I did. Then we'll talk about Beyonce, JLO. People are going in on JLO like really badly. And I'm like, do we really want celebrities to be relatable? Like, do we really want celebrities to be honest with us? Because I feel like most celebrity brands are nothing but a scam. Like, seriously, right? What else? Then there's this whole yeah, Mark, the video that look, I'm about to pull up. So JLo, Beyonce, do we expect celebrities to actually be real and relatable? That's number one. Number two, I want to talk about it seems like a lot of luxury influencers, right? It seems like a lot. Hey Janet, it seems like a lot of luxury influencers are like selling off a lot of their things, like a lot of their luxury goods, like they're just selling stuff and get rid. They're calling it a purge, right? So a lot of them are getting rid of stuff because you see, buying a whole bunch of crap is never going to fulfill you, right? Buying a whole bunch of stuff to feel important, to feel like you're successful, to feel like you're arrived, to make it seem like you know what you're talking about, like you're sophisticated. It is a whole lot. Okay. So a lot of them are selling a whole bunch of stuff. And also, I do feel like with the economy, brand deals not being what they used to be, and also like, these algorithms, they're always changing. Whether you're on YouTube, whether you're on Instagram, TikTok, you never know. You never know. Sorry. You never know when an algorithm is going to change. And when the algorithm changes, your views are not the same. And when your views are not the same, it's not even just that, oh, your AdSense goes down. No. If your views are lower, brands are not going to want to pay you as much as they used to because, oh, well, you're not reaching as many people as you used to. So why are we going to pay you all this money? Right? Then there's this TikTok drama also. So I will try to cover a lot of topics today. So we got like 5 hours. Okay. So before we start, let me show you this, right? So this is the back end of my, you call it YouTube studio. I was so shocked. So the video I did about Beyonce's hair, the hair in her secret video, I think it's a wig. I think it's a unit. I think there's something going on back there. It got like $64. I was like, what? Hey, Kevin. I said $64. Okay, yeah. I need to be like your Wendy Williams. I'm gonna do a daily talk show. Okay, hey for me. I need to start doing a daily talk show, y'all. I need to do a daily talk show. That video made $64. We lost 61 people, but y'all, who cares? It don't matter. Bye. Okay. The money matters. Okay. So the video, hey Natisha, the video made $64. I was like, oh Jesus. At this rate, I can do more videos. No, it made 45. Hold on, no, it didn't. No, hold on. It made 45. This is a wig. Oh no, this one no. It made 45. I'm lying. The video made $45. Okay, The video made $45. So let me see. Revenue. Is that how you look at revenue? Okay. So it went from 35 to 45. I was like, oh my gosh. We had 12, almost like 1,300 chat messages. Ooh, the chat was popping. I know that's right. He said, Marlene, the Wendy spot is open. Even Candace's job is open. I know that's right. Kevin said, notice how the more you talk about these celebrities, the more you make. T said, I enjoyed the 7-hour video. T, you watched the whole 7 hours? You are legendary. I think it's a lot. I think it's more interesting when you're in it as the live goes on. But for you guys who watch the playback, like a whole 7-hour playback, respect, man. Salute to you guys. Like, you're freaking impressive. Yeah. I was like, you know what? I'm going to talk about Beyonce every day at this rate. Because I'm like, you make $60 a day. You do it for 30 days. How much is that? I was cracking up. I said, I got to show them this. I got to show them. They got to see this. So it has, I don't think this is correct. But it says 1.1K views, 520 hours of watch time. It gained 10 subscribers and it made $45.33. And I was like, oh my goodness. Y'all think we could get to $60? I was like, wow, this is crazy. This is really crazy. Look at all these peaks and stuff. We did, like, it's pretty good. I was like, you know what? So the average duration was like 31 minutes, 7.1% average percent view. But like, shoot, I'm like, this is not bad. I sure will take it. So I'm like, you know what? All the people, I don't know, because it's a joke. Gigi, you know I'll be outside, Gigi. Like, I'm crazy. I'm crazy. You know, the thing is, just I love your comebacks in the comments, Marlene. We're gonna read the comments. We're gonna read the comments. You know, the thing is, I think a lot of ladies, when it comes to social media, especially when it comes to YouTube, right? They are so accustomed to these pushover influencers. They're so accustomed to these like ditzy influencers. They are so accustomed to these influencers that have no substance. A lot of them, they might know how to put makeup on, but they're not intellectual. They are really not, okay? Many of these girls are pretty, but they're not intelligent, right? They're not well-read and they're not well-versed. So I think a lot of people have this notion of if somebody makes a video about a celebrity and I attack them, she's just going to retreat and be like, oh, you know, I'm sorry, you guys. Yeah, you guys are right. I'm scared of you, right? And it's like, no, because I'm not on YouTube to make money off of YouTube. Right? If you have a YouTube channel, because that's the thing, a lot of influencers are on YouTube because they want to have free PR. They want PR. They want free gifts. They want to be invited to parties. They want to go meet Rihanna, right? They are here to sell themselves. Okay? They're here to sell themselves. They're here to have access to parties. They want gifts. They want free stuff. They want to go get a G-Wagon, a car, blah, 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 blah. That's why these types of girls are on social media. Right? I am not, my YouTube channel is not about placating, catering, lying, bamboozling, finessing, manipulating, none of that. I do not care. Like, seriously, I don't work, but my husband has a job. I'm perfectly fine. Like, I need for nothing. I really don't. Okay. So when you take my situation, and plus I'm not the type to be like, oh, I got to go buy this perfume. I got to go buy this bag. I got to go buy this. But I do not care. Like, my sense of self is not wrapped into things. Like, I don't need to have things to be important. I'm already important. Like, God knows me. Jesus knows me. And that's enough for me. Like, that really is enough for me. I am not a broken soul on social media. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a dark-skinned girl with a big nose and a big forehead and big lips on social media that's like, oh my gosh, nobody ever loved me all my life as a dark-skinned girl. I'm very confident. I'm dark-skinned. My husband is hella light-skinned. So it's like, this feel sorry for yourself, that weird stuff, it's not me. Like, I don't relate to this mess. I don't relate to that. You know, so my spirit is not broken. My self-esteem is not in the gutter. Okay. My sense of purpose is very well pronounced. Okay. My identity outside of Christ, in Christ, I know exactly who I am, and I know exactly who I am in Christ. So when that is who you are, no one can intimidate you. You understand? So a lot of these girls, when they were coming, I was like, oh, you're jealous of Beyonce. I'm like, jealous of what exactly? What is there to be jealous of? Because the only thing you can say as to why you think I will be jealous of Beyonce is because what, she's light skinned? Now you're a colorist. Make it make sense, right? Because are you saying that being light skinned is the hallmark of beauty? Okay. What else? Beyonce has a lot of money. Okay. Does money buy happiness? Does money prevent you from dying? Does money prevent you from having a broken heart? Does money prevent you from having diseases? Right? It's like, okay, next. What else? What else is next? She's famous. Does fame guarantee joy? Is it really something that's enjoyable? All jokes aside, right? When you can never go anywhere, you can't even go to Target, you can't go to Walmart, you can't go to the mall, you can't go outside, you can't do anything. You are a prisoner. You are a prisoner. Everything you do, you're excessively scrutinized. I don't even know if that's healthy for any human being to have this type of level of fame. I don't want that type of fame. You understand? I don't like, what the heck? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? I mean, like, if you're someone who is if you are a broken soul, if you have low self-esteem, if you are always encouraged to diminish yourself in respect to entertainers, that's on you, right? You really have to ask yourself, why does someone who sings and dances and wears a bunch of weave have you thinking that she's better than you? You are crazy. You are seriously crazy. Like, seriously, right? She's talented, but we're all talented. It's just that her talent probably gets her more exposure. That's fine. But she's not the most talented person in the world. That is so not true. Now, you have a choice to diminish yourself and your accomplishments because you judge who you are, you judge what you have, and you judge what you have accomplished based on white people's standards, right? Because white standards, European standards say whoever has the most money is the most worthy, right? Whoever has the biggest car is the most worthy. Whoever has the biggest house is the most worthy. That's why most Western economies are full with greed and all kinds of foolishness, right? Because what matters in a Western system is materialism. But that's not the true source of wealth, and that's not a true source of success. But it's your choice. It's your choice to say, oh, you know what? I will put myself beneath this person because they have more money, because they have more followers, because they have more this. It is your choice. You are welcome to enslave yourself to low self-esteem. That's not what I do for myself. Okay? That's not what I do for myself. You have to learn to be proud of yourself. You have to learn to love yourself. You have to learn to congratulate yourself. And you have to learn to be proud of your own talents. You might never be known around the world. You don't have to be known around the world for your gifts to make room for you. You are enough just as you are. Right? So it's like jealous, bitter. I'm like, what is going on here? It is so reductive. It's so reductive. Right? But I'm like, everything else, she's a woman. I'm a woman. She has kids. I have kids. She has a life. I have a life. She has people who love her. I have people who love me. She has her fan base. I have my base. You know, it might not be as big as her, but it is enough for me. Even Jesus Christ only had 12 apostles. Beyonce has like, if we were to compare Beyonce's ministry to Jesus' ministry, but his only lasted 3 years though. But I'm like, he only started with 12 people. She has like 300 million plus. So even Beyonce has more followers than Jesus when he was alive out here doing his thing, right? But that does not take away from the fact that he has the biggest influence over the world. You don't have to have 300, 200 million people. Even with 12 people, if those 12 people are willing to ride for you, to believe in you, to encourage you, right? To spread your message, before you know it, hey, Jenny, you might have 3 billion followers. Hello, somebody. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? People love to fake these celebrities than themselves. They really do. And people are trained. People are trained to be obsessed with celebrities. People are trained to worship these celebrities. And that's why they get so triggered. So some of the people were triggered in the comments of the video. So I had to go answer these comments. Let me see if I can see the comments. Can we see the comments? But some people were actually positive about it because some people recognize like something is off. And you are not a bad person for saying that something is off. I mean, celebrities are known for lying. Celebrities are known for lying, right? So we're gonna read some of the comments, the good and the bad and indifferent, you know. No, I'm not even a militant, baby. I'm not a militant. I'm just a woman of conviction. I'm just a woman of conviction. Like, I'm dark skinned. She's light skinned. Am I supposed to go kill myself? Like, no, I'm not doing that. And my thing is, like, I'm already born. And I feel like, sweet, the best thing you can ever do for yourself, sweet, is to accept yourself the way that you are. The sooner you make peace with who you are, you're not gonna be stressed, right? I'm dark skinned. I have a big forehead. I got a big nose. I got big lips. You know what I mean? I got big hands, right? That's just me. I can't change it. Like Nicodemus said, I'm already born. Like when you said be born again, like how? Do you want me to go back in my mother's womb and say, oh, I got to come back light skinned? Maybe by that time, light skin might not be in. The biggest form of freedom you can ever have for yourself is to love yourself the way God, He made you. The sooner you learn to love yourself the way God made you, you will experience the greatest amount of freedom, of joy, and peace that surpasses all understanding. I love myself. I love myself. Beyonce is a fellow Black woman. I have a lot of love for Beyonce. And I understand that being in that industry and all this competition and all of this all the time, it will make you insecure. And Beyonce herself has a song that says pretty hurts, right? And I know she's hurting because to be this famous, you make a lot of sacrifices. You have to lie a lot because you are expected to be perfection. And we know that is not attainable. And if it is attainable, it is not sustainable. So I know she's miserable. You know, we have no idea how many boob jobs she has done. You put the boobs, you take out the boobs, okay? The ass, you make the butt bigger, then you make the butt smaller. When you use your body as a prop to fit every single trend so that people can keep buying your music, that is ridiculous. Why can't people just sing? Why do we require so much from other human beings? We are weird. We are seriously weird. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. They're being like, it's a toxic industry because if you want to sing, if your heart is to sing, you should just be able to sing. Why must you go through all of this weird stuff to be a sex icon, a sex symbol, be a bad bee and be this? I'm like, come on, God, all she wants to do is sing. You know, but you cannot be a singer. You like if you guys notice now too, it's like today to be a woman singer, like it's like a hybrid between you have to be a sex worker and a singer. Like you gotta twerk, you gotta be naked, you gotta do. I'm like, but damn, like let these girls just sing. It is no longer about the music. You have to sell sex in order for people to listen to your music. So how is the music industry not related to sex work and the porn industry, right? Because that's crazy to me. When we were growing up, people would just sing. People were celebrated because they had amazing voices. Whitney was not expected to sell sex. Mariah Carey was not expected to sell sex. Celine Dion was not expected to sell sex. Shaka Khan was not expected to sell the sex. You know, Patti LaBelle, like these people were not expected to sell sex. What's it called? Aretha Franklin was not out here selling sex. You know what I'm saying? These people had phenomenal vocal range. And people just listened because they knew how to sing. And that in itself was enough. Now you fast forward, it's not just enough to sing. You have to sell sex. Like your body also is a commodity. For what? For what purpose? For what purpose? And then you're not even allowed to age. You're not allowed to age. You have to always act like, oh, I still got it going on. I still got them. Like, damn, like, ain't you tired? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, no, it doesn't look like freedom to me. It looks draining. It is so draining. You know, you just can't do what you love. You got to be a whole lot of something else. Leave me alone. I am free. Through the blood of Christ, I'm free. Okay? Through the whole like Emancipation Declaration, I am free. Why would I go and put myself back under the subjugation of slavery? I don't want to be a slave. And when you decide to be famous, that's exactly what you're asking for. Slavery. You don't control yourself. Your voice, you don't control. Your body, you don't control. Your image, you don't control. Your masters, you don't control. Who you date, you don't control. Where you go and eat. I mean, you're every day you wake up, somebody's telling you what to do, who to do it for, where to do it, where to be. Oh my gosh. It is a lot. We don't realize as regular people that nobody, that's why even like I tell you guys all the time, I said, oh, this is why I struggle with how big do I really want to be on social media? Because the bigger you get on social media, right? People have this innate drive to want to control you, right? And I'm like, I have a hard time with that because me as an Aquarius, you ain't about to tell me what to do. Because one thing I value about myself is my personal time, is my personal peace. And I need to say how I feel, because if I don't, I will suffocate. Like if I feel a thing, I have to say it. You know what I mean? I can't do the fake stuff, because if I do, I will be seriously depressed. I don't operate well by pretending to say, like, pretending and it don't align, right? I have to really say how I feel. And when I do that, I have peace about it. It doesn't mean be rude and be condescending, but I'm the type of person who needs to be honest with herself and honest with the people around her. That's just me. It's not for everybody, right? Because in the back of my head is like, oh, how can I finesse this person? How can I manipulate this person? How can I make money off this person? I don't think like that. For me, it's like, if we're going to have a relationship, let's be honest. Otherwise, why are we here? We're just wasting each other's time. Why are we here? Why are we here if we can't be honest? Right? Like, I don't have time for this. I really don't have time for this. If you're younger and you want to play the game for social media because you want to buy YSL shades and you want to buy your bag and you want to go on vacation, go ahead, lie away. But one day you're going to have to answer to yourself, right? Is buying stuff worth your integrity? You're going to have to answer that for yourself. And that's why many of these luxury people, they're selling a lot of their luxury stuff because, hey, boo, it never fulfills you. The truth, it will fulfill you. Stop hiding who you are from your audience. Stop masking who you truly are from your audience because you're afraid of not having a brand deal, or if you're afraid of your views going down. Let the views go down. Because if you build your platform on a lie, you deserve to lose it. Like, for real. If you built your social media, your YouTube channel, by pretending to be something that you're not, you deserve to lose the views. You deserve to lose the subscribers. And then you're going to rebuild again by being your true self. You have to be your true self. But you can't continue to lie to people and to lie to yourself. Right? So to me, it's like, that's the thing. You understand? Like, that's the thing to me. If I watch something and it does not look right to me, I will say it doesn't look right to me. The secret video did not look right to me. A lot of things looked off. And Beyonce is not my God. Beyonce does not feed me. I don't owe her anything. Because if I think about all the years I have supported Beyonce, it's always been one direction. When has she supported me? Okay. And when will she ever support me? Slip zero with the Nero. Okay. So I don't owe this lady anything. I guess, like, don't disrespect her. Like, don't be mean to her. Cause you know what I'm saying? It's never that personal, but it's like, I don't owe this woman anything. I don't know her from a can of paint. She's black. Okay, sure. Good for her. I'm black too. Next. Right. But the video looked off. And that's not for me to take the blame. It's for her to think about next time when she does a video, try your best to make it look more credible. But I saw a lot of breakage and I saw a lot of damage in the front of her hair. Hey, Val. And matter of fact, Val was the first one to say it was a wig. I was like, no, Val, you never know. Right? Val was like, Marty, look like a wig. Okay. So I don't owe her anything. She's a businesswoman. Like, she is. We can scrutinize her. I don't owe this lady anything. So it's like, whatever. If it looks off, I'm going to talk about it. If you don't like it, well. If you love it, then I'm glad you're here. You know what I'm saying? But somebody's like, oh, the hairline is what give it away. It was a hairline at the bulb, but by the end it changes. You're right. You're super. Something is off. Somebody said, oh, Amelia said, thank you for keeping it real because everyone else seems to be as fake as her hair. I agree with you. It's definitely not her hair. We are not fooled. It's so sad that her fans are so brainwashed that they can't admit that. I'm Creole too, and my hairline don't look like a lace front. It's ridiculous. She embarrassed herself. I'm sorry. Okay. Hold on. Can y'all see this? You know what I mean? But it's like, for some people, it don't look right. And I said, oh, and what I said, I said, and if you're Creole, no matter your genetic makeup, you need a great hair routine. If you're not Creole, you need a great hair routine. Beyonce is always bleaching her hair, and she's done it for over 20 years. She has damaged that hair, and you can see it over the shampoo bowl looking at her left ear. There's a lot of breakage. Something is off. Initially, I believed the video. It's those ladies on TikTok that truly made me rethink. So I rewatched it over and over. And when you watch it when you watch the video on the bigger TV screen, it's even more obvious. At the bowl, there is something going on. Parts of how the hair was flat ironed, sketchy. The part on her head at the bowl is weird. It's absent in the front, but it's super pronounced in the middle of her scalp. Since when? The way her hair was shampooed with no rubbing of the scalp was weird. It was all weird. I don't feel bad for being uneasy about this at all. So I'm at peace. Something is going on with that video. Somebody said, when I saw the back of that neck, it almost took me out. I cannot. She said, all these people, explanation, little beehive came and you ate them up next. Like, something is off, right? So a lot of people, like, some people didn't believe it, right? Like, they didn't believe it. But the problem is, a lot of people, just like politics, right? It is just like politics. People don't feel comfortable or safe to say, this is how I feel when it comes to politics, right? Like, a lot of people don't like Joe Biden, okay? A lot of Black people, hey, Lacey, a lot of Black people do not want to vote for Joe Biden. A lot of Black people do not believe in Joe Biden. They're going to vote for Trump. They're not going to say anything because they don't want to have the backlash, the cancellation, the trauma, being called all kinds of coons and house Negroes and stuff like that, So to avoid it, since we are on a plantation, and it seems like when you're Black, you have to owe loyalty, your blood, your children, to the Democratic Party. A lot of people, in respect to that, they're just going to keep their mouth shut. When November 4th comes around, they're going to do what they got to do. You understand? Because they recognize, like, when you're Black and you're amongst other Black people, it is not a safe space for you to truly be honest about how you feel, right? Black people, as a collective, do not create a safe space for other Black people to ask questions, to disagree, to offer a different perspective, because once you do not agree with the status quo of the Church of Blackness, you are a coon, you are a sellout, you are an Uncle Tom. Like, the most nastiest things will be said about you for simply asking a question or for simply saying, I don't agree, right? The same people who scream racism, oh yeah, sorry, excuse-moi, tu vois? The same people who scream racism, right, towards white people are the same people who will degrade you as a Black person for simply saying, I don't agree, I see things differently, or is it possible, tu vois, like, il y a une chose là aussi, ok, tu vois. Donc, je disais que tu vois que les gens, avec les Noirs, quand tu es entouré des Noirs et tout, tu n'as jamais le droit d'être honnête avec toi-même et de dire exactement ce que tu ressens. Parce qu'une fois que tu dis ce que tu ressens, on va t'insulter. On t'insulte, Donc, les gens préfèrent se taire, right? So people rather be quiet. You rather be quiet. And then when the election comes around, you go and you do what you have to do, which is really sad. Because everybody should be able to say, you know what? We're all Black. We all want what's best for Black people, but it doesn't mean that we're going to go about it the same way. As long as you're not being detrimental to the advancement of Black people, maybe your way could work. Maybe your way could work. I don't know. But as soon as you disagree, it's like people call you all kinds of names. It's like, but for what? For what? For what? When did you have a meeting with God and he gave you all the right answers? Okay? We're all trying to figure this out. But it's like, it's not a safe space. So a lot of people, they feel, oh, well, you're not allowed to talk about Beyonce. And that's why she doesn't do as well. Okay. I got time today. That's why she doesn't do as well. Because, you know, if we made room for people to give Beyonce feedback, she probably would have stronger brands. Ivy Park would have been stronger. Secret would have been stronger. The perfume thing would have been stronger because feedback makes you better. Right? Merci, chérie. You know, feedback makes you better because everybody has blind spots. I have blind spot. We all have blind spot. Non, mais c'est la écoute, c'est ça. OK? We all have blind spot. On est tous aveugles quelque part, tu vois. Donc, souvent, il faut permettre que les gens te disent, ah, tu sais, voilà, faut faire mieux comme ça, faire mieux comme ci. So you have to allow people to give you feedback. It doesn't mean that people hate you. So then y'all say, oh, shut up. You're a hater. Okay, cool. So then people pull back. And then when Ivy Park comes out, nobody wants to buy it. Because they saw this was going to go left. This was going to go left. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, if y'all really love Beyonce, you will allow people to give Beyonce feedback without shaming them. Oh, you hate her. You are bitter. You are envious. Why? There are a lot of designs with Ivy Park that made no sense. So I'm like, have you ever gone outside? Have you ever gone outside and seen anyone wear Ivy Park? No, you have not. The only time you see somebody wear Ivy Park is on social media. How often do you go outside and you see someone wear Ivy Park? Right? When people started telling her the color, actually, I quit at you, okay? When people started telling her that the color palette of Ivy Park looks like the uniform of Popeyes, people thought it was a joke. But who wants to spend so much money on Ivy Park so that you can look like you work at Popeyes? You know, I was like, what the heck? I'm like, this dude look like the Popeyes color. Okay. You see, remember? And then it became a meme. And then Ivy Park became a meme. Because I'm like, people are like, oh, these look like, it looks like Popeyes. Because these are the colors for Popeyes. Right? But when you don't allow people to tell someone, like, you know, I don't know, do you really want to do this design? Oh, no, shut up. Okay, fine. But then it's not going to work. It's the same thing with the perfume. It's the same thing with Secret. Because let's be honest, right? Secret is not selling that well. It's not selling well. It's not selling well. Because there's no such thing as a hair care line that caters to all people. There isn't, right? And a lot of 4C people who are trying it, it's not happening. Okay, so it's like, stop doing this. Let people tell this woman the truth. Because the more people give her feedback, the better she can come back. Like, okay, I heard people, People did the same thing. People did the same thing with Kim Kardashian. I think like some of the pieces for Skim were very see-through. They told her, she fixed it. You know? Like, that's that. But like, oh, you're jealous. Oh, you're envious of her. Like, I'm like, what are you even talking about? What are you talking about? Right? Envious of who? And my thing is, imagine she has her star. Like we said, like, you have your star. You have your star, like, AKA, you have your destiny. I have my star. I have my destiny. What purpose? How does it serve me to be envious of someone whose destiny I was never meant to have? Make it make sense. I'm not meant to be a world famous superstar. That's not me. That is not me. Okay? That is not me. And she's not meant to be me also. So me, like, envious of what? Something I was never even meant to have in the first place? That's like you asking me to chase perpetual agony. Okay? I will not torment my soul seeking things that don't belong to me. Her life does not belong to me. Okay? It's not my life, and I don't want her life. Okay? But I'm like, people would have told her, Darion too, right? But it's like, you don't listen. And it's like, oh no, don't criticize her. She's Beyonce. She's God. No, she's not. She's a human being. She's running businesses that she wants to sell to people. So people have the right to tell her, hey, if you want us to buy from you, we need this and this and that from you. It does not constitute jealousy. Like, it's okay. I'm like, Joseph, what? Joseph, who? So a lot of people, they feel away, but they don't feel safe to say how they feel because you're not allowed to criticize Beyonce. And the thing is, I'm not like you're talking about Beyonce, but it's more so like the brand. So it is what it is. You know, I'm like, yeah. There was this one lady. What she said? This one said, the sad thing is, I bet Beyonce has beautiful set of hair under all that weave or wig she says is hers. And I bet her true hair is not blonde. It is not blonde. There's only one, there is not a person alive, black, white, Creole, who can bleach their whole head for over 20 years straight and still have more than 3 strands left alone a full thick head of hair. I don't care what product she's using or who the hairstylist is. Okay. All that chemical wear and tear would have cut up to her by now. She's claiming no damage, no thinning, no breakage. Please roll my eyes. You know what else is strange? Some of the video actually seemed AI generated. Okay. She thought there was AI in there. The whole thing just did not seem to be real. There were all these angles and cut. And if you're going to do a hair video proving that you have long hair, do a true hair video with no cuts and no camera tricks, etc. I said, exactly. You know what I mean? Somebody said, I agree. It's an illusion, but look closely at the clip of her alleged get flat iron. Look at the mirror image. That's not Beyonce. I thought I kind of saw Beyonce in there. So, you know, she said, girl, you went in. I sure did. You know, people are tired. People are tired of being lied to. And then you don't have the right. Look at Don told you being a mess, right? And people are like, ugh. Somebody said, why can't this be her real hair? Her mom is a hairdresser and has been taking care of her hair her whole life. That's not true, sis. Beyonce always had long hair. And this thing too, like this comment right here, I wanted to address Denise because she said, why can't this be her hair? It could be her hair. Like Noah, hey, what's up, boo? It could be her hair, right? That's not impossible because we have seen Beyonce as a child, right? We have seen Beyonce as a child. We know when Beyonce was a baby, Beyonce had a bunch of hair. We know genetically Beyonce is predisposed to have hair. That is not even a question. Nobody, look at this as a baby. Look at this, all this hair as a baby. Come on now, right? All like, look, little girl, we know this because we saw it in grown woman, okay? Look at all this hair. Look at her brows, right? All of this was her hair too. Look, all this is her hair. So we know that as a child, Beyonce had a hair. Beyonce was born a bunch of hair. Beyonce was a baby with lots of hair. Beyonce was a young baby girl with long, beautiful, thick hair. But as you can see, her natural color and blonde, her natural color is brownish and it's like brownish black, right? So that's one thing. However, just because you have beautiful hair as a baby, as a beautiful little child, the way you keep up with your hair as an adult, that too matters. Beyonce has bleached the F out of this hair. She's bleached the mess out of this hair. And she's not trying to give up her bleach. She's just not. Right? So that's the thing. You know? So if she had kept her natural hair plus the natural hair color, it's like, oh, most definitely. Because genetically, she's predisposed to have long and thick, full density hair. That's how her hair is. However, the way Beyonce's been taking care of that hair lately, hey, Bridget, something is off. She said her mom is a hairdresser. Okay, just because Miss Tina used to be a hairdresser does not even mean that Miss Tina was a good hairdresser. Let's be very careful because Miss Tina too. Hold on. Miss Tina, yeah. She was a hairdresser, but let's not act like we know whether or not she had a natural hair salon or whatever, right? We don't know. We do not know what kind of hair salon Miss Tina had back in the day. Because back in the day, it was a lot of chemicals. It was lots of relaxers. It was a lot of Marcel iron. It was lots of hot combs. There was no heat. There was no leave-in conditioner. There was no heat protectant. Okay. They would apply these hot tools straight to your head. Okay, they use some grease around your ears, grease on your scalp, and then your hair start to sizzle. So just because Miss Tina was a hairdresser does not mean she was a good one. And no offense to her. She could have been a good one. She could have been a bad one, right? But I have never read all kinds of people around Houston say, oh, I used to go to Miss Tina and she grew my hair and she grew my hair. You know, like you have some hairstylists, like, okay, for example, let me show you what I mean, right? Where's my girl Kai? You have some hairstylists like Kai over here. Where's Kai? Okay. for example, right, a girl like Kai, right? If I was to look at Kai and say, okay, Miss like Kai right here, I think she's a great natural hair care stylist, right? You could even say that, oh, she has growing hands because look at her clients, okay? Look at her. I mean, look at this. Look at this. This is somebody's hair. Okay. So if you have a stylist like Kai and you say, oh, her mom is Kai and her mom knows how to take her hair, I'm like, yeah, for real. Because it is documented that she has grown people's hair. And the majority of people who sit in her chair have beautiful hair. Like, it is not a joke. It's not a joke. But it's like me, Marlene, I don't know. I do not know the kind of hairstylist Miss Tina was. She could have been a bad one, a good one who fried your hair. You know, not every hairstylist is a good hairstylist. Not to be offensive, right? Not saying anything is impossible, but I'm like, just because Miss Tina did hair does not mean that she had growing hands. It doesn't mean that she had growing hands. It doesn't mean that she had a salon where you could go in there and they would actually take care of your hair. Maybe she did, maybe she didn't. But if we're talking about hair salons back in the 80s and the 90s, everything was about chemicals and the chemicals. Even like for your roller set, if you guys remember too, back in the day, when it came to like the roller set, right? People used to use like this one, lot of body, okay? A lot of people used to use this product to roller set your hair. And a lot of body was full of alcohol. It was very drying. It was very damaging. So how far we have come today when it comes to how to take care of natural hair, black hair, high porosity, low porosity, heat protectant, you know, regulating the temperature on these tools, et cetera, et cetera. We've come a long way. We've come a long way. So I cannot say like, oh yeah, without a doubt, Miss Tina was a hairdresser and she was a great hairdresser. And anybody who sat in her chair, they had healthy hair. She could grow your hair. No. You guys want to put Miss Tina on a pedestal because she's the mother of Beyonce. So you want to create these narratives in your head, right? That this family is like a magical, whimsical family. No, they are real people like the rest of us. And I have yet to read any reviews from her hair salon or any of her clients from back in the day to make me believe that they had a great experience going to her salon. So let's not do this, okay? She could have been a good one. She could have been a bad one. I don't know. And I probably will never know, right? So then she says she's been taking care of Beyonce's hair her whole life. That is not true. Miss Tina got her own house. Beyonce got her own house, okay? Only God knows when was the last time Miss Tina did Beyonce's hair. Beyonce got her own people to do her own hair. So stop spreading lies and misinformation. She did her child's hair when she was a child, but since she's a grown woman, Beyonce takes care of her hair. She has stylists who take care of her hair. It's not her mom who's consistently doing her hair. That is not true. Okay, even in the days of Destiny's Child, her mom was more so doing their outfits. Oh, is that Denise, right? Oh, Denise is right here. Okay, so here you are, Denise. Here you go, right? But even like growing up in the days of Destiny's Child, Miss Tina was more focused on making their outfits. She was their seamstress, making all their costumes and stuff because none of the brands wanted to dress Destiny's Child. So that's that. She said she took care of Beyonce's hair just like I do with my daughters. Exactly, your daughters. But when they are 25, they're 30, they're 50, you're not going to be doing their hair. They have their own life. They're married, live with their own kids. Whatever they decide to do with their hair, that's on them. That's on them. Exactly, but they're your daughters, Denise. And right now, they're under your care. There are a lot of girls, their mama gave them great hair. But as soon as they get to be 16, 17, 18, they want to start doing color. They want to start doing bleach, knotless braids, the faux locks, the passion twist, the wump, 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 wump. We have seen many girls whose mothers have given them a great head start when it comes to taking care of their hair. And then as soon as they go to high school or they go to college, now they start doing all kinds of weird things to their hair. So that's my point. There are a lot of moms who do a great job. Like we saw, Beyonce had great hair, but there's bleaching. She has bleached her hair. She braids her hair. She bleached her hair. Beyonce does a lot of chemical processes and she uses her hair a lot. So it's not the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So she's I'm saying Beyonce has nice long hair from years ago. No, she doesn't have years of good care, Denise. That is still not true. You cannot say this. That is not true. She doesn't have years of great hair care. That is not true. That is not true. Like you are intentionally not telling the truth though. because we watched the video. And if you watch the video, I showed that on many occasions. At the bowl, you can see Beyonce has breakage. Like, come on now. You can clearly see, Denise, that her hair is broken off. You see this, Denise. You're not doing this on purpose. You see this. You clearly see that this right here is breakage. You're seeing this. So you cannot sit here and tell, oh, yeah, she has gray hair care. You cannot say this. This is the breakage. All of this is broken off. Like, you clearly see this. It's okay to love somebody and tell the truth. We're not going to sit here and act like bleach is not seriously. I sure do know that I'm staring at it. We are all staring at it. Who knows if that's her length? If the front is this broken off, what's to say that anything behind her head is real? But it's like we're all looking like, how many? Nobody's hating. There are 68 people on the live. People in the live, people in the chat. Do you see the breakage? Yes or no? Like, Denise, do not do this. It's Monday, 11 o'clock. Don't do this. Okay? Like, you definitely see the breakage. Like, it's right here. You see it. At the bowl, you see the breakage yet again. Hold on. Make this smaller. You see the breakage. You see her hair's broken off. Like, stop playing. Right here also, you see it. It's broken off. Even here. This is, I guess, like some old picture in 2000. Her hair was fried from all that bleach. Like, it's very obvious. Hold on. Who else here? Okay, who's other hair is here, child? Let me see. Okay. The hair is broken off. It's broken off in the front. And then when you look at it too, because I do care. Why don't I care? You care enough to be in here. You care to say it's her hair. You care. You left the comment. Now you're back on the line. So you obviously care. We all care. We don't know if she has length or not. I don't know. But to sit here and to look at this picture with breakage staring at you, and then to say like, oh no, her hair's not broken off. There's no damage. She's been using bleach and she has no damage to her hair. Like, stop it. And this is why people call y'all worshipers, because that makes no sense. Like, look at all this. We clearly see the damage right here. You can see this big chunk of hair is completely broken off. Her hair is broken off. I don't know if I'll get to Ashanti though. We'll see, right? But I'm like, her hair is broken off. You see the little, like, you see the hair in the front is shorter than the hair in the back. The hair is broken off because bleach is a very damaging process. It's okay. How many people you've seen, they bleach their hair and then after the while they got to go cut the hair because the hair is just breaking off, because that's just how toxic bleach is. Bleach is very harmful. It is very, very harmful. Yeah, you can have your opinion, but if your opinion makes no sense, it's like it becomes really questionable, because there's no way you're looking at this picture and you're gonna be like, oh no, I don't see any breakage. Like, what? Or you like, what? Or like, you're going to say like, oh yeah, you can bleach your hair for 20 years and you're not going to have any setback. I mean, come on. Like, seriously, bleach fries your hair. It dries out the hair. It fries the hair. After a while, you have to cut it off, because that's how destructive bleach is. And there's nothing, I don't think anything can fix it. But my thing is like the breakage is right in front of you. And when you watch the video, you can clearly see that her hair is broken off in the front. So if the front looks that bad, what's to make me think the back looks good? If this is the front, what's to make me think the back looks good? But it's damaged, and it's okay. It's clearly damaged. So that's all we're saying. And that's what this other lady was saying here. That's what this lady was trying to say over here. Where's she at? Oh, that's what she was saying over here. And her comment made a whole lot of sense. Hold on, where am I? Oh, okay. That's what she was saying. Okay. She said, who can bleach the whole head for over 20 years straight and still have more than 3 strands left, let alone a full thick head of hair? Like, you're going to incur damage. If you bleach your hair, even relaxers, you keep relaxing your hair back to back to back to back, something bad is going to happen. These are chemical processes. Like, something bad is bound to happen. She's claiming no damage, no thinning, no breakage. That's not possible. It's weird. Like, no. Bleach? No, I will never put that crap in my hair. Absolutely not. Then this girl she tried to be funny. She tried to be funny, but she got handled. She said, oh, Lord. She said, Lord, your assessment of her hair and the parting make you sound like you never had a decent amount of hair yet. But overall, I was entertained by the video, and I think your comments about Jay were super funny, so I liked the video. So y'all, this is about to get interesting. I said a decent amount of hair. When you watch the video, you don't see hair on my head. You sound like you never had a decent amount of hair. Glad you liked the video. Then she said, girl, she said, oh, I have more than a decent amount of hair. That's why a decent head of hair doesn't look suspicious to me when I see it on someone else, Beyonce. You, on the other hand, put the eye and the laughing emoji. I said, well, you know what? I said, you can write whatever claim you wish to make about your hair. But I have my hair in this video. I have pictures of my hair on this page. I go live with my hair every day. So however you choose to quantify a decent amount of hair, I have enough hair on my hair to wear mine, makeup-free, clear skin, and to stand on my opinions. My edges are full. My hair is thriving. You, on the other hand, claim whatever you wish, but there's not even a picture for your avatar for you to even say that you are proud of the face your mother gave you. But I'm supposed to believe your follicles are bopping with the anointing of Rapunzel. If I ask you to send me pictures of your hair and your edges to my DM right now, Atlanta, the money girl, chickens will grow teeth. Because you can't and you won't. But I urge you to humble me with a picture of your gorgeous lock. Stupid, silly face. So whatever shade I like bullshit you think you're throwing, it can't affect anyone if you're not willing to send proof. You can't be sitting at home nurturing 3 fried strands of hair, bald patches, and an itchy UTI. Delusion runs rampant among those who love to be anonymous in the internet with their cheap sense of humor a la crackhead. So unless you're sending the pictures to show me big bank takes little bank, love, apply a scalp serum, secure your edges, and night-night. Bisou. So you know she came back. Girl, I am stupid. Do these people know I'm stupid? I don't think they do. I'm like, I don't think I was like, girl, you could be sitting at home nurturing 3 fried strands of hair, bald patches, and an itchy UTI. Don't play with me. Do not play with me. Delusion runs rampant. Oh my gosh, girl. And I was actually being nice. I thought it was funny. I said, Bisou, gotta go. So then she came. She said, girl, no, you know what? This girl right here, I actually do like her because she got a sense of humor. She said, girl, I love the way you roast. I said, well. Clap for me. She said, clap for me. She said, girl, I love the way you roast. It's so entertaining. You can definitely believe whatever you want about my hair, just like you can believe whatever you want about Beyonce's hair. Well, exactly. So I said, girl, well, let's agree. You love the way I roast because after that, I'm seeing nothing but, okay? Either way, if you have gorgeous hair, I'm happy for you. If you're a Black woman with gorgeous dance hair, I'll be even more proud. I love Black women who take care of their hair. It's beautiful and it's empowering. When it comes to Beyonce, yes, I'm truly doubting her now because something is off. I initially believed it was all her hair because why not? But then after watching many videos, I decided to look into it. Honestly, something is off. That's it. But I do know that there are many Black women with stunning hair, and that inspires me every day to try harder to learn to take care of my hair without relying on wigs, weaves, braids, etc. It's not easy, but I'm committed. I'm still waiting for the pictures. Okay, and the pictures never came. Okay, pictures never came. So I'm like, girl, like the pictures. You know what I'm saying? This lady said Beyonce probably takes her wigs off daily. That other lady probably leaves hers for days and just added glue. Now, it could be weaves, but your points were not valid to me. I said, my points don't need to be valid to you. I made this video for my audience, but since it landed on your feed and you watch, I thank you for your views and contributing to my AdSense. Bisou, okay? Now, here comes this one. I like crackhead. I'm like, these people are crazy. They are crazy. I'm like, you don't know who you messing with. You don't know who you mess with. I am stupid. I am very stupid. I keep telling people I am not on YouTube because I want to be popular. Okay. I'll come here. I speak my mind. I entertain myself. Then I go to sleep. Okay. If I feel like it, I might leave my video. If I don't feel like it, I'll put my stuff on private. I do not care about this place. I really don't. Like this place is crazy. So then this one said, first, Beyonce is Creole. Let's take that into account. She's not African American. I'm like, what? What are we doing again? It's a difference because I'm Creole with long hair and light skin. So Mrs. H was like, girl, she's half Creole. So then I got in here and I said, hold up, wait a minute. What are we talking about? So I said, first and foremost, she is not fully Creole. You need to be accurate. Okay. Hold on. Can y'all see this? They're about, oh, see the comment again. She said, what? First, Beyonce is Creole. Let's take that into account. Like, what? Like, she gonna teach me something. Girl, you are funny. She's not African American. I didn't know that. That's a new one. It's a difference because I'm Creole with long hair and light skin. You see the colorism? So she thinks being Creole means being light skinned. How ignorant. Okay, so I said, she's not fully Creole. You need to be accurate. Number one, Miss Tina is full-blown Creole. Her father, Monsieur Bouillance, that's their last name, Bouillance, and her mother, these are almost white passing black folks from Louisiana. My husband has the same legacy. My father-in-law could truly pass for white. His people are from Lafayette, Louisiana. I live in New Orleans, and I'm very educated about Creole people. Voilà. Number two, there's this weird notion of poor understanding that Creole automatically means light skin mixed with French, Spanish, and Indian. Hold up. You can be Creole and dark skin, baby, with my New Orleans accent. To be Creole is not just about complexion, but it's a cultural heritage. There are plenty of dark skin Creole. You'll have white passing Creole with light colored eyes. Some even have blue eyes, but they're Creole, not Caucasian, which will be the Cajun folks. Okay. 3, being Creole, whether you are light skinned or dark skinned as your dominant genetic expression, does not automatically mean long hair. That's a very colorist understanding. There are many Creoles with different hair texture, hair density, hair length, etc. So ultimately, any Creole woman who wants long, healthy hair is going to have to work hard over the years for that outcome. It is not a given. 4, Beyonce has a Creole mother and a dark-skinned father from Alabama. Mr. Knowles is not Creole. He could be Geechee, but he's not Creole. And when you look at his family, you'll see dark-skinned folk, and his mom did not have loads of hair. So Beyonce has dirt collective DNA. Don't spread misinformation. 5, Beyonce has been bleaching, processing, coloring, heat styling her hair for over 20 years. So no matter how great and resilient you think her Creole DNA is, her hair strands are not made of titanium. It is still hair. And if you abuse it, you'll lose it. Number 6, maybe it's your first time, but you can't teach me nothing about Creole culture. I speak and I understand cuisine. So that's the Creole from Louisiana. Okay? Nous autres. Number 7, on a larger scale, as we look at race and ethnicity in this country, we say African American. Now, on a micro appreciation of culture, ethnicity, she's in part une femme créole, but she's not fully Creole. Okay? And number 8, there are many ethnic groups within the broader umbrella of African American identifier. You are not teaching me anything. Okay? Stop thinking that every light-skinned woman has hair or every biracial woman automatically has long hair, and no matter how she treats her hair, it will thrive. It won't. And Beyonce's hair is obviously damaged and broken off in the front. So as we say in New Orleans, laissez les bon temps rouler, and my French-speaking self will also add, laissez la vérité triompher. Let the truth triumph. Donc, merci et au revoir. Hein? Vous êtes folle. Like, you're crazy. Like, what is wrong with this girl? Okay? Yes. What is wrong with her? Because you think she's very silly. People think like, oh, when you say Creole, it automatically means light skinned, biracial-ish. No, you can be dark skinned and be Creole. You know, Creole is not just a complexion thing. It's a whole culture. It's a cultural heritage. Some are light skinned. Some are. If you ever when I saw James's grandmother, I thought she was a white woman. You should see James's dad. Like, some Creole people are like super, super light skinned that they will be like, they could pass for white. You even have some who actually do look white, but they're not white. They're Creole. If they consider themselves to still be like French, then they will be called Cajun. Okay, that we say in French, Acadian, but no, they're Creole. But you also have dark skinned people who are Creole too. Right? Because Creole Creole truly is, you're mixed with African, French, and some Spanish in there, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But it's really the African, the French, and some of the Spanish, and plus some of the Indian. For some people, being dark skin is a prominent gene. For some people, being coming off dark skin will be a recessive gene. But Creole people come in different complexion, because to be Creole, Louisiana Creole, it's a cultural heritage. It is not a specific genetic expression that comes out through your phenotype. No, they have different types of phenotype. You know what I'm saying? Like, one of my pastors, I had a pastor down here in New Orleans, right? His name was Antoine Barrière, tu vois? But you see, here he is. This was one of my pastors in New Orleans. Tu vois? Antoine Barrière. It sounds super Haitian. Like, the first name is French, the last name is French, right? But that's the man. But you can look at it, he's Creole. That's a Creole man. And even though he's brown, he's dark brown-ish, when you look at his hair texture, if you get close to him and you see his hair texture, the hair texture is very, very slick. He even looks like he's mixed with Indian too. Mais il s'appelle Antoine. Have you? So it's like to be so colorist and stupid and xenophobic and very ignorant about what it means to truly be a Creole, a Louisiana Creole, to me is wild, right? Like they come in different hues of black, from super dark to like super light. You be like, are you white? I'm like, no, they're Creole. Because to be Creole is more so about your cultural heritage than the physical expression of melanin on your skin or lack thereof, right? So it's like that's very reductive to me. Exactly, like Miss was saying, I'm Capiverdian Creole. I look Bantu chocolate back. Exactly, because you're mixed with everything, you know, mixed with French, mixed with Portuguese, mixed with African from Senegal, Gambia, like all that. It runs in a bloodline. You know what I'm saying? But it's like to be Creole does not mean automatically that you're gonna be light skinned and or biracial looking. No, some look that way, you know. And because of white people, they're gonna put the lighter people at the top and put the dark people at the bottom. But my thing is, to be Creole, it's a cultural heritage. To Louisiana Creole, it's a cultural heritage. But people come of all different hues. But it's like usually it's their last name that gives it up. Because they'll have like a French last name, a French first name, a French last name, but the last name is usually French though, but they look black. It's like Haitian people. First name is French, last name is French. You're like, oh, here we go. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, that's what it is to be Creole, you know? So I was like, what are we even talking about here? Like, what? And just because you're Creole, and you can be Creole, be light-skinned Creole, and not have long hair, because you could have coarse hair, because your phenotype. A lot of people are light skinned or like, you know, super, super light, but they have really coarse hair. And then you have some girls who are brown like me, and they have that loose curly hair pattern. You're like, oh my gosh, it does, like the hair doesn't fit on the body when you look at the complexion. But that's the whole game of genetics, right? That's the whole game of genetics. There are a lot of people who are light skinned and have very coarse hair. And then you have a lot of people who are brown skinned, dark skinned even, and they have a very loose curl texture. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, to be Creole, it's not just about your complexion. And matter of fact, since we are on the topic of, you know, let me show you this too. Hold on. Let me show you this. You'll see. Give me a second. You see, look at this couple right here. Look at this couple right here. You see? Look at how, like, look at how dark skinned the grandma is. You see how dark skinned she is right here? Okay, she gonna start talking. Give it 1 minute. Hold on. Play for you.
Wait.
Listen.
Wait. Là-bas, mais ici, moi, pas où là, comme ça, non?
Non, mais là-bas, ça mouille. C'est bon pour dormir comme ça mouille, comme ça.
Oui.
C'est bon pour dormir. You see?
On va pas nulle part, mais parce que ça mouille de trop.
Oui.
Non, on reste à la maison. Des fois, il a des petits jobs pour faire ça. Autrement, c'est à la maison parce que trop de bruit.
You see how dark she is? You see how dark she is? She's speaking Cuisine. She's speaking Creole. She's speaking Louisiana Creole, which is called Louisiana Creole is called Cuisine. That's what she's speaking. If you speak French, you can kind of understand what she's saying. If you speak Creole, if you speak like Haitian Creole or like other types of Creole, you should be able to understand what she's saying. She wants to stay home, okay? But look how dark she is, but she's Creole. So this notion, like this very colorist, weird, I don't know, weird understanding that, oh, Creole means light skin and Creole means biracial looking. No, you are reductive. You are extremely reductive. And if you listen to her husband, he keeps saying, we, écoutez, like, listen carefully. The granddad keeps saying, we. She's like, okay, let me play again for y'all. Listen carefully.
Oui. Là-bas, mais ici, moi, pas où là, comme ça, non?
Non, mais là-bas, ça mouille. C'est bon pour dormir comme ça mouille, comme ça.
Oui.
On va pas nulle part, mais parce que ça mouille de trop.
Oui.
Non, on reste à la maison. Des fois, il a des petits jobs pour faire ça.
Sometimes you have small jobs to do around.
Yeah. You're all right, very good. Me too.
You talked vertically?
Yeah, I talk with him.
And then when he starts, listen to Grandpa right here. When he starts to speak English, like he actually has an accent when he speaks English. You talk to so-and-so. Yeah, talk to him. Yeah, talk to him. Listen to how he says it. Like he has an accent because most likely he didn't grow up speaking English. He grew up speaking Creole. You know, because a lot, like, for example, like Jimmy's, like my father-in-law, his grandmother, she did not speak English. She only spoke Creole. So like because they're from Lafayette, Louisiana. So like those people, although I guess they look black, but they didn't speak English. They didn't grow up speaking English, right? It's like generations to come. They're going to be like beaten up and forced to speak English, but their first language is cuisine. Their first language is not English, right? So this granddad right here, most likely he grew up speaking Creole. He didn't grow up speaking English. Her too. She probably grew up speaking English too. So when he speaks English, he has an accent when he speaks it, because he speaks like with the, like it sounds like he's speaking Creole, but he's actually speaking English because that's how he grew up. But I'm like, you see his complexion, you see her complexion, they all have different complexions. So it's like, stop. It's disgusting. Like what?
I talked to him in a while.
Cajun came today.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Betty didn't come?
No, Betty never.
No.
Yeah, told me Betty was sick. I don't know.
Yeah.
You see, hold on, let me show you another video. So these, they're so cute. You know, even her too. This video was kind of cute. Let me show you this video.
Let's say I'm a biology student.
We don't care. We really do not care. Hold on.
And it was a very hard, difficult thing for them to stop us from doing.
Okay, look right here.
Subject agreement and that sort of thing, but at least in school for us to learn English, so that when we would attend school, would sort of be would have a head curriculum, and you had to just learn another language. But I don't believe that, in as far as preventing children from learning, that Creole was a barrier. In some instances, I think it's an asset.
As a child beginning school, could you speak English?
When I came up back here in Brobridge, we, at home, we learned English and French. And of course, the reason for the French is the fact that my grandmother, two grandmothers, could not speak English at all, and she lived in the household, so therefore we had to communicate with her.
Mm-hmm.
So it was incumbent upon us to learn French, or Creole, as you will, and also English. My mother saw a need for us to learn English, so that when we would attend school, we'd sort of be, would have a head start over the other kids. And we did, but Creole was spoken by.
So what he's saying was, like I told you, like what he was saying was, growing up in his household, the grandma, she spoke French. She spoke French and she spoke cuisine. So him growing up at home, he spoke French. This, and then I'm like, you would typically think of him, oh, he's African American. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's why, like, it used to always trip me up. But this is so crazy. It's so cool, right? But this is someone that you would, on a broader scale, classify as African American, but he's Creole. And you can also see, is he light skinned? Does he look like he biracial? Okay. But at the house, grandma, she spoke French. She speaks French. She speaks cuisine. So he had to speak that so he could communicate with her, which means his parents also spoke French. But then when he goes to school, he had to learn English. So it's like there are some Black people in this country, English, even though they're born here, like you would think they're like African American kind of thing, but no, like they're Creole. Like their first language, honestly, should be Creole. But because, not to be offensive, white people can be racist, they were bullied, beaten up, traumatized to surrender Creole. So today you go to Louisiana, for example, a lot of people do not speak Creole because it became a culture to bully them out of not speaking it because they were shamed because they spoke the Creole. You understand? So that's what he's explaining. So he had two worlds. So it's like kind of like me growing up too, right? But I'm from Africa, so it's kind of weird. But he had this experience here, but he's from here. You know, and that's the same thing with like James's grandmother. Her mom only spoke cuisine. So as she grew up too, she learned it because when we went to see her in DC, may she rest in peace, I could talk to her, but she had forgotten some of her French though. And I was like, this is the most, it was the most surreal thing ever. Like this was just, it was an experience in itself, right? Because we go there. I mean, James is very light, but his dad is even lighter, right? But I mean, we go there, you see the grandma, she's even lighter. Like light. And I'm like, she was like older and she was light. So I'm like, imagine when she was younger. So we sit there and we talk and he told me, oh, she's from the Ivory Coast. She speaks French. So then his grandma started talking to me in French too, right? And then James's dad was like, yeah, when he grew up, like when he was growing up and he would vacation in Lafayette, like he could speak to his grandma in French. But the thing is, when you don't have someone to talk to, eventually you forget. But the grandma, James's grandma, she still remembered like some of her French, and just it wasn't that much French, right? Because she grew up speaking it. Because that was her first language. It was her mom's first language, right? So I'm like, that's why I said being Creole is not just a complexion thing. It is a cultural heritage. It's not just a complexion. So you cannot say, oh, I'm Creole and I'm light skinned and I have long hair. If that's your understanding of being Creole, you are quite a colorist.
90% or perhaps more than 90% of the children in that particular area. So going to school meant learning English. And with us, we were fortunate enough to learn English and French at home. So when we attended grade school, for some reason, we skipped some grades because of the fact that we could speak English. The nuns at St. Francis of Assisi promoted us to a higher grade because when we attended, we had command of the English language. Of course, when I say command, we could speak English because the English we spoke was really a direct translation from French, from the Creole. And Creole is really not a language in a sense. There are no verbs, subject, agreement, and that sort of thing, but at least we could communicate with people who spoke English, and also we could communicate with kids in the community who spoke only Creole.
Speaking Creole in the classroom was frowned upon and often resulted in punishment.
When I went to school, there were nuns that came practically from all parts of the country. And we had very few nuns from this area that taught us. Majority of them spoke English. And they had a tough time to break us from it. They used to make us write lines like, I will not speak Creole. And sometime up to 500 to try to break us the habit of speaking it. And that was a very hard, difficult thing for them to stop us from doing. Because when we went back home, we had to speak. Our parents practically couldn't speak English either.
His mother, Mrs. Agnes Alexander, learned to speak English as an adult. She is still more comfortable with speaking Creole. Did your parents speak Creole?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Did they speak any English at all?
Not at all.
Not at all. No. When you talk to your friends, do you speak Creole or English?
Well, mostly Creole.
When you have to call offices to check on a bill or something of that sort, do you have any difficulty in people understanding you what you're saying?
Not too much. No, not too much.
If you do have difficulty, are there usually people in the offices that can speak Creole or understand it?
Well, some of it understand it, and some, some of them are just speak English instead of Creole, you see. But I started with Creole.
During Jones' youth, speaking Creole was a preeminent qualification for the hiring of teachers. Consequently, few teachers in Creole-speaking parishes had college degrees.
You had teachers who taught school from the Burbridge community, but they were not degree teachers. They were high school graduates. And again, in those days, if you were not bilingual, you could not speak Creole. You couldn't teach the lower grades. You had to be a Creole-speaking individual. So it was sort of a must to select people from the area.
Et moi, je l'aime parler créole, comme on peut parler créole. Et moi, crois tout quelqu'un autour ici, peut-être comprendre un petit brin créole. Si tu peux, comme on dit avant, si tu peux parler de l'anglais, si tu peux parler créole, tu peux courir dans les places et puis parler créole avec différents mondes. Moi, trouve un monde créole qui est un tas si blanté, pour d'autres mondes, caring, pour d'autres mondes. Il y a un tas de patience, un monde qui parle créole, un monde parle créole, il parle vite. Comme on va dans Houston, il dit, je connais où toi tu es from. Tu es from Louisiana, parce que tu parles créole et puis tu parles vite. Les mondes créoles parlent vite et je ne connais pas, peut-être c'est même. Mais comme je comprends lui, c'est différent. Tu comprends? C'est pareil comme toi tu es from France. Tu vas parler mon, c'est comme ça, toi tu parles French et puis moi je parle créole. Moi va peut-être jamais parler bon French comme toi tu peut-être jamais parler bon créole comme moi. Mais nous comprenons l'autre. Et si nous comprenons l'autre, nous pouvons faire des affaires ensemble. Comprends? Mais moi, pas un meilleur que l'autre. On fait pas, moi, quoi.
You see, and this lady here, she's Louisiana Creole too. So where is, she light skinned, I got the long hair. No, she's more like, she's in between. She's like brown, right? But you see, and so one difference between us, like, so French will say like moi, Louisiana Creole, Cuisine, you'll say mo. In Haitian Creole, you'll say moi. Moi, mo, moi. You know, so the closer you are to French, you say mo. When you across the water, you'll say moi. So it's like, yeah, moi, mo. For cuisine, it's mo. And then for Haitian people, you'll say moi. Like, I'm like, this is crazy. But it's like, it's kind of wild to think that you have people who are born here, who are Black, who you would consider like African American, who grew up speaking French and speaking Creole, even though they're from here. Like, you know, and the fact, it's very cruel too. Like the fact that they would beat them and shame them, beat their behinds to not speak Creole. So that, and people became ashamed of it. People became ashamed of it. So they stopped talking. I mean, today, like, you have a few people who can speak Creole in Louisiana, but it's usually older people. But the young people, they don't speak it. You know, they really don't speak it. Otherwise, like, if you went to Louisiana, like, you know, if you're Haitian, if you're Guadeloupe, Martinique, whatever, French, you could just be able to speak with people on the streets like, hey, because like she said, you'll never speak Creole like I can. I'll never speak French the way you can, but we can understand each other. And if we can understand each other, we can do business. And if we can do business, we might even fall in love, right? So then this other guy, he did a good video explaining it, because I think it's really important for people to understand being Creole is not just a color thing. It's a cultural heritage. She said, I'm Creole, I'm not white Pakistan. Yeah, and a lot of Creole people too went from, they left Louisiana to move to California. I forgot which one, and which one is, I think it's in this one. I think this one we're about to watch. Yeah. It's very mean. It really is mean. Because, you know, like James, but Stefan just did 1 year. But Trey, when we were in Louisiana, he went to a French immersion program. And that's one of the issues even like I had and Jimmy had. That's one, no, because she's speaking Louisiana Creole. If she spoke Asian Creole, it would sound a little bit different. Because they go even like, yeah. Because I think what happened, I'm not sure, but because cuisine, like Louisiana Creole, they are still living with the French people. So the French people of Louisiana, they're called Cajun. So the Cajun people are still there. But the Cajun people, they're white, they're French, and they still consider themselves to be French descendants, right? But there's like, they speak their own Cajun. To me, Cajun is still close to French, right? So I do feel like because the Creole people stay close proximity to the Cajun people, they are closer to French. But like Louisiana, when it comes to Haiti kicked them out. Haiti kicks out the French. And so when you look at the entire island, like you have these African people who they speak French Creole. And then you also have like the native people you have the Indians of the island too. So like Asian Creole, because they're no longer in proximity to white people, I feel like that's why it probably got even more like, it became more of like even more of a patois, because when you look at the language, when you see how we write from French to cuisine to Haitian Creole, cuisine to me is closer to French than Haitian Creole is to French, you know? Yeah, but you were shamed for speaking Creole. It was like they will beat you, shame you, make you write lines 500 times. I will not speak Creole. I will not speak Creole. I'm like, that's just inhumane. And I do feel like hey Rose, what's up, babe? I do feel like one of the other reasons why they would shame them also to not speak Creole, because white people don't really appreciate when Black people have something of their own. Because if everybody's speaking Creole, and the way most people too, like most Black people of African descent who speak Creole, they made it also a certain way that the white people could not understand. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you have a Creole, like the language itself, because people are not allowed to go to school. So when you're not allowed to go to school, when you speak the language, it's going to be phonetic. You know, like even for me, sometimes I'm really like, I'll read, I'm like, what are you trying to write right here? But when I hear it, I'm like, oh, I know exactly what you're trying to say, because it's the phonetic. Creole it's a phonetic French. It's like whatever you think you hear, that's what you say, right? Like nous autres, mademoiselle et tout, because they didn't go to school. So if the French person is in the house and they're screaming at you into the field, you take that noise, you add the wind to it. By the time it gets to you, mademoiselle sounds like mademoiselle. I'm like, it makes perfect sense. And also, they don't want you to go to school. So that's that part. Then the other part is, I do feel like these Black people did not want these white people to know what they were saying. So they make it even a bit more complicated. So part of forcing these Black people, these Creole people in the New Orleans, in Louisiana, to stop speaking Creole is so that you can know what they're talking about. Because to spy on us is their thing. know what I mean? So it's like, so I was like, don't do that. But so that was really sad. But let's play this one. Hold on.
Let's go help people
This
customize it.
This guy, he did pretty good. For a white person, I thought he did pretty good with his little documentary. Hold on. Another ad. Give me a second.
In the city of New Orleans in Louisiana and taking in all after recently visiting the city of New Orleans in Louisiana and taking in all the culture and history of the state, it got me thinking about the unique position of the area. Louisiana is the only area in the United States, other than a small region along the border of Quebec, where French is widely spoken as a native language, with an estimated 6 to 10% of Louisiana's population speaking French or French Creole as a first language. The number of French speakers in the state has been on the decline in recent years, following the federal government's program of forcing rural inhabitants of Louisiana to learn and speak English since the early 1900s. But having such a large bilingual population is virtually unheard of in other areas of the country, other than Spanish-speaking populations. The French impact on the region is also quite evident in architecture, cuisine, culture, and vocabulary. But how did this come to be? The history of the Franco-descended peoples of Louisiana actually begins in Canada, believe it or not, in the province of Quebec and the maritime areas of Canada's eastern coast, including New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and Prince Edward Island. Back in the late 1700s, all of this area was a part of France's territory known as New France, and the maritime provinces were collectively known as Acadia. The area was very sparsely populated for the time when compared to nearby British North America, with only a few tens of thousands of French settlers living in the entire area. These settlers came from mostly the west coast of France, including the regions of Normandy and Brittany. From 1754 to 1763, France and Britain fought for colonial dominance over basically the entire planet, in a conflict known as the 7 Years' War. And Britain ended up victorious in the North American theater of the war, better known to most people in North America as the French and Indian War. After French military presence collapsed in North America, the British decided to keep Quebec a French area, yet expelled nearly all of the French Acadians from the region of Acadia to make room for more English settlers. And today, the majority of the maritime provinces are of Anglo origin, while Quebec is predominantly of French origin. The Acadians were scattered throughout the continent, with many returning to France, while others went to the modern-day territories of the United States, but especially Louisiana, which actually was recently ceded to the Spanish Empire by France. The Acadians that made their new life in Louisiana adapted to the swamps and wetlands of their new home and were soon accompanied by new settlers from Spain and France, who assimilated into the emerging culture of the region, now known as Acadiana in modern-day southern Louisiana. This group slowly created their own ethnic identity, and the name Acadian slowly morphed into Cajun, creating the modern ethnicity we see today. The average genetic makeup of the modern Cajun is overwhelmingly European in origin, coming from France, Spain, Portugal, and Great Britain. However,
so I hope you got that right. So the Cajun people, predominantly European, French, Portuguese, Spain, and things like that. Whereas like Creole, what you have African blood in there. Okay, hold on.
For many Cajuns do have a small amount of African or native Amerindian admixture. They speak a dialect of French called Cajun, which is still mutually intelligible with French spoken in metropolitan France and is not quite divergent enough to be classified as a Creole language. The number of Cajun Americans is officially at 120,000 people, although this is probably a severe underestimation since many Cajuns may choose to identify as French or American under the U.S. Census Bureau. The real number is most likely closer to around 1 million people, placing them at over 15% of Louisiana's population, which, when combined with those that identify as ethnically French, makes them the largest single ethnic group in the state. There is a large diaspora of Cajuns in the rest of the country, with the neighboring state of Texas having around 100,000 Cajuns. After Hurricane Katrina in 2005, the city of New Orleans was virtually destroyed, with over 80% of the city being flooded under an average of 20 feet of water. This unprecedented destruction of an American city saw hundreds of thousands of refugees from Louisiana heading to other states, and many Cajuns and Creoles headed to cities such as Dallas and Houston. The history of the Louisiana Creole people is a bit different.
So you see, and pay close attention. So you have Cajun parishes, you have Creole parishes, and you have Cajun and Creole parishes. So I mean, these two people right here, these two ethnic groups are very distinct. Got the Cajun folks, and the Cajun folks too, like the Cajun folks, the way they write, like, you know, like, so in French we'll have like O, which means O for us, but like Cajun people, when it comes to like doing O, they always do their O like this, or they do their O like this. You know, so people will be like, oh, go. They'll be like, instead, they'll write it like this, go. The way they write their French too is like they're very obsessed with the EAU and the X, like that's their thing. Like it's Louisiana is an experience of its own. Like, it's a cultural thing. Like, it's like, wow, this place is crazy.
Different from that of the Cajuns. Creole people are a relatively old group that began to form in southern Louisiana in the late 1700s when French settlers began mixing with the African slaves in the region, creating a mixed-race population.
Exactly.
This originally small group of mixed-race people were seen as free people of color, and even further intermixing with Native Americans also commenced. After Louisiana was ceded to Spain, many Spanish and other European settlers also intermarried with the Creoles. The genetic makeup of Louisiana Creole people varies greatly because of the geographic spread, but on average, they're 56.2% African, 34.7%.
So there you go. All right. This is what it means to be Creole. Not when you are born, how you going to look, only God knows. Okay. But this is the makeup. So it says 56.2% African, 34.7% European. So most likely that's really like a whole lot of French. 6.7% Native American, East and Southeastern Asian, you'll have 0.2%, Middle Eastern and North African, 2.2%. So you see, like, it is that. It's African mixed with European, most likely French, okay? So, but that doesn't mean that you're going to come out looking biracial. You can end up looking brown because some genes are recessive, I guess.
European, 6.7% Native American, 2.2% Middle Eastern, most likely from Canarian immigrants known as Isleños, and 0.2% East or Southeast Asian, most likely from early Filipino immigration to Spanish Louisiana. This gives Creoles a gene pool that is majority African, as could be expected, but they have a much higher percentage of ancestry from Europe and Native Americans when compared to other Black Americans, who only have around 21% European and 1% Native American DNA respectively. The Louisiana Creole may or may not identify with other Black Americans, depending on their phenotype, culture, or where they live, but nearly all Creole people check off African American on the U.S. Census Bureau rather than mixed race or some other race. Of course, self-identification is subjective, and many Louisiana Creole are actually majority European, a few majority Amerindian, and a few overwhelmingly African. But the average gives a very interesting picture for the average Creole indeed. Their culture is
The Evo ICL lens changed more than just my vision. It changed everything.
a blend of traditions from metropolitan France, Louisiana Cajuns, Black Americans, West African Niger-Congo peoples, and a small amount of the native Amerindians that originally populated southern Louisiana. Their language, Louisiana Cajuns, Black Americans, West African Niger-Congo peoples, and...
Yeah, so he's at Niger-Congo, right? Because James is that. When he did his DNA test, he has Congolese, like he has DRC, the Republic, what's it called? Democratic Republic of Congo. He has that in there. And then there's a place, if in New Orleans, there's a place called Congo Square. So like, I think a lot of Congolese were sold in Louisiana also, because he has DRC in his stuff. So Congo Square was a place. It was a place like where every Sunday, because they would give passes. They would give passes to the slaves, the enslaved, not the slave, but they would give passes to our people, okay, on the weekends to gather with everyone. So if you had family that was sold somewhere, other plantation, so on Sundays, everybody will gather at Congo Square. So you could find your mom, your dad, your siblings, anybody that was on a different plantation. You could find your people child. And they would congregate at a place called Congo Square. And to this day, Congo Square is still very significant. I believe it's in Treme. Yeah, it's near the Louis Armstrong Park. So this is like downtown. So, but yeah, that's the story of Congo Square. So I think I do believe that a lot of Congolese were sold in Louisiana. I sure do. Okay, share this tab.
A small amount of the native Amerindians that originally populated southern Louisiana. Their language, which is also called Louisiana Creole, is actually a Creole language, unlike Cajun, which is seen as a dialect, because the Creole language is divergent enough from standard French that the two languages are mutually unintelligible, meaning someone who spoke only French would not be able to understand a Louisiana Creole speaker. Their language has influences from many languages, including English, Spanish, various native African and Amerindian languages, and is most akin to Haitian Creole or other French Creole languages from the Caribbean. There are no official records or estimates on the number of Louisiana Creole people living in the United States today, and very few estimates from third-party sources. But by extrapolating data on the number of Louisiana Creole speakers and the number of free blacks in Louisiana before the Civil War, I arrived at a number of about 220,000 ethnic Louisiana Creole people in the entirety of the United States. of which perhaps 190,000, or about 86% of which, still reside in the state of Louisiana, with the majority of the rest living in surrounding states, especially Texas, as well as having a small community in Los Angeles, California, believe it or not. This means that around 4% of...
AJ, you heard what he said? Let him say it again. Here, listen to what he said.
Texas, as well as having a small community in Los Angeles, California, believe it or not. This means that around 4% of Louisiana's population is Louisiana Creole, making them the third largest racial group in the state after white and black Americans. The majority of Louisiana Creole are Roman Catholic, like their paternal French ancestors, but there's a growing Protestant minority and an even smaller minority that still practices animism.
And see, like, so this guy right here, this dude right here, he's the Haitian Lua. So you know how like the Nigerians, Yoruba people have their Orishas like Oshun, Oya, whatever. Okay, so he's a Haitian Lua. This is Baron Samedi. He's the one from The Princess and the Frog. What was his name in The Princess and the Frog? The witch doctor. I forgot his name. Dr. Facilier. Voilà. Is this guy right here, right? Remember him from the voilà. So Dr. Facilier, they took him from Baron Samedi. So Baron Samedi he's a Haitian Lua, but he's also believed to influence like Louisiana too. And he was married, he had a white woman. Should I put that in there? So he had a white woman. Hold on, Baron Samedi and Maman Brigitte. Huh? Voilà. So her name was Maman Brigitte. So she's a redheaded white woman, child. These black dudes been having white wives for a long time. So even the Luas are into white women, okay? So this is Baron Samedi. Baron Samedi and his white wife. I guess she was his life partner. I don't know if they were married, but her name was Mother Brigitte, Maman Brigitte. Okay, so a little bit of history right there for y'all. But because people do practice voodoo in Louisiana, so you do have the Luas, and he's one of very popular Luas. Baron Samedi. So that's him right here.
Mystic and shamanistic religions such as voodoo, which is actually native to West African nations such as Benin and Togo, but still this is an extremely small percentage, probably no more than 1% of people. Louisiana Creole.
How you gonna be a spiritual figure? You gonna be a divester? So even the Luas were chasing snow bunnies. Y'all better tell Dr. Umar. Y'all better tell Dr. Umar. He's like, no, because he said Christianity is a white man's religion. Let him find out that even in voodoo, them people like white women. Okay, so yeah, she was a redhead, Maman Brigitte. Like if you get into it, like if you go to Louisiana and you really get into it, they talk about her. Maman Brigitte. Maman Brigitte. I said Baron. So like we will say Baron en français, c'est Baron. We pronounce the R. Like, let me show you. Like, so we'll say that's like Baron Samedi. So he's the Baron of Saturday. And then in Haitian Creole, they say Baron Samedi. Huh? Because they don't pronounce the R's. I don't feel like the Haitian people don't like the R's, but we'll say Baron Samedi. And then they'll say Baron Samedi. Like Baron. So the R disappears and the R becomes a W. Okay? But then we both kept the Saturday. But he was a divester. He likes alcohol. His day is Saturday, so he likes to party. He likes alcohol. He likes cigars. Like he's really into debauchery. And then they, like, according to the story, like the voodoo, the way it works with the Luas is that he is like between life and death. He decides if you're gonna die. Sometimes, if he really likes you and he thinks it's not fair that people are trying to kill you, or if like somebody sends you a curse, somebody wants you to die prematurely, he might be like, you're a good person, I'll let you live, and then sometimes also he'd be like, no, I'll come snatch your soul. So yeah, but that's about 170, and he definitely was a divester. he liked white women.
Have been intermixing with other Black American groups for a long time, but are similar to the Gullah, also known as the...
You see, and this is why I feel like, because whereas Alabama's here somewhere, right? So you see like the Gullah people, these people right here, I feel like Alabama's here. Hold on, let me see something. That's why I said I feel like Beyonce's dad, he could be Gullah, Geechee. That's another ethnicity, right? Maybe not, because he's from here. Alabama's right here. Georgia's here. Okay. Just want to make sure. Okay, Alabama will be right. Okay, maybe not. Because Alabama will be right here. Because Georgia's here, Alabama's here. So maybe he's not. Most likely he's not. Okay, let me play the video.
Geechee people of the southeast coast who are of African descent, yet distinct from the larger Black American ethnic group. The difference being the Gullah are descended from Afro-Caribbeans from the Bahamas with roots in Central Africa. Many people of all races,
The Gullah, some of them are also Yoruba though. Some of them are.
like to pretend that all Americans of African descent are the exact same.
They're
But this
not.
is very far from the truth,
Mhm.
just like how all white or Asian Americans aren't the same, and assuming they are is just ignorant. Cajun and Louisiana Creole are often used interchangeably to mean the same thing by Americans from outside Louisiana, and Cajun are often thought of as mixed race, but the Cajuns are actually the ones of European descent, while the Creoles are multiracial, and they speak rather different languages, and although very similar, their cultures are also unique. Cajun and Creole culture can certainly be classified under the larger umbrella category of Franco-Louisiana culture, however, since they both stem largely from French colonists in North America. Because of the Cajun and Creole people of Louisiana.
And even also, one thing also I could say from having lived there, their cooking also is different. Like Cajun people will cook their gumbo differently than like Creole people will cook their gumbo. Like things like that. Like they'll cook differently too. So their cuisine also is different.
Louisiana, French impacting culture is abound in southern Louisiana, a quirky outlier among the rest of the southern states, which have historically been dominated by Anglo-Protestant culture. The Cajuns and Louisiana Creole have many similarities between culture, language, and heritage, but are two very distinct ethnic groups, and one thing for certain is that both groups take a lot of pride in their culture, which has been the foundation for Louisiana for almost 4 centuries. Living here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, I've actually met quite a few Cajun and Creole people from Louisiana, especially after Hurricane Katrina, and I did interview a few of them to get the right perspective for this video. So go ahead and let me know your thoughts on the Cajuns and Louisiana Creole in the comments.
So hopefully from here, you can really understand that to be Creole is not just about being light skinned. Because some people are really reductive. Every time they say, "Oh, I'm Creole," they mean I'm light skinned or I'm biracial with like slick hair, and it's like that's a very reductive understanding of being Creole. Okay, let me see what this guy said over here. Hold on. So I hope you learned something today. But it's more of a cultural heritage than like a complexion. Like, hold on. Where's the? Hold on.
A white woman of French language born in Louisiana.
I call myself a person of Creole descent because of my knowledge of my family history and the people as far back as I can trace who called themselves Creoles.
Well, Webster defined the Creole as anyone living in New Orleans and Louisiana. I don't know, that's very vague, I think, but I think the definition of Creole is of French and Spanish and Negro blood. I think that.
So, and he's telling you it's French, Indian, Negro blood, but the the African part has to be part of it too. Because if you're just European, then that makes you Cajun. He said, yeah, our gumbo is definitely different than Cajun gumbo. Yeah, they cook differently. Cooking is they cook differently, yeah. So
French and Spanish and Negro blood. I think that would be my definition of Creole.
Hello. Mm-hmm. So now that we got that out the way, because I feel like this is very important. People understand. Okay, it's not just about being light skinned or looking biracial with very loose curl pattern. Oh yeah, I'm Creole. Creole people can come in different colors. Okay, it's a cultural heritage, so it's a lot. Anyways, where we at? So hopefully we've learned something. Everybody has learned something. Okay. So like they were doing the most in the comment section, y'all. They were doing the most in the comment section. I think you people are funny. These people were really funny. But long story short, you guys, thank you so much for the video. It did really well. The video did well. Okay, in a few days, it almost made $50. I said, woo! I feel like I'm YouTube famous. So thank you so much. Thank you, Beyonce. Thank you, Secret. And thank you to the Beehive. Okay, I appreciate this. Thank you. So that's the thing. So now, what happened? Hold on. What happened was, yeah. Thank you, Beyonce. Put some money in my pocket. Okay. So I was watching this video before. Oh yeah, I was watching this video. Now let's move on with today's show. Oh, well, thanks. Yeah, the views went up. She said, I almost learned something when I tuned in. Oh, you know, that's me, Val. The views went up and they stayed up. She said, yes, our culture, just like Hispanic, we are black mixed with white. Yeah, you weren't too much. I'm like, child, y'all too much. So now let's talk about Jennifer Lopez, right? Because right now there is a lot, there's a lot of hate against the JLO. People are just dragging JLO. And you know, one thing about the internet, when they feel like it's the cool thing, the trendy thing to do, everybody just jumps in, right? So I was watching this video. Thank you. I was watching the video. And so the girl was talking about JLo and the fact that JLo does not use her own skincare line. So if you did not know, Jennifer has a skincare line. Okay. JLo Beauty, whatever it's called. Okay. JLo has a skincare line and the skincare line did not do well. Matter of fact, the skincare line is getting pulled from Sephora because it is not performing. Okay. And one of the reasons why it is not performing is because the people feel like Jennifer is lying, okay? JLo is not using these products. These products is not how she gets her skin. She has chemical treatment. She probably has plastic surgery. She has like top of the line stem cell research skincare, whatever. So the people not buying, they're not buying it, all right? So this young lady, she made a video addressing that, which I thought was kind of funny because it spoke on, you know, having the, first of all, you had like these celebrities who are having these brands, like these beauty brands. For me, if you ask me honestly, for most celebrities, their beauty brands are nothing more than a money grab because they're not the ones making these products. They're not the ones in the lab. They know nothing about chemistry. They know nothing about their ingredients, right? Because they have a big platform. They go into partnerships with other companies who manufacture for them, and then they put their faces on it, right? Now, for some celebrities, it does work. The scam works. I think like Fenty, for example, it's a scam that actually worked pretty well because people love Rihanna. But when it comes to JLo, when it comes to Beyonce, these girls are having a harder time finessing the way that Rihanna is finessing. Okay, so let me play the video for you guys. But I was like, you know, do people really want these people to be relatable? Do you really want these celebrities to be honest? I don't know. Right? So let's see.
The triple threat. She can act, sing, I'd always dream, dance. And as far as grifters go, Jenny from the block could be considered queen.
Jennifer made it known. I'm going to be enormous. You don't understand how famous I'm going to be.
She's like the original creep. Not because she moves slowly and carefully in order to avoid being heard or noticed, or because she grows along the ground or other surface by means of extending stems and branches, but because she does indeed seem to be a person who behaves obsequiously in the hope of advancement. Little Jenny from the block had a goal, and she made damn sure she was going to achieve it.
She had a vision in mind, and I don't think she was afraid to make any enemies.
Whatever the cost, and whoever she had to step on to get it. Even if that meant making herself homeless at 18 to become a dancer, or allegedly stealing songs and vocals from black artists and failing to credit them, if you believe this article, which accuses JLo of ripping off the singer Shantae's song If I Gave Love and releasing it as her own hit song If You Had My Love.
JLo and I came out around the same time when her first album came out. And Rodney Jerkins actually came and wrote this wonderful song for me called If I Gave Love. And you know, the Jennifer Lopez song was If You Had My Love. He wrote the same song for her. That was going to be my next single. And we backed off of it because JLo had such a machine.
Not to mention failing to...
Okay, so here you have Shantae Moore. If you guys forgot Shantae Moore, let me put her picture up. Okay, so you have the gorgeous Shantae Moore. Shantae's got a man at home. Okay, you have the gorgeous Shantae Moore. So she was working with Rodney Jerkins. So if you guys remember back in the day, Rodney Jerkins was that guy, Dark Child. Say my name, say my name. Okay, he was working with Destiny's Child. He was working with Beyonce, Destiny's Child, Brandy. You know, Rodney was out here, okay? You would hear Dark Child, Toni Braxton. You know, he was the go-to guy if you wanted to have a hit, okay? So Shantae, he wrote a song for Shantae, and then he turned around and wrote the same song for JLo. So she said that was going to be her next song, but because JLo had such a machine behind her, she decided not to compete, okay? So I'm like, girl, whose fault is that? You know what I'm saying? Y'all need to teach these women out here to compete. But the problem is we teach women out here to, support other women, lift her crown and hold her crown, etc., etc., etc. But I'm like, that's some BS though. Because and I know it sounds cruel, I know it sounds crazy, but you only fix another woman's crown once your crown is secured. Like, whose crown is Beyonce fixing? Even Haley and Chloe, she's not even guiding them children. Okay, I'm trying to be funny, but look at Haley, okay, and Chloe. All right, how is she helping these girls? They're out here with no sense of direction. Okay, no sense of direction. This one is a baby mama after doing The Little Mermaid. Okay, she's out here on YouTube with DDG doing goofy ass vlogs that do nothing for her career. This one, she acted like she didn't even know she had a pretty body. Okay, so now she has to just do nothing but her body all day on the Instagram. Nobody even cares about their music. Okay, so I'm like, that is crazy. That's why last time when we had Taraji P. Henson talk about, I don't compete. I'm like, well, that's why you got to drive your own car, and they put you in a dirty trailer. Okay, I don't compete. No, you have to compete. So, because I'm like, you, Shantae Moore, okay, you are just as beautiful. You're just as talented. And also, to me, I'm like, you're just as ambiguous, right? You should have competed with JLO. Compete with this heifer. Like, I don't understand how you know how to sing, but you're going to let a girl that lip sync bully out your lane. I wish you would. Like, seriously, Siren, it's such a weird. That's why I'm like, no, F this stuff. I don't compete. You don't compete once you have arrived. Now, I don't think that competition means poison her, sabotage her, like pour baby oil on the stage before she goes so she hurts herself. But it's like, no, I also have a goal. So may the best woman win. I'm not going to do anything evil. I'm not going to go do voodoo and like weird things against you like that, whatever. But my thing is like, I'm just as beautiful. I am just as competent. Shantae Moore is freaking gorgeous. She is freaking gorgeous. Like, she was always very beautiful. So I'm like, she ain't got nothing to fear. Okay? You ain't got nothing to fear when it comes to you versus JLo. You ain't got nothing to fear. Like, this woman is gorgeous. She is gorgeous. Okay? She is gorgeous. But if your mindset is, oh, well, she has a bigger machine than me. Oh, well, she got more money than me. And so what? You have the looks. You have the better voice. You have the body. And Shantae Moore, she's never been fat. I'm not trying to say anything mean, but she ain't never been fat, girl. Her body has always been on point. Like, Shantae is gorgeous. Like, it is not a freaking joke. Like, this woman is pretty. Okay? But you gonna step out the way so JLo can come over here with her scam and her non-existent vocals. I know you lying. So I hate that crap. But that's the same way Taraji Henson thinks. Hold up, wait a minute, let's go. Huh?
Ladies, we gotta stop compete. I don't compete with women.
Yes.
I just don't do it because there's nothing there for me.
That's why you're struggling. Be quiet.
You gotta stop compete. I don't compete with women.
You see that?
Yes. I just don't do it because there's nothing there for me. It's empty. And it's the devil's work.
No, it's not.
I don't, if you follow me my entire career, whenever somebody is winning, I lift them up. Because can't nobody take from me what God has for me.
Yes, they can. Yes, they can. Do you not read the Bible? What did Jacob, hold up, wait a minute. Hold on. What did Jacob do to Esau? Okay. What did Jacob do to Esau? Okay. Did Jacob not take his brother's destiny? Okay. Did Jacob not rob the Esau on 2 different occasions? Okay. So what God has in store for me? Oh, please. Okay. Jacob stole Esau's blessings. Okay. He stole his birthright, and then he stole the last blessing of Isaac. And when he went back to his dad, okay, the dad said, but I thought it was you. He was like, no, father, it is not me. It is your other son, the lion-ass one. Okay, it is right here. At one time, when Esau returned from an unsuccessful hunt and was hungry, Jacob bought Esau's birthright. Okay, then when Isaac was dying, Jacob, with Rebekah's help, cheated Esau out of his father's blessing. Okay, like what? So, but what God has in store for me is for me, girl. You might don't play these games. Never forget what Jacob did to Esau. Don't you forget what Jacob did to Esau. And Esau was so heartbroken. Like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean? Okay. What they say? Let me see if I can find what it said. They said, oh, Esau put his temporary physical needs over his God-given blessing and sold his birthright to Jacob. Okay, and when you read the scripture, he starts crying. Because he was like, what the heck? He said, oh, he begged his dad. And his dad was like, no, I don't have another blessing to give. Like, it's a wrap. I gave it to Jacob. Oh, I'm so tired of her. She's a Virgo, though. That's your sister. That's your sister. Okay? Shantae Moore is gorgeous. Like, oh my gosh. Me, Marlene, I'm a look like that and let this girl out-compete me. No, it is not happening. It is not happening. Like you got to compete. It's the same thing with Marie. When Beyonce stole the song, the sound from Marie just gave up. I'm like, how you gonna give up? She trying to take your ish. Remember, it's just one thing that got me feeling. It's just one thing, right? That's the same song. It's the same sound for Crazy in Love. Beyonce stole her stuff. Beyonce stole her sound. Kelly also did. I told y'all I was going to bump like this. Y'all didn't think that I would bump like this, right? It's the sound that Marie came up with. So once Marie and her producer came up with that song, the sound, he went and he sold the sound to Beyonce and Kelly. So Marie said to herself, oh, you know, I'm not going to compete. I'm not going to compete. I'm just going to let Beyonce have it. Girl, you are crazy. Girl, you are crazy. F Beyonce. F Beyonce and F Kelly and them people. I don't care about them Destiny Child children. They can stay behind there and find the other destiny. But this beat is my destiny. Y'all crazy. She gave up because she got scared. You know, we teach women not to fight. We teach women not to fight for what's rightfully theirs. And that's why today, when you look at the world of sports, women's bathroom, you name it, right? You are being told as a woman to be quiet. You're being told as a woman to call yourself a gender, something. You are being told that, you know, you have to share this and that with a trans woman or anybody who identifies as a woman and still has a dingaling, right? And so many women go along with that and they don't speak up like, hold up, wait a minute, okay? Because we teach women out here to be cowards. We teach them to be like passive, you know, be a doormat, let people bully you, don't create problems, don't speak your mind, don't say how you truly feel, don't make people uncomfortable, be uncomfortable. That is not my problem. That is really not my problem. Like, it really ain't my problem. That's why I told you. I remember like one time I made a video and I said, when people tell you to, oh, just act like they tell Nicki Minaj, oh, act like Beyonce, oh, be quiet like Beyonce. It really is not a compliment. When you really think about it, it is not a compliment because it is saying when you don't like something, when you feel like something is unfair, when you're being bullied, right? Just don't say anything because it makes us uncomfortable. So just go be like Beyonce. So you do recognize that Beyonce will not speak her mind. And she will swallow the intolerable because she has to give a perfect picture of who she is. No, you won't get cussed out. Don't try me. And that's why I personally, even though Sagittarius can be a lot, they give a little too much now, right? But I will have more respect for Nicki than I will have for Beyonce because Nicki gonna tell you. She's not gonna pretend. Like, life is too short to pretend. I don't like you, Bigfoot. Your good foot, your bad foot. I don't like none of y'all. Go somewhere, okay? I don't like you. Now, oh my gosh, how can you say that? Just because I'm a woman does not mean I have to like every single woman. Some women are detestable. I don't like her, and I don't have to like her. Why do I have to like her? Right? We pressure and we bully women to get along with other women. They do not have to, okay? They want Nicki Minaj to collab with every single female rapper. For what purpose? For what purpose? She doesn't owe anybody anything. And that does not make her a bad person. And on top of that, you want her to collab with people who are mediocre. All these girls know how to do is twerk, shake their ass, talk about penis, talk about this and this. No, they're mediocre. Their pen game is mediocre, right? They have to earn. You want to do a collab with Nicki Minaj? You need to earn that. Work on your game, like write more. They all feel entitled to a Nicki Minaj collab. And when they don't get one, oh my gosh, Nicki's so mean. She doesn't want to support other women in rap. She don't have to support you for nothing. Support, and also, let me also say this, right? I can support you by sending you flowers. I don't have to collab with you. I don't have to carry you on my back. Like since when does supporting people mean that you physically have to do something or you have to carry them on your back? You got to carry them like water on your head. I don't have to. I don't have to. And people should be grown enough to respect that. She does not owe you a collaboration. When she was coming up, who collabed with her? Did Kim collab with her? Did Eve do a collaboration with her? Did Foxy do a collaboration with her? Nobody gave her collaborations. So why is it that all these girls feel so entitled? They rap for 2 days. They rap for a week. They rap for a month. Okay? They feel entitled to, oh, Nikki owes me a collab. Nikki owes me a collab because I bought her music. Oh, Nikki owes me a collab because since I was 16. Girl, nobody forced you. Nobody forced you. These people are so freaking entitled. And when you're a woman, you have to say yes, yes, yes to everything. Because as soon as you say no, you're a mean woman. You're not supportive. You're not empowering. I don't have to open every single doors for you. I don't owe you that. Like, hello. And my thing is, you chose to become a rapper. Okay, so what motivated you? When you decided to become a rapper, did you think you were going to be a rapper de facto? Like, oh, well, everyone's going to open the door for me. No, it's a sport. Rapping is a sport. So compete, damn it. Stop expecting all kinds of handouts. You want to be famous, but you don't want to have to work and go through the gigs. Everything you want is a freaking handout. Oh, give me a shout out. Put me on your album. Give me a feature. Like, what? What? They're so mediocre. You will never see another man. I promise you. Like, oh my gosh. Women, hold on. Women today are so accustomed to being beggars. They are so accustomed to panhandling and to also shaming other women who do not want to put the little nickels and dimes in the little pot, okay? You're a bunch of beggars. You will never see a man go to another man and beg another man to make him because he knows that's just disgusting. That's lowbrow behavior. You want something as a man, you got to go out there, you got to earn it for yourself because that's how you get respect. Right? These girls out here, they want to beg you, shame you, bully you into doing what they want you to do. And the whole time, they never contributed to your career. Oh, I listen to your music, and so what? Were you not entertained? Okay, then, transaction is closed. Next case. Like, they're too much. But I'm like, Nikki don't owe you a collab. She don't owe you nothing. And as soon as she says, I'm not going to give you a collab, oh, the hate train begins. Because they feel so entitled. It's her business. It is her business. It's her brand. It's her choice. She can like you. She does not have to put you on an album. And if you are a true supporter, you're going to support her regardless because you're going to respect the business. If she was not a good businesswoman, she'd not be where she is, right? You want to collab with her because of where she is. So respect what she says. We don't want you on the album. Go sit down somewhere. So these girls out here, they don't like to compete. They don't like to compete. They are easily scared off. They're easily bullied. They easily give up their stuff, right? Like, you are crazy. Yeah, they don't want to compete. Okay, you got to compete. Don't give up. Like, what? You're crazy. Where's the video, y'all? Boom, boom. Okay, so let's go back to this.
Acknowledge that a lot of her vocals were not hers at all and were in fact spread between other singers such as Christina Milian and Ashanti.
I wrote a song for her and I also referenced I'm Real for her and they left my background vocals on the record. Mariah said,
okay. And even Ashanti, oh, they left my background vocals. Did you complain? No. Did you get paid? Yes. Okay, next. Like, you're not a victim. You should have compete. Compete. I don't feel bad for these girls anymore. Okay, it's your ish. If you allow somebody else to take your ish, it's on you. Girl, it won't be me.
And she often sleeps just 3 hours a night. When told Lopez claimed to get 8, Mariah said, quote, if I had the luxury of not actually having to sing my own songs, I'd do that too.
Now, Jennifer has made no secret of the fact that she grew up in the Bronx. She even had a little song about it. Jenny from the Block, you may have heard it. But here's a twist you weren't expecting. Singer Natasha Ramos has now come forward on TikTok and revealed that she, not JLO, is the one who sings Jenny from the Block. Natasha alleges that she sings 90% of the song, which is basically the entire song, yet was paid a mere $3,500 for it. Every time that song is played, JLO will receive a royalty. This is how she becomes like a multimillionaire. She's worth about $400 million. Whereas Natasha, who sang the majority of the damn song, got paid less than...
Hey there, we're Left on Friday, and we design swimsuits you can actually swim in. Not like
$4,000 in total.
I'm Natasha Ramos, and I'm the voice of Jenny from the Block.
Okay, so there's the girl who claims that she sang Jenny from the Block, And then like they just lowered her voice and put JLo's voice on it. I don't know. But she got paid $4,000 right now. Like 20 years later, now she wants to spin the block. And I'm like, girl, when they told you how much they were gonna pay you, you was okay with it. Like I'm saying, like you were okay with it, right? That's the thing. You were okay with it. You were okay with partaking in a scam. Like you knew this heifer couldn't sing, and you agreed to give your voice to a scam. Ha 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 ha. It's giving the part Little Mermaid where Ursula steals the voice. You remember the part where Ursula steals the voice? Okay, you remember that? You remember this part? Ha 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 ha. When she steals, she steals the voice of Ariel. Okay, so that's JLo and that's you, sis. But my thing is, you knew they were gonna rob your voice, and you agreed to partake in this scam for $4,000, right? And so once you see that your voice enabled this woman to go so viral and to be so successful, why didn't you believe enough in yourself to start singing and start your own career and have your own solo album? Once again, the people, they don't want to compete, but they want to complain after the fact. Want to complain after the fact, right? But I'm like, if I'm like, yo, she's using my voice, and people actually like my voice, and my voice is doing really, really well, okay? I'm not about to let Ursula be like, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, okay? No, you are not stealing my voice. Okay, you see, that was the voice. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Okay, JLo will not be my Ursula. Okay, but y'all don't want to compete. You want the easy way out. Oh, I just want to make $4,000 real quick. Cool. So then you go and you give up your voice to this lady who has no talent. Then later on, she'll use your voice and go around the world with your voice. Isn't that God telling you to believe in yourself? That you actually do have a voice, that if you were to put your voice out there, the multitudes will actually love your voice, right? But you chose not to compete because maybe you have low self-esteem. I don't know, right? But I'm like, y'all chose to lend your talents and your gifts to a woman that has no talent. And she took what y'all didn't believe in and she made a business out of it. And the whole thing is a damn lie. But who's to blame? The one who has the talent, who does not believe and does not want to compete? Or the one who has no talent and knows how to steal from her, steal a little bit over here, steal from here, put it all together and start a business with it? Make it make sense. Okay? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Okay? Like, no.
Part is me, and it's just, you know,
You did a good job, sis. You did a good job.
Don't be fooled by the rocks that I got. I'm still Jenny from the block. Used to have a little, now I have a lot. No matter where I go, I know where I came from.
The Bronx.
Don't be fooled by the rocks that I got. I'm still Jenny from the block. No matter where I go, I know where I came from.
The Bronx.
From the Bronx.
Exactly.
Jennifer knows I got paid so little.
So you were comfortable doing it? You are comfortable doing it, right? You are comfortable doing it. Don't sit on TikTok now and act like, oh, they did something. No, you were fully aware. You were cognizant. You signed the contract. You took the money. Now that you see how much money this woman has made with your voice, you're bitter. But who should you be mad at? You should be mad at yourself because you didn't believe in yourself. Because if you had believed in yourself, you never would have given this Ursula your voice. It doesn't matter. She should have been paid more. Doesn't matter. When they offered her $4,000, she was okay with it. She was okay with it. So it's like at the time, she thought it was a lot of money. Like, who are we to say? Who are we? Oh, you should be paid more. Girl, no. She was okay with it. She could have said, no, I don't want that. She could have said no. She's not a victim. She could have said no. She would have went and got an attorney. She was like, no, I'm actually going to use my voice for myself. Okay? But ultimately, she was okay with $4,000. You don't get to spin the block and be like, oh, you know, now that I think about it, I should have been paid more. You don't say. That's why you get an attorney. But she was okay with the money. She took the money. And I'm sure when they paid her $4,000, she had no regrets. She enjoyed the money. Now that she's realizing how big her voice has helped this fraudulent Ursula to become so big, she's in her feelings. Because she should have saved her voice for her dang self. You understand me? Like, that's the thing. You know, like when it comes to hold on, let me show you something. When it comes to Dolly Parton, Okay? Hold on, wait a minute. You know Dolly Parton, for example? Elvis Presley, hold on. Let me see if I can find a video of Dolly talking about this. There you go. Let's watch this.
Presley, who, of course, you idol. Elvis Presley, who, of course, you idolized, I'm sure.
Yep.
Elvis Presley wanted to record that song, I Will Always Love You. He loved the song. And you told him no. It's so fascinating to me. This guy, Colonel Tom, who was Elvis's manager or whatever you want to call him, Colonel Tom says, Dolly, but you got to give me the publishing. What a crazy move. So you told Colonel Tom no, right? How'd that all go down?
Oh, well, I was so excited that Elvis was going to record the song, and Elvis's producer at the time, he had called and asked me to come down to the studio. He said, Elvis wants to meet you, and he's going to record I Will Always Love You. And I was out of my mind with excitement, of course. I mean, just me thinking about Elvis singing my song. And it was the night before, the afternoon before the session the next day that Colonel Tom had called and said, you know that we don't record anything with Elvis unless we have the publishing, or at least half the publishing. And I said, well, that's not possible because that is my most important copyright. I got my own publishing company, and that's, I said, I can't do that. He said, well, at least you got to give us half. And I said, I can't do that. And so he said, well, then we can't record it. And of course, I cried all night about that. But it was only after Whitney recorded, I was so thankful that I had made that choice because I made a lot of money off of Whitney's.
Oh, yeah. I can't even believe this story I heard about with Whitney that, is it true you heard it on the radio for the first time?
I did. I was coming home from my office from downtown on Music Row to my home in Brentwood, and I was.
You see, this is Dolly Parton. Okay, she's at the cusp of Capricorn meets Aquarius, right? But the thing is, this lady right here, she grew up poor. Dolly Parton, y'all, she grew up hella poor. Maybe one day I'll do a video, Auntie Dolly, okay? She grew up so poor, so poor. That's why she wrote music, because she had to entertain herself, because there was no TV, there was no radio. Y'all, these white folks was poor, the poor white people, okay? So that was her entertainment. So she would write all these songs and play them for her family, entertain her family, because they had no TV, they had no radio. Child, they had nothing, okay? So imagine this poor country girl, the Elvis Presley, oh my God. But she still said no to the man with her poor self. And the people yelled at her, you're crazy. You don't have money. You need money. Do you not realize that's Elvis Presley? Are you insane? Do you want to be poor? Womp, 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 womp. She's like, no, I don't want to do it. Because she had her vision and she knew her worth. So she said, no, not doing it. She cried about it. But the Lord was good. Okay. Weeping may endure for the night, but joy comes in the morning. And in the morning, it came Whitney Houston. And she said, like before, she had money in the bank. But once Whitney did the song, she said, oh, I could buy the bank. And even with Beyonce, for Jolene, she did not give Beyonce publishings. Even though Beyonce changed the songs and changed some of the lyrics, she's like, no, you want to use Jolene? I get all the publishing. To Beyonce, she said no. Okay? Because she knows who she is. But she knew who she was way back when she was a poor little white girl. Okay, with no TV, no food, no money, no nothing. Okay, so my thing is the same thing with these girls. Y'all not victims. You were desperate, so you gave away your gift, just like Esau. He was hungry, so he sold his birthright for a bowl of soup. Well, there you go. Don't spin the block now, and see what JLO did with your gift. Now you mad. You didn't believe in yourself, and you did not compete. Take accountability. Nobody can do to you what you don't allow, okay? When they gave you that 4,000, you were very excited. You were very excited. For you, that was enough. You didn't have that type of drive in you, okay? Like, what? Hello, somebody. I'm like, I am sick and tired of all these women coming to the internet 10 years later, 20 years later, and want to play victim. You willingly signed the contract. You willingly took the money. You were very happy to take the money. That was your worth. $4,000 was your worth. Because you should have said to yourself, if they're calling me to sing background vocals, maybe I can sing the lead vocal. Hello, somebody, right? If you don't believe in yourself, nobody else will. If you think you're supposed to be second fiddle in the middle, that's what you'll be, okay? If you think you're supposed to be a lead, then you're going to be a lead. You are a victim of your own lack of self-belief, okay? So hold yourself accountable, okay? All right. Woo, y'all. There's a lot. Y'all know I'm pregnant. Oh, yes.
Driving at the time, I had my Cadillac. It's just like a dog, hearing a whistle. I was saying, what? It's like it was ringing some sort of a bell, but it didn't dawn on me. By the time I realized it, she was ready to go into the course. And then when she started that, I almost wrecked. Honest to God, had to pull over to the side at a Walgreens, there in Brentwood, where the Walgreens is now, and to listen to the rest of it. And it was the most overwhelming sensation, because I couldn't believe my little country sad song, could even be done like that. But to hear it like that, and it was just overwhelming. That was one of the greatest experiences I've ever had in my entire life.
Okay, and there you go. Okay, and there you go. All right, she didn't sell her stuff. Now let's go back to this one over here sitting and crying. Okay, let's go.
For all of the work I did on her album. I really hope that she doesn't. I really hope that she didn't. But also, I'm pretty sure she was in the room. So
yeah, it's the same thing. Whitney didn't cry about how much money what's it called? That Dolly Parton got made off of her. She was okay with how much money Dolly made off of her, because Whitney does not have the publishing. She made that song. Like, you think about how big I Will Always Love You it was, right? The Bodyguard was a freaking classic. I don't even know how long was that song on the Billboard. Okay, so it seems like, the song spent 14 weeks at the top of the US Billboard Hot 100, right? Like, I mean, that's crazy. That's crazy, right? Surpassing her previous record of 3 weeks with The Greatest Love of All in 1986. It's also the longest running #1 single from a soundtrack album. So it's like, imagine how much Whitney made for this white woman, okay? Imagine. Did you ever see Whitney come out here about, oh, she used me, she took advantage, she didn't want to get my publishing, she didn't want to pay me half the publishing? No, Whitney was okay. She understood what it was, right? Dolly got the money, and then Whitney got the career out of it. It's a deal. It is what it is, right? But you never heard Whitney Houston talk about, oh, here comes this white woman, and this white woman used me, and her song was just sitting there, and then I sang her song, and she made so much money, and she didn't give me none of her publishing, and no, she knew what it was. She knew what it was. That's one of her greatest songs. And she, as far as publishing goes, she made no money from the song. Dolly makes all the money from the song, right? Child, he sure will. James said, you're going to make that boy a militant, whatever, what he said, or political, I forgot what he said, right? Yeah, she don't play. Dolly Parton don't play. A shrewd businesswoman, you will not finesse Auntie Dolly. She will not be finessed. She did not even give publishings to Beyonce. That'll let you know how much she's not impressed. Like, she believes in herself. Like, she believes in herself. She believes in her songs. She believes in who she is. She didn't even give publishing to Beyonce. How many people would have ran and gave their publishing to Beyonce? Just like Chloe and Haley. Right? Just because it's Beyonce, they went ahead and signed a 6-album deal for just $1 million. I'm like, why would you do this? Right? Let me see. Right? It's a horrible deal. They got a horrible deal, but they signed the deal because it's Beyonce. But why would you sign this? Okay? $1 million for them to go to 6 albums. 6 albums for $1 million. What the heck? When are you, like, you're not gonna make enough money. You're not gonna make it. When are you gonna, like, 6 albums for $1 million? Like, Beyonce's evil. Beyonce's really evil. I don't care what nobody says, right? But it's like, that's why Haley has to go do the little vlogs with DDG. They don't have money. That's a horrible deal. But they signed the deal because they're fans of Beyonce, as opposed to being businesswomen. Oh, hey, Victoria, what's up? I know, long time no see, but I'm glad you're here today, babe. Looking good, okay? But that's a horrible deal, you guys. And if it was not Beyonce and people worshiping Beyonce, Beyonce would get dragged. That's exploitation. 6 albums? Are you kidding me? For $1 million? This is insane. This is insane. But that's what happens when you are starstruck instead of being a businesswoman, right? And you'll see 20 years from now, 20 years from now, you're going to have a song or some type of documentary about Chloe and Hailey, and they'll sit there and say, oh, Beyonce took advantage. Beyonce took advantage. No, you allowed yourself to be taken advantage of because you went to that business meeting so happy to sign to Beyonce. Oh my gosh, it's Beyonce. Okay. We'll just sign with Beyonce instead of being businesswoman. Because I'm like, how are we going to do 6 albums? It's 2 of us. 6 albums for $1 million? So between both of y'all, it's $500,000 for 6 albums. Do you know how long it takes to make 6 whole albums? This is ridiculous. If I was them, I would just be making music back to back to back to fulfill this contract and go about my business. This is a trashy contract. She would never have Blue Ivy sign a contract like this, okay? But she does it to these other black girls. But then we're not supposed to talk about her hair being fake? Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Whatever. Beyonce is still a capitalist. Don't let her black skin fool you. That is horrible. Yeah, they're going to be 40 by the time of the 6th album. They're really about to be 40. This is excessive. It's not even like $1 million a piece for 6 albums. It's both of them $1 million for 6 albums after taxes. How much money they got left? Like, yeah, that's 500 before taxes. After taxes, they're left with how much? 250 to do 6 albums? Like, let's say each album has like 12 songs on it. So like 72 songs for what? Exactly. Beyonce herself only has like 8 albums in her solo career. It's a lot of work, you guys. It is a lot of work to write an album. You got, first of all, hold up, wait a minute. First and foremost, you have to write 12 songs that actually make sense. The chorus, the song, the bridge, okay? Do that 12 times. Oh my gosh. Then you got to find the beat. Got to go arrange the beat. You got to work with the sound engineer. Drop the vocal. Drop the under vocal. Drop this type of vocal. Then they got to go edit it. You have to go through many revisions. Then you got to do the mastering. Oh my gosh. Okay? Then you got to go do the music videos, the tours, the radio things. For 6 albums at $1 million? No, you guys. This is wrong. This is so wrong. This is slavery. Shit, I haven't seen you in forever. What's up, bro? Does it include their solo albums? Because Chloe has 1 out and another on the way. So they should be at 3 albums now. Hopefully it does. Because if it includes their solo albums, then they can get out of this pretty fast, right? But I'm like, how? Like, they have to get out of this. It is not a good contract. I'm like, so it makes sense now why Hailey's out here messing with DDG and doing all these weird vlogs, because she needs the money. Because I'm like, it makes sense. I'm like, this makes no, like this is, I'm like, why is she all over this boy's YouTube channel? Like, it triggers me. You know, she's all over the YouTube. I'm like, Hailey, you are going to overexpose yourself and you're going to ruin your name. But I'm like, no, she probably needs the money. She needs, like, look, she's all up in the vlogs. She is all up in the vlogs, you guys. How is this sustainable for someone who is so young and who can do so much more with her career? Do you see Zendaya being this type of overexposed? Do you see any other prominent actress being this overexposed? When you are overexposed, it takes away all the mystique, and then nobody cares about seeing you anymore. But I'm like, she has to, because she needs the money. You know, she needs the money. I'm like, she's all up in them vlogs. Like, y'all don't understand. She'll be going to the regular restaurant. He took her to McDonald's. There is one vlog, he took her to a buffet, and I'm like, there's no security. I'm like, what is happening? What is happening? She's overexposing herself. Like, it's so sad. It is so sad. You know what I'm saying? It is so sad. But I'm like, how can anybody let these young women? I don't even know if they had an attorney. I don't know, because I'm like, me, Marlene, I'm not even an attorney. But if I was an attorney, how are these young women supposed to do 6 albums for $1 million? That's pre-tax. You split the money both ways, they both have to pay taxes. And they got to pay their manager. And they got to pay for this. So by the time they're done with all their expenses and taxes, they're left with like $100,000. Beyonce's really doing this? But she wants to sit over here and talk about the country music and white people being racist. Girl, shut up. Girl, be quiet. Okay? And I'm going to tell you all this. Don't matter what complexion you are, to be this type of rich, you exploit people. Okay? To be as rich as Beyonce is, you don't become this wealthy without exploitation. That's why her dancers used to talk bad about her, that she don't pay for their flight, don't pay for their food, don't pay for this. Beyonce is very cheap. Beyonce is hella cheap. She is super cheap. But she wants to sit here and charge people $42 for a hair mask. You go ahead and be foolish if you want to. I see right through the BS. In this country here, in this place called America, you don't get to become a multi-millionaire without exploitation. Capitalism requires exploitation, and she willingly partakes in that. But that is so wrong. It is super, super wrong. I was like, this is insanity. If it was a white person, a Jewish person, any type of white person who gave Chloe and Haley this type of contract, they will be getting their asses chewed up. This is so wrong. And Haley and Chloe can't say anything, which they should have done. They never should have signed to Beyonce. First of all, you don't sign to an artist that still wants to make music because they're not done yet, right? Tiana Taylor going to sign with the Kanye, going to sign with Pharrell Williams. These people are not done making music. Do not sign to them. Chloe and Haley signing to Beyonce. You do not sign to an artist that still wants to be an artist, that still wants to win Grammys, that still wants to go on tour. You sign to people who don't want to compete with you. Okay? But that's a horrible deal. That is a horrible, horrible deal. There are YouTubers who make more money than that, which explains why she's all up in this boy's YouTube, because she needs the money. So now they have to create content and capitalize off the baby, her pregnancy, so that they can they can sustain their lifestyle. Because most likely DDG makes more money than Chloe as a YouTuber. What's her name? Haley. Okay, that's just pure madness. Yeah, the only reason why she gave Meg Thee Stallion the feature because Beyonce is obsessed with having as many Grammys as possible. So she wanted to have an extra Grammy. So she jumps on the Meg Thee Stallion remake to be in the rap category, right? That's what she did. So I'm like, she's very selfish. She's very self-serving because my thing is, if we're being super honest, right? From one black woman to another black woman, I know I have 32, 33 Grammys, right? Nikki has no Grammys. You know, based on who you are, your husband, and how much money you guys give to the Grammy people, because let's be so for real. Beyonce has a lot of Grammys because Jay-Z and her, they do a lot of funny business behind the scene. Okay, so all the Grammys she has is not because she's deserving of all these Grammys, because they do funny politics with money behind the scenes. But my thing is, from one black woman to another black woman, you already have 30. Nikki has 0. When you put yourself in the rap category, you know you're going to win. Why you do stuff like this? Why do you act like this? Right? Let Nikki win. But Beyonce can't do that. She's very selfish. She's not a good person. She really is not a good person. She's very selfish. You already have 29. You have 30. You have 32. Do you need to have one more? The only reason why, I think there are multiple reasons. Let me explain to you, right? When Beyonce, I'm gonna tell you this, since y'all, well, let's have this conversation, right? When Beyonce even reached out to Nicki Minaj, I think it was fugazi. I think it was fake. I think it was fugazi, and I think one of the reasons why she connected with Nicki and she collabed with Nicki because of her husband. Because I do believe, that's me, Marlene, and that's how I feel, and I'm standing on it. I really do believe that Jay-Z was trying to sign Nicki to Roc Nation. Okay, I believe Jay-Z was trying to sign Nicki to Roc Nation. So part of getting Nicki to sign to Roc Nation was to get Beyonce to collab with her. You understand? So she gets close to Nicki, they do the collab, but I think at some point Nicki didn't want to sign to Roc Nation. If you are familiar with this whole rap hip hop thing, you should also remember that years ago, Jay-Z, Sean Carter, I told you I can't stand this man. He does dirty business. He is so low down, okay? Jay-Z tried to poach Carter, Lil Baby, okay? Weezy the Baby, okay? He tried to poach the Carter from Baby. Okay, because he wanted Weezy. I think by the time he was like Carter 2, Carter 3, one of the Carter albums, before we get to Carter 4, he wanted Weezy to sign to Rock Nation. So Baby called him, and Baby said to him, I know what you're doing. I see what you're doing. Don't come for my artist. Okay, so Jay-Z has always been out there like a vulture trying to steal talent from Cash Money and Young Money. When it was Cash Money, he was trying to steal Baby. When it became Young Money, he was trying to steal Nicki Minaj. That's why this lady right here became friends with Nicki. Beyonce not sincere. Beyonce is not sincere. You can lie to yourself, whatever, but I can see why Meg Thee Stallion is signed to Rock Nation, because it's a label of number liars. Okay, so that's why she befriended Nicki, and that's why she did a collab with Nicki, right? And I promise you, had Nicki said yes to these people, she probably would have had a Grammy by now. Something happens. I guess Nicki didn't want to sign the contract. Then they turned their back on Nicki. You don't see them inviting Nicki to the Rock Nation brunch. Instead, Jay-Z becomes friends with Meek Mill. He started inviting Meek Mill to the Rock Nation brunch. These two right here, they're very petty ass people. And she allows her husband to ruin her relationships, and she allows her husband to ruin her friendships. You understand? When it came to Meg Thee Stallion, one of the main reasons why I do feel like Beyonce jumped on the collaboration, because she wanted to win an extra Grammy for vanity purposes. For vanity purposes, because she knows what her and her husband got going on with the Grammy people. Number two, another reason why she also jumped on the Meg Thee Stallion collab, because low-key, high-key, Megan is their employee, right? Megan is signed to Rock Nation, so she works for them. She works for the husband and the wife. So if the song makes a lot of money, they make money too. So they're not doing things out of the kindness of their heart. She is their employee. Okay, you can look at her on the red carpets with all these fancy dresses or whatever, but at the end of the day, okay, Meg Thee Stallion is an employee of Rock Nation. She works for Jay-Z. She works for Beyonce. So if she makes money, they make money too. Where am I at? Okay. So they don't do things like, it's not that this couple, the Carters they're not pro-black. They're not for black people. They're not for the investment of black people. Beyonce is not about helping black women. Beyonce is tuned in Jay-Z's capitalist agenda. Whatever it takes for them fools to make as much money as possible, that's what they're going to do. They exploit other black people. Do not buy into this goofy stuff, right? That's why Rihanna got away from them. Do you ever see Rihanna hang out with them? No, they take advantage of people. They suck the blood out you. Okay? So Loki, she is their employee. She's their employee. And when Megan even talked about the song, she clearly said she never met Beyonce. Beyonce called in, send me the song. Beyonce did her stuff, and they brought the song back and then remastered. They were never in the studio together. She was not in her presence. I'm sure maybe the first time they ever met was when they went on stage up there to get the Grammy together. Okay? But like, she was not in the studio. Beyonce was not in the studio. She just called. They sent her the song, did the song, sent the song back. Okay. So, but all this stuff right here is that this girl is her employee. She works for her husband. Like, you got to call a thing a thing. Okay. Okay. That's it. So all the stuff they're doing with Meg Thee Stallion, and that's what Nicki said. Hold on. Let me see if I can see what Nicki said about Jay-Z. Hold on. But the stuff she said, that's what she said. Hold up.
An affiliation to Jay-Z in some sort of way. Y'all be thinking that y'all can disrespect and violate.
Baby, since the Nicki Minaj and Megan Thee Stallion
an affiliation to Jay-Z.
So all this stuff Meg Thee Stallion is doing because Jay-Z is telling her it's okay to do it. I don't know why people always need people to sit there and spell everything out for them. But it's like, you can understand. Oh, thank you so much, right? But you can understand there's tension there. So he's sending Meg Thee Stallion to throw shots at her because since she didn't sign to Rock Nation, Rock Nation gonna come against you. So she's saying, because they're both Sagittarius, so they're both gonna be petty. That's why she's not scared of him. That's why she's not scared. She be telling him, because y'all be behind, because Jay-Z behind y'all, because Jay-Z never fights. Like, if you're the type that you ever kept up with like hip hop bottles or whatever, the only time Jay-Z ever even responded with himself was with Nas. But usually Jay-Z be hiding. And like, even with 50 Cent, when him and 50 Cent had a feud, right? He never responded to 50 Cent directly. He would send other people to respond for him. That's what he does. He's very, like, he is manipulative. He's a puppeteer. He is very passive aggressive. He's in the cut. He's in the dark somewhere, and he'll send people to harass you. Right? Because he don't want to make it seem like, oh, because, you know, the thing about Jay-Z too, he's the one out here, oh, he's against racism. He's fighting for black people. He's with the president. He's working on police reform, right? He has this lie that he sells to black people. Because remember, I already told you this. I've already told you this. I said when it comes to Jay-Z, Jay-Z thinks, okay? Jay-Z really thinks, okay, he's Nicky Barnes. Okay, he really thinks he is Nicky Barnes. This is really who Jay-Z thinks he is. Okay, like in his head, he really thinks he's Nicky Barnes, and he thinks people don't see what he does. And if you ever, maybe one day we'll do it, maybe one day we won't, I don't know. But if you ever take the time and you sit there and you study Nicky Barnes, that man is low down trifling. The way he played all his associates, he sold all them people. Oh, we have a code. We're gonna be like the Italians. We're not going to snitch. We're not going to do this. Child. Once they locked his ass up and they gave him life in prison, the way Nicky Barnes started snitching on people, because he could not stand the fact that he was locked up in there, and then the family was going on with the business. Okay, so once he found out that one of his guys, Guy Fisher, had a relation with his woman, he's oh, well, since he broke the code, I'm gonna tell everything. So he told everything, so he would get released from prison, because they gave him like life on top of life on top of life. But because he snitched and he sent all his people to prison, right? They released him, and they released him on witness protection, right? So Jay-Z thinks he's Nicky Barnes, okay? And then Diddy thinks he's Frank Lucas. Okay, Diddy really thinks he's Frank Lucas. These people are so easy to read. Okay, so Diddy thinks he's this man, because this dude is very flashy too, huh? So here you have Diddy right here. Diddy thinking he's Frank Lucas. Okay, and then Jay-Z's out here thinking that he's Nicky Barnes. These people, they're sick. They are truly sick. Okay, so that's why Nicki said, she said it to Megan. She said to this other guy, he comments on hip hop, whatever. She told him, y'all got Jay-Z's thing so far down your throat. You think you can attack me. But because she's also Sagittarius, Jay-Z is Sagittarius, so she's not going to be scared of this man. But it's like, we see exactly what you're doing, Sean Carter. We see you, him, Des Perez. We see all you evil people, okay? We see y'all. Because Megan by herself, she would not dare. Megan by herself would not dare to go do a rap battle with Nicki Minaj. She would not dare. But they gassed her up and they made her do it. And that's why she didn't respond. Because more things would have came out. She didn't respond because it's not in her. She's not a real animal. Okay? She's not a real animal. She's not a real beast. She's not a real savage. Okay? All she knows is to lie, get drunk, and be promiscuous. It's not in her. She ain't a real savage. Trust me. She ain't a real savage. Yeah. They're out here thinking they're drug dealers. But like, if you look at Jay-Z, if you are familiar with Nicky Barnes, if you are really familiar with Nicky Barnes, the story of Nicky Barnes, and then you see Jay-Z's behavior, you're like, oh, there you go. That's his role model. He really thinks he's Nicky Barnes. He really thinks he is Nicky Barnes. And then Diddy, he thinks he's Frank Lucas. They're crazy. They are crazy people.
An affiliation to Jay-Z in some sort of way. Y'all be thinking that y'all can disrespect and violate.
Baby, since the Nicki Minaj and Megan Thee Stallion feud escalated, it has become very clear that something is going on with Nicki Minaj and the Carters. And now Nicki is making it clear again that just because people are close to Beyonce and Jay-Z, that doesn't give them the right to disrespect her. As a matter of fact, sources very close to her are saying that Nicki is very cautious about Jay-Z and Beyonce pulling a Carrie Hilson on her. And their mega project is Megan Thee Stallion.
An affiliation to Jay-Z in some sort of way. Y'all be thinking that y'all can disrespect and violate.
Baby, since the Nicki Minaj...
The future of your business is here. With Wix, you get advanced AI.
I was in the ad
right
because of look, Jay-Z and them was putting it together. So I think they still.
It's been so long.
You think you were purposely left out of the ad?
No. I don't think. I think that they were saying the NFL had some issues with me that I don't know what those issues are. Like what is the issue? You see what I'm saying? Like, and I with M, because like with Nori he had communication. He said, yeah, that's why I talked to the big homie. He was saying, so Jay, he was telling me, the white boy wouldn't do the truth without 50.
I hit the homie, the big homie Jay-Z, right? And I told him to come pull up on me. And he pulled up on me. And he said, the white guy called for 50 Cent. So I said, who's the white guy? I'm big in this Jimmy Iovine. And he said no.
So if you guys don't know this, Jimmy Iovine is the white man, well, the Jewish man who sponsored Dr. Dre. That's why he was able to have Beats by Dre, and he was able to sell Beats by Dre to things. This is the man right there. All these black dudes in hip hop, they have a Jewish handler. Like, it is what it is. For Dr. Dre is this guy, Jimmy Iovine. So because of Jimmy Iovine, that's how they were able to get Beats by Dre to be so big. And that's how they were able to get in the room with Apple. And Apple made the $1 billion deal to acquire Beats by Dre, right? When it comes to Jay-Z, his Jewish handler is Leor Cohen, right? They all have one. I'm telling you, these people, they're on a plantation. They're slaves. They're slave catchers. Do not believe in their, we're for black people. We support black people. We want to fight the racism. We're going to be with the NFL to fight this racism. No. How can you fight racism when you yourself, you're a slave and you enjoy being a slave? Like, go somewhere. Okay. So here is, this is Jay-Z's handler. Okay. Here you go. Right. That's how it goes. So once again, you have Jay-Z who claims that he's pro-black, blackity black, he about black people. He gonna be part of the NFL to give black people more exposure because we can't be kneeling forever, right? But behind the scenes, he's trying to stop another black man from showing up at the Super Bowl because he did not want 50 to be at the Super Bowl. I'm like, the Carters are very petty people like this. They are very mean. They are a bunch of bullies. They are bullies. They're no different. I'm like, if you didn't see their complexion, you would think they were like a bunch of white Zionists. Okay, they are very mean people. So then Eminem hears about it, that Jay-Z does not want to let 50 perform. So M calls Jay-Z, or he called the NFL, I don't know who he called, but he was like, yo, if 50 don't do it, I'm not doing it. It took a white man to intervene and to stop another black man from stopping another black man from being successful. Like, why are you doing this? Why are you like this? Right? But that's how Jay-Z is. If you don't kiss his ass, eat out of his hands, beg, whatever, he feels like he can stop you from doing whatever. And one day, I'm going to tell y'all this, it's not even just a Tory Lane situation, right? But one day, the things Jay-Z has done to Chris Brown behind the scenes, it's also going to come out. This man is pro-black nothing. He's worse than a racist. He's worse than a racist. But the problem with so many black people, especially in this country, they are so possessed by skin color. They are so, like, possessed, enchanted by skin color. They don't look at a person's character. You got to look at a person's character. And how come every time this person shows up, people break up, families break up, friends break up, people get arrested, bad things start happening to people can start getting sent to prison. Every time Jay-Z showed up, calamity befalls on people. But he's had an issue with 50 cents forever. He's the go-goat of what? Like, go somewhere. He's a whole fraud. Anyways, let's keep going.
Eminem called directly for 50. And he said,
that's his guy.
He said, I can't do it if I can't bring 50 up.
But that's his guy.
Right? And I'm like, that's
when
I start saying crazy stuff, because I look and I go, that's your big homie, right? And so you image yourself after a gay painter. Okay. Big homie want to look like a gay painter.
What are we talking about here?
We're talking about Basquiat. He wants to look like a gay painter.
Oh my God, I think I know where we're going with
so
this.
Now look, what I'm saying to you is, look, when you start looking at, that's not mine, that's theirs, they're Harper, right? But when you look at, M is looking at the entire legacy.
Yeah.
The whole thing, like with M, Dre, and myself, like I'm a shady eye.
Let me see. Yeah, see, they had a shoe deal. They had a shoe deal back in the day too, and 50 sold more shoes than him. Like, Jay-Z fails at business. Like, he is mediocre. People don't want to see him for what he is. Hold on.
So Jay-Z recently said something crazy about he said nobody's scared of 50 Cent.
I think he would have done that if that was 50 Cent. No one's scared of 50 Cent. I want everyone to be clear. No one's scared of 50 Cent.
I think it was kind of taken out of context a little bit, but what do you think?
I don't think it was taken out of context. No, I think the guy who was talking to him made him feel like a punk. You see what I'm saying? So he had to say, yo, nobody's scared of 50. Let's get this clear. Nobody is scared of 50. You know, but I'm not the issue. Him making you feel like a punk is the issue. And at the end of the day, I look at it and people don't assess themselves. Even really intelligent people. Jay's a smart guy. You know what I'm saying? He'll analyze other people and other things that they're doing and not actually look at what's happening to him and his transition and difference. But his actual, right now, he's in a real safe space. He created this real safe aura. This is why people walking on the stage and why shit is happening like that. A lot of it wouldn't have been like that if he actually dealt with his issues himself. See, he's a piece of work, man. He always puts somebody in front of him.
Yep. What he's saying, he always puts somebody in front of him. Because every time you try to do a beef with him, he runs and he puts somebody else in front of him. He does not address things directly. He will use other puppets to go after you. Okay.
Jada came for him. He put Beanie in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
And Beanie went for him. He put Beanie in front of him. Man, he always put somebody in front of him. When Jada came for him, he put Beanie in front of him. And Beanie went back and forth with Jadakiss. When Cam came for him, he put True Life in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
And they went back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
And he just didn't compete.
Him and Alicia are supposed to be doing a song again at the AMAs, but they're gonna have like 20 security members on the stage making sure nobody bum rushes the stage.
It just makes sense.
That's crazy. I think everyone was kind of like just going crazy that night anyway at the MTV Awards.
Yeah, but that's not. Nah, everyone wasn't. They just felt, you gotta feel comfortable enough to do that. Like, see, don't get fucked up. I'll fuck up. You do some shit like that, and I'll fuck up. Let me just go on record with that shit, because I ain't really with all like dumb shit. I think everybody already know that. They know, like, they already know. But you gonna walk up there, no matter how hot your record is, she'd enjoy that shit from the seat, like everybody else. Like, yo, yeah, you wouldn't.
I'm about to find another video too about like their shoe deal. Hold on.
Just blaze. And I told y'all I was finna blow like C4, stunting the G5, flying the G4, G-Unit footwear, G apparel. I'm so hood, that blue and that white look so good. Hit my man, we gonna take it to the next level. Kick smash that hat and that door.
Okay, so him and so Jay-Z initially had a shoe deal with Reebok, right? And so he brought 50 on because I'm sure he's trying to steal 52, and 50 sold more shoes than him. Like, I'm telling you, he's not a successful businessman. All the stuff you read about him and how much he's worth, it's all a lie. It is a lie. It is a lie. It's a lie. Okay. Even 50 has sold more records than him. 50 has sold more records than Jay-Z. So it's like, you are not that successful. But one thing about him and his wife, though, they know how to create like these lies, these PR lies around them. Like, they pay for streams. They do all kinds of weird stuff. Jay-Z versus who? Versus 50 Cent. Who sold more records? Okay. Because he has sold more than him. Hold on. Where can I find this? Hold on. Let me see if I can find on YouTube. Oh, maybe it's this one.
It's a huge difference in energy internationally in 50 Cent and Jay-Z. In fact, his largest selling record sold 430-something thousand copies. My largest selling records sold 5 million. And let them be fooled in America and think there's a competition there. Because America can be purchased. We can buy it with marketing dollars. You see what I'm saying? But the rest of the world, there's not enough marketing dollars to go around. It's a huge difference in energy internationally in 50 Cent and Jay-Z. In fact, his largest selling record sold 430-something thousand copies. My largest selling records sold 5 million. And let them be.
So, as I told you, it's all smoke and mirrors with the Carters, y'all. They be lying. They be lying. They lie about their sales. They lie about their streams. They lie about this. The Carters, these two right there, they're a bunch of liars. But people are free to believe them, though. But they're a bunch of liars. Their numbers don't make sense. Oh, Jay-Z's worth $2.3 billion. How? How? And how can Jay-Z be worth more than Beyonce? Like, how does that even, it makes no sense, right? But you know, Black people like to believe everything and anything, so let them be fooled, right? But I'm like, you sit there, you think about it, like, you're like, does it really make sense? Do these numbers truly make sense to you? Like, seriously, when you, even if Beyonce has had failed businesses, right? But she has way more businesses than him. You think about the number of world tour, the sold out tours Beyonce has had compared to Jay-Z. Like, please tell me how he's worth more than her. How? Like, how does that even make, like, the numbers don't even make sense. I don't know why Black people are like so hell-bent on never questioning anything. I don't understand. I really don't get it. I'm like, I don't get it. It's the same thing with politics. They question nothing. They question nothing. Oh, yes. Oh, we got to go vote for Biden. Got to go vote for Biden. For what reason? Why? No, because they can't question stuff, because they're afraid of finding out the truth. And I'm like, and as long as you don't question stuff, you will be in the same position. 20 years from now, 50 years from now, you will be in the same rotting position because you refuse to question things. Like, the numbers do not make sense. If he had a tech company, I could understand. Like, when it came to Beats by Dre, Apple actually wrote a check for $900+ million. Okay, cool. That makes, so if we say, okay, Dr. Dre is close to being a billionaire, it kind of makes sense because there is this huge financial transaction. And when you go to the Apple store, you see Beats by Dre in there. But the paperwork has been filed. Like, Apple really bought this company for like $930 million. When has Jay-Z ever had such a huge transaction? It does not make any sense. Where is he going to get 2.3? Where does he get a 2.3 billion valuation from? From doing what? Being the wife's, he's a manager of his wife. If you manage an artist, you're not making more than the artist. Like, that makes no sense. It makes no sense. Jay-Z has more money than Rihanna. Like, do you not see how much Fenty sold like 700 million their first year in business? Jay-Z has more money than Rihanna. Like, are you intentionally reductive? Like, are you intentionally slow? Like, do you take pleasure in always being the dumbest people in the room? Like, it's just so weird to me. The numbers do not make sense. That don't make sense. When you look at Kanye, if Kanye says he has 200, 300, okay, maybe, because you see how much he made with Adidas. Adidas is a global company. You see the number of Yeezys being sold. These shoes are selling for $600. Like, my gosh, right? Like, it makes sense. But I'm like, what has Jay-Z sold? What financial transaction does he have on the books to justify him having a net worth of $2.3 billion? What real estate does he have? What tech company has he built? Tidal was a freaking flop. It was a flop. He lost so much money, right? What has he invested in? Ask yourself these questions. His numbers don't make sense. If Beyonce is valued at half a billion, how can he have more money than Beyonce? And Beyonce is still more relevant. Beyonce still has years to go. Beyonce is still opening businesses. Beyonce is still releasing music. How does this make sense? His top-selling album was 400,000 units. His own music did not do that well. Like, come on. Where is he getting this valuation from? The number it's a bald-faced lie. He pays people to put a bunch of lies in magazines. He does not have that type of money. Okay? You got your boy Curtis. 50 Cent just bought a 900,000 square feet studio. Hold on. 50 Cent studio. Make it make sense. These numbers do not make sense. Oh, my throat. Okay. Here you have this right here. Okay. 50 just bought, I think it's almost like 1 million. It's almost 1 million square feet. Hey, T, it's almost 1 million square feet. Like, this is real evidence that 50 has businesses and his business are thriving. It's almost 1 million square feet of real estate for his studio. What studio does Jay-Z have? What investments does he have? Like, where can you say, oh, yeah, Jay-Z has a factory here, or Jay-Z has 1 million square feet, blah, blah, blah. He doesn't have those things. He's just lying to keep up with people who are actually achievers. Like, you know, you can, like this right here, you can, if 50 gonna make the movies and he can sell it, okay, fine, I can see it, right? Tyler Perry has a studio, he's worth like 600 or $1 billion. I'm like, okay, I can kind of see it. The numbers kind of make sense, right? They did the whole Wakanda there, they do all kinds of movie there, you know what I'm saying? It makes kind of sense. But I'm like, what is Jay-Z? Where does he have a factory? What kind of tech is he invested in? Did he come up with a tech company? Is it involving pharmaceuticals? Like, this is how you have $1 billion valuation, or you have some type of direct to consumer brand that is just so crazy. You make so much money. But with Ye and Adidas is a global company with global distribution, right? LVMH, it's worth like $400 million, $400 billion. Right? Like how much is this thing worth? Okay. Like this is who Rihanna is doing business with. LVMH, they have a $500 billion valuation. Okay. Sephora, Kendall, Fenty Beauty, they are part of this family. So these people have crazy distribution around the world. So it's like, okay, the money kind of makes sense over there. But it's like Jay-Z, who is he partnering with? Who is he partnering to say, oh, yeah, he has a product and he's working with a multi-global corporation that has crazy ass distribution all around the world? Nobody. The numbers don't make sense. That's why you cannot believe everything you read, because I got to ask yourself questions. It's the same reason why, for me also, I didn't believe in the I didn't believe in the COVID. I didn't. Because I was like, it makes no sense. The numbers you people are claiming on TV, when I go outside, it's so quiet. When I'm outside, it's quiet. I don't see the ambulance. I don't see people just, ambulances up and down. I even went to the hospital one time during the whole panini. The hospital was quiet. I was like, but I thought it was 100,000 people a day. It didn't make sense. My reality and what I saw on TV, it did not make sense. So I was like, no, something is not adding up. That's why I chose not to put the jab in my body, because it didn't make sense. Because I questioned these numbers. I'm like, this makes no sense, right? And it even felt like at that period of time, anybody who passed away at the hospital, I felt like the doctors were being forced to say that it was on the death certificate, so they could inflate the numbers and make you feel like the times were dire. We had a real epidemic to coerce you to go put that thing in your bloodline. Okay, but it's like you truly, truly have to question things, because some things just don't make sense. They truly, truly do not make sense. If somebody says, "Oh, Fenty is valued at $1 billion," I can kind of believe that. It's not hard to believe. There are certain things that are not hard to believe, right? But Beyonce cannot keep a single business. I really don't, T. I do not. When it comes to these people, T, the way I don't trust the media, the way I don't trust the government, you don't understand me, T. I don't trust the government. I don't trust the media. I don't trust celebrity, because I feel like out here, like the media, social media, mainstream media, the government, T, to me, it's a metaverse. It is a metaverse. It is not a real place. It's not a real place. And their job is to get submission. They need you in submission. And that's why the government, that's why the media, they always use fear. That's why you can never ask questions. What kind of government this is, you can never ask them questions, right? How come when you start asking questions on Instagram, your comments get deleted? Instagram wants to send you a warning, right? Notice how you can, that's why they want to block TikTok. You know what I'm saying? I think some people did have it, but the thing about it's nothing new, because when you look at a lot of boxes for cleaning product, it's on there. It's on there. So it's nothing new, right? So you did have some people who had it, but was it really an epidemic, right? And then you had other people, right? You had other people who had different issues, right? But I do feel like in order to inflate the numbers, anybody who passed away, they said it was to create a sense of fear, create a sense of urgency. Because one thing you cannot forget is that the pharmaceuticals in this country have a lot of influence on our government. A lot of our senators are bought by big pharma, right? A lot of our senators have shares in their retirement, in their 401k, okay, from big pharma. So when your senator stands to gain from you getting the jab, why is he not going to push you to get the jab? And I even feel like in America, anybody who's for Congress should not be allowed to partake in the stock market. Because if you are a senator, if you write laws and at the same time you invest on Wall Street, how do you do this? How do you separate yourself from actually doing your job versus thinking about your stock and how well these stocks are performing? Because greed is real. Nancy Pelosi has a yearly salary of $250,000, but somehow Nancy Pelosi's worth $200 million. She's been in Congress for 50 years. How? What kind of bank account, compound interest, exponential interest can you ever have on your yearly salary, especially living in San Francisco, that you are a public officer? You are on paper, you make $200,000 a year, but somehow you are one of the richest person in Congress? Because she's doing dirty business. She's doing dirty business. She's doing dirty business. There was all kinds of insider trading before the shutdown was allowed, you know, and none of these senators are facing charges. So many senators sold off their stocks because they were informed about what was going to happen. So they sold their stocks. That's insider trading. And right now, they're not prosecuting them. Instead, they want to distract you with the January 6 people. But there's not just the January 6 people. Let's talk about all the senators who sold their stocks, right? And a lot of them had stocks from Pfizer. A lot of them had stocks from Johnson and Johnson. But how can people who write the laws invest in companies for pharmaceuticals and somehow it becomes mandatory for you to get the thing in your body? It makes no sense. This is serious corruption. It is serious corruption. You understand? So I'm like, no. Even Andrew Cuomo, when Andrew Cuomo told us that he was quarantined in the basement, he was not quarantined in the basement. He was outside with his daughter. And then one of the neighbors caught up to him like, what the heck? You said you were in the basement. He cussed the man out. During Thanksgiving also, he left the house. Him, his brothers, all of them. They went to his mom's house. They were having Thanksgiving, all of them. So he's sitting there lying, oh, I'm in the basement. I'm quarantining myself. You guys, they play with our reality. Because it was really a test of submission. And when you really think about what the quarantine was, it was the government trying to infringe on your civil rights. Because if the government can scare you enough, you will surrender your civil rights. You will give the government more power than they actually deserve. But this whole quarantine thing, it was a test of submission. How much can they scare us to get us to relinquish our civil rights and so many of our amendments? And that is not okay. A government cannot mandate that you put something in your body. That is insane to me. Like, you are crazy. So, like, no, I did not believe this. Because I'm like, the numbers I see on TV and then the stuff that's happening in real life, it doesn't make sense. Because when you have a real epidemic, it shows. Like, it is not a joke. Then it was like, there's an epidemic, but if you stand 6 inches apart, it's okay. There's an epidemic, but if you wash your hands, it's okay. Oh, there's an epidemic, but if you wear a face mask, it's okay. How is that okay? Because air circulates. So if this thing is as contagious as you say it like there's no like, oh, social distancing. Social distancing was an insult to your intelligence. Like, what the heck? I'm like, we're all breathing the same air. It makes no sense. It really makes no sense. So I did not put that stuff in my body. And today you see a lot of the people who went and got they're dropping left and right. They're catching strokes. They have heart attacks. You know, some people, their protein levels went all the way up, right? Because it triggers an increase in certain type of protein. I mean, that's a hot ass mess, right? But you see the power of fear. And this is what this government uses, the social media uses, these mega companies are using. They use fear. They use fear for you to say, okay, since I'm so afraid, government, do whatever you want, make all kinds of decisions, decide whatever. And I say this, right? You might like MAGA country. You might not like MAGA country. But one thing about these crazy white people who support Trump, had they not acted a fool, had they not acted crazy, we would probably still be locked down in the house today. When they realized that MAGA country was not going to stay home, they were going to kidnap the governor of Michigan. They were going to do all kinds of crazy things because MAGA country said, we're not wearing a mask. We're not social distancing. We're not staying in the house. Our kids are not going to go to school remotely for another year, another 2 years, et cetera, et cetera. Once they realize that these white people are crazy, because from white people to white people, they know how crazy they can get. They're like, okay, fine, y'all can come outside. And as soon as the war in Ukraine starts, it's like the thing. It never happened. You know, who even talks about it today? It was such an epidemic, right? But now you hear nothing about it. Like, come on now. If this thing was a real epidemic, but when the war in Ukraine starts, suddenly it just stops. It just stops. There are more people dying of the flu than people dying of the C-19. There are more people who will die of diabetes than whatever this thing was, right? So like, it makes you people, you're not serious. A real epidemic in America is obesity, okay? Oh, the real epidemic in America is obesity. They ain't trying to treat that stuff, right? There are all kinds of STDs that are coming back, okay? All kinds of STDs are coming back. No one is talking about it because this thing right here, it was a weird thing they were up to. Yeah, they made so much money. They made so much money because the government was trying to have control over your body. Then it's like, oh, do the jab number 1, do jab number 2, then do a booster number 1, booster number 2. If these crazy MAGA people, they were not outside, we'd probably be on booster number 25, booster 200, booster 250. And it just lets you know to go from quote unquote vaccines, right? To then you go to boosters. So all this stuff right here is experimental. Like you are experimenting because you don't really know what you're doing. I've never heard of you get a shot and then you got to go get a booster. This was my first time hearing that there's a booster to a shot. So it's like, oh, and it's not just one booster, it's multiple boosters. So do you know what you're doing? No, you are experimenting with people. And on top of that, if something bad happens, you cannot sue them. Like, no, you are insane to trust the government. Even when you look, if you ever look at the founding fathers, like the Thomas Jefferson, the Paul Revere, all these people, they themselves was like, nope, we don't trust the government. That's why when you look at the 3 branches of government, the federal, the executive office is the weakest one. These people cannot be trusted. Nobody should ever trust the government. You should not trust the government because the role of the government is to get bigger. The purpose of a government is to get bigger, to have more control, to have more power. Most governments do not want to be small. Most governments want to be bigger and bigger and bigger. So what do? They create all kinds of catastrophes, whether it's fake acts of terrorism, whether it's all kinds of weird diseases they claim are very scary, whatever, but they create acts of terror to get the people to surrender their civil rights. And when you give up your rights, what else do you have? Because how do you stop a government from becoming a fascist government, an authoritarian government, or a communist government? You cannot stop these people. You cannot stop these people. And fear is how you get people to surrender control. Because once people are afraid, they stop being logical. When people become afraid, logic goes out the window. Reason goes out the window. Objectivity goes out the window because people are so afraid. So when you have a situation like the quarantine where people are stuck at home, especially old people, because that's who they really got. They got the old people, like the boomers and stuff, because they're so much older. They're not so much in technology. So they were really watching CNN and they were watching MSNBC. You know, they did so much harm to these old people because they're stuck at home and they're watching TV. And all they're being told is you're going to die. 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 You know, it gets to a point people start to believe it. And then you say, oh, but look, I have the cure. I have the cure. You have the cure for what? Go sit your ass down somewhere. And that's what they do. And that's why, and as we move forward in society, as we move forward through the age, right, a lot of these big pharmaceutical companies, they will create diseases that they have the cure for. That's how the world's going to start moving. Like whether it's Johnson & Johnson, it's Pfizer, it's any of these people, they're going to start manufacturing diseases. They will create pathologies that they already have they already have the cure for, right? And they're going to let these diseases go on for a while. So people are afraid. Then they'll say, oh, look, we have the vaccine. Oh, we have the answer. But the whole time, this was orchestrated so that they can make money off of you. America is a capitalist country. There's nothing these people will not do to make money. There's nothing they won't do to make money because money is a god over here. Money is a god. People are disposable. They don't care. They do not care. There was a company recently that was called to Congress. Okay, it's for leukemia. They make a pill for Johnson & Johnson. I think it's Johnson & Johnson. One pill is $500, and you got to take this pill every single day. One pill is $500. The guy was like, but why do y'all do this? People who are dying. You're going to try to make a profit off of dead people? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. They don't care. They do not care. These people are capable of putting pollutants in our water source and poisoning us for a profit. That's how obsessed these corporations are with making money. Yet Johnson & Johnson has a $65 billion profit every single year, and they still need to charge people that have cancer. Like, if you find out the price of chemo, one session of chemo, it's like $30,000. $30,000. And you got to do like multiple rounds of chemo. How is that okay? How's that okay? Like these people, they're so evil. And you have people in the Senate who help these people continue to do what they do. How can we trust our government when the lobbyists have control of our government officials? We cannot trust the government. Their job is not to look out for you. Their job is to make you think they're looking out for you. But meanwhile, they want to get bigger. They want to get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. They want to be in your life, in your private life. They want to tell you how to raise your kids, how to do this, they want more power than they were ever intended to have. Nope. We're not doing this. You're crazy. But anyways, let's get back to this, right? So I'm like, no, you have to question everything. You have to question everything. And the more you do, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. You know, obese, like they let people get you obese so that they can sell more drugs to get off of that. They create the problems and then they have the drug to fix the problem. Everything out here is intentional, right? They'll create the porn addiction. Then they'll sell you the rehab for the porn, right? That's what they do. They create the addiction, and then they sell you the addiction. They make money by making you an addict. Then they also make money by curing you, right? They'll be the one to put you on oxy and fentanyl. They use these things at the hospital, right? Then you become an addict, right? You become a medicated addict, and then they'll sell you rehab. And they'll make money off of you. Or they'll send you to prison and make you work for 5 cents an hour. Then they'll make money off of you. Like it's very, very evil. They'll give you birth control. That you'll pay for the birth control. Then they'll give you cancer. Then they'll give you the chemo to cure the cancer that the birth control gave you in the first place. It's like you're stuck in a loop. Like once you become unhealthy, you are stuck in a loop with these people. And they'll make money off of you until you die. Okay? He thought he had to get it for his job. I mean, he got it, but after a while he stopped. He was like, what the heck? I told him, like, don't put that stuff in your body. I have never heard of anybody creating a jab in 6 months unless it was all planned. Because that's the way I looked at it, right? I said, there's no way. If this thing is really new, like y'all claim it is, there's no way you have a cure for it in 6 months. That makes no sense. If you have a cure for it in 6 months, then that means you created it. Because that makes no sense. You know what I mean? Oh, she said that? More power to her. But you gotta think about it. Like, when do you have a disease? And like, of all the diseases today that have a inoculation, right? Polio, hepatitis, all kinds of stuff. They did not come up with these vaccines in 6 months. They did not. So if you have a cure within 6 months, that means it was intentional. So you are intentionally making people sick. Now, if it's not intentional, then whatever medication you got going on is experimental. You are experimenting. You don't really know what you're doing. So no, and I don't think anybody should put the first a beta version of anything into their bloodstream, because once you put that liquid in your body, you have no idea what it's going to bind to. Your mRNA, your DNA, your protein, your whatever. You have no idea what this stuff is going to bind to. Only God knows. But once it's in you, you cannot take it out. You can't take it out. You know? Or like they're giving a FDA emergency approval for a vaccine. Why? Like it's a yes, and the amount of testing experiment they have historically done for no one to They were giving like express approval. So even like the normal way that the FDA goes about approving a vaccine, everything was thrown to the wind. And they're telling you, oh yeah, we're going to get rid of our protocol for your own interest. No, please don't. Take as much time as you need to figure this thing out, right? But it's funny how as soon as the war in Ukraine starts, nobody talks about this thing anymore. Everything opens up. Everything opens up. People go out in the restaurant, but yet people were told, people got fired for not taking it. People were threatened for not taking it. All kinds of bad things happened to people who said, no, I'm not taking it. But then the war starts in Ukraine. Nobody talks about it anymore. It's no longer an issue at the airport. Nobody wears a face mask anymore. Nobody has to wash their hands anymore. Nobody has to social distance anymore. So in less than 2 weeks, it was no longer a trending topic. And nobody says this is very bizarre and that the government misled the people. Even here on YouTube, you couldn't say anything about it. You could lose your channel. Okay, on Instagram, you could not say anything. Like you saw how everybody, like they were all colluding to force you to believe in this thing. I'm like, this is insanity. But I'm like, I don't know why anybody with the right mind would ever believe in a government. These are not good people. It's not even normal for people to want this much power. It's just not normal. The fact that these people have been in power for 40 years, 50 years, like it lets you know a lot. They are greedy people. They're not there for the people. They're there for their own pockets, and they're there for these they're there for these pharmaceutical companies, these oil companies, these military complex companies. We elect people to go fight for the interests of private businesses. They don't care about the people. They do not care about the people. All these lobbyists in DC, they're not there for the will of the people. They are there for these corporations and their bottom line and making sure that laws are passed that enable them to do the business they want to do, how they want to do it, with facing the least amount of legal actions. Yeah. Yeah. She said, I couldn't work in a lot of places. And that now the same hospital is saying, oh, the vaccine is no longer required. Of course. Hey, Sonia, all of a sudden, nobody talks about it anymore. You don't hear about it no more. Okay? I was like, these crazy MAGA country people, I am very grateful for them because their craziness, it got the government scared. And before you knew it, we started having more and more freedoms to go outside and to do certain things outside because it had no one in the country complained or fought back. Only God knows. We would probably still be in a quarantine. And the children will probably still be doing remote learning. And remote learning was very harmful for a lot of kids. A lot of children fell behind. A lot of young people dropped out of school. A lot of kids fell behind in reading and math and stuff because their parents don't want to help them. Nobody's helping them. There's no stable work environment. There's no internet connection. Like it was a hot ass mess. It was a hot ass mess. And you do ask yourself, like, was this whole thing real or was it just for money? And if you ask me, it was for a whole lot of money. They're crazy. They are seriously crazy. Anyways, let's get back to our video. Let's get back to our little video here. Because y'all know me, I sure will talk about many things. Yeah, it was all for money. Do not trust these people. Do not trust them. I don't trust them. And then the last thing I'm going to say too, even like some of the scenes, like when they would have like hospital scenes on the news, whatever, I'm going to tell you this, T. I was like, but how do I know you're a real doctor? Because when we see shows like, when you watch shows like Grey's Anatomy, it feels very real to me. Okay? Like Grey's Anatomy, you watch Grey's Anatomy, whatever, right? It feels like they really are in a hospital. Okay? These people look like real doctors. Okay? These look like real hospitals to me. We've had Grey's Anatomy. We've had the ER on TV. We've had many shows. Wait, the thing looks like a hospital. And you have these doctors, they're very convincing the whole time. They're like the whole time it's like they're a bunch of actors, but it sounded really good. You know? So it's like, how do you know when you're watching the news and they say, oh, this is a hospital so-and-so? How do I know? Oh, this is Dr. So-and-so. How do I know? These nurses we saw on TV, how do we know that these people were not paid actors and actresses and then they have to sign an NDA? How do we even know that they were not deleted after doing these scenes? We have no clue. Because one thing I've always felt like, that's just me, one thing I've always felt like was Hollywood was part of the government. I've always felt that way. You know, I remember like back in the day too, like when they had Osama bin Laden back in the day on TV, the man, he said he was in a hut somewhere in the mountains somewhere of the Afghanistan. The dude had a whole Rolex. I'm like, how you a whole terrorist and you are wanted by America? You are in a mountain somewhere in Afghanistan, and you out here with the Rolex from the side to side, like you part of Bad Boy Entertainment with P. That makes no sense. Osama bin Laden had a whole Rolex. When have you seen a terrorist with a Rolex? Okay, I don't know if I can find the pictures. I was like, what? It was crazy. You see, look at this. The dude had a whole Rolex. And I was like, how do we know this dude is real? Like, how do we know he's not a paid actor? That man had a Rolex, you guys. Like, that was like, this is pure insanity. This is pure madness. Dude had a Rolex. Like, this is insanity. But he's supposed to be a terrorist in the Afghanistan, hiding in the mountains somewhere with a Rolex. I said, nah, this ain't right. Something is very bizarre. Something is seriously bizarre. Okay. So my thing is, even this guy too, hold on. Right. So when it comes to that dude, only we will never know. Was he real? Was he fake? Was he an actor? But there were times where I felt like some of the scenes, like when he would show up, I felt like they were doing that in Hollywood. The landing on the moon. I think that happened in Hollywood. I don't think that's real. You know, Hollywood is so good at like Armageddon. I mean, like you see these movies, like they're just so freaking real. So it's like when you watch the news and they're telling you something, it's like, but how do I know this is not a whole production set? You know, even Tyler Perry built the White House. He has a whole set. Like he has the fake White House, like he built the White House, right? So I'm like, how do we know? How do we know anything we see is actually real? You see, he built a replica. I'm like, how do we trust anything we see? And now look at even AI. AI is adding more like craziness. It's like, but how do I even know this is real? But when you see that Tyler Perry has the White House, so how do we even know that when we see the White House on TV, it's the real White House? How do we know? Like we don't know anything. Like we truly do not know anything. We have to stop trusting our eyes. Like I just don't trust stuff. So when I would see like scenes from the news, oh, we're at this hospital and this doctor and these nurses, and I'm like, I don't know these people. Where can I go to look them up? How do I know that's a real name? How do I know that's a real nurse? Where can I go to look up your paperwork? I can't. You know, and because we are trained to trust the news, we just believe what these people tell us because they're handsome, they're wearing a suit, they're wearing a dress, they look very professional. It's a lot of lighting, right? But we are trained to trust people based on their costume, you know? And it's like, oh, politicians, we trust them based on the costume because they hug little kids, right? You trust people on the news. You like, you know, because, and they say, oh, look at their outfit. Look at where they work. They are smart people. They're intelligent. They know more than you. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. No, I do not. I don't trust anything you say. Yeah. You said critical thinking was not tolerated during the, I naturally question everything. So I'm labeled a conspiracy theorist, but I can't help. Yeah. Because you don't know. You don't truly know. You have no idea. Like, look at even like the Bow Wow challenge too, right? You remember the Bow Wow challenge too? How do we know what we see is true? We have no clue. Like, we don't know. Unless you were there for real, you don't know. Nobody knows. Nobody knows anything. Nobody really knows, right? But it's like there's a whole lot of Bow Wow challenges going on around here, and it's up to you to really have discernment. Like, you know what? How do I know this stuff is real? And my thing is, rule of thumb, do not trust the government. Because they're not done yet. They are not done. Like, they had a bigger plan for that thingy. But unfortunately for them, listen, a lot of people in this country were not going to submit. So they had to shift, right? But whatever they meant to do to us, they're going to come back with something different. Right now, they're just letting us breathe for a little bit. These people will come back again. They're going to hit us with something different. And I just hope that this time around, people will have more discernment because they should have learned from whatever this was, right? People should have learned. But I'm like, these people right here, they are not done. They are not done. They are going to have another experiment for us to see how much they can scare us and force us into submission so that we can allow the government to get more constitutional powers that they don't even deserve. They are not done. They're not done. And even if, and like another thing too, if you don't realize that celebrities work for the government, I don't know what to tell you. Okay. That's why we have such like political celebrities in this country. We have celebrities, oh, go vote for this person, go vote for that person, right? But it's like, if you don't even realize too that celebrities are puppets for the government. If you don't realize that many of these celebrities are propped up, kept up, and encouraged by the government to allow the governments to have further control over the people, I don't know what to tell you. If you think in America, you can be allowed to have 300 million followers, 200 million followers, if you think the government is okay with that, you're crazy. All these people are controlled. Because when you have that much influence, you can start a revolution. You can start a war. You can really start a civil war. You can start a revolution. You can get people to question things, right? So when you see people that have 200 million people, 300 million followers, and they don't have an opinion, they talk about nothing besides consumerism, you already know what you're looking at. These are puppets. These are really, really puppets. She said, but it started in other countries. It started where? It started where? Where did it start? Like, you mean like it started in China first? Is that what you're trying to say? Like it started in China first? But did you ever consider the fact that America was trying to attack China and China sent that shit back? Did you ever consider the fact that, because the thing is, if we're being really honest too, America is very threatened by China's financial power. China is very wealthy. Another thing too, America owes a lot of money to China. And one thing we know about white people is they don't pay their debt. They'll borrow money from you, but when it's time to pay, they'll start a war because they're a bunch of pirates. So if we want to go with the notion of, oh yeah, but it started in China, I wonder how. Was it America who dropped it in China? This country has a history of using nuclear agents on people. America dropped 2 nuclear bombs on Japan. So it's not past these people to drop any type of weird things in the China. I don't put it past them. Now, did the Chinese find it and send it back over here? Maybe. Because since this situation, there is weird tension going around. It's like they want to go to war, but they don't really want to go to war. So people do nasty things to each other, right? So I also thought about that. But I'm like, did y'all send that stuff over there and they brought it back to you? Because you were trying to fuck up their economy? So they brought that stuff back to you? Because America is known for starting BS in people's countries. They start stuff in people's countries. I told y'all this, right? Just like I told you about Hamas. America and Israel, the state of Israel, are the ones who funded Hamas because they wanted to go against Yasser Arafat. Now they call them people terrorists. America is the one who funded the Taliban because they were trying to go against Russia in Afghanistan, right? In Ecuador, in Chile, in Nicaragua, in Cuba, in so many Latin American countries. America was the one who was funding militias, juntas, all kinds of terrorist groups. This country right here, the government of this country, the way they do foreign policy is very antagonistic. America has a foreign policy that supports terrorism abroad in order to destabilize other governments, right? And then once they're successful, the people that they funded, they then call them terrorists. But the whole time, they're the ones who are funding these people. And something has to be said about the American people too. Looking into America's foreign policy and America always giving weapons to rebels. In Vietnam, it was also America giving weapons to rebels, right? Because they were also, once again, trying to fight Russian influence in Vietnam. And the people, the Viet Cong people who defeated America, right? They were sustained by Russia and they had AK-47s. They had better weapons than the Americans and they had better weapons than the militias funded by the Americans. So America gets really upset because they're not winning. So what do? They drop the napalm bomb like Agent Orange. Once again, another form of biological warfare, another form of nuclear warfare on people. So it's not so far-fetched to see America use disease agent to attack another country. America has done that, even on this land, right? Giving blankets with influenza, giving blankets with chickenpox to Native Americans. That's also a form of biological warfare. So it's always been in the American military strategy to use biological warfare, disease agents to kill other people and to take their land. So it's not far-fetched for me. So it's not far-fetched that America would do something crazy to China and bring a disease agent there and then say, oh my gosh, it started in China. But just because it started in China does not mean that it was engineered by the Chinese. It could have been America who did that. This is nothing new for them. Okay. Even when you think about HIV and AIDS back in the Congo, when there was a huge breakout of HIV and AIDS in the Congo back in the 80s, who brought that disease there? You know, a lot of white people, a lot of white American scientists, they like to go to Africa and experiment on the monkeys. They like to experiment on the gorillas, and they also like to experiment on the population, right? Just like the way in Liberia, out of nowhere, Ebola. When I lived in Africa, like we had gotten rid of Ebola. Out of nowhere, we are in the 2020s, Ebola shows up in Liberia. Ebola is showing up in Sierra Leone. How? Right? Because a lot of times too, based on the FDA, based on the regulation for testing, especially human testing, they cannot get the approval to do it here in the States. So they go to poor countries, they go to unregulated countries, and these white scientists experiment on people. They really do. They have no regards for human life. It is very well documented. Black people have always been used by white scientists and their sick minds, right, to find ways to whatever kind of cures they're looking for. You can see all kinds of atrocities here, even here in America, right? You can see it with Black women being used to have operations without anesthesia, to experiment anesthesia. What's it called? John Hopkins? They kept that Black woman's stem cells for 25 years. Her family knew nothing about it, right? You had all these Black American men who went to war. The Tuskegee Airmen, when they came back, this country gave them people syphilis as an experiment. So using diseases for war, it's an American tradition. So it's like me, I don't put nothing past these people because America is very antagonistic. They antagonize other countries, then they run to their citizen, they use their media and make it seem like everything is somebody else's fault. Oh no, but they started it. Oh, but they did it first. No, you started this mess, right? They never tell you the real genesis. How did these people get these weapons? How did they get so powerful? Blah, blah, blah. They never say that. It's Rand Paul. That's the only man I heard, right? But how many people come here? How many American politicians will take accountability for Hamas being a pet project of America? And now they have an issue with Hamas. Okay? So like that's crazy to me. They start shitting people's country, Latin America, Chile, Argentina, Venezuela, Brazil, Nicaragua. I mean, Ecuador. You know how many countries in Latin America has messed up? Even Mexico, they mess your economy up. They put you in a state of hyperinflation. Then they go and they take over all your oils, your ports, like all your public structures, your public infrastructure. They take over that. They force you to pay them all kinds of money, right? The World Bank went and forced Haiti into all kinds of loans at crazy interest rates that the Haitian people will never be able to pay back. It comes to the Ivory Coast, most West African countries too. The World Bank, the IMF, they don't bully these people. It was a bunch of white people who bullied these Black people to take all kinds of loans with crazy interest rates they could never pay for, right? This is what they do. They bully the world. And when they cannot bully you, they will make your country unlivable. Politically, they will make it unstable. Like they'll make everything unsafe. So it's like, I don't put nothing past these people because America's foreign policy is racist. America has a very racist foreign policy. Even the way they're taking the side of Israel versus Palestine is very racist. It's so racist. It is so racist, right? The fact that Joe Biden, all these people, Kamala Harris, all of them have no issues sending billions of weapons for these people to murder children, murder all kinds of people. It just lets you know what this nation really is about. So I don't like me. I'm like, yeah, right. They go to Africa, they take these monkeys, they take these gorillas, they do all kinds of experiments. They go to poor African people, poor villages. They claim, oh, we're here to give kids vaccines. We're here to help you have clean water. They always want to do non-for-profit in Africa. But we got to ask ourselves, like the people who are coming to do these non-for-profits, are we sure they are just there for non-for-profit work? Or they're actually there to do all kinds of medical testing on these people that they're not allowed to do here in the States? Because some of these drugs, it's not enough to try them on a rat. It is not enough to try them on an ape. You actually need a human being. And what better place to go to find human beings in Africa? Because people are so poor and people are so desperate. And so many of them, they're not fully aware of the wickedness of white people. They're truly not. They're very wicked. They are seriously wicked. And they do a lot of experimental trials in Africa on these poor people in the villages. And nobody's aware of what they do. And then these weird diseases start to break off. It's like nobody knows where it starts, how to stop. It made you look, 2 weeks ago, we had a non-for-profit that was here trying to give these kids vaccines. And now everybody's just dying. Like, no, they cannot be trusted.
There's that. I know a lot of people are blaming JLo for this. Honestly, I don't. Maybe JLo doesn't even realize that it's not her singing the song. Maybe she genuinely thinks that those are her vocals on Jenny from the Block. Who knows?
Does she still go back to the neighborhood, the old block? You was in the old.
But of course they're going to support them because it's racist. Because I'm like, you think about what what these English people did to Native Americans here by taking their land. It's exactly what the state of Israel is doing to the Palestinians. So it makes perfect sense that America would align Democratic America, whatever, would align with the Zionists because their goal and their aim is very similar to what they did to the Native Americans. They took all their lands and they shoved these people into concentration camps with a bunch of casinos and alcohol and fast food. Okay, so it makes sense because America is a colonizing state. It's a people who colonize people. So if you're white just like them and you want to colonize other people too, they're going to support you because that's what they're about. They're colonizers. So like what these people are doing is exactly what they've done. So it makes a lot of sense, and it's easy to do that to other people because it was not done to you. So when you've never been victimized and you've never been at the bottom, you're not going to have empathy because you don't know what it's like. You're used to bullying people and you're used to having your way, used to taking lands from people, changing their names, changing their languages, changing their faith, etc., etc. That's what you're used to doing. White people don't know what it feels to be on the receiving side of the stuff they do to other people. So it's very easy for them to push this type of stuff because they've never been victimized. You know what I mean? But they know how to victimize other people and they know how to gaslight other people, right? They say, oh, speak your mind, freedom of speech, war is wrong. But then when these young college students are doing exactly that, they are arresting these young people. They're arresting them. They're kicking them out of school. They're messing up their school. For what? Because these kids are saying, stop the genocide in Palestine. You know what I mean? But when you say stop the genocide in Palestine, somehow you are against the Jewish people. That's crazy. That is so crazy. But yet these are the same Jewish people who told us about Hitler, what he did to them, the concentration camps, the Auschwitz, the story of that girl. What's that girl's name? Anne Frank, But then when it's their turn, it's like, well, we're different. How are you different? Right? How can you tell us about all the stuff that Hitler did to you, how awful it was living in a concentration camp, and now we fast forward, you're doing the same thing to other people. So was this even real? And that's why I also said, like when it comes to World War II, I question everything because to me, it's not possible. You cannot experience something like this and then go do it to another person. That makes no sense to me. Right? You leave Europe and you say, oh no, we're going to build a state of Israel in a place that's already occupied. You want confrontation. You want to start a war. You want to do a genocide. That makes no sense. You're from Europe. How can you come and impose yourself on a people that's already there? And then you do it in a way where you're not even trying to share things and find common grounds with these people. Just want to kill them. And they've been killing these people since 1948. Just murdering these people since 1948. And America has supported them in doing this stuff since 1948. But then you say anything, oh my gosh, so please stop. Please stop. So when you even live in a country where the government and the media does not even tell you the full story about how you end up with this conflict between Israel and Palestine, how can you trust these people? How can you trust these people? There are maps since the 1930s who called that place Palestine. It was called Palestine since the 1920s under British occupation. It was recognized as Palestine. But you don't even have a government. You don't even have a media that presents the entire story. Like, okay, let's see how this really got here. No, they don't want you to know the truth. They don't want you to know the genesis of this conflict. Because if they tell you the truth, then you'll see. Like, these people have no business saying they want to build the state of Israel on a territory that was already occupied by people. The Palestinians were there. They were already there. So then how can you just tell them that they have to leave? You came from Germany. How can you push somebody you come from Germany and you want to push somebody off their land? Like, are you okay right now? Are you sane right now? And they never tell the people that from the people who came from Germany, the Jews who were fleeing Germany, the Ashkenazi Jews who were fleeing the Germany, many of them were soldiers. So when they get to the concentration, because they're also put in concentration camps in Cyprus, right? But it's like 70,000 soldiers of the Haganah. Is that what they're called? Like, they have a name, but it's a militia. So like the people who settle in what was Palestine then are not just people who are refugees and fleeing the war and they just want to be able to pray and be Jews in peace. No, these are soldiers. There's 70,000 soldiers who descend upon Palestine. They're not just people of the faith. They're not just like civilians who are just looking for refuge and want to pray. 70,000 soldiers who come down with the desire to build a military state, and they want to call it Israel so they can pull on your heartstring because of the Bible. No, it's a military state. It's a military state, and it needs to be recognized as such. These are not regular random refugees. These are soldiers. 70,000 soldiers who try to come to Israel. First, they're put in concentration camps in Cyprus. But once England agrees to release them, these 70,000 people have weapons and they descend upon the Palestinian people. That's crazy, right? And then you live in a predominantly white country who doesn't want to say what really is, who does not want to properly explain how we got here. Oh no, October 7th. No, their conflict does not start October 7th. It starts way since the 1940s, right? But they're not going to talk about that because they're not in the business of being honest. And that's why I always say, for as much as you would love to have a world where color doesn't matter, you just see people for who they truly are. But for me, Marlene, what my greatest concern is, even if I decided to never see color, et cetera, you cannot in good faith say, I trust white people to be honest. Because throughout history, you look at how white people have dealt with anybody who is non-white, right? And it has always been very, very, very harmful because they renege on their contracts. They take back what they say. They always move the goalposts. Their promises are never held to a constant, right? So even if you wanted to believe in white people, it's really hard. Because they don't come off as a people who like to deal in honest business dealings. Everything is always a lie with them. They'll say one thing today, tomorrow they'll come back and say something completely different. Or they'll say, oh, I never said that. Like, what you mean you never said that? Right? So it's really hard. It's really hard. It's really hard to get the truth from white people. Like, it's very, very difficult. They never tell the truth. They tell narrative and they tell stories. And somehow they're always innocent. They're always innocent. Somebody always triggered them. Somebody always started first. Somebody bombed them first. Somebody attacked them first. They are always, always innocent. It's always other people. Like, there's no way. Like, no. Like, stop. You're insane. You are really insane. So it's like, no. But what I'm glad is like when it comes to this whole Palestine thing and Israel, the state of Israel, like the world is changing today. And it's not like before where they could just tell a story and people are, oh yeah, we're going to side with Israel, right? Today, 2024, people question Israel more. And that is something that they cannot take because usually people just agree with Israel. You know, it took 80 years, right? It's like almost 80 years now. But slowly people are waking up and like, no, Israel, the state of Israel is not always right. And the way it's treating these people, these Palestinian people, it's absolutely inhumane. It is inhumane. And you recognize that at the root of it all, the majority of white people are Islamophobist. They hate Muslims. They truly, truly hate Muslims. They can call it whatever they want, right? But white people tend to have an issue with everybody. They have an issue with black people. They have an issue with Muslims. They have an issue with Asians. They have an issue with Latinos. They have hatred for everyone. They hate everybody. So, and then they find ways to justify their hatred, pretending to, we're just trying to increase democracy. Oh, we want to fight for women's rights. They just give themselves these noble reasons as to why they have to use excessive violence on people who are non-white. But at the bottom of it all is that they're racist. They are seriously racist. They hate everyone who does not look like them. They hate everyone who does not sound like them, talk like them. If they don't understand your religion, they hate you. They don't understand your complexion, they hate you. Don't understand your culture, they will hate you. The only thing white people tend to tolerate from people who do not look like them is their food. They'll eat your food now, but anything else about you, if they don't understand it, they don't like it, if it makes them feel unsafe, they will hurt you. It's a very skittish type of people. You know, they have very, very low tolerance for anybody else. So that's why to get along with white people, you have to talk like them. You have to sound like them. You have to agree with them. You know, like they require that type of submission. When you agree with them, you talk like them, you sound like them, you live like them, they feel more comfortable. But anything that does not agree with who they are, their culture, how they see the world, to them it's a threat. And when they feel threatened, they become excessively violent. And when they feel threatened too, they start making up lies to justify why they have to be excessively violent. But you look at the world today, everybody has been bullied by white people. Everybody has been bullied by them. There's not a single people on this planet that has not experienced torture at the hands of white people. There's not a single people on the planet that has not been exploited by white people. They will bully you. They will bully you until you say, okay, sure, I'll just be your slave. Then they'll leave you alone. But if they cannot bully you, they will make sure you never have peace. And I feel like the problem is like when it comes to Russia, Russia is a people they cannot bully. China also is another people they cannot bully. So they're really triggered by these people. They are seriously triggered because they can't bully them. And on top of that too, these people are very, very resilient, right? To even say to TikTok, if you don't give us your business, you have to shut down. That's also a form of bullying. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what the heck? You've never seen that before. Sell me your business or you can't do business here. Who does that? Who says that? America, because they bully people. But if Facebook went to China and the Chinese said to Facebook, you have to sell us your business or you can't operate here. Or they said to Tesla, you have to sell us your business or you cannot operate here. They will lose their shit. They will lose their shit. They talk about, the free market and capitalism and this and this and that and globalization, right? You see? But they want things for them. But when it comes to them extending it to other people, they can't do that. Because at the bottom line, they never meant to be honest business people. They like to cheat. They like to cheat and they like to lie. So that's how I feel about them. They can't help themselves. Like I don't know what game in this world a white person can play and not have the desire to cheat. Like I don't know what game that is. I really don't.
Hood today?
I was in the hood today, boy.
So people could see you going to the corner bodega.
I was getting a slice of pizza. It got a little crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
What do people say when they see you just hanging out on
Get
the
a phone! Take a picture with me.
JLo is fiercely proud of her roots in the Bronx, and rightly so. However, it appears as though some of her neighbors from the Bronx aren't quite as proud of her.
I'm a Puerto Rican woman from the Bronx who went to the same high school as you. I saw your high school photo. You did not have hair like that. And we also both attended an all-girls Catholic high school in an Irish and Italian neighborhood. So you weren't running up and down the block. You know damn well you were sitting next to Megan Farley and Christine Marchetti in class. Why are you lying? Please stop using us to look human. We are sick of you.
Bronx doesn't like JLo. And growing up here, I always heard people call her a sellout because anytime she mentions or comes to the Bronx, it's to sell something. And allegedly, when her middle school Holy Cross asked her for a donation to build a basketball court because the kids are playing basketball on the street, she said no. Allegedly, her Catholic high school, Preston, also reached out for donations and she said no. And so from what I've seen growing up is that people feel like she only talks about the Bronx when she has to make money off of it. And that's fine, but the bigger problem is that she doesn't give back to the community that she benefits from.
There's also rumors circulating that JLo is a mean girl. The internet is awash with people who claim to have had a negative encounter with Jenny from the block.
This is how AI optimizes my schedule. This meeting got canceled. Hooray! We didn't really.
Birdie was rude to you.
Jennifer Lopez. Same. I'm going to try to tell them really quickly. 2 stories about Jennifer Lopez being an awful human being. She has drivers. The number 1 rule she has for them is they can't look at her, they can't talk to her, and her luggage is never allowed to touch the ground. If any of those things happen, she will go out of her way to make sure you get fired. Even if you have to look in the rear view mirror while you're driving, she will call that you trying to look at her and proceed to berate you.
When I met one of JLo's backup singers, her and all of the other backup singers decided not to come back because they said JLo was just straight up a mean girl. So we all know that JLo was like not the strongest singer, and obviously she knew that too, and that was like a huge insecurity for her. So she was so mean to her backup singers, and if you were pretty or if you were a Latina, like game over. Like she straight up hated you.
Now guys, I would take all of these with a grain of salt. I mean, literally anyone can get on social media and be like, yeah, I met JLo. She was so rude to me. She was so mean. She called me this and this and this. I wasn't allowed to look at her. I'm not saying that any of these people in particular are lying. I'm just saying you got to take what you see on the internet with a grain of salt. But I do usually find that where there is smoke, there is fire. And when there's that many people coming forward and saying that JLo was mean, I mean, it does make you wonder.
I don't think she was extremely open to everyone. Kind of a loner and very focused, very, always thinking about what the next move was. I didn't really know of anybody that was really close with her.
But here's where it gets a little bit odd. JLo claims that growing up, she didn't have much. She even had to share one bed with her 2 sisters. Yes, that is 3 kids in one bed, even though by all accounts, she lived in a 5-bedroom house that her parents owned.
Their house was nice.
Her father was a computer tech and her mother worked in a school. She attended an all-girls Catholic school.
It was an all-girls Catholic school.
Holy Family was a Catholic elementary school. Jennifer was a great student. She was someone who was very dedicated, motivated, and very ambitious. Jennifer was on the track team, the girls softball team, and during the week she also went to dance classes.
Now, I'm sure the Bronx was a different place in the 80s, but it certainly doesn't sound as though JLo came from poverty.
She grew up in the Castle Hill area of the Bronx.
My thing is, this is my thing. I feel like when it comes to JLo, people are kind of upset because she figured out what it takes to be successful here, right? You need to have a struggle story. Oh, I came out the hood. I struggled, right? You need to lie. You need I don't know how you become a celebrity. I don't know how you become a mega celebrity without being a liar, without being manipulative, without making people feel bad for you, without this is what you have to do. Without being strategic, you think about every single move. I mean, if JLo really is worth $400 million too, yeah, she exploited people too. And it's I feel like that is the face of capitalism. These are the realities of capitalism. These are the realities of what it takes to be a capitalist that people just don't want to be honest about, right? You don't get to make this kind of money without using people. You don't get to make this kind of money without lying to people. This whole be relatable. Yeah, they all do. Oh, I came out the hood. 50 Cent said he was shot 7 times. Is that real? Is that not? I don't know. Jay-Z said he was poor, right? And he had to sell the drugs. What's his name? Biggie said he was trying to feed his daughter by selling drugs, and the people called the police on him. Okay, Tupac has a struggle story. Everybody has a struggle story out here. All these celebrities, you know what I'm saying? Oh, Beyonce, she also has a struggle story. Oh, my mom and my daddy got divorced. That's what celebrities do. They market pity, right? They commercialize pittiness. Feel sorry for me. Feel sorry for me. And if you're also very honest, that's what a lot of YouTubers do. Oh, buy my merch. Oh my gosh, you guys, I don't know if I'm going to sell anything. I am so worried. I don't know if my inventory is going to sell, you guys. Oh my gosh, you guys, I am so worried, right? feel sorry for me. But then the whole influencer got a bigger house than you, a bigger car than you, a bigger this than you, right? But that's what people do. Oh my gosh, you guys, when I was a kid, I always dreamt of having this product line. And now, you know, oh my gosh. Rihanna also had a story. Oh, she grew up poor in the Barbados. Her dad was physically abusive. Her mama was a single mother. And then they had to raise a little Bajan little girl. Okay, that's what celebrities do. These people will be so rich. They'll have a big old house. They'll be like, oh my gosh, there's racism. Oh my gosh, I'm oppressed. Oh my gosh, they won't give me album of the year because I'm a black woman. Oh my gosh, when I went to the Country Music Award, they were so mean to me because I'm a black woman and I grew up listening to country and I don't know why these people don't accept me. So please support Cowboy Carter. Make sure you stream my songs because they're so racist. They don't want to play my songs. They want to play my music. Like, this is like, I'm like, imagine somebody who lives in a $200 million house telling you that she's oppressed. Like, what? You oppressed, right? That's what they do. And then people who are really oppressed, who are really poor, who are really struggling, like, oh, girl, I got you, girl. Oh, yes, girl, I'm going to go buy your perfume. I'm going to go buy your skincare. I'm going to go buy your hair care line. Because as a black woman, I really want to support you. But you the broke one. When are they going to support you, right? But that's what these celebrities do. They pretend. And you fall for it because people want to hear that, oh, someone like me can one day get there too. That's the thing, right? Celebrities give people hope, right? They give people hope. The hope that, you know what? Maybe I could be like her. Maybe I could come from the Bronx. I can ride Metro 6, you know, because they have that line 6, whatever. And maybe one day me and too, I could be rich like that too. People want stories. People want fairy tales. So when you hear that your favorite celebrities was struggling just like you, was broke just like you, took the same bus like you, rode the same train as you, it inspires you. Then you say, you know what, I'm going to support her no matter what. I'm going to have her back no matter what. Okay. But do not be mad when people understand the psychology of the masses. Because I really feel like that's what the issue is. People are mad that JLo cracked the code. She cracked the code. She gave people exactly what they wanted. She told the stories they wanted to hear. She positioned herself as this poor little girl from the Bronx, blah, 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 blah. And people bought into it. But she's not the only one to do it. And she's not going to be the only, it's not going to stop at her too. But a lot of people do that. A lot of influencers do it too. Feel sorry for me. Feel sorry for me. I'm just like you. Even today, you have a lot of influencers who pretend to be relatable. Right? We are in the age of the relatable influencer, right? They'll dress a certain way. They'll talk a certain way. They'll claim to be broke and poor. But you look at the views on the videos like, nah, your YouTube make a whole lot of money. Hold up, wait a minute. Right? But that's the thing now. It's pretend to be broke. Lil Jon, his dad was a doctor. His mom was a lawyer. He said he was poor. 2 Chainz went to college. He said he was poor. He grew up poor. J. Cole also went to college, acting like he don't know how to cut his hair, whatever. This is what they do. You know, you have a lot of rappers who come from a 2-parent household, grew up in the suburb, but they're out here acting like, oh, they suffered, got it out the mud, and da-da-da-da-da, and I was in the penitentiary, and I went to juvie. The whole thing is a lie. You grew up in the suburb. So I'm like, she's not the only one. But this is what you have to do if you want to be successful. You have to manipulate people. People want to be manipulated. And also, I think sometimes when it comes to the masses and these relationships that they have with these celebrities, they want to feel like they're helping that celebrity to achieve their goal, right? Like, for example, when you see a whole bunch of people, wait a second, give me a second, right? When you see a lot of people, right, who are like crazy supportive of like of the Fenty, right? They're like crazy supporting Rihanna. They want Fenty to be, you know what I'm saying? It's like, can you really sit here and be like, oh yeah, Fenty has the best makeup. It's the best makeup I've ever tried. It's the best lipstick. It's the best foundation. No, it isn't. But people want to feel like it is their personal responsibility to make sure that Rihanna is successful. I need to make sure that she's successful. Cool. Right? So Rihanna plays right into it. But then if Rihanna turns around and becomes a billionaire, it is what it is. Because nobody forced you, right? But it's like a lot of people want to carry these celebrities on their backs. They want to support them. They want to believe in them. They want to trust them. They want to promote their products. They want to be a brand advocate, even for free. I'm like, cool, right? I'm cool. Like, it's like, it is what it is. But do not be surprised. Don't cry later when you recognize it was all game. Because this stuff that they're upset at JLo for doing, JLo is not the only one doing this. Rihanna did it. Beyonce did it. Oh, I'm from Houston, and blah, blah, blah. Meg Thee Stallion does it. And all these celebrities have a struggle story. I was poor. I didn't have food. I didn't have this. I didn't have this. Da, 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 da. The Jackson 5 did it. Everybody does it. That's how they get that relatable part of their thing, right? That relationship. That's how they get you to want to fight for them, to do whatever for them, right? That's why if you notice, the majority of even influencers who want to be successful, they always have some type of drama, right? Oh, my husband left me. Oh, my husband cheated on me. Oh, I don't know how I'm going to pay my rent. Oh, I don't have a job. Oh, I'm living in my car. Oh, I'm living in the storage. But I mean, all kinds of weird stuff, right? And people go crazy, right? Risa, oh, who the F did I marry? Oh my gosh, let's give her all kinds of money. They were asking BMW to give her a free car. Okay, so it's like, even on TikTok, that's the hustle. Sit on TikTok and be like, oh, the random man from Atlanta. Come to find out, the girl Morgan from the random man Atlanta, she went back to the man in Atlanta. Okay. That's how it goes. Oh, my husband cheated on me. Oh, I caught my husband with a mistress. Oh, this man was always a liar. Oh, my ex-boyfriend was a narcissist. Oh, my husband was a narcissist. Oh, I'm a single mom with 5 kids. Oh. Right? Because people feel like, oh my gosh, I have to help. Oh my gosh, I need to be involved. Oh my gosh, I need to be a savior. You know, the people want to put their capes on and want to save people who have way more money than them. That's why I don't feel bad for people, right? This is what it takes to be successful. If you're going to be a capitalist, you're going to have to exploit people through stories, manipulation, overcharging, etc., etc., etc. Nobody has time for this, okay? So it's like, cry me a river somewhere else. But I'm like, what JLo did, they all do it to be successful. All of them do it. Let's keep going.
It was a typical middle class experience.
Hi. I used to live here. I used to live here. Huh? My name is Jennifer. Jennifer? Yeah, I used to live upstairs, and my room was upstairs right there.
This is for the girlies that hate
Jennifer
wearing
who?
bras. These bralettes by MeUndies are the only bras I wear. There's
But she's so butthurt that he don't know who she is. He's like, Jennifer, who? Who are you again?
Jennifer Lopez.
Who's Jennifer Lopez?
Me. I used to live here.
No, he's not impressed by you.
Also, I'm not trying to be nitpicky here, but it is a little bit off-putting how JLo and her sister pose with the elderly owner of her previous home and then simply walk away without even acknowledging his bloody existence. Like he's some kind of prop. I mean, JLo's worth an estimated $400 million, but manners are free. Then there is the influence that JLo has on womankind everywhere. We all criticize the Kardashians for the negative effects they have on beauty standards and the way they perpetuate them. You know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about airbrushing, BBLs, secret plastic surgery. It's a bit of a mess. But in my opinion, and I know this will be a controversial one, but bear with me, I think that JLo is arguably worse for the beauty standards than even the Kardashians. JLo goes to great lengths to ensure that she is seen as like this never-aging, eternally youthful wonder of womankind. The kind of woman that mere mortals could never measure up to. After all, JLo is 54. Yet a quick scroll through her Instagram where she boasts an impressive 253 million followers, and you'd be forgiven for thinking that the woman is in her late 20s. She's all glowing eyes, banging body, and smooth, wrinkle-free skin. Side note.
But my thing is, this right here sounds like jealousy to me. Just because if you're in your 20s and your 30s and JLo can give you a run for your money, that's on you. Like, just because somebody is 54 does not mean that they have to walk around like the witch from freaking, like, what's that girl's name from Snow White? Okay, she don't have to look decrepit to make you feel better. And I think that's another problem too with some of these young girls out here. They can't cope with the fact that a lot of these women today who are older, they don't want to age, right? You young people today, you want to be fat. You want to eat all the time. You want to be about body positivity. You want to just blow up and blow up and blow up and blow up, right? And my thing is like JLo, she works out, right? Yeah, JLo probably definitely has like skin stuff, Botox and plastic surgery, but she never got her boobs done. Let's be all the way for real. So if you're gonna talk about toxicity, she's not even that toxic, okay? Because if you look at her body though, right? JLo's never made her boobs bigger. She's part of the small titty committee, okay? Her titties never been big. Her ass never been fake. She don't put no BBL. You know, the lady, she does work out. Now, when it comes to the face stuff, I do believe she's had treatments. You know, I mean, who wouldn't? If you have the money, you're not going to do it. Okay, so she takes care of her face. She takes care of her body. She's mindful of how she eats, right? Today, a lot of these young girls today, they love to eat. They love to be big. Oh, I'm not my weight. They could be 200 pounds, 300 pounds, 400 pounds. They don't care, right? Exactly. I'm like, Beyonce is more toxic than JLo. JLo, the most you can say about her is her face. But the body is natural. And that you have to give her credit, because I'm like, yeah, you should be inspired to work out just like her. But she does not owe you to be ugly at 54. She does not owe you to be wrinkled up at 54 because you're in your 20s and you got bad skincare. Okay? Your skin is bad. Get to work on it. Your weight is horrible. Lose it. You know what I'm saying? But imagine telling another woman, like, well, because you're 54, you should make me feel good about myself. She don't owe you shit. Okay? She has the right to look good. She has the right to maintain herself. Like, times have changed. A lot of people now, they're 40, they're in their 50s, they're even in their 60s, right? They look nothing like their age. Just like even Chef Babette. I don't know if you guys know Chef Babette. Okay? Chef Babette, she is 71 years old. 71, okay? This is what 71 looks like. Okay? So if you feel bad because a 71-year-old woman looks this damn good, you better lose the damn weight. Better stop eating them nasty stuff. You better delete the Uber apps, the Uber Eats, the DoorDash, the whatever. Delete them things from your app and learn to eat right. Okay? But like, you're not gonna go tell Chef Babette, oh, you need to lose weight. I can't believe this woman is 71 years old and this. Yeah, you better believe it. You better believe that. Look at her body. Look at her body. Okay? 71 years old. So if she makes you feel away, that's on you. But if she's 71 and she can work out like this and make herself look like this, you're in your 20s. What the freak is your excuse? You're in your 30s. What is your excuse? Okay? And Chef Babette, she was also on crack. She did crack cocaine, all kinds of drugs. She was homeless. I mean, her story is crazy. She had men beat on her. She's been in domestic abuse relationship. Them men don't put their hands on her. The drugs don't ran through her. The poverty been through her. Okay? And she came out looking like this. So my thing is, if you're a young woman, you better understand beauty is a competitive sport. You're going to compete or you're going to shut the F up. But nobody going to sit here and feel bad for you because you're in your 20s. And when you look at somebody that's 54, you're like, damn, she look better than me. Okay, then compete. Take better care of yourself, right? Eat right, work out right, drink your water, okay? And get your sexy on. Like, what the heck? My mom is in her 60s too. And she looks real good. My mom looks real good. She don't even look her age. Like, why do you want another woman to age? Right? You guys get, oh, ageism is wrong and you should not shame a woman for her age. But then when you meet a woman that's older than you and she slays, eats and leaves no crumbs, then your insecurities, they rivet to the top of the water. No, don't be a hater. Even Aja, I didn't even know Aja was 43. She's 43. Oh, like, damn, Aja older than me. But when you look at her picture, she don't look her age. Where is she? Let me show you Aja's picture. Aja's 43 years old. She's like, I'm 43. I'm like, you're 43? What in the world? Let me see if I can find her. My picture was right here. Let me scroll. Oh, yeah. You see this? She's 43 years old. So if that makes you feel some type of way, that's on you. And that's her hair. That's also all of her hair. Okay? That's her hair. So she's thin. She's skinny. She got long hair. She got good skin. So and she's 43. So if she looks like she's 20-something or she's like she's 30-something, fuck it is what it is. But nobody owes you to age to make you feel comfortable. Nobody owes you to age. So for me personally, JLo being in her 50s and she looks like this, to me it's inspirational. Because I cannot say, I don't believe that JLo has ever had like plastic surgery on her actual body. Her titties always been small. Her ass is big, but it's like, it's a natural big. It's not like a BBL type of ass. Like, it's a natural ass. Okay? But the lady, she does work out. She works out a lot. You know, like that's a regular butt. It doesn't feel like, oh, a BBL. It could be a skinny BBL, but my thing is it looks natural. It looks natural. But she does work out, and you have to give her credit for that. Like, not everything is bad, right? JLo works out. She works out a lot. Okay? Like, that's not ab sketching. Like, that's her real body. So you have to give the lady some credit. She understands that her body is part of her job, and so she does invest in making sure that she looks great. And so I will give her credit for that. I will. She doesn't, while y'all want her to be 200 pounds or 260 at 54, so you can feel better about yourself. When I tell you girls are miserable, when I tell you that women are miserable, they are seriously miserable. They always want to be around girls that make them feel good about themselves. That's why they love, if you notice, like, so many girls are so into like body positivity, they love to support the big girls, right? Because big girls make them feel better about themselves because they don't see these girls as competition. So that's why they love to support girls who are part of the body positivity movement. They love to support these girls because these girls are not a threat to them. But start losing weight. They start being mean to you because now they see you as competition, because women do not like to compete. Don't like to compete. Right? So I'm like, JLo looking good at 54. I can't even hate. Let's all be encouraged to look this good when we're 54. Because honestly, it's up to you. You can let yourself go, or you can really work hard and, you know, be as youthful as you want for as long as possible, right? From JLo being 54 to Chef Babette also, right? To me, honestly, this is very, very inspirational. I really do love Chef Babette. I think it's very encouraging how she's 71 and she looks like this. I really hope that when I'm 71, I can look like this, because this is just, even Nikki too, right? Nikki Murphy too. She has a body on her. And Nikki Murphy's like 50 something plus. So no, these ladies don't have to gain weight to make us feel better about ourselves. You like what you see, you better compete. Better change how you eat. Yeah, they're very, very jealous. I'm like, this is jealousy to me. To me, it's jealousy. Anyways, let's keep going. So no. Yeah, if I'm 54, I want to look like that. Who doesn't want to look this good at 54? Do not let yourself go, ladies. You got to take care of yourself. Maintain yourself for as long as possible. You can be like, even there's a fashionista who died at 100. I forgot her name. This lady too, right? She was 100 years old and she didn't let herself go. Look at her. She was fabulous. Iris Apfel, there you go. She was seriously fabulous. She didn't stop dressing up because of her age. Honey, everything on her is designer. Everything on here is expensive. Okay? But she lived her best life. Although she was like 100 something when she died. Okay? So it's like, it's up to you. Everything happens in your head. You can be as young as you want. You can be as young as you want. But this woman right here, she's 102 years old. That's amazing. And she did not miss a chance to be a fashion icon. So more power to her. 102. Okay. Just looking fabulous. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Shoo. Okay. Just like that. Just like that. So no, you look good. Look good for as long as you can. Take care of yourself. All right, so let's go.
53 million followers, and you'd be forgiven for thinking that the woman is in her late 20s. She's all glowing eyes, banging body, and smooth, wrinkle-free skin. Side note, you have to be a special kind of asshole to wear and promote a fur coat in this day and age. Sorry, I'm not going to mince my words here. When someone actually pays to have an animal slaughtered and skinned so that they can wear their fur as a coat, she and the media at large use her as this weird representation of someone who is so perfect, someone who has the power of eternal youth, and a woman who proves that it is in fact possible to never age, is quite frankly bullshit. This is JLo in real life. Away from the flattering photographic lighting, away from the Instagram filters, this is JLo in the wild, and she doesn't quite look as flawless and ageless as a JLo we're used to seeing. It's almost like she's a real human being, who, although is extremely beautiful, is...
Even if this is her at 54, she still looks very good. For 54, JLo looks good. Filter, no filter, she's very good. You, white woman, by the time you get to 54, only God knows what we're going to see, sis. Okay, so she looks good for her age. She looks good for her age. Aging is part of life.
Is also 54 and doesn't actually in real life look like a 19-year-old. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with JLo in these images.
Even her right here too. If you take off this makeup off this girl, what would she look like? Only God knows. Like, so it's like they do stuff to themselves to look better and to look presentable. She overlines her lips so she has bigger lips. Like she'll bleach her hair because you know she's not a real blonde, right? Wear a bunch of foundation, bunch of highlighter. You overdraw your lips, but that's okay though. 5 layers of foundation, that's okay. So you do stuff to give yourself pretty girl privilege, but then you get mad when somebody else does it because your excuse is where you're younger, so you get to scam more than her. No, we can all scam. These ain't your real lips. Because like her lips, they stop right here. But then she overdrew her lips over here. But you're going to talk about somebody. White women, white people need to stop hating so hard sometimes. Because it's just crazy.
She's utterly stunning. Wrinkles, skin texture, none of that detracts from a woman's beauty or worth. Beauty does not have an age limit, you guys. Stop trying to fashion JLo as this ethereal anti-aging queen, which makes normal.
But why does it trigger you, though? Why does it trigger you? No, I'm serious. Like, why is she triggered? Because it's giving jealousy. Because you know, white women be jealous. I ain't gonna lie. White women be jealous. White women be jealous because people who are non-white tend to not age as fast as them, right? People who are non-white tend to have better skin, higher cheekbones, bigger lips, like all the stuff they pay Botox for and all that kind of stuff they pay for. They get the tanning, they get the da-da-da. So white women are jealous. I'm not trying to be funny, but they are really jealous. They have to tan. They got to go get Botox, fillers, this, that. They're always nitpicking at themselves, right? So I do feel like sometimes you do have to ask yourself, like, where is this coming from? Right? But I'm like, how you gonna be mad because another woman who's Latina is being positioned as ethereal beauty, right? Does she say that about like Cindy Crawford? Does she nitpick at Cindy Crawford? Does she nitpick at what's the other one? Oh my gosh, the other supermodel, the what is her name? Oh my god, Claudia Schiffer and all these other white women. Okay, so it's like we don't have the same genetics. Yeah. But I don't see how you overdraw your lips like this and you want to sit here and talk about somebody. Like, I just don't get it. Because you're not even sitting in your natural truth. Because, okay. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, don't hate, Becky. Don't hate.
Or women who do, in fact, show signs of aging feel like shit. Also, please.
And what woman shows sign of aging? Let's talk about that. Because black don't crack. So she's not talking about us. Because black don't crack, right? She also not talking about the Latinas because many of them, they do have some African in them. So that holds, it gives them like resiliency. So who doesn't like to see people age? It's mostly white women. They don't age like we age. You'll see a black woman in her 50s and you'll see a white, like pure white woman in her 50s. It's not given the same age group. Yeah. So what women are looking at JLo and getting triggered? Because black don't crack. So who is you talking about? Like, who are you talking about? Like me, JLo does not trigger me. My mom loves JLo. My mom's in her 60s. She loves JLo. When she watches JLo, she gets motivated. She doesn't get triggered. So who are these women that are getting triggered by seeing a 54-year-old woman not be old and saggy and wrinkly?
Please, can we stop with the celebrity beauty lines? Rihanna, Selena, Lady Gaga, Hailey Bieber. Ariana Grande, JLo, Kylie Jenner, Kim Kardashian. I mean, I think we have enough now. Not everybody needs their own beauty line. And why even bother if you're going to promote your skincare with a full face of filters? This is not what your skin looks like in real life, JLo. Surely this should be considered like false advertising, promoting skincare with a blurring filter on that is obviously insinuating to her potential customers that her skincare has resulted in her face looking like this. No, my friend, this is not skincare. This is a filter. I just think it's so unfair to promote your products like this and to make other women who are going to spend their hard-earned money when you know full well they're never going to achieve results like this because this is not.
Well, this part I do agree with. I think it's like if you want to promote skincare, you should show your real skin. Just like we said with Beyonce. If you want to sell hair care, we should see your real hair. Okay. So deceptive marketing, yeah, that part I don't agree with. So I will give her that. Okay. JLo, you're selling skincare. You can't wear a full face of makeup and talk about you're selling skincare, girl. Okay. Show your real skin. If you don't have good skin, then you have no business selling skincare because it's like, what are you doing? Make it make sense.
not real. This is like computer trickery. Sure, it's going to line JLo's already very full pockets, but it is not going to deliver the baby smooth, silky skin that we see in JLo's Instagram videos because you cannot bottle an Instagram filter. It makes me so mad. It's just so rude. Women appreciate seeing other women being real on social media, showing that they've got skin texture, fine lines, wrinkles, that they are showing signs of aging because we all do. If she went onto her Instagram without any fancy lighting, with her real skin texture, her real face without the filters, I feel like her products would sell out. Women appreciate real. They don't like being
I don't think women appreciate real. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think even sometimes too, when women say they want to see real, they just want to see it so they can put you down. I don't think women appreciate real because if they did, why are the Kardashians so rich? Okay, why is Beyonce so rich? Why is Nicki Minaj so rich? Why is JLo so rich? It doesn't make sense. Why are people who lie the most the wealthiest? So no, you don't appreciate real because you see real every day, right? But you're not supporting real. There are a bunch of real women who have skincare line. You're not supporting them, okay? Like nobody wants to support people that look like them because it's not aspirational. So I don't believe that. If women truly appreciated women who were actually real women will have way more money. But instead, everyday women are sitting there obsessing over celebrities with fake lips, fake bodies, fake hair, fake lashes, fake titties, fake behind, whatever, right? And you're making these women extremely wealthy. Kylie, everything is fake, extremely wealthy. Kim, everything is fake, extremely wealthy, right? Beyonce too, bunch of fake stuff, bunch of procedures. She's extremely wealthy. Cardi B, bunch of surgeries. She's extremely wealthy. Nicki Minaj, bunch of surgery, bunch of fake hair. She's extremely wealthy. So no, women do not appreciate real. Women appreciate the fake. You only want to see the real, so you get like, okay, like this bitch can't compete with me. That's really where it's coming from. Right? Because every day you outside, you see bunch of girls who look just like you, and you're not saying, oh girl, you're so pretty. I love your natural skin. I'm glad I can see your pores. You really empower me. When you go outside every day, you see bunch of girls who look just like you. You see bunch of women who look just like you. You are not encouraging these people. When you're on Instagram, there are a bunch of people who look just like you. Hey, sexy Nessa, what's up, Nessa? You know, you see a bunch of girls who look just like you. You know, like, oh yes, oh yeah, Nessa, you're so pretty. Oh, Nessa, I see your pores. Wow, you really are empowering me, Nessa. Oh, what's your skincare regimen? No, you don't. You see people who look like you every day. You walk past them, you make funny faces, you roll your eyes, you do all kinds of weird stuff. Right? But then the celebrity, because you've invested so much in the lie, in the myth, whatever, and now it's like making you really, really sick. Now you want to see her, what she really looks like, so you can stop giving her all your money because you're tired of believing a lie. No, nobody really wants celebrities to be real. Because I'm like, let's be all the way honest too. If Beyonce had shown her real hair and shown all the damage and the break off, I think a lot of people would have been disappointed, right? But the fact that she has all this hair, it gives her more brownie points for how she's aspirational. Oh my gosh, look at Beyonce's hair. Now I gotta have hair like Beyonce, right? If she has shown her real hair with all the breakage and all that kind of stuff, nah, it would have killed the myth, like the mystique of it all. So no, you don't want to see the real. And that's why it's all kinds of fake people out here who are multi-millionaire. And the people who keep it real and who keep it honest, they have to go to work. Okay, and pay bills like everybody else because nobody appreciates the real. So stop lying to yourself. Like y'all want to sound noble so badly that you're truly not. Like go sit down somewhere.
They don't like being made to feel fools. Give us the real JLo. The real JLo is plenty beautiful.
No.
I just had a birthday. Yeah, I feel better than ever. I'm getting ready. Me, bare face with no makeup, and my JLo beauty products that I use every day. Here. For anybody who's like, JLo doesn't use her own products on her skin. That's not why. I'll call bullshit. There is no filters and no retouching on this video.
Jennifer Lopez is being called out for using a digital filter while pushing her skincare products. She calls bullshit. Well, I also call bullshit. You can't tell me that there is no filter, like not even Paris on this video. Come on. And this video, and this video, and this one, and this one, and this one. I could go on.
And it's the same thing also with a lot of fitness influencers, right? Oh, it's my workout routine. But you have a lot of fitness influencers on steroids, right? There are people who will see a fitness influencer. She has abs all year round. And they choose to believe that. It's like, okay, whatever you want to say to yourself, right? People do not want to see the real. You have a lot of fitness influencers on steroids. You have a lot of fitness influencers who've gotten their body done. But then they'll tell you, oh, it's the Stairmaster. Okay, or I do hip thrust. Oh, they love that shit. Oh, I do hip thrust. I do the hip thrust. I'm like, the hip thrust, girl, bye. Okay, and no amounts of hip thrusts that got your butt from non-existent to like badonkadonk. Like, go sit down somewhere. Okay, so it people be lying across all industries that involve beauty. People are lying. People lie about their butt. I mean, like in the world of fitness, a lot of fitness influencers, it is a scam. It's a scam. You'll have fitness influencers tell you, "Oh, I grew my butt because I took a protein shake. The protein shake. Use my code. So this is how I eat. This is how I eat. I take the protein shake and then I do like 50 hip thrusts. I do RDLs and I do this and back squats or whatever." No, you got your butt done. You got your butt done. Right? A lot of girls have gotten their booty done and they'll sit here and tell you it was a Stairmaster, it was a hip thrust, it was an RDL, it was a God knows what. No, it's BBL. Okay? You have some people also who get like, I mean, you know, it is what it is. But some people also get the lap band. Some people are honest about it. Some people are not honest about it. But, oh, I lost weight. So here's my meal plan. Here's my meal plan guide. But it's like you got surgery though. So your stomach is like the size of like a dime. You can barely eat. So of course you lost weight. Does that mean that you are in a position to sell a meal plan to people? I don't think so. I really do not think so. So I'm like, these fraudulent, deceptive marketing practices, it's all over the place. It's all over the place.
But I won't, I'll spare you. But everything that goes up must come down. And Queen JLO is no exception. JLO claims that her mum was a narcissist, which is very possible. I'm not going to say she's lying. I know plenty of people that have narcissistic mothers. But can narcissism be hereditary? JLO has, after all, invested $20 million into her self-funded projects, including an album, a documentary, and a musical. All about, you guessed it, JLO. Very self-indulgent, I must say. Now, I'm not going to sit here and knock her self-belief. I think it's her self-belief that made her become the icon that she is, that created her success, and I applaud her for it. We all need more self-belief.
But if you remember Jordan Woods? Jordan Woods was trying to tell people to go buy her fitness program. Y'all remember this? And people had to drag her, like, girl, stop. Girl, stop the lie, right? But at one point, this girl thought enough of her own lie and her own scam that she was out here selling a membership to a fitness course. And it was like, a fitness course? What you mean, girl? Right? And it's like, Joe, we know. You had BBLs and you had lipo. Okay? This was you before. And you had no shape. Okay? But this girl right here really tried to convince people that she got this body through fitness and exercise. And now she's going to teach you how to do it if you pay her a monthly membership. Like, girl, sit down somewhere. Okay? She did so much to herself. She did so much to her body. All right. And now you want to sell a fitness course to people? Like, we don't remember how you used to look. She had no curves. She was born without curves. Okay. Like you were built like a box. She did a whole lot of things. Right. But like, if you look at Jordan's initial body, okay, the girl is like, she's straight up. She didn't have no curves. So all of that was bought for. She paid for that. So it's like, don't sit here and act like we don't remember how you used to be. Girl, look at this. Look at her body. Hold on. Okay. This is her body shape. She has no curves. She had no curves. She had no ass. Like, it's not even like, oh, she was like plump and she had curves. No, she didn't. Right? But all of a sudden, like, now she's designed, like she built like a guitar out of nowhere. Like, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Okay? Do not do that. Right? But now she was like, oh, no, I've always looked like this. No, you did not. Like, where? All this is bought for. She paid for that. But she tried to sell a course. She was trying to sell fitness classes. And the people don't drag her. Like, girl, it was not exercise that got you looking like this. It's a doctor. You don't go from being built like a box, like straight up a rectangle, to not having all these curves. Like, look. Okay. This is how she used to look like. But then she wants to tell people it was fitness and exercise. And if you pay, like, it was like, what, $70 a month or something? I can't remember how much it was. But this is her. Like, girl, if you don't stop playing with me, like, stop playing with us. You see? Look at the difference from the body, like very flat. Now look at all this projection. Look at all the projection in her back. Like, no. We are not doing this today. Okay? No projection. Now you have all this projection out of nowhere. Like, no. You see this? You see? No, she got stuff done. Don't play with us. Today is not the day. Okay? Right? You see? But now she's looking like this. And she's looking like this. Da, da, da. Girl, she got some stuff done. Let me see this. Where's the clothes? So it's like, let's stop. Let's stop the madness. Okay. If you got surgery, you got surgery. Just she's like, now she went, oh, I'm at the gym. That's what they always do. They go get the surgery and then they start going to the gym so they can finesse you. Like, stop playing with people. Stop playing with people.
Projects all about essentially the same thing, which is herself. I'm confused. Unfortunately, sadly for JLO, it seems as though her $20 million was not well invested, but a liability because her album has been, let's say, poorly received. It debuted at number 38 on the Billboard charts, which for a superstar like JLO is pretty shit. Most of us in a similar situation would be like, where am I going so wrong? Because obviously what I'm doing right now is not working. What do my fans want from me? How can I give back? Not JLO. She decided to forge on ahead, ignoring the poor album sales, ignoring the mockery surrounding her film and documentary, and she announced that she was embarking on a world tour.
Oh, no, she didn't.
Titled, you guessed it, This Is Me. Now, I mean, I'm no career manager, but even I could tell JLO that this wasn't going to work out very well. To make matters even worse, JLO was branded as greedy and out of touch for charging exorbitant amounts for tickets to her live show.
JLO, Jennifer, just looked up the ticket prices for your show. $450? Did you mean?
Yes, if you don't have it, stay your ass at home. So I'm like, child, do people truly want these celebrities to be real? I don't think so. I think people enjoy being lied to and then doing like their own like discovery process to be like, what is she lying about? What's real? What's not real? I think people like that. I think people like a good like search and find. I think people really enjoy that. Okay. Now, let me play this other video for you guys about Beyonce and Secret. Another reason why I don't think people really want celebrities to be real. You know, I really don't think so. I think people love to be lied to. I think women love to be lied to by their man, their friends, their celebrities, their whatever, their influencers. I think women really enjoy being lied to. I really do. It gives them something to talk about. So let's watch this one real quick.
What if you could do SEO smarter and faster? With Wix, you can edit your meta tag.
Sacred launched today as Beyonce's long-anticipated hair care line. Teased now for about a year, it already had fans buzzing about the launch and curious to see if it will repeat the same mistakes as her previous brands. So, now that it is fully launched, I want to go over its planning, reception, and competition to analyze if it's as doomed to fail as her previous brands. Sacred was first teased by Beyonce on the 17th of May 2023 in this Instagram post captioned, "How many of y'all knew my first job was sweeping hair in my mama's salon?" Yet, the brand history is actually traceable all the way back to the 20th of June 2022 when the trademarks were filed for Sacred, covering all things beauty. However, with that said, I do believe the brand to have already been underway by this point as the parent company, First Hawk Street LLC, registered several brand names and even logos for use with exclusively cosmetic companies at this time, including Bay Rituals, which Rituals Cosmetics ended up opposing. Fun fact. So, because they're all targeted at the cosmetics market, it's less likely that they were doing the usual celebrity thing of just trademarking every idea just in case, and instead was actually pretty well planned by this stage. But actually, aside from what was trademarked, it's the timing that's interesting, as it's exactly at this time that her sportswear label, Ivy Park, started to take a real nosedive in the reception of each collection following three main complaints. That it was inauthentic, didn't really connect with the Beyonce brand, and that as a celebrity, Beyonce didn't connect with her audience well enough to have an adequate celebrity factor in order to sell parasocially differentiated products. It's these three factors that are also important to view Sacred through, as these three main complaints are exactly the fears that fans have already started airing on social media when the brand was officially announced. Even some people in my comments over on my fashion channel voiced exactly this fear. So that's why it's particularly clever that in their first teaser of the brand in this Instagram post, it was noted that she connected the brand to something both very personal to her and that she did it in a relatable manner. So there's an attempt right from the very beginning to rectify the past problems in this future brand. It's a cleverly tackled part of the brand's world building that directly affects public perception through the promotional pillar of the company. Which brings us to the 4 Ps, or the marketing mix, that's a very long-standing analysis tool to check if the company is well marketed. And as such, will provide us with a structure for this analysis in which I'm going to weave in things like a competitor analysis to highlight any differentiators or critical strengths that they might have along the way, just because there are so many factors that affect both celebrity brands and also specifically hair care brands. So
yeah, sorry guys, I am pregnant, so I do have to go pee-pee. Okay, let's keep watching this.
Let's go back to the promotional aspect of it because that timeline is still not quite finished. You see, after that initial teaser, it was a full 9 months before Beyonce actually officially announced Sacred on Instagram with the caption, "Hair is sacred, the journey begins February 20th. And this old video of her mum's hair shop named Headliner. This is important for a few factors because it tells us that instead of attempting to vie for a product-based differentiator against the market, i.e. having the best celebrity hair care product from a scientific standpoint, instead, their biggest selling factor will be her celebrity impact. This is why I mentioned Ivy Park.
And you see, if you remember, I also said this because I said when I read, I read the product ingredients, watch their videos like the ones made by Secret, right? I said I would have wished that she would have targeted more people who have chemically treated hair and talked more about the science, like the way you have K18, the way you have Olaplex. It would have made more sense to come for this category in hair care because the bond repair stuff, that's really where it's at right now. These are people making more money. But instead, she chose to focus on I'm Black. My mom had a hair salon. We black women. And I'm like, girl, nobody cares. The way where hair care is right now with Olaplex, K18, Redken, and Pre. There's another one called Pre. Is that what it is? What's it called? Yeah, the hair treatment, right? Yeah, this brand. You have this brand here. You also have. Oh yeah, here you go. Right, so you have Olaplex and Pret. So I'm like, given what she does to her hair, because she has bleached her hair a whole lot, she's used color a whole lot. I thought it would have been a lot smarter to be focused more on the science of repairing the hair for any hair that is color treated, chemically treated, relaxers, chemicals, bleach, you name it, right? That's what I said. See, I'm pretty good at this stuff, child. But no, we want to be on this blackety black stuff, girl, bye.
Previously, because in that and also the House of Derion, it was the overvaluation of her celebrity factor and the lack of personal connection that was a major factor into both brands falling. Furthermore, whereas these brands were criticized for trying to depend on a celebrity factor, there was a lack of fan service in order to actively nurture that differentiator, meaning that there was a disconnect between the benefits sought by the consumers and the benefits delivered, which is a fancy way of saying that they weren't listening. In my Ivy Park video over on Understitch, I even give examples of how they could do exactly that, in which I discuss them using the idea of a beehive, bees, and honey imagery in order to subtly link it to her fans in an if you know manner that might not read to somebody that didn't know the brand.
And that's what I said. When you think of Sacred, for me, when I think of Sacred and the packaging of Sacred, honestly, it doesn't give Beyonce. I was like, I'm very surprised. When you see Sacred like this, it's like you would not think that this is a Beyonce brand. It doesn't feel like her. It's not giving her essence. It's like, I would think it was a Beyonce brand. Okay, that's just a brand, I guess, right? It looks like a skincare in there, but I would not think that was Beyonce. I would think you would have some bees, some yellow, etc., etc. But it's like, no, it looks just like this. Sacred? No, I said Secret. What is that? Sacred? Okay, it's Sacred. Child, let me work on that. But if I was to look at Sacred, I would not think it was connected to Beyonce. If nobody told you this was a Beyonce hair care line, you would not think that was a Beyonce product. You would think I don't know, skincare, I don't know, maybe something. But when you think of Beyonce, for me, I think of honey, I think of bees, I think of yellow, because that's usually the kind of colors that she really likes, the beehive, etc., etc. But I guess not this time around.
You can imagine my pride when honey imagery came up on the Sacred website, meaning it would be exactly this connector that the hair care line would use in order to give that fan service. And I'm not sure, as of writing the video, but it seems like it will be the brand star product as well, offering somewhat of an added value in the product, even if honey in hair care is not necessarily novel. This is also furthered by factors like the link to her mum's salon in the marketing, which is also on the site, and the name of the brand Sacred being a portmanteau of Beyonce and Sacred, giving another fan service nod. Of course, this too can be a weakness down the line, as this book states, as it can come across inauthentic sometimes, and we're seeing the same kind of complaints coming up already as it happens, like her appearing sparingly in her own ads or the product being unlikely to be made for all, as the promotion suggests, just because we all have different hair types. But considering it does directly target previous complaints, seemingly giving customers exactly the kind of parasocial connection that they would like from Beyonce, for now, for the launch, it's undoubtedly a clever use of fan service. So in short, the promotion is very good. They announced it, they let us mull over and get excited, provided a personal connection, and then furthered the evidence of listening to their customer with fan service elements like using old footage of her in her mum's salon, a star ingredient, and the name, all of which attempt to dispel previous complaints, giving it a sense of viability that her previous companies simply didn't have. However, while the promotion is mostly well and good, these same factors also affect the product. The idea that Beyonce was wearing Ivy Park was almost farcical to fans, and that became their biggest running complaint. But of course, that then brings into question if the public is to believe that Beyonce herself actually uses these sacred products.
I'm a therapist who goes to therapy, and some people think that's strange. The thing is, though, therapists are human beings.
That's the thing. Do people truly believe that Beyonce uses her own hair care line?
Of course, the truth of whether she does or doesn't use the products is unimportant, but it is the perception of if she would or does use the product that matters. If we can believe it, then it has the same effect to the consumer regardless. This brings me on to an argument that I saw early on. I really don't remember where, unfortunately, but it was that because she is known to wear wigs, does that invalidate a Beyonce hair care product? And on top of that, does her unwillingness to acknowledge her penchant for wigs also invalidate the product? I.e., are we to believe that she actually shampoos her own fake hair? And I took the time to mull over this because I did have a few comments on it previously, and I really think it could go both ways. Because Beyonce's fanbase really spans ethnic, cultural, and even socioeconomic lines, I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding in parts of her demographic that don't wear wigs of how wig wearers specifically, and a lot of how Black wig wearers treat both their natural hair and their wigs. As it happens, back in the day, I actually used to make wigs, and I know from experience that though we don't usually use shampoo on Kanekalon or otherwise plastic hair, instead I used to use dish soap, for human hair wigs, such as we know that Beyonce is wearing, it's actually quite an important step in order to get it clean. One doesn't wash them as regularly as hair from their own scalp, but it's still an important step. Now, do I believe Beyonce washes her own wigs or even asks her helpers to use sacred on said wigs? Obviously no, but given the promotional factor of how her mum used to own the hair salon, I believe that she knows how to wash said wigs. But the second point to this is that even if one does opt to wear wigs on a regular basis or even a daily basis, that doesn't mean one doesn't wash the hair underneath of the wig. Which again brings me to, do I believe Beyonce washes her own hair? Honestly,
do we believe Beyonce washes her own hair? No, but it's true. Like, there are certain things you think of when you think of Beyonce. And I'm like, when I look at Sacred, oh my God, sacred, right? Sacred. I do not think, like, I would never think that was her product line. Because I'm like, I just feel like everything was ready. And just like, girl, do you want to promote this? And we'll pay you this much. She said, okay, fine. Right. But I don't feel like she put her personal touch on even the packaging. I don't think she did. Because you would never look at them like, oh, yeah, I get Beyonce from that. Like, no, I don't. No, I do not.
Sometimes I want to say no in all the promotion someone else is doing it, but I suppose she must do sometimes. There must be days when she wants that for herself. And it's that seed of doubt that makes the product believable. Will everyone believe it? No, and that's okay. But some will, and that's a foot in the door. However, that does connect to price, because even if one is to believe that she does on occasion wash her own hair, even if she doesn't wash her own wigs, am I then to believe that she washes her hair with a $30 to $38 shampoo? I'm not sure.
Exactly. Would Beyonce use a $30 shampoo to wash her hair? I don't think she would.
I think she's probably on a more luxurious hair care routine personally, something more expensive than what I would consider to be a mid-priced shampoo. But saying that, there is an element to the pricing strategy that actually goes back into promotion, by which I mean that another complaint in her previous works was that the pricing was too high or was inflated too much because of the celebrity factor. And while of course the celebrity factor does add value, permitting a higher price point, because that has been an unnurtured factor in the past, it would have been far riskier to go for a higher price point if her fans are her initial target market, even if it does align a little bit more with the brand that we know of Beyonce being this glamazon performer. And really, this is quite clever. We know her main target market is her fan base because of factors we have talked about previously, and also because in the early product names, they have things like the super fan bundle. So
super fan bundle is like, girl, what? I thought that was weird too. I mean, how you gonna have a super fan bundle? Like, you know, because she knows that there are people out there who are so obsessed with her, they will buy something just out of obsession. I think the super fan bundle is $265. $265. And that's why I say, like, this is why I do not believe that women truly want their celebrities to be relatable. I do not believe that the majority of women are out here like, oh my gosh, show me the real you. I want to see the real you. I want to see the whatever. I don't think so. Because if a woman was relatable, would you really spend $285 on shampoo and conditioner? You know what I'm saying? No, you would not. No, you would not. Right? It's because she's not relatable. That's why you spend $265 on a hair bundle. Right? But it's like, girl, you like, is this shampoo and this conditioner coming from Mars? No, it's not. Exactly. What the hell is a fan bundle for hair care? Exactly. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Right? But it's like you have a lot more you have a lot of Black women for, let me put Amika, right? You have people like Amika, she has a brand called Strands of Faith, right? Like Amika is relatable. Would you give her $265 for some hair products? Okay, she's relatable. Here you go. That's a relatable Black girl right here, right? She's very relatable. She's real. She's in her own essence. If she had a website, right? Like, I mean, she does have a website, sorry. Would you go on her website and give her $265? No, you would not. No, you would not, because she's relatable. It does not pay to be relatable. Like if you have a business, like especially if you cater to a Black audience, right? If you cater to a Black audience, especially, and you have a business and you want people to buy your product, you cannot be relatable. You need to be excessive. You need to be extremely excessive. You need to be hyper materialistic, bunch of fake weave, bunch of Birkin bags. You pretty much get yourself in debt, okay? Be in debt, but look like you have money. And then people will buy from you because nobody wants to support someone that is relatable, okay? Nobody wants to support someone that is relatable. People know a whole bunch of relatable people, but they don't want to support them people, right? Like, no. People don't want to celebrate relatable people. They do not. She said maybe a few years ago, but some people bought it. Some people bought the super fan bundle because they thought it was going to come in that fancy PR box. Let me show you. The sacred PR box. Okay. So some people thought if they paid the $265, they were going to get this box. Right? But this box is only for PR. Nobody who paid for the super fan bundle got this box. They got they put all the products in a regular brown box and they shipped it to them. So they didn't even get this fancy box, right? But my thing is, if you are relatable, people will not give you money. People will not give you money. People don't want to help people who are relatable. People want to help. People want to buy from people who are aspirational. Yes, ma'am. So if you're not aspirational, you're not getting their money. You're not getting their money. Like for what? Like, oh, get a job, right? Like if you're a regular person and you're selling something, they'll tell you, girl, go get a job, right? If you're a celebrity and you make it rich or you seem to be like you're rich, I'm like, oh yeah, take all my money, right? People take pleasure in giving money to people who already have money. So guess what? If you have a business and you don't have the money yet, you need to look like you have money, because once you look like you have money, they look at you as aspirational. So once you act like you're aspirational, then people want to start buying your product. But nobody wants to buy from someone who's like regular, just like them. You know? So I'm like, yeah, no. No. All this, Beyonce be relatable, JLO be relatable. If these women are relatable, they will not sell the products. No, they need to be aspirational. Where was I?
By targeting to them, they're effectively getting free promotion as long as this target market is satisfied. They will be more than happy to promote the brand on her behalf on social media for free. So for that reason, a mid-price price point is fine. But this pillar is really where her competitors come into play. You see, most celebrity hair care lines have been mid-priced. Cindy Crawford's Meaningful Beauty is $49, Tracee Ellis Ross's Pattern Beauty is $45, Jennifer Aniston's Lola V is $29, Hayley Williams' Good Die Young is $26, Issa Rae's Sienna Rachel's is $24, Jonathan Van Ness's JVN is $21, and there's, of course, several many more. As a result, the price point becomes nothing to write home about. It does.
There are a lot of celebrity hair care brands. That's crazy. Taraji, I looked at Taraji's hair care line. I felt like it was a little too cheap. I was like, why is your stuff like $10? Like, what the heck? The Sienna Naturals, what's her name? Issa's line, I got a conditioner. That was okay. Pattern, I feel like is for high porosity hair. But that's a lot of celebrity hair care lines. My goodness.
Doesn't differentiate them from competitors by price. It's on the higher end, yes, but not prohibitively. I expect unless the product is particularly bad that customers will not be complaining about this price point, which seems to be exactly the point. While the price point to all of these brands is similar, their fame and fan service is not. To turn this into a perceptual map for competitor analysis, I've quantified each of these celebrities' fan bases by the use of Google Trends, so just Google searches over the course of 2023, to plot where each celebrity brand sits with potential desirability and therefore price point. And as you can see, in comparison to the other celebrity brands I could find, Beyonce's average search rate.
Oh, so look at this, right? Because she's comparing how desirable the brands are. And look, the higher your fame, the more you go up, the lower your fame, the more you go down. Because Taraji P. Henson is right here. Like, people really don't care about this one. Okay. Issa Rae is kind of like, in the middle. Pattern is right here. Tracy's right here. Because I do feel like Tracy, and then Tracy is light-skinned, she is biracial. So I do feel like people care a little bit more about the Tracy child than they care about the Taraji P. Henson. But it could also be that Taraji's not really promoting her line, though. She's not very aggressive. And like, if Empire was still on TV, maybe she'd be like here somewhere. But, you know, it shows you like the higher your fame, your celebrity status, the more people are trying to try your products out. So you see, people don't want you to be relatable. They don't want you to be relatable. People want you to be out of reach. But do it in a way that still makes them feel like they can still reach you in the way, huh? You know what I'm saying? And Tracy is known for her hair. But Taraji's not really aggressive with her hair care line. Yeah, Tracy's always promoting. Taraji really is not. She did something this weekend. Let me see if I can find it. Taraji. Okay, she posted something this weekend. Let me show you right here.
Crazy growth spurt, like 3 inches. I've been using this collection. About to take my braid down. This stuff has been growing like crazy. It was from December, right before Christmas, I braided my hair until about February. As you know, I'm going to start with the scalp. Go in with my Never Salty. Now that my scalp is nice and clean, we're going to start with a long run. Putting this in. This is going to help with your split ends and breakage. Helps with the elasticity. Bonding your hair. Oops. Now I'm going to go back to my scalp with Master Cleanse to cleanse the scalp only. This helps with breakage. It helps with elasticity of your hair. It just makes your hair feel like silk. The new levels that has, it's going to give your hair moisture. And it's going to help with the strengthening. It's bonding. It's beautiful and I love it. And I honestly believe that this is how I've gotten that crazy growth spurt.
Okay.
I've gotten so much growth.
So it was this. There was another video she posted. Oh, this.
Clip my ends. It's I love when I get my ends clipped, y'all. No.
Yes.
And then what you said? No.
His hair grows back. Bob.
We have wigs for Bob.
The
The spirits of nothing. I boom shakalaka all my wigs when I get them. I put sage them. I do all of that. Right. That's my brush. Since I had the salon.
Bruh. What kind of brush is it?
It's a brush.
Who's the name?
A paddle brush.
What's the name?
You don't even have to cut that much. Yes. She got that lean. That TPH. That's that TPH. And I'm not cutting it this time, Tim. Lovely. Look at that. It's so soft. All that body. She's so healthy. Get into it.
Okay, so that was that, right? Whereas, like, I guess, like, when it comes to Tracy Ellis Ross, I guess, like, for a lot of people, she's always been, like, hair crush goals. People have always loved her hair, especially her curls, right? So I think she has more of a... Tracy is known for her hair, just like her mom, like, big hair, big curls. Taraji does not have that type of, like, reputation. Yeah. Tracy always had big hair, fun curls, like, yeah. Okay, cool. All right. So let's see this. Let's go back to this. Okay, let's go.
Is significantly higher than most of her competitors. Of course, this is only factoring in the searches for each celebrity, not the brand themselves, but this was chosen as 2023, firstly because Beyonce's brand just didn't exist then, and secondly as it seems the intended critical strength of Sacred. Therefore, actually, despite the mid-price point being nothing special, it's exactly that allows them to stand apart from their competition. That is, unless other major celebrities like Beyonce get into hair care. However, again, though this is great for a launch, much as this book suggests, that too means that it has the point of weakness of the shiny new object effect. That is possible after a while that the products and the world building stop being desirable over their competitors as they lose that initial impact that had once made them successful. Of course, maybe that's okay because shampoo only costs cents on the dollar to make, and even in time, with lesser brand awareness, they can see themselves profiting just fine as long as they have a big blowout launch to bring massive brand awareness in the first place. But it's still a factor to consider nonetheless, especially when the packaging is brought into the picture. Because as you can see, this packaging is just beautiful. It's very trendy, it's got the rounded cap and the cylindrical bottle, it's very much of the moment following that minimalism trend. Is that a bad thing? For launch, certainly not. But trends pass. And then a brand is forced to spend a lot of money to play catch up for the rest of their existence. This is fine when it's a Kardashian brand. We as customers are well aware that they come and they go like the wind. But
I told you last time it felt like a Kardashian brand. Like, it's just, I don't know. I just don't feel the soul of Beyonce in this packaging. I feel like they just made everything for her. She just showed up because all she cared about was making money. Like, I would not look at this. If I was walking outside and I saw this, it would never pop into mind, like, connect this to Beyonce. No, I wouldn't.
Beyonce is a really long-standing entertainer. Many of us watching this video do not remember an entertainment industry without a big Beyonce presence. She is and has been for a very long time the industry leader in music. So when her businesses fail, it's a real shock because we just don't expect that ill-fatedness from someone so revered. It's for this reason I believe the packaging to actually be a little ill-advised. Perhaps the brief that the designer was given was to make something that would be beautiful.
I let AI plan my week and I have zero regrets. So I have a project coming up. So I start by listing
and desirable now. And if so, they did a great job because they are just so pretty, far nicer than most hair care bottles. But for longevity, I anticipate the need to redesign in the not too distant future, just because of this bubble top trend in cosmetics has been going on for a long time now, and the minimalism trend is just getting a little tired. Of course, this isn't on the designer, and also is just my speculation of how the cosmetic industry will change in the not too distant future. But perhaps the best way to make my point is to ask, if you saw Rare Beauty or Rhode or Alia launch a shampoo, is this not exactly the bottle that you would expect they would come up with, just maybe perhaps in a different color? However, while I say this, that's really the only negative thing I have to say so far about the brand launch when using the 3 areas of complaints that we discussed in the 4 Ps. I also did run a SWOT test, so that's strengths, weaknesses, threats, and opportunities, but I think it's a little self-explanatory given everything that we've gone over.
Let me pause right here. So strength, huge celebrity endorsement, directly targeted past mistakes to fix, very well branded elements like star products and names to celebrity, perception of logistics being in-house. Okay. What you got here? Opportunities. Celebrity impact on the rise with upcoming tours and albums. Celebrity is sufficiently large to allow selectivity over stockist. Opportunity to grow in other hair care markets. Now, weaknesses. Celebrity not heavily used in advertising. Doubtful if celebrity uses the product. Packaging is unoriginal. No emphasis on product quality is communicated. I said that. They don't talk about the ingredients. Nobody talks about the ingredients. Nobody talks about the science of these products. High expectation due to celebrity. Other high-profile celebrities, threats. Okay, other high-profile celebrities can come into the sector easily. I think earlier Mrs. H said Rihanna said she's going to do hair care very soon. The product may not meet high consumer expectation because the packaging is unoriginal, may get lost in the store. The packaging is too trendy. It's easy to be confused. The celebrity's personal fame or popularity may wane. Okay.
Already. They're playing to their celebrity strengths, trying to rectify past weaknesses. Their weaknesses are in trendiness and authenticity. Their opportunities really are plentiful right now, given that she's currently the only buzzworthy major celebrity running in shampoo and hair care. And there's the obvious threats of competition, as high-profile celebrities could jump on it. However, it's exactly that competition that...
What did you say? Scorpio said what? Marlene, stop hating. I just search your channel for this type of content for pattern or TPH. You did not do this at all. But guess what? Secret has surpassed them in 2 months. No, Scorpio, I'm not hating. You know me better than that, baby. I'm not hating. I was actually going to do pattern because there's a video. I was going to do it today, actually. There is a video that Tracy Ellis did on this girl's hair. I was really shocked. I'll show y'all. So no, I'm not hating. No, with this channel, let me tell you something. With this channel, I don't even know what I want to do with this channel. So I thought like maybe at one point I was okay, I'm gonna go back to skincare. Then I'm like, do I have the patience to record this stuff? Right? Okay. And not just that too, because I was like, if I review skincare, I have trepidation, I have anxiety about making people feel like they always have to buy a product. So I was like, okay, if I review skincare, I buy from Sephora, I buy from the drugstore, I review it. I don't want to make people feel like they have to always buy something. So I said, okay, maybe you could do like DIYs. But I said, oh, I know you love me, Scorpio. Come on now. We didn't know each other today. We've been together a long time. I said, if I do DIYs too, then that's even more buying because you got to buy all the little ingredients. And, oh, gosh, I'm tired, right? Then I said, okay, maybe I can do a channel like finance and stuff like that. I said, girl math. I said, okay, cool. But then I said, oh, I want to document my hair care journey. So it's like, maybe I'll do hair videos. I don't really know, right? But the whole, like the secret thing, initially I wasn't like, oh, whatever. I was like, oh, it's Beyonce. This is going to start lying, right? So I was like, okay, let's do a video about that. But then it started off with the being skeptical about the stuff like being her hair, because now I really feel like it's her hair in the front and it's a unit in the back. I really do feel like it's that, right? But I was like, okay, maybe like talking about hair care products is a good way to segue into like, maybe I'll turn this channel into like hair care reviews. I'm trying to think about how to do it, right? But then it led me to looking at pattern beauty because, but I was like, hold up, wait a minute. Wait a minute. But I'll play this after this one. Because Tracy too, it's the hype. I don't think she knows what she's doing. Like, I really don't know. Taraji, when it comes to her hair care line, I didn't really pay much attention to it because she's not really promoting it. She's not really promoting it because it seems like she cares more about being Hollywood famous. The past year or so, she's been crying everywhere since the whole color purple thing. She cries and she cries and she cries. I also don't like her mindset about I don't believe in not competing, because that was like, for me, maybe you do want to be a big actress. Maybe you do want to be an Oscar winning actress. I'm not against it, but you can make way more money with your product line than you can running behind these people for 100,000, 500,000. I'm like, you can make way more money with your skincare, with your hair care line, but she doesn't seem like she's passionate about it. So yesterday I looked it up, and also it doesn't even have a website. Like, You can't even buy the product on the website. You have to go to Target, Walmart, CVS. I'm like, what is going on with you? Like, why aren't you on Shopify? So, but her stuff is $9. I'm like, why is Taraji P's hair care line $9? That is just too cheap. How is this okay? Taraji P Henson hair. Hold on. You know, look, the prices really had me shook. I'm like, this is too cheap. What y'all think? I think I felt like for a celebrity line, I think it's a little too cheap. You know? And I also don't understand why she's not sending more PR packages to people. I don't get it. I don't get it. But she's more focused on Hollywood. She's more focused on how they're paying her. I'm like, F Hollywood. You don't need these people. You know? Because it really seems like, I guess you got to go to Target, but I'm like, So we can talk about it too, though. But it's not even, I don't know. I feel like she needs to really focus on her hair care line and go hard for the hair care line. Because I'm like, you can make way more money. Because she has like 14, hold on. You see, she has 21 million followers, almost like 22 million followers. Why are you crying about Hollywood not paying you? F these people. F them people. Like if I had 22 million, you guys, if only if 1%, that's like 220,000 people. Who? If 220,000 people gave you $20, that's 4 million. Why am I going to sit here and cry about Hollywood? Listen, I get it. Like sometimes you want to have all these awards and stuff like that. But when you have 21 million followers, you're like, you did what you had to do. Sometimes there's what you want and there's what you have. But I'm like, with 22 million followers, you don't even need Hollywood anymore. You just don't. I'm just saying, like, oh no, I love Taraji. She used to wear Lincoln lashes. Like, no, I really do love her. Okay. But I'm just saying, like, why would you cry about $500,000 having to drive yourself to set? There are cockroaches in your trailer. I'm not putting myself through that. Like, no, I wouldn't even want to do movies anymore. Why? You have to be on set like for crazy hours. You can't live at your house. You stay in a trailer. Why would I torture myself? I have 22 million followers. I would just focus on my hair care line and go hard because with the hair care line, she can make like $5-10 million a month. Like she could legit, like Taraji could make $100 million a year just selling hair care. Why am I going to go for them little basic ass checks and run behind white people and, oh, white people give me a bigger check, give me a bigger role. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. Because imagine if she has a successful year and she can pull in 50 million to 100 million, eventually she can sell the company. So it's like you can either sell the company like maybe like 5x, 10x. So if you make 50, you could probably sell it for 500 million. Huh? Man, I don't want to act. Like maybe you use the acting to get your name out there, but now that you are a household name, sell your products. It's like Rihanna. She could sing. She don't want to sing. For what? For what? Why would I go into the studio, go make a music video, go be on tour? For what? She could just do Fenty and make like 200 million a month. I don't want to work hard. I don't want to work hard. And if you make 100 million, if you make 50 to 100 million dollars a year with your hair care line, you can create your own production company. You can finance your own movies. Like all the things you've ever dreamed of, you can give those things to yourself. You don't have to wait for nobody in Hollywood to do anything for you. That's crazy to me. Like, no. I thought she had like 14, but she got like 21, almost like 22 million followers. So I'm like, I don't know why, and she's very pretty. I don't know why she's not focusing on her hair care line and making it as big as possible, being in all types of stores, the website, do all kinds of photo shoots and stuff like that. I'm like, do events. Taraji has not had a PR event. She hasn't done PR. Sorry, like, you know how like Fenty does events, like a lot of brands do events and stuff. She has not done any event where she has invited influencers. She could throw a party and then invite all these YouTubers, all the hair care girlies, like invite them out, you know, like Rihanna does, like take the pictures with them. They will push out your product. But I don't want to act. I'm done. No. Me, if I have 22 million followers, you guys, I am not working. I will not work. Yeah, she needs to do more events. Do events in LA, do events in Atlanta, do events in New York and Vegas, you know, like have a lot of activations, you know, partner with Ulta, you know, increase the price a little bit because the price are really low. Yeah, got to do more of that. But I don't understand how you have 22 million followers, a hair care line, and people who love you, and you're sitting here crying like this. Like, why are you crying? Like, no. $500,000. What am I gonna do with that? Child, please. You could make $10 million a year. Yeah, she has 22 million followers. Why is she waiting for somebody in Hollywood to give her a role for $500,000? What am I gonna do with $500,000? I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. You know, even like if you compare to, I don't know if she has a channel though. Hold on. Tarash P. Henson, Hair Care Line. I don't even know if they have a YouTube channel. No, she doesn't have one. But you see, Pattern Beauty has a hair care line. See, so she should be working on her YouTube channel. But the thing about Pattern Beauty, you see, they have their own YouTube channel. They have a YouTube channel. Let's see how many followers they are introducing the pattern. Yeah, okay, 12.5. I think Tracy could create more content. But so far, they do have content on here. Right? So I'm like, Taraji, also her line should definitely have, a YouTube channel, right? She needs to be doing this full time. So Scorpio, don't worry. I'll get on her ass too. I got you. I will get on her ass as well, right? But I'm like, you need to be focusing on this. Instead of crying about the color purple, crying about your trailer with cockroach. I'm like, why are you putting yourself through all this? Why are you torturing yourself like this?
Imodium multi
22 million followers and you crying for money? Nah, ain't no way. Ain't no way. But look at this, right? I'm like, do more events. Like, do more events like this. Like, create more activations. You know, all these young people now, like, especially past like C19, people are trying to be outside. People trying to be outside. Put on some dinners. Like, invite these Black girls, the Black women, the Latinas, the white women. Like, invite everybody. People want to go outside and take pictures, talk about hair. You know, man, bump Hollywood. F these people. You don't need these people. You do not need these people. So that's one thing I will say. It's like you need to create a YouTube channel for Taraji Hair Care Line, and you guys need to start making more content. Taraji needs to come out here and do people's hair. Like, you know, learn from, you see, she had a focus group. So Tracy's outside. Well, I see why her hair care line is doing well. She's outside. You need to be outside. Let's see what she's saying. Hold on.
To walk in here and to know that, oh.
Yeah.
I feel like the curly coilies and the tight textures, Black women, we've been here before time and we will be here after time. We are across the globe. And I always wanted Pattern to be for all of us. And so to walk in here and to know that, oh, that we are here. We are here. We are here. You know, and the reason I chose Boots is because they're everywhere. I want everybody to be able to access the products.
I just never thought I'd be in a room with some people talking about the things that we will experience. But I think the fact that you even you took time to okay, which stores are going to be like a better customer experience? Where can you go? Like, can you be at any part of London, just walk into a shop and buy something? That makes such a big difference.
I just want people to know that they have a choice and that whatever they're doing with their hair, that when they get home in their sacred space, they have products that they can honor themselves with and really support their scalps and hair with.
As a feminist, I just want to say thank you for actually putting a brand out there with integrity.
Beauty can be an access point for agency and is less about.
So, like, you see, she's really outside. Because she's also in Hollywood, but you see, she's not really focusing on, oh, I gotta be in a movie, no, she's focusing on her hair care line. Because you can make way more money and do less, not to be offensive, but you can make way more money and do less work. So, Taraji, yeah, we're gonna come for you also. Tracy's visible for the brand and accessible. The marketing also so far looks good. Yeah, she really is outside. But Taraji, they don't have, they do not have, she doesn't have a YouTube channel. Like, how, we're in 2024. How do you not have a YouTube channel for your hair care line? So it's TPH by Taraji. Let me see. TPH by Taraji. Oh, no, they do have a YouTube channel, but she only has 1.4 thousand. She has, okay, 1,400 subscribers. Like, okay, 1,500 subscribers. Okay, that's kind of low. Right.
Throughout the early 2000s, the trend was.
But you see, the last video was a year ago. So why are you wasting your time with Color Purple when you got your own business to take care of? See? How many videos are on here? 20 videos. She got 20 videos on here. Hold on. Fandom Beauty channel. So she has, yeah, Taraji has like 1,500 subscribers. Pattern has 12,500 subscribers, right? But look, Pattern has 438 videos. Hold on, sorry, I'm talking to myself. Okay, so look at Pattern over here, right? Pattern has 12,500 subscribers, and they have 438 videos. Their last videos was a month ago, 111,000 views, right? See, she's focused on her. She really is focused. Taraji has 1.5 thousand subscribers and only 20 videos. How do you only have 20 videos? And the last video was a year ago. And there's no, like, you don't see any social events. I mean, like, that's over, I guess, because like the Panini. But there's no like social gathering. There's no activation. Like, you need to focus on your brand.
Today I'm sharing life-changing.
Like, forget Hollywood. Forget these people. I don't know why people are so obsessed with places that don't want them. I don't get that part.
Ugh, I can't do this. Can't do what? I can't go out like this. My skin is dry and
She's looking good though. Very glowy, bronze goddess. Yes.
I don't like the way it looks. Just stop, okay? Your skin is beautiful. You are beautiful. That's it. Put on anything glows. Give yourself that dewy, radiant glow. Oh, that's the confidence I want to see. Girl, I gotta put my shades on. Protect my eyes from your glow.
She even has skincare. She has body lotion. But I'm like, no, this is not acceptable. This is not acceptable. Only 20 videos. Like, are you not trying to win in life? Like, what's wrong with you? But she gonna be on the TikTok. She gonna be on the all over the place over here, just crying. Where is she? Oh, well, all this crying she does, right? She gonna be over here crying and doing all this stuff when she has a lot of business to tend to. You know, you see this? She's over here crying and crying and crying. You are Essence Fest. Promote the hair care line. Okay. Oh, the roaches in my trailer. I'm not being paid fairly. You don't even need to be paid. You need to like focus on your own business. This is weird. Sometimes there's what you want to do and there's what you have to do. You know, acting could be her real passion. But if acting don't want you, if acting ain't trying to pay you what you're worth, if acting means that you got to be in a trailer with cockroaches, if acting means you got to drive yourself to set, there comes a time when you have 22 million subscribers, you have 22 million followers. That's the whole country. You have 22 million followers, okay? You have a business with great products. There comes a time where you have to say to yourself, you know what? There's what I want to do and there's what I can do. And in the meantime, let me focus on where I'm actually wanted. And that's your hair care line. Because Tracy's doing well, you could do well too. And it's better for you to focus on your own business. Right? And it's better for you to focus on your own business and make as much money as possible. Because with 22 million people, if only 1% buys, Dang. Yeah, because 1% is 200,000, 222,000 people. If you can get 200,000 people to buy from you every month, every 2 months, or every other month, girl, what do I need Hollywood for? Then you make your own money. You make your millions and millions of dollars. You start your own production company. You start to go through the scripts that you want to, or you hire the writers that you want to. You can have people write stories about the roles that you want to play. You sell more hair care products. You can pay for your own movies. You can pay for your own series. You can start selling your own content to Netflix, right? So sometimes maybe you have to take a little detour to be able to make your dreams come true. But both processes can be enjoyable. Running your own hair care line and being very successful at it can be very, very enjoyable. But it seems like this acting thing has made her nothing but miserable. Like she's always sad. So sometimes walk away from these things. Like even, what's his name? Mel Gibson. Mel Gibson had to walk away from Hollywood because he's like, you are a bunch of weirdos. You are pedophile weirdos. So he walked away. And then recently he had a movie with Netflix. So sometimes maybe you got to walk away, do something else, make as much money as you can, try a new chapter in your life. And then you can always come back to this on your own terms because now you have more money. So I'm like, but she needs to really be focusing on Taraji hair care line because she could truly do a lot. And if she makes like her goals for the next 5 years, she could truly sell the brand to a bigger investor and go about her business and never have to worry about money ever again. But I'm like, why are you crying like this? Okay. So, So if we go back to this, where's the video? We're like 14. Okay, 15 minutes. Okay, let me see this. So you see, if we go back here, then if we go here, this graph actually, hold on, no, you guys not seeing this. If we go to this, if we go here, then this graph makes a lot of sense because she's not really pushing it. Let me get myself out the screen because she's right here. So people don't have much interest in the brand, which makes sense because she's not focusing on it. Whereas like Tracy's always been hair goals for a lot of people, myself included, even though we don't have the same texture, but her curls are iconic. The big hair, the big curls, very iconic. So there's that, right? But Tracy is outside. Tracy's outside. And Tracy is creating a lot of content and Tracy is posting a lot of content. Yeah, but there's no need to cry. Scorpio, if people don't want you, like you have this business right here that you really want to do, but the people do not want you or they don't want to treat you right. And then you have this other business here that people really want you and are excited, would love to meet you and be nice to you. Why not focus on these people for now and make even way more money? Why force yourself to do this, be in a trailer with cockroaches? You are forced to drive yourself on set. They're getting you a car from Hertz. I mean, what? There's no lunch. There's no dinner. You have to eat crackers. This is so ratchet. This is so ratchet. When you can spend your time, create your YouTube channel, make the content that you want to make, have all kinds of events, travel throughout the US, travel abroad, let people discover the brand and have so much fun, look good doing it, put your makeup and be successful on your own terms. And then when you make the money, you can come back over here. But this time you own the production, you have this, you have that, it's your actual business. You make the movies that you want to make and you create the roles that you want to play because you got the money. That's what I'm saying. But all this crying all the time, it's excessive. It's not going to fix anything. So I'm like, this makes sense. I'll go to the page. I'll go to the secret IG page in a bit. Sacred. Oh, it's a secret. Sacred. Oh my God. Something is wrong with me. So hold on. Let's finish this real quick.
In hair care, and there's the obvious threats of competition as high-profile celebrities could jump on it. However, it's exactly that competition that brings me on to the final P, place. Because in previous 4P analysis, we've often discussed place as the location one interacts or even buys said product, which it is. But in this case, Firstly, I don't know their stockist yet. And secondly, their company seems to have another ace up their sleeves in one of my favorite areas of business: logistics. You see, in 2023, Beyonce invested in building a hemp and honey farm, vertically integrating her business from the beginning in the manufacturing process. This has a chance to lower cost and have better quality control, sure, but actually, again, this plays into promotion. While the logistical benefits help behind the scenes, making the margin widen, to the average Beyonce fan, it adds even further value, as the brand seemingly is owned from farm to consumer by Beyonce. Hell, even her mother, Tina Knowles, will be at the helm of this company, supposedly seeing over it all. Of course, this is all about perception. Whether it is entirely owned or controlled by the two women, we cannot definitively know, just as much as we cannot know if they're actually planning on using any of Beyonce's own honey in the product. But perceiving is believing. But if we as consumers believe...
And this is the part I was going to say, because, you know, there's this girl, I guess she's Turkish. There's this white girl-ish, I guess she's Turkish. She has a brand called Jisoo, and Jisoo is like honey-based. So here she is. Here she is right here. Here she is right here. I think she's Turkish because of her last name. Or maybe she's Jewish. I don't know. I don't know what she is. But with Nagin, right, she has this hair. I mean, it does look beautiful. I do feel like she uses extensions, though. But what do I know, right? So based off her hair and her following, she was able to start this overpriced, if you ask me, is overpriced hair care line. So her line is called Jisoo, right? And she claims that, oh, it's made out of bees. The bees, the honey, which is what I said. You see, here she is finessing, right? Which is why I said, like, I expected like sacred. I expected sacred to have a honey component to it because it's Beyonce. It's the beehive, like honey, like, you know. So this girl over here, she's overcharging for, like, I mean, for me, in my personal opinion, these are very basic products. These are very basic products, and I don't think her hair got like this because of honey, but you see all this, honey stuff, which is what I expected from a Beyonce hair care line, you know, because I'm like, Beyonce, honey, sunflowers, yellow, gold, Oshun. I don't know. That's just, I don't know. I don't think I'm crazy for saying that, right? So it's a very yellowish, right? So, but to me, the brand truly is overpriced. I was able to order her conditioner today for $14 because it's like this size. I think it's like $24 something. I was able to get it for like $14. Okay, fine. I'll try to see what it's about. You know, but when I read the ingredients, it's nothing crazy. It's nothing crazy, but it does give you like the whole yellow, honey, etc., etc. If I show you the ingredients. Because she's on Sephora, right? Like if you look at her oil, because I think her oil does very well. So let's look at the oil, for example. Okay, so here's the oil at Sephora. You can find on her website. Maybe I should go to her website. No, let me go to her website. It's better. Let's come to her website. Sure. Okay, so you'll see like it's a bunch of like honey. Oh, honey, dun, 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 dun. Right? Look at the candle stuff. Looks like the honeycomb, like the hive. Sorry, look at the hive, right? So here is the oil. Where's her oil? Okay, honey infused hair oil. Sure. Where are the ingredients? So see, here are the ingredients, right? Like the main ingredients are what? Marcelli honey, Marcelli oil blend, coconut oil, sweet almond oil. Like these things ain't expensive. I'm like, these ingredients are not expensive. Okay. How to use, yeah, sure. The ingredients: Marcelli honey, Marcelli oil blend honey, coconut oil, sweet almond oil. I mean, like there's nothing in these ingredients like dimethyl, whatever. So honey, passion fruit oil, She has sweet almond oil. She has coconut oil. Whatever this is, this passiflora, that's passion fruit oil. So it's like a bunch of basic oils in there. And this girl is out here charging all kinds of money for this oil. So how much is it? So 20 milliliter is 22 pounds, 22 euros. This is almost like 50 bucks. And this is like almost like $85. I'm like, girl, yeah, you're crazy, right? But basic oils that you can make for yourself for less amount of money. Look how much she's charging for this. That's crazy. So I really, hold on, there's another page where it's like she shows like her dad and stuff. Hold on. Ooh, my gosh. I forgot which one it was. Maybe it's like about us type of page. Hold on. About us. There you go. Our story. So she claims that her dad, so Jizu by Negin Mursali is born out of passion for honeybees hair care. So I guess they're beekeeper by blood. Oh, sure, whatever. Here is her dad with the bees. Okay, here is her dad with the bees. That's, I guess, her mom and her sister with the bees. Okay, more bees. Then she's eating the honey, and now she got the this, right? So it's a lot of honey, bees and stuff. So for me too, like honestly, this is what I would have expected from the secret thing, because I'm like, Beyonce and bees is like synonymous. So
believe that shampoo is produced on Beyonce soil by happy Beyonce farmers who supply happy Beyonce formulists who send it on to happy Beyonce bottling plants and distributors for Beyonce fans to order on their Beyonce products on their Beyonce website. That's a very powerful attempt at adding value to the fan base through the supply chain and gives consumers the perception of a supply chain transparency that is so uncommon that honestly could even be a differentiator to other hair care lines that aren't celebrity owned. Do I believe all of this actually happens? Of course not. I'm sure several parts of it are outsourced labor because frankly it would just be too expensive of a capital investment to immediately set all of this up without even a first sale. But do I believe a customer could believe it? Absolutely. And it's that perception that has power. Genuinely, all in all, in my opinion, it's an exceptionally strong brand launch given everything that we've discussed. And though I'm not convinced just yet that the brand will still be with us decades down the line, for example, Ivy Park also had a very strong brand launch, it still has a very strong opening that could build the brand a consumer loyalty that will serve them well for many, many years to come. Hair care is a necessity after all. It's not like clothes, which we can come and go from. And I know that I didn't really mention it in the video, but hair care is something people tend to stick to. If you like the product, you tend to keep buying it. The chance of a repeat purchase is quite high in this sector. So unless Beyonce has some major scandal and all of her brands get boycotted somewhere down the future, there's a good possibility that this brand is made to last.
Okay, amen. So here, I'm gonna say, come over here, that there is a doctor. You're talking about this lady. But my thing is, like, even when you look, even if you were to compare, right? Even if you were to compare the Instagram accounts, right? From Sacred to Jizu, for example, you see how this one feels more fun and like, I don't know. This one feels more fun and youthful with all the honey stuff. Like, I don't know. I don't know. That's maybe it's just me. I don't know. I just feel like I would have loved to see Sacred look more like this. Very honey. Like, very fruity, very honey. I don't know. What do you guys think, right? Like, I don't know. This feels like a lot more fun. This really does feel like a lot of fun, right? Now, here we are with Sacred. Sacred, right? I said it right, Sacred. Yeah, Sacred, right? I just like, this feels really cold. Like, it feels really cold. Like, where is the soul in this? So you say, which video? No, I'm talking about like how it feels. I feel like this feels very cold. You said there was a doctor here. Which one? This lady here in the white coat, or who else? I'm like, okay, there's a little bit of honey right here. There's some honey here. This gives honey too. I don't know. I would want to see like honey. Which video? This lady, the dark-skinned lady in the white coat. Yeah, right here. Okay, hold on.
Here, and I know you see my face in the videos, but you don't really know me. So I wanted to take an opportunity to give you the high-level highlights about my career so you can learn a little bit more about who I am. I am a licensed barber, a licensed cosmetologist, a self-taught master braider, and a trichologist. So that means I can braid you, fade you, and take care of your edges. I owned a salon here in Los Angeles for 14 years. Your girl is also an innovator and a trendsetter because I invented the goddess lot. I also sat on the California State Board of Barbering and Cosmetology for 8 years, where I also served as president and vice president shaping policy here in the state of California. All of the experience that I've had throughout my career, I am perfectly positioned to be the director of education here at Sacred so that I can not only bring my expertise and skill set to the brand, but also to the world. Hi, Dr. Carrie here, and I know you see my...
But you see, like that, and that's what the lady said earlier, Scorpio. By Dr. Carr doing this, it makes it seem like it's Dr. Carr's brand. Because Beyonce should be the one talking about her own brand. That's the thing. Because these credit that she does. Okay, so she knows hair. Does Beyonce even know what's in her product? You know what I'm trying to say? And that's the thing she said. Hold on, let me show you what part of the video this was, right? What was it? Where did she say it? Was it here somewhere? Hold on. You see, this is the part, this is where this lady said this. And I'm like, this is what we're talking about here, right? Hold on.
It's that though we don't usually use shampoo on Kanekalon or otherwise plastic hair, instead I used to use dish soap, for human hair wigs, such as we know that Beyonce is wearing, it's actually quite an important step in order to get it clean.
Exactly.
One doesn't wash them as regularly as hair from their own scalp.
And that's the point we're trying to make. He said, no, Marlene, the people she has employed know what they're talking about. Exactly. So you just made my point. She don't know what it is. Because like it's like me. If I have a business or you have a business, right? But your employees do the talking for you. So do you know what's going on with your products? Or if I have a product and then I say to people like, oh no, well, I'll just let T tell you what's in there. But I'm like, but why? But Beyonce's not talking about her products. She's not. Other people are doing the talking for her. And that's the issue. Because that's the thing. For me, if I formulate a product, because I've done that with my lipsticks, my eyeshadow palettes, whatever, right? If I formulate a product, I can tell you what's in there because I was there. It's like if you turn you turn a take-home exam and you have 100% on the test, right? And the professor says to you, okay, come down and show the class how you solve problem number 2. And you're like, oh, but why do I have to do that? But then how did you get an A on the test? Who did it? Who took the test? Right? So it's like, I'm not against having employees who are just as knowledgeable, but I do feel like the person who's making the products should be able to talk first. And then other people can come in and do the talking. But for the whole line, it's been other people talking for her. No, they're saying that because it's Beyonce. And they don't want her to have to expose that she don't know what's in it. You understand, right? But it's like, you should know what's in your stuff. Because you picked it. You made it. You chose the ingredients for these people. Right? Like, you should do it. It's not, oh, no, I'm going to let my employees talk for me. Yeah, they can do that later. Right? But if I look at this product, for example, right? Beyonce should be able to say what's in this. She should know off the top of her head because it's her product. No. It's not the truth. It's because it's Beyonce. And they don't want to treat this woman like a real human being. They don't want to. They don't want to, right? Because I promise you, where's Amika? Right? If Amika came out here and because she does have a brand. This is Amika, like she's one of my social media friends, right? Amika has a brand, the Strands of Fate. Right? If Amika said, oh no, I'm gonna let my employees tell you what's in my product, nobody will believe that stuff. Nobody will put up with that stuff. Right? If Monique from Mael Organics could not tell people what's in her products herself, nobody would accept that stuff. Nobody would. If Courtney from The Main Choice could not tell people what she put in The Main Choice and why she picked those ingredients, nobody would put up with that kind of stuff. Courtney, come over here. Let me go find Courtney for you. No. And because it's Beyonce, people always change the goalposts or change the standards when it's Beyonce. But if it was any other woman out here selling hair care products and she could not come out herself first and foremost to talk about the stuff, nobody would be okay with this. Because the rules don't apply to Beyonce. That's the problem. Hold on. Let me look at her. Courtney, where you at? Let me scroll all the way down. Like, look at this video of Courtney. Like, I'm like, she knows what's in her stuff because she's in the lab. She's in the lab. They're not just making this stuff and she's just slapping her logo on it. Hold on, I will find it. What was this collection she made? Hold on. Because I watched the video. Oh, here it goes, right? Look at this. Okay, this is Courtney 5 years ago. Let's watch this video.
Hey guys, Courtney here. As some of you may know, I am the founder and CEO of the Main Choice Hair Solution. Today, I'm going to let you in on a little secret, something I have never let anyone in on before. How I create products. I know some of you may be wondering, why am I in the kitchen? But many of you already know that this is where the Main Choice started. This is where the magic happens. Our products are beautiful and they smell amazing. But what makes our products undisputable and unmatched are the ingredients. I love to use ingredients that are unconventional, ingredients that are extremely beneficial for our hair, but we take them for granted in the beauty industry. Today, I want to introduce you to our newest collection, the Exotic Kool-Aid Collection. It's refreshingly cool and healthy on the scalp, and it nourishes the hair shaft while simultaneously laying down the cuticles for a silky smooth finish. And this
is the CEO because Courtney grew her own hair. Like I'm not like this is not like I'm like what the heck, right? Courtney grew her own hair all the way down to her butt, right? She grew her own hair and she used to make these recipes herself. She used to make stuff at home herself, right? But I'm like, Courtney grew her own hair. So when she used to say, okay, like I'll play another video too, like where she talks about how she used to mix the stuff. But this is Courtney 12 years ago. This is her 11 years ago. Like, this is not a joke. So she used to make the recipes herself from home. And so she used to sell her own recipes. But when she started making more money, she went to the lab. But she went to the lab with her own recipe. It's just that, like, because you're about to sell it, like, for real, and you're about to put it on the shelf, you need to be serious. So like the preservatives and things like that. So that part she didn't know. So she hires the cosmetic chemist to make her formulas more stable. She did not purchase people's formulas. These are her own formulas that she's making home, but you cannot sell unstable products to people. Like, it's going to go bad, right? But she knows why she's using these ingredients. Beyonce cannot come up. She's not talking about, oh, I use rice water because it has protein and because I bleach my hair, blah, 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 blah. She's not doing that because she doesn't even know the science of her home products because she was not in the lab. She was not there. And that's the part y'all don't want to admit because you want to worship her as opposed to treating her like a businesswoman. If you make these products and you say that these products help you grow your hair, why? What's in there? And then tell me how it helps your situation, which she cannot do because she was not in the lab. She was not in the lab. Courtney can sit here and tell you what's in every single product, and she'll say it with ease because she makes these formulas. She thinks of them. She makes them. Then she goes in the lab and she sits there with these people until they perfect the formula. She doesn't need anybody to talk for her. But that's my point, right? That's my point. When you grow your own hair, like Courtney used to not have hair on her head. Let me show you something so you can understand me better, right? Courtney used to not have hair. She used to not have hair on her head. Her head was really short. Let me find the oldest ones. Okay? Do you see this? You see this thumbnail right here? Hold on. Because I'm going to be understood today. Like, I sure will be understood, right? Do you see this thumbnail? Fly, what happened to my video? Do you see this thumbnail, right? Look at her hair. Her hair grows from this short, and then she grew her hair all the way down here. She made this happen for herself. She made this happen for herself. So she knows what ingredients it took for her to grow her hair that long. When you grow your hair that short to your hair being waist length, you have earned, like you have a lot of knowledge. You have the experience, you have the proven experience, you have product experience, product knowledge, like you know a whole lot. You know a whole lot. So she made her own formulas. Then in order to go to Sally's and Walmart, et cetera, you have to stabilize the products. You got to stabilize the formula. So that's why she hires a cosmetic chemist. But it's not to say, oh, make me a product so I can sell it. She already knows what works because it worked for her. It worked for her. So if you sit down with Courtney, even though she sold the main choice, I'm sure if I could, I would call her, but it's like you can sit down with Courtney. She can tell you why. If you say, oh, Courtney, why you put this oil? Why you use dimethicone? Why are you using this and that? She can tell you exactly why, because Courtney was in the lab making her own products. She had people work for her. She had people who could speak for her. But first and foremost, you can ask her questions about the main choice. She will answer. Beyonce cannot answer her own question. Beyonce cannot answer any questions about the ingredients in her hair care and how it goes about protecting the hair care, protecting the hair, the shaft. I promise, if you were to even ask Beyonce how many bonds are in the hair, you know what I'm saying? Does she know about the hydrogen bond, the disulfide bond, the sulfate bond? No, she does not, because these products were just made for her and she slapped her name on it. That's why she can't sit here and talk about it. She cannot. She cannot have an intellectual, scientific conversation about her products because she does not master the ingredients. She doesn't even know what the purpose is of these ingredients in her hair. I promise I would want someone to give Beyonce her own thing, say, oh, read the ingredients and tell me which one are the preservatives. She could not do that. She could not do it. And that's why she's nowhere to be found. And she had to be bullied to show whatever kind of hair she showed. But when you do something, when you do something with your own heart, when you pick your own ingredients, when you go to the lab and you work on your formula over and over and over until you get it right, I promise you, you don't need nobody to speak for you, because the passion will show, because you were there and you did this. You know what I'm saying? Because you were there and you did this. Like me, from my liquid lipsticks to all the products I've ever made, it was me. It was me. It wasn't somebody else. So if somebody said, oh, Marnie, how'd you make this? Well, I know what's in my stuff. I know my liquid lipsticks. I know my baby mats. I know all my products. I could have employees, but employees are not. It's my brand. So I know what's in my stuff. I don't need nobody's help. You know what I'm saying? You hire people because now you want to add credibility to the company. No, you should be credible first and foremost. Don't use other people's experience and then hire them to attach that to your brand. No, as the owner of the brand, you should be able to say what's in there. Why is it in there? The kind of preservatives that are in there. How does it help the hair? How does it help color treated hair? Right? Is it more protein based or is it more like moisture based? The lady's not having any of these conversations about her hair care product. She's just showing her hair and just laughing like, oh, it's my business. Oh, a bunch of bullshit. Oh, it's my business. Girl, bye. Like, sit there and talk like an adult about why you made each product, what's inside of each product, and how does it further your goals if you want to grow your hair or take care of natural, of color-treated hair, which she's not doing. And you guys are not going to hold her accountable because when it comes to Beyonce, no rules apply. And that's not okay. Because you will never accept that from somebody else. You will never accept it. Okay, sure, I get what you're saying, but why is she not talking about her own stuff? Right? You understand? It's like you have this other girl here too. What is her name? Hair Ministry. Okay, right? You have this. Here's another black girl too. Here's another black woman as well, right? She makes her own hair care product. And one thing I do love about her stuff too, on her products, she even puts the pH level. So this is her brand. We are the Rootology. And so when you look at her brand, if you go on her website, but I think her stuff is mostly for like high porosity hair though. Like I wouldn't use some of her stuff. But if you look at her products, for example, right, on the actual packaging, why are the pictures so small? Okay, but you probably can't see it though. But on the actual packaging, right? You guys see this? Let me show you this. You see, on the actual packaging, she even puts the pH. She goes as far as giving you the pH of the actual product, which truly matters, because when you have low porosity hair, for you to open your, if you have low porosity hair, to open your cuticles, you have to go alkaline. So you got to go with a higher, anything higher than 7 will open up your cuticles, right? And then when you get towards the end of your wash day and you want to seal the moisture in because you have low porosity, to close your cuticles, low porosity, to close your cuticles, you have to go with an acid. So anything under 6. So like, you know, so this right here for me would actually close my cuticles and not open my cuticles, right? So when you know what the pH of a product is, it can help you to make better decisions, whether if I'm high porosity or if I'm low porosity. Her products are more geared towards people that have a higher porosity. So if you have a higher porosity, to open your cuticle, you're going to do the acid, and then to close, you're going to go back to something alkaline. Okay. So I'm like, that's really smart, because she knows what she's doing. And then when you come on her Instagram, here she is herself, and she's going to explain to you how she made her product, what's inside her product, because she was the one in the lab doing this crap. Like,
so let's break down Weirdology's full headspace system. So we are wash day essentials. What does that mean? That means that we have taken our time to formulate wash day essentials for every scalp type, for every hair type. That means that it doesn't matter if you have dry scalp, oily scalp, seborrheic dermatitis, psoriasis, or if you just have all over healthy hair. If you have dry hair, low porosity hair, high porosity hair, heat damaged hair, color treated hair, we have specifically formulated our full system to be able to target specific issues. So let's go through the full steps. Step 1, you'll start with our antibacterial root refresher spray. This is going to help if you have any type of sebum buildup, product buildup, if you're struggling with those stubborn flakes from seborrheic dermatitis and psoriasis. This has witch hazel in it, and it also has a lot of different botanicals in it that's going to help begin to break down that sebum that builds up those stubborn flakes. So this is always going to be important as your step 1. Step 2, you're going to go in with our sanctifying shampoo. You're going to shampoo 3 times. Once you use the root refresher to begin to break down sebum buildup, our shampoo goes in now to wash it completely away. So step 3, if you have high porosity hair, you'll go in with our sanctifying conditioner. This is a scalp conditioner. So not only do you add it to the hair shaft, but you add it to the scalp and you get that soothing, tingly feeling from the peppermint and menthol. Okay, so let's break down Weirdology's full.
Okay, so you see, like, just her talking, you know she understands what she created, because she made this crap. Like, it's her product. She know what she made it for. Okay, then you go to this one over here. Where's Courtney at? Right? You go back to Courtney too. She knows why she made the stuff, because she made it.
Collection, I chose to use exotic fruit. Why fruit, you ask? Fruits provide your hair with the essential nutrients and the right amount of natural water that not only improves the hair growth and retention, but contribute to the overall health of your scalp and hair. Remember, healthy hair starts from the scalp, and this collection focuses on a healthy scalp just as much as healthy hair. The Exotic Kool-Aid Refreshing Scalp and Nourish Late Hair Collection includes a minty guava and kiwi shampoo, a sweet papaya and pineapple infinite conditioner, a luscious lychee and dragon fruit definition of definition jello, a sweet melon and nectarine melted shine oil, and a fresh mango and passion fruit mask. I'm sure you can smell all of this goodness right through the screen. Now, let me walk you through the details. I chose to infuse this shampoo with guava and kiwi. Guava helps to boost collagen activity.
Because she made this. Just like, why is there guava? I chose to use guava because, like, oh my gosh.
Also helps with hair growth and the overall health of the hair.
The collagen.
Kiwi was precisely picked for the shampoo because it helps to stimulate circulation, along with mint that also helps to soothe and refresh the scalp. One of my favorite features about this shampoo is a cool tip on the bottom, so you can easily apply it directly to your scalp. Oh my gosh, this mask is definitely one of my favorites now. Packed with mango and passion fruit, mango directly impacts the hair follicles. It helps to balance our natural oil production on our scalp. The passion fruit helps to support the overall integrity of the hair. It also helps to fight off many conditions that may compromise your scalp or your hair. This conditioner is really special because it has several uses. You can use it as a pre-poo, a co-wash, a leave-in conditioner, a detangler, and a rinse-out conditioner. I chose to add papaya and pineapple to the infinite conditioner because papaya helps to strengthen the hair, and the pineapple is loaded with antioxidants that helps to repair the hair. The styler in this collection is definitely one of a kind with this unique consistency. I infused the jello with lychee and dragon fruit. I was first introduced to the lychee a few years ago in Maui. At first, I was a little apprehensive to try it, but I am so glad I did. Not only does the lychee taste amazing, it has great benefits to the hair. Lychees provide extra oxygen to the hair, aka it gives life to your hair. I also added dragon fruit to the styler because dragon fruit is a natural vitamin powerhouse. It's loaded with fatty acids to help with moisture, shine, and luster for the hair. The uses for the jello are endless. You can do wash and goes, braid outs, twist outs, rod sets, you name it. And last, but definitely not least, is our melted shine oil, which contains melon and nectarine, guaranteed to melt your heart. Mellow melon is another powerhouse fruit with multi-benefits due to its high content of vitamin C, amongst others. It helps to boost circulation and add a concentrated dose of hydration to the hair due to its high content of natural water. Nectarines offer a high concentration of beta-carotene, which helps to promote faster hair growth. It's also loaded with vitamin A, which plays a major role in the overall health of the scalp as well as the hair. This is definitely a go-to oil when you want to add that finishing touch to your style, or whenever you want to add shine and luster back into your hair. Well, that's it for the ingredients of our new exotic Kool-Aid collection. This collection was...
You see? I hope you guys understand like my point. Let me see. There was another video here that she did with these ladies. Hold on. And she explains the process. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, this one.
Or 8 years ago, I put a color in my hair. It basically turned my hair very brittle, and I was relaxed at the time. So I called myself actually just kind of laying off relaxers for a little bit, just to, give my hair a break per se. At that time, I really didn't see anything on the market for my hair, as far as like detangling, as far as something maybe more natural. I do have a science degree, so I'm really into like the ingredients and what does this do? Do you not need this? Do you need this? And I just started creating my own product, so I started mixing things, and I said, I'll just share my journey on YouTube. So I created a page, still got those crazy videos out there. And I would just went in my bathroom and I would just, just show people what to do, how to do my hair. And I created this one video called The Ultimate Deep Conditioning Recipe. So literally this thing probably had like 50 ingredients in there. And I'm like, no one's going to do this, but it was what I was doing. And I would get people that would write in, I'm not into mixing ingredient products. Can you just sell it? Like, I don't have time for it. And then, my following base just started going up. I started an Instagram page, and, my followers just started going up. And everybody was saying the same thing. We want the product. And I was like, well, is there something to that? Should I do it? So I said, okay, well, let me start with the deep conditioner, because that was like the main thing that I was really doing. So literally, I, called a friend, can you like help me build a website? I ordered some bottles. I got a girlfriend that kind of do like my graphic, and like literally everything probably like under $1,000, $1,500. And, I bought this $200 label machine, and, I had to label each one, but I was like, okay, I'm gonna put this on sale and see what happens. So I'm like, okay, I got everything set up, and I pressed the button. I said, I did a post on Instagram. I'm like, okay, that deep conditioner one is for sale, and I got like one order, and I'm like, oh my God, I got an order, and I'm like, the next day, like 2 come through. I'm like, oh, okay, we got 2 orders. And they just started, just one product, they just kind of started coming through, and I'm like, wow, and it just pretty much, went from there. There was products that I was already working on, at home. Sometimes it's hard to get that consistency you want. Even with the deep conditioner, we wound up advancing it, taking the same formula, but making it even more stable, even more slip and stuff to it. And it just basically went from there. One product became 2 products, became 3 products, and, so on and so forth. Basically went from there. One product became on, at home, sometimes it's hard to get that consistency you want. Even with the deep conditioner, we wound up advancing it, taking the same formula, but making it even more stable, even more.
She took the same formula that she was making at home, took it to the lab with the chemist to really make it more stable, because she's not a cosmetic chemist, right? But I'm like, you watch her, you interact with her, you consume her content, you get like, yeah, this lady knows what she's doing. She knows why she made these products. She understands what's in her stuff. But I'm like, Beyonce cannot do this. She cannot, because she did not make these products. And I'm not saying, what's it called? what's it called? I am not saying I'm not saying that secret cannot be big. If it is, but I don't have a problem. I'm here. I don't like if it is big, good for her. If it's not, then well, we'll know why, right? But nobody said that secret does not work. When I looked at the ingredients, I read the ingredients, I think they're pretty good. Is it worth the price at retail? I don't know, but I don't think these are trash ingredients that are in there. No. I don't believe that part, right? But I'm saying she's not responsible for making these products. Because, and that's why even with the packaging to everything, it doesn't even feel like it's coming from her. Like it's a personal signature, like it's a personal ode. Like these are hair products that I made based on the needs of my hair and the things I've done to my hair in the past 20 years, right? It does not feel like it has her personal touch to it, because most likely it's a partnership between Beyonce and whoever manufactured, because they were coming out with a product line. They needed a big celebrity to push the product, so they made a partnership. You'll be the face of it, and then we'll do the manufacturing. No problem. But she cannot sit here and talk about the products. She cannot. So therefore, she hires people, and then she uses their legitimacy to add legitimacy to her brand. But that's not what you should do as an ethical business owner. You should know about your own product. You should know about that. But instead, this is what we have. Hold on. This is what she gave us. We're free to watch this video. Again, no problem. I'll do it. Oh, sorry.
I love the lathers.
Are y'all still here? Make sure y'all still here. You know, sometimes my stuff will just disappear. And make sure if y'all still here, y'all still here. You're still in there. I would think so. No. Let me know if y'all can hear me. Okay, cool. All right, cool. But sometimes, you know, YouTube will do things to me, child. So, okay, let's go. So here's the video, right? Here we go.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Now that Sacred is known for the quality and what it does for your hair, I think it's about time I show y'all what it does for my hair. I love the lather. It's very soothing. The smells. Because my color was fresh, we used the rice and rose.
So the first thing she says is, oh, I love the lather. I love the smell. Does it sound like somebody who knows what's in her product? Like, seriously. Oh, I love the smell. I love the lather. It's like, did you just discover this product yourself? They just brought you your samples? Like, that makes no sense. Okay? I'm not going to listen to what she says. Compare how you just saw Courtney. You saw Courtney talk about her hair care products and why she picked her ingredients. You saw the other lady with the ministry, like the We Are Rootology. You saw her speak about her products and how it's step 1, step 2, step 3, right? Listen to somebody who cheated on the homework. Okay? Listen to somebody who just cheated on the final take-home exam. This is what a cheater sounds like. You can like it, not like it, but it don't lie. Okay? Let's go.
That's for my hair. I love the lather. It's very soothing. The smells. Because my color was fresh, we used the rice and rose water ritual. There's nothing in the world like the conditioner. I love it. There's nothing like it.
I'm really proud of the quality.
I do use a tiny bit of moisture seal before flat ironing. The stigma and misconception is that people that wear wigs don't have long and healthy hair. That's some bullshit, because it ain't nobody business. I'll get back to my hair. I like to blow dry my hair on medium heat because I try to stay away from as much heat as possible and using the old school pressing comb. I've chosen color over perms or relaxers.
All natural, you know his favorite hashtag.
I've been using these products and my hair has never grown so long, never been so moisturized. And I've managed to keep my texture and my curls, even with my hair so blonde and my hair is flourishing. Is it sacred? Is it sacred? I love sacred wash days because I'm able to focus and take some QT and spend it on me.
And I'm very grateful for those who have allowed the products to speak for themselves. And we are building the community that I've dreamt about. I'm proud of the ingredients. I'm proud of the way it's making people feel. I'm proud that it's not one-dimensional and that it's for multiple textures. I'm very, very grateful for all of the support, and I'm very thankful to you guys. And I just ask that you continue to share your experiences with this brand. I love y'all very much, and I hope y'all have a sacred Sunday.
Okay? So it's full of, oh, as a Black woman, we as Black women, this is sacred because on the Sunday I get to have quality time because people don't think that Black women can grow long hair. It's all that victimhood crap, effery that works for Black people, right? My thing is, does this sound like somebody who even knows, oh, I'm proud of the ingredients? Which ingredient is she proud of? Right? Oh, I'm just proud of how it works. It works how? I'm like, this is how you, like, this is how when somebody, if you ever, like, are a teacher or whatever, this is how you know somebody did not do their own test. Like, somebody else did the work for them. Because you should be able to explain what's in this product. Oh, I love the smell. I love the lather. Oh, it lathers really well. Why? What's in there? Which ingredient makes it lather really well? Like, please. Like, I'm like, yeah, because she didn't do the homework. She didn't do it. I'm telling you, like, another company did it for her, and she just slapped her name on it. You guys, when you do something, like when you really suffer to do something, you can talk about it for hours because it was yours. If you write, if somebody has a PhD, they can tell you about the dissertation because they spent 5 years writing it. Okay. Okay. If you wrote a thesis, you should be able to say to people, like, what's in there? Why? Because it's yours. You did it. You wrote it, right? If you have a take-home test and then you get 100 on take-home test, then your teacher said, okay, show the class how you did it. You can't do it. How? Make it make sense. How? You got 100 on the test. Why you can't explain how you got these answers? Because you cheated. You cheated, right? You had a lab make these products for you. Cool. And that's why you need other people to speak on your behalf because you can't, because you don't know what's in there. Because all you wanted to do was make money. That's it. And you know how easy it is to bamboozle these Black women by talking about racism. As Black women, nobody loves us. As Black women, nobody cares about our hair. Because you know that crap, that victimhood crap stuff, you know, it works on them. Apply civil rights issues to everything, even to products. They'll oh yeah, I'm gonna go buy it, right? You understand? But you see all these other Black women who actually make their own products, who pick their own ingredients, who are actually in the lab. They are very fluent. They are very eloquent when it comes to telling you about their hair product because they made this. They were in the lab. It's just like even Rihanna and Fenty. You've never seen Rihanna in the lab because she does not go to the lab. She's not involved in making these things, right? You have seen Kylie. There are pictures and there are videos of Kylie Jenner in the lab at ColourPop. Have you ever seen Rihanna in a lab? You ever seen Rihanna in a lab coat? You ever seen Rihanna go to a lab? No, you haven't. No problem. But let's not sit here and act like, oh, she's the one making these products and she's picking these shades and she's picking these formulations. No, she is not. And you are free to say, you know what, because she's a Black woman, I want her to be a billionaire out of hate for Taylor Swift. No problem. Make these Black women as rich as you want out of your personal vendetta against white people. No problem. But do not try to make us feel like you truly believe that this woman was hands-on involved in creating her products, because she was not. Because if she was, she would tell you, oh, by the way, my favorite ingredient is the rice, is this, because it does this. The other Black girl who talked about her hair care, where is she at? Where is she? Right? This one right here, she named so many different diseases you could have in your scalp. She talked about porosity. She told you about this because she knows this stuff. And I do feel like this one, I think she's a trichologist. Let me go back to her. I thought she was like a trichologist. But this is what she works with clients every single day. So let's say her company becomes a multi-million-dollar company. Of course, she's going to have people talk for her because she's going to be busy, right? But it's like she can talk about the product herself. As the company grows, she might not talk as much, but she could definitely tell you what's in there because she made it. And she's the one, she's over here helping her clients. Look at this. Look at this client.
How amazing is it to...
Okay. But I'm like, this is her. Look at the stuff. Like what the heck? This is kind of gross though. Make my skin itch. Well, exactly. That's what they want to do. But like, be honest with why you're really supporting these people. Don't sit here and lie. Don't sit here and lie. If you want Beyonce to win because she's a Black woman, because she's rich and she's famous, and you want her to be richer than Taylor Swift, no problem. Let those be the real reasons why you're doing all of this, right? But don't sit here and like make it sound, oh yeah, she really made these products. She understands her ingredients. She picked her formulation. She was in the lab. You know dang well she was not. You know dang well she was not. But go ahead and support her though. But don't lie to other people. If you want Fenty to be the biggest makeup line in the world, more power to you. If you want a Black woman to have the biggest makeup line in the world, more power to you. But don't sit here and lie to yourself. Oh yeah, she's in the lab and she's picking these shades and every time you see Rihanna, she's outside. Okay, every time you see Rihanna, she's outside. When does Rihanna even work? Okay, she only comes out for parties. Do you ever see her go to work? Do you see her in the lab? No, she's living her best life. When the products are ready, the people at Kendo, they show her, like, okay, here's the final product. She's okay, cool, no problem. And then she'll push it because she knows she's an influencer. Whatever she puts on her body, these girls are going to buy. No problem. Okay, that's perfectly fine. What do you say? I thought you just said know how to market products. Don't see, like, you know. Yeah, she said, oh, you won't see comments about Tina's salon. Her former clients are up in age and they don't have time to prove anything to anyone. Or maybe they lost their hair, right? Maybe all her clients are now bald. That's also a possibility, right? But my thing is, if you were a great stylist, no matter how many years ago you were a great stylist, your clients will always rave about you. That's life. When you provide great customer service and a great experience, people will always rave about you, right? And you know this. Like, that's a fact. If you are a great beautician, you are a great dermatologist, you are a great barber, even when you retire, people will always have great things to say about you because they remember how great you made them feel, how well you took care of their hair, etc., etc. You guys, you know this very well, but you're being deceitful to yourself. I'm like, people swear, people swear, like, you swear you're hurting me. You're hurting yourself because you're forcing yourself to be delusional. You are forcing yourself to believe in stories. You know what I'm saying? But you know better. How many, there are a bunch of Black men around the country who are retired, and to this day, their clients are still looking for them. Their clients still have good things to say about them, right? If Tina is alive, then her clients are also alive. If Tina Knowles is on social media, her clients also have social media, right? So you never, and one thing they always say is you never forget how a person made you feel. Okay, that's an iconic line. Okay, they always say you never forget how a person made you feel. If Tina Knowles made her clients feel great, if she grew their hair and they had a great experience, to this day, these people will still remember that. These moms, they be on Facebook, they be on Twitter. Stop acting like people don't have people of a certain age don't know how to use technology. The same way Tina Knowles knows how to use technology to make her comments, to like shady posts about Jennifer Lopez, to do her corny joke time, is the same way the people that she has serviced, and some are also even younger than her, they also know how to use social media. They also know how to leave a positive review. They also know how to use Facebook and start these groups and these threads and talk about people all day, every day. There's a lot of old people on Facebook. They might not be on Instagram or TikTok, but they sure will be on the Facebook. So stop doing this. Like, stop. Like, like, stop. Stop. That's my thing. If you feel like, oh, because she's Black, she's rich, whatever, you want her to make money, go ahead. But at least be honest with yourself, right? Stop reaching and doing yoga poses because you want to convince yourself and you want to force other people to truly believe that this woman was involved in manufacturing these products from start to finish. You're not going to do this. Because if she was, she would be talking about this stuff nonstop. Nobody has to force Beyonce to talk about her music. Nobody has to force Beyonce to talk about her choreography because she's very passionate about her music. Nobody had to make video. Oh, why don't you talk about why you made Lemonade? Why don't you talk about how you made that? No, Beyonce has always been very vocal about her music, the things about her music, because that's where her passion really is. And when you love something, you cannot stop talking about it. It's like me. If you watch my videos long enough, you'll realize that I am very passionate about talking. I can talk for 12 hours. I can talk for 14 hours. There's been, I think even one time I spoke for 20 hours. We were here for almost like 24 hours, right? Because when you really love something, you cannot shut up about it. You cannot. And y'all know this. So it's like, stop. Just like even with her perfume line. She claimed that she spent 2 years making it, but only did one video about the perfume. Like, be so for real. If you spend 2 years of your life researching fragrances, perfumes, etc., you're not going to stop talking about it because it was like 2 years of your life. right? Like when it comes to me, you can be like, one thing about Marlene, though, she can talk. Yes, because I'm very passionate about talking. I can talk for hours. Actually, exactly. Like it's my mom was like, my mom was like, you gotta look into it. You got a gift. She's like, girl, you talk a lot. I can talk for 12 hours. I can talk for 14 hours. I can talk for 15 hours. One time in New Orleans, we had a live for like almost 20 hours. And it was just me. I was like, I can just talk and talk and talk and talk. Like I don't have to stop. You know what I'm saying? That's how much I can talk. Because it comes from my heart. It's not fake. So when it's something that you have a gift for, you can just do it naturally, right? But how you gonna make a perfume? You telling us it took you 2 years to make a perfume, and you gonna only make one video? That's not possible. That's not possible. Like if you spend 2 years making a perfume, traveling to France, trying on fragrances, etc., your entire phone will be full of videos and pictures, y'all. Beyonce has many phones. You know how many videos and pictures you would take in 2 years if you were working on a project from like this type of rose and this type of rose versus this rose, this type of honey versus this type of honey. Like I will assume making perfume is amazing because you get to smell all this beautiful stuff. Like I just like, wow, this smells so good. No, she only made one video, one reel about her perfume. I'm like, girl, you didn't make that shit. You did not make it. There's no way your camera roll is not full of you going to Paris and going here and going there and trying this and trying this and trying that. There is no way. My phone I would probably have to get another phone because my pictures and my videos will be crazy. That's not possible. There's no way you went to the lab to make these products and you never recorded anything. You recorded nothing at all. The fragrances, the silicones, the preservatives, like you recorded nothing. Every time you went to the lab to make these products, shampoo, conditioner. I don't even think you guys know how fun it is to go to a lab. Like it is so much fun. You recorded nothing at all. Like your camera roll has no content of you making these perfumes, choosing these perfumes, etc. Like, please. When Mona, Huda's sister, was working on releasing her perfume, like Mona had so much content. She even went to Paris to gather the rose petals. I'm like, this makes no sense. This makes no sense. So it's like, no, you're too involved. You're the one that's too involved denying the obvious truth like that, because that takes effort. It takes effort to lie to yourself like this. That's a sickness. You're the one that's too involved, because it's so much easier to accept the truth for what it is than to make up stories because you need to satisfy some weird fantasy that these people are being honest. You're too involved because it's so much easier to surrender to the truth because it's very apparent. It is so apparent. Why must you try so hard to lie to yourself? That is weird. That's very weird. Come on, this is very bizarre. This is so bizarre. This is so bizarre. My God. Well, I don't know, but I'm just like, this is just very bizarre to me because I'm like, this is very, like, what? You did not make these products. And that's enough. Like, I'm sick and tired of celebrities lying about making stuff, manufacturing stuff, and their main selling point is Black oppression and racism. And as Black women, it's enough. It's enough. It's enough. Because a lot of them, they're not even qualified to have these brands. Like many of them are not qualified to have these brands. And when you do have people who are actually qualified, y'all do not support these people. You don't support these people. When you have smaller Black businesses who know what they're doing, who work with hair, understand your scalp, they understand scalp issues, they went to school, they have an education in this, they have invested in this, y'all don't support these people. You don't support these people. But you'll be quick to support a celebrity because they're famous. But the Black person that looks like you, that's next door, that's building a dream based on knowledge, experience, education, you don't support these people. You don't support your own people. Okay? Don't support your own people. You just want to support celebrities because then it makes you feel special. And I really do feel like, because it's a jealousy thing also. Because I do feel like most people, especially most Black people, they don't really want to support another Black person just like them. Because God forbid you get ahead of them. God forbid you make more money than them. God forbid you leave them in the back. God forbid you surpass them financially. So you want to support celebrities because they're already rich. So that way you don't really have to see how it is for them to be that rich. But if you help your next door neighbor, if you help the next black girl next door, and she really becomes successful, it will trigger you. It will trigger you. It will remind you of the things that you didn't do and how you didn't believe in yourself. That's why I think it's so much easier to support a celebrity than to support the person just like you that is next door to you, that has a dream, that has the goals, that has the qualification, that has the ingredients, that has the knowledge, right? You don't want to support that person because low-key, high-key, you ain't no different than a white supremacist. You want to see your own people behind. Because it's so much easier to support the same 2-3 people. Oh, if it's not Beyonce, it's Rihanna. If it's not Rihanna, it's Sierra. If it's not, support people who are already rich, who don't need money, who are not making their own products, who know nothing about manufacturing. You want to support them because it's so much easier to give money to someone you never really have to see, right? But if you support your next door neighbor and she ends up making a whole lot of money, and then next thing you know, she's moving into a bigger neighborhood, it's going to hurt your feelings. It's going to hurt your feelings because honestly, crabs in a barrel type of mindset, because black people don't truly want to see other black people excel. But when you act like, when you support a celebrity, a black celebrity, you can deceive yourself into thinking that you really are pro-black, but you're not really pro-black though. You're pro-capitalism. You're pro-lies. You're pro-deceit. Because if you are really pro-black, you will help your neighbor next door. Like, you know what? Let's help each other because we in this bottom together, right? Like, please, we are not stupid. I will not fall for this. Okay, I mean, like, you get my point, right? But I'm like, there are a bunch of regular girls, like black girls who make makeup, but they're not going to support them because God forbid she becomes wealthier than them. But they will go support a Rihanna because she's already rich. And you don't live next to her, so you don't get to see how she spends her money and how she lives her lifestyle. But if it's your next door neighbor and you support her and more people support her, and now she has more money, and now she's moving out, or now she's buying a bigger car, or now her kids are going to private school, it will trigger people. It will seriously trigger people. Because it's like you really sit down and you think about it. Like a lot of these celebrities from JLO, I mean, you name it, right? The majority of these celebrity brands, these people are not qualified to sell the stuff that they're selling. It's because they're famous and they have a huge audience. So companies that are already involved in manufacturing make a partnership with these people. Like, okay, we know how to make the product. You have a huge fan base, so we'll just work with you so we can sell these products faster, and we can even overcharge people based on your celebrity status. But it's not like these people are actually doing this out of a passion. Like, oh, all my life I thought about this. No, I have 200 million followers. If I can only get 10% to buy, boom, 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 I make money. That's how they're thinking, right? These are not things that they were dreaming of. Like, oh, when I was 5 years old, I just couldn't wait to. No. It was never a long time passion of theirs. It was never like no. It's just like, I'm famous. I have a huge audience, and here's this opportunity. And if I can only sell to 1% to 2% of my audience, here's how much I can make. Boom, 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 boom. That's it. That's that. So, yeah, I mean, but people are talking about Kylie too, though. People talk about Kylie and how Kylie failed. This lady here, she talks about it. Maybe you're not familiar. Depends on what you watch on YouTube too, though. Based on what you watch on YouTube, you'll get recommended the content. But this woman here, she covers a lot. She said, oh, the skin, the failure of this one, the rise and fall of Kylie, rise and potential fall of Jeffrey, the rise and fall of Morphe, rise and fall of Too Faced, like. She talks about a lot of brands who rose and who failed. Like, I really like watching her videos. She has a channel for makeup and skincare, and then she has another one for like the fashion world and stuff like that. But she's really good. Yeah, people need to be honest. She's not passionate about anything outside of her music. And her music, you cannot question her music. You cannot question her love for the music. You cannot question her love for performing. Beyonce really loves to perform. So that's why people who go to her tour, they always have a great time because she's really passionate about that. You don't have to force her. They'll be like, oh, she trains so much she forgets to eat. Like, she won't eat for 3 days because she's so consumed with production, with this, and that. I mean, if you watch Homecoming too, you saw that. Like, Beyonce is very passionate about her music, and she is very passionate about her performances. No question about that. You can, but then you can't say, oh, you look at the fashion line, the perfume line, the hair care line, and you see the same amount of passion. You do not. You do not see the same amount of passion. The whole like the perfume video, it was just one video. Let me see if I can find it. She made one video and she was done. Oh, gotta go. This is it. This is the only video. She claimed it took her 2 years to come up with this perfume, right? She made one video. It was this one. That's it. 2 years of work, one reel. And we're supposed to believe like, yeah, she's passionate about this or she really made this. No, money grab.
I'm super excited. This is my Say Noir unboxing, and it's finally here after years of work. Well, I wanted something to be monolithic, and I wanted something to have a little bit of intimacy. So right here, you can see inside the soul of the perfume. All right, my first spray. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I actually spray this during the show a few times. Got to keep it fresh. And that is Say Noir. Say no more.
You see, that's it. And the perfume is $160. Okay, but somebody said they spent 2 years working on the perfume, and then the only thing she talks about is the little hole on the bottle. You don't spend 2 years, like 700 plus what 6 7 over 730 days, 730 days. Like this girl, the way she thinks her people are like, but you know what? I can't even blame Beyonce too, though, because the majority of her fans, they act like they're not intelligent. So when you conduct yourself like a monkey, you're gonna get treated accordingly. If you want to be a monkey, people gonna start doing tricks. If you act like you are an intelligent consumer and you ask valid question, people will perform accordingly. You know what I'm saying? It's just like the Democratic Party. If all they know is they have to give fried chicken to black people for them to vote, why would they work any harder? Just give them fried chicken every 4 years. They're gonna show up and vote for you. Like, you know, why would I raise the standard for my fan base if I could just give them bananas and they'll be satisfied? Okay. But I'm like, anybody that has anyone who's intelligent, anybody who can think critically, anybody who has enough sense. Somebody said, I worked for 2 years, 730 days, only God knows how many hours, making a perfume. And the only thing she can talk about, oh, look at this. I wanted to have a little bit of intimacy on the bottle. And this is the soul. That's it. Say noir. Say no more. Okay. That's it. Then they ran to the website and gave this woman $200 per bottle. She didn't tell you what notes, the upper notes, the middle notes, the bottom notes. No. What makes this special? No. What's the dominant scent? No. Nothing at all, because she did not make this perfume. She didn't make it. Because I promise you, had she made it, she wouldn't stop talking about it. Ever since she posted this, she has never talked about the perfume again. It was like this one reel, then she was gone. She never spoke about the perfume again. But then she said she worked 2 years on it. You work on something for 2 years. You only talk about it for 1 minute, and then you never talk about it again. Next time we see you, you have a new product. And somehow we're not supposed to believe that financially these celebrities are going through something. This don't make no sense. This makes no damn sense. Like, this is ridiculous. Okay? This is ridiculous. Pre-order now.
I'm super excited. This is my Say Noir unboxing, and it's finally here after years of work. Well, I wanted something to be monolithic, and I wanted something to have a little bit of intimacy. So right here, you can see inside the soul of the perfume. All right, my first spray. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I actually spray this during the show a few times. Got to keep it fresh. And that is Say Noir. Say no more.
Okay. And that's the same thing That is the same thing she did with her secret stuff, right? And if you go on TikTok, for example, right? If you go on TikTok, a lot of people are starting to talk about it. That celebrities are going broke because they're releasing products back to back to back. They are selling things back to back to back. They barely go deep with it. They barely continue to talk about it. They'll drop one video and they're gone. They'll talk about it one time and they're gone, right? So it's like, I forgot what video I had seen that one time. I don't know where to find it. You know, because it's very bizarre. It is so bizarre. What does this one say?
Money is not stretching how it used to.
I'm really starting to think that the music
It's a money grab.
industry and the celebs that are in it.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. What's happening here? Let me see what she's saying.
Money is not stretching how it used to. And when it starts to affect the rich people.
Everything what she said was not wrong. Go back and watch the entirety of that video. I feel it too, where these artists are like dropping like album and concerts like in the year of 2024. I felt like they all came together and say, hey, let's come out with a tour. And if you go into my video of when I talk about Chris Brown dropping a tour, and I said this tidbit like is there something going on that we the listeners don't know about? Because everybody is just dropping out that they're coming out with a tour, and I don't know. And it's true, because when I go back and I think about Kylie Jenner, where she just dropped a fragrance line and then she dropped an alcohol line, that does not go with her brand. I mean, except for the perfume part. But since when do we see Kylie promote alcohol? You know what I'm saying? And I think what's happening is it is affecting the rich, because if you think about it, these rich people have like how many different mansions, and the way how the world is turning now, who the hell is going to buy all of that? Who's going to buy that if they want to sell? There's somebody named Jeffree Star. He had a mansion in LA, in California, and he struggled to sell that property, and he wanted to downgrade himself, and which is why now he lives in Wyoming. That's an example. So these and then California is absolutely expensive. So imagine being a celebrity, and then Bruno Mars is $50 million in debt. He has a gambling problem. I wouldn't be surprised if he came out with an album or a tour to pay off that debt. So when you see these celebrities live in California and Calabasas and have so many daggone houses, and they have mortgages or they're trying to buy it and use it as an investment in this economy, any other rich person, who's going to buy that? Who's going to buy that property? And you got to think about the upkeep. You got to think about, like, somebody got to cut the grass. Somebody got to wash all those windows. Somebody got to clean the walls. Somebody got to mop the floors. Food got to be in stock. You got to hire the maid service, the butler, or the lawn people. There's a lot of money to go in that big, massive property. And if you look in the celebrity world, they have about 2 to 3 children. What the hell you need all that space for? Just to show that you have it? That's why, and they're trying to keep up with their lifestyle. That's why they want us to buy their products. This is why they're going out on business adventures, by promoting other things that people could buy, because they need us. And I want everybody to understand the power of us. If we rally together and say, we're not going to promote somebody, you take them down. You hit their bag, you hit their wallet, because they got stuff, they got expense they got to pay for. Let's not even forget, like, the maintenance, like makeup crew and hair crew and clothing crew. It's a lot of money that goes into them.
Yep.
So yeah, money is not moneying with them right now.
It's not.
Which is why they have to go on these tours.
Mm-hmm.
And they're putting their bodies, you know, at risk, and, you know, because you get tired.
Mm-hmm.
Like, can you imagine? You got to perform to state, and then you got to go all the way, and then jet lag. I remember Michael Jackson saying how he hated touring. It's like, you know, he hated it. It's a lot. It's such a lot, but, you know, the bills got to get paid. But it's too much. It's like, and she said it in the video where it's like,
oh, sorry, I cut him off, but let's see what she said. This is the main video.
Are broke, and before you get into now you're broke, yes, I am, but there's two different types of broke.
Exactly.
There is absolute broke and there's relative broke. Let's start with relative broke, because you are also broke relatively. When somebody is relatively broke, that means in comparison to somebody else. Relatively, I am broke compared to almost every celebrity, obviously, but I'm not broke. I am not absolute broke. Absolute broke to me means that you can no longer afford your lifestyle. And it's not living above your means. People who live above their means never had it to begin with. These celebrities are realizing that they're going to have to downgrade their quality of life if they continue to make the same amount of money that they're making. And that's because the economy is catching up to them. Essentially, let me give you a little example. There's a celebrity, his name is Jones. This celebrity Jones, rich as hell, okay? He uses a PJ to get where he needs to go, and he takes it on average 3 to 4 times a week. Now, with the way that money is stretching, he's only able to afford to do 1 or 2 times a week. If he's chartering, he can't afford to fly it 3 to 4 times. Even if he owns his own PJ, that hangar space has gone up. The price of the pilot has gone up. He can't do what he used to be doing. And I think that's why these celebrities are all going on tour. Every single celebrity I can think of is going on tour or dropping an album this year. I told y'all I'm seeing Nicki next week. I'm seeing Usher in November. He dropped tickets in February. That's a baby could be conceived. I could have conceived a baby and born it and went to the concert the next day. That's how much time is in between. Beyonce. So that's what spawned this. So I saw this on somebody's YouTube video. Obviously, I'm not on Twitter. I saw this on somebody's YouTube video that she's going to announce the tour right after Act 2 drops. So Act 2 is dropping March 29th. And I think the rumor was like somewhere like either it was like April 8th or April 11th that she's going to announce a tour, and the tour is going to start in May. What time do we have to get our money together? What time do we have our money together? Things were better the way that Beyonce did it last time, where she dropped the album, gave us time. We knew, of course, a tour was coming, but gave us time to get our lives right. Money is not stretching how it used to. And when it starts to affect the rich people, that's when we know that things are very, 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 very bad. Let me name a couple of other people going on tour or on tour. Ariana Grande dropped an album. She's about to go on tour. Chris Brown dropped 11/11. I don't know if he's on tour or not. There's a tour associated with that. Megan Thee Stallion has just announced a tour. Still hasn't even dropped an album, but has announced the tour. JLO announced the tour. The tickets went on sale and nobody's buying them because who's spending $400 to see JLO? Make it like your name does, and low were those prices. Like, girl, you're playing out here. I think Flo Milli is on tour. Gunna's on tour. Everybody you can think of. Taylor Swift, I don't know if she ever stopped touring. Drake, I don't know if he ever stopped touring. He had 2 performances in Houston last week. And granted, they were with the rodeo, but every other day I'm seeing somebody at a Drake concert. What the actual hell is going on? Now, I understand that going to a concert is a luxury. I don't have to go to these concerts. You don't have to go to these concerts. So if that is what you're going to type underneath these videos, save it. What I'm trying to say is that things are very bad. When things affect the rich this way, that's how we know that we actually quite have an issue. And we need to pay attention to who rich people are endorsing. We can't say, watch out for who they vote for. We'll never know who they actually vote for. But if you see that these celebrities are not endorsing the Democratic candidate publicly, when I say endorsing, they're saying videos about it, or they're in rallies or doing performances, then that's how you know we have an issue. And the reason I say what the celebrities, Democratic Party uses celebrities because the Democratic vote is usually the voice of the young people. And if they know they can use one of us to get to them, then it's going to work. And you can see that the Republicans are kind of using this tactic now, but they're really prying on some of the more ignorant Black artists. And I don't want to get too political with this. All I'm saying is I made this whole video because I'm upset that I may not be able to afford to go see Beyonce when she comes to Houston, our shared hometown, when she does an actual country album, because she couldn't just wait. No other reason to why every single celebrity just chose 2024 to do the big do. Okay. And another thing I wanted to say is this is tax refund season. So maybe everybody's trying to get a piece of that check, but the checks ain't checking like they used to. And I know y'all heard about the whatever Trump 7-year plan to where basically they take less out of our taxes and then everybody has to pay back at the end of the year. I haven't even done my taxes. I am scared. I will do them and hopefully I get something back, but I cannot live off of credit card debt and concerts. At some point it's got to stop. And it's just really sad and it's really unfair, especially with how Ticketmaster does their practices, because a lot of people use music as an escape from everyday life. And I get on here and I talk about the politics.
Now you're gonna have to start facing your own life. Learn to deal with your own life, be in reality, and stop. That's why I say people don't want to be related. People don't want their celebrities to be relatable. People want to be in La La Land, right? Because I'm like, a music as an escape. Why do you want to escape your own life? Work hard and make your life be a life that you really want to be fully present for. Now, another thing also, just because if you're Black and you want to vote Republican, that does not mean that you are a lesser Black, an ignorant Black. No, if you're Black and 60 years after the fact, you're still voting Democrat, yeah, you might be the dummy, okay? So, no, don't insult people because you don't agree with their political choices. You want to vote for dead Joe Biden and 1 foot in the grave and 1 foot outside, you do that. No one's going to judge you. But don't judge people who choose to be Black and vote Republican, because people have to vote for their own self-interest. Just like you haven't paid your taxes, but you're thinking about how you're going to go to a Beyonce concert and you vote Democrat. So let that sink in. Okay? Let that sink in. Like, please. Where are your priorities? But anyways, let me go over here, y'all. Let's go over here. So even this, I was watching this today as well, right? Because even here on YouTube, a lot of these luxury influencers who are selling off their things. Let me play this for y'all. Give me a second.
With Fargo.
Yeah, whatever. Let me play this for you guys. I was like, ooh, because a lot of these people too, the brand deals are not the same. The algorithm is not favoring them the same. Their views are not the same. Like, people are hurting. People are really hurting. People used to buy Dior every day. Now they're selling it.
My Instagram, showing the process of me purging things from my wardrobe. Why am I getting rid of almost everything I own? Clothes, shoes, jewelry, makeup, and more.
Times are changing. Times are changing. And I don't know what I'm going to put on my shelves. There's going to be so many empty holes, but I don't care because I'd like to edit down my bag collection considerably.
I've gotten rid of almost half of my entire wardrobe. Can you believe it? Half?
So why are luxury fashion YouTubers and influencers now suddenly selling everything? Is this simply a passing trend, or is this the new wave and the new normal? Is this intentional shopping? Is this intentional living? And exactly why is this happening now? And why are some people finding this so triggering?
Why?
These are the things that I want to talk about today. And it's going to be obviously really hard to do so without throwing myself in the ring too, because I have had my fair share of experience. And I also chose to document my experience with this. So let's get started. Let's talk about it. 3 of probably the biggest influencers that have spoken about this recently have been literally Millen. I remember I watched a video quite a while ago now where she was talking about her book release, and she briefly mentioned her new headspace.
I feel like this is like such an important thing because I know I talk about like the nice things, the sprinkles on the cupcakes, and there's those, you know, everybody likes nice things, and a lot of the time they're just kind of markers for where you are in your life, but it's not those that cultivate happiness. And I know I always say this, and there'll be people in the comments that say it's all right for you to say because you can do it. But if you listen to the people when they're saying it, for those people, I know most of you already know this, but if you listen to someone when they're saying this to you, it will save you wasting time striving for something.
isn't going to answer all your problems. You're like way ahead with if someone's told you that, because you're way ahead of all the people that are still chasing those things. They're still chasing the bags, the Birkins, whatever. I always think to myself, I'm like, oh, it's really nice that I've got Birkins, but I'd just carry a basket like Jane Birkin. And so if you really like listen to people and take that on board, I am telling you that the Birkins and the bags, they're like excitement. They're not happiness, they're excitement. They give you little things of excitement, but it's the things that you don't expect to make you happy that are the things that make you the happiest. And that's basically what my lesson has been.
Two other more larger influencers who've spoken about this have been Anna Bay and Nikki Scott.
Okay, so the first girl she played, Lydia Elise Millen, she's from the UK. Lydia, back in the day, she acted like she was too good to shop at H&M. She acted like, oh my gosh, like buying a $10 white shirt, like even a white shirt, like a regular white shirt, it had to be Cartier, it had to be like Balenciaga, it had to be Versace. Like, girl, like you were doing too much. And so by always trying to be so luxury, like even for like the smallest things had to be designer. So it's like it made her very unrelatable. And now brands are not coming like before. The views are not coming like before. She's like, oh, now bags don't make you a thing. Oh, you don't need these bags. You don't need these bags. But there was a time, though, I'm telling you, Lydia. Oh, no, we could disagree. We could disagree, right? No, that's fine. It doesn't bother me. I don't force myself onto people. I don't force myself onto people. I do not force myself onto people. And I just feel like people also have to learn not to force themselves onto people. What I don't appreciate is when people insult Black people who want to vote for Trump or who are Republicans. They have the right to be Republicans. They have the right. That does not mean that they're less than, or they're on, like she's trying to imply that, oh, they're ghetto or they're unsophisticated, as if she's sophisticated, right? You haven't paid your taxes, but you're worried about how you're going to pay for a Beyonce ticket. You haven't done your taxes, but you already have a ticket to go see Usher. Like, so what example is that? So if you are supposed to be the prototype of the people who vote Democrat, it's very concerning, because once again, it shows the Black who prioritizes fashion, clothes, celebrity culture over doing the most sensible things, right? Because the majority of the time when Democrats cater to Black people, it's always based on vanity, right? Oh, we're going to have hip hop. We're going to have fried chicken. We're going to do the 50 years of hip hop. Oh, if you don't vote for me, you ain't Black, right? It's never policy driven. So you can't be somebody who has horrible finances. You don't file your taxes, but you have tickets to all these concerts. You're sad because you might not get to see Beyonce. Like, where are your priorities? So you don't get to insult other people for being Republicans. If another Black person wants to be a Republican, they have their reason. It does not make them ghetto. It does not make them a coon. It does not make them a sellout, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right? And also, the main difference between a Black liberal and a Black conservative is that when you are a Black liberal, you always see yourself through the lens of victimhood. Oh, because I'm Black, I can't do this. Oh, the system is against me. Oh, it's racism. Oh, defund the police. Meanwhile, are you defunding the criminals? No, you're not. Right? You have people who are Black, who are Democrat, who are liberal, who are advocating for illegal immigration. I'm like, why would you shoot yourself in the foot? You understand? If somebody else is Black and Republican, they might not want to pay taxes, because it's not fair for people who have money to fund people who want to be at home, have a bunch of sex and a bunch of kids and be on welfare. You know what I'm saying? People who are Republican too do not want a larger government, because a large government means a lot of wasted money. So there's that too. People who are Republican too, they probably are more conservative and they value family. You know what I mean? Like, they want to be able to say that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. Right? Not, oh, but you know, the gender is fluid and gender is this. Like, no. People who are Republican and Black, they do want to be able to be Christians, right? When you are a Black and a liberal, you don't believe in Jesus. You don't believe in God. You believe in whatever the liberal agenda is, and God is nowhere to be found. Okay, and God is nowhere to be found. When you are a Black and a liberal, you have to be okay with a person who identifies as a man coming into your bathroom. Like, what the freak? I'm not okay with that. Not okay with that. When you're a liberal, you say that, oh, it's okay for 800,000 illegals to have the right to vote in New York City. No, they're not citizens. Why would they vote? Why would they vote? So, like, that's my issue. Do not insult people because they are Black and they are Republican. Right? Like me, I'm pro-Trump. I support Trump because I believe you need to close these borders. Like, stop bringing all these illegal people into predominantly Black neighborhoods. Stop giving these people all kinds of money. Get out of all these wars. They just approved a $95 billion aid to Ukraine. $95 billion to Ukraine. Meanwhile, we can't even feed ourselves. We are facing hyperinflation. And nobody is talking about how do you bring down these prices to help the everyday American people. Bankruptcies are through the roof. Foreclosures are through the roof. Nobody's addressing these issues. But instead, they want to shame people for saying, we want to try something different. That's all I'm saying. People should not shame any Black person for saying, you know what? I did my bid with the Democratic Party. I want to try something else. So that's it. That's the whole purpose of being an American, is that you have freedom of choice. If you are no longer satisfied by the Democratic Party, you have the right to become a Republican. But it does not make you a sellout, a coon, a this. I resent when people think that they are more Black than the next person. No, you're not. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, you're not. So me, I'm like, yeah, I support Trump. When he said close these borders, close the damn airport, he was absolutely right. He was so right. Oh, he's a racist. Of course he is. But he's making sense, though. Oh, exactly. Okay, so you're an independent. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's making sense. Why is America always in somebody else's business, in somebody else's war? Our children are failing at school. We should have better teachers. Pay the teachers more money. The hospital's a hot-ass mess. The whole bridge in Baltimore fell out. And they don't even say how much money they're going to use to go help the people in Baltimore. But you're sending $95 billion to Ukraine. And we out here, we struggling? No, I'm sick and tired of this stuff. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the thing, too. Like, today, the Democratic Party is like, where is the family? Where are family values in the Democratic Party? They don't even talk about families. They do everything in their power to change what marriage is, to change what family is, right? Like, even today, to even say that you're a Christian, you're borderline classified as a homophobic. Go to a liberal place, go to a Democratic place and talk about you're a Christian. See how they treat you. They will make you feel like you're homophobic, you're transphobic, because to be a Christian, to say, oh, marriage is between a man and a woman. To be a Christian is to also say a woman is a woman and a man is a man. You cannot say these things today, right? To be a liberal today, to be a Democrat liberal is to say, oh yeah, you know, there are certain days where Easter is Transgender Visibility Day. No, thank you. Thank you so much. I don't think so. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I do not think so. I am a Christian. I do believe in family. I do believe in a nuclear family. I believe in traditional family roles. I believe that you have a man and you have a woman. I don't think you can become a man and then become a woman. I don't believe these things. And I should be able to say these things. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, like, it's just like, no, why? That's not okay. You know, and we need to have lesser government. The government's already too big. Why we got to have a bigger government? And I don't believe in welfare like that. I think more people need to go work because that's not fair. People can just be at home. There's this girl. She was like, oh, why would I even work? I'll find the video for y'all. She was like, why would I work? She's in New York City. She said she makes more money staying at home than she would going to work. I'm like, you see, here are the consequences of socialism and welfare. Because then the people who work are made to pay for those who don't want to work. So you got to carry people who don't want to work. I think they need to get rid of welfare. They should get rid of it. So it's like, she should not make it seem like, oh, if you are Black and you're Republican because you like, oh, you're ignorant or like you're stupid or you're in the ghetto somewhere or you're uneducated. Like, no, absolutely not. You know what I'm saying? Defund the police, defund the police. The more you defund the police, crime goes up. People are getting dismembered in New York City. They're cutting people up. There are squatters. Squatters are taking over. Like this one lady, her house is worth $1 million. She cannot even go into her house. She changed the locks and she got arrested. Her own house. And it's happening all over. It's happening in Florida. It's happening in Texas. It's happening in New York. These squatters are going into people's homes and you cannot evict them. You cannot change the locks. If you change the locks, you get arrested. You have a bunch of illegal immigrants on TikTok speaking Spanish, telling their other Spanish people how to take over people's homes. I mean, like, it's crazy what's happening. Schools are closed. I mean, it's just a hot mess. It is a hot mess. So I'm like, child, no. Look at it. It's just too much. It's just too much. I'm like, no. This chaos needs to stop. It needs to stop. Like there's something really wrong, Morgan. The lady got locked up, Morgan. They arrested the lady, Morgan. Her parents gave her the house. I'll show you the video in New York, and they don't want to change the laws. The house is 1.5 million, Morgan. She cannot go in the house. These white dudes, they look white. I guess they're Latino, but they're in there. Then when she changed the locks, the police came and they put her in handcuffs and they put her in the police car. Like she's the criminal. And these liberals, because New York is predominantly Democrat, like in what's it called? In Albany, at the Senate, they don't want to change the laws. So like squatters have more rights than you. If they're in your place for more than 30 days, you cannot throw them out. You got to take them to court. And in New York, it can take you 2 to 3 years to have a proper eviction. Your own house, $1 million house, random people are in there. I'm like, oh my gosh. Another lady too, in New York too, like her mom left her an apartment. Morgan, she went into the apartment. There were people in there, 2 teenagers. They beat this woman up. They gave her a concussion and they cut her into pieces, Morgan, and they put her in a bag. They put her in a bag. Another lady too, she got dismembered. 3 other people too. They got cut up in New York. The people, the squatters, they cut them up into pieces, Morgan. When the police got these people, they were cleavers, butcher knives, flesh, body parts. They said there was so much blood in the sink, they couldn't even clean it up. I'm like, what is going on in New York City? You guys, it is some sick stuff. So it's not like, oh, it's out of joy, so I support Trump, but it's like the Democrats, it's like they just want to see America go straight into chaos. But New York is a mess. It is a mess. Your own house, you can get killed. You can get killed for going to your own property. You can end up being cut up into pieces for going to your own city. There's this one guy in New York too, Morgan, because all this bail reform, police reform that these Democrats are on, Morgan, the man was arrested 139 times. 139 times, Morgan. It is not a joke. How can a person be arrested 139 times? At one point, y'all gonna just lock this person up. He's a menace to society. People will push you in front of the train. This other boy, he pushed the man in front of the train just because the man was sitting there at the subway. He just pushed the man in front of the train, started laughing. Didn't even move. Then they arrested him. Come to find out, they released him on no cash bail because New York, Chicago, all these like liberal cities now, and the prison reform, they do all kinds of no cash bail. So they arrest you and then they just release you. This 20-year-old boy, he stabbed the girl in the heart. He killed her at a bodega because she didn't want to give her phone number. Come to find out, 3 months ago, he was arrested for assaulting his ex-girlfriend, and they released him on no cash bail, no ankle monitor, no probation, nothing. Just released this boy. So then he goes and he kills this girl, 18 years old. He stabbed her sister. He stabbed her in the arm, and then he stabbed her in the neck, and he stabbed her in the heart with a knife because she didn't want to give him the number. Yeah, the twins, the one who died. But that boy, he had 3 cases for felony assault. This is what he assaults female. He assaulted a woman. He assaulted his girlfriend. And every time that they arrest him because of the police, the jail reform thing, they keep releasing this boy. They release him. He has no probation. He has no curfew. He has no monitor on. Like what is this? Like truly, what is this? They care more about criminals and not hurting the feelings of criminals than they care about protecting the public. You know, how can somebody be arrested 139 times? You keep releasing him. This boy, he's very violent, and he likes to attack these women, and you keep releasing him. No, you don't put an ankle monitor. You don't give him a curfew because he never should have been outside. If he's going to be outside, at least put an ankle monitor on him, and he needs to have a curfew, and his parole officer needs to check in on him, right? Stab the little girl like this. He stabbed her in the heart. I said, Jesus, what is happening? Like this. So it's like, you know, what are we to do? You know, but it's like today, it's like this, oh, defund the police, prison reform, let out these inmates, release the inmates. You release them to who? To where? Like to what? Hold up, wait a minute. So I'm like, no, we need to go back to being tougher on crimes because criminals need to be in prison. I don't care about their skin color. But it's like, it's really not fair. You know, how can people just take people's houses like this? And they don't talk about any of this. Like this never makes it to mainstream media because they don't want people to really get upset. But don't talk about Trump cases and Trump is being sued over here, 91 charges. But tell the American people what's really happening in America because they will flip in a heartbeat. But you don't want to do that though, right? So I'm like, no, like these people, they're not serious people. That the TikTok, the bill that bans TikTok, it came with aid to Ukraine and aid to Israel. That's why Joe Biden also had to sign it because he wants to send money to Ukraine. But these people will tell you this the same Democrat who claim that they're for Black people. They don't really want to talk about reparations though, but they got all kinds of money to send to Ukraine. Where'd you get this $95 billion from? So you people have money for reparations. You have money, but you don't want to give the money. But you'll give it to Ukraine though. 1, 2, 3. Their main priority, if it's not Ukraine, is Israel. Ukraine, Israel, Ukraine, Israel. And you're not supposed to say anything about it, right? Oh, just be okay with it. No. People are not paying taxes to give social welfare to Israel and to Ukraine. If Ukraine don't have the money to fight Russia, they just need to admit defeat and go about their business. If Israel cannot win against Hamas without America's money, then well, maybe play nice with Hamas. I don't know what else to tell you. But like how much money are you going to keep sending to these people? How much money? While the everyday American is struggling to buy groceries. Like that's just, to me, that's really cruel. Like I'm not saying Trump is perfect, but I'm like, you say you're better. You care more about the people. You're this, you're this, you're that. But why are you acting like this? How is this okay for you? So many people are losing their jobs. All these tech companies are laying people off. Something is going on. And they're sitting here like trying to distract people and not really want to address the issues. I'm like, no, enough is enough. Like it's so evil. It is very, very evil. It's so evil. I'm like, oh my gosh. But we can talk about that later though. But anyways, so like I was saying, this girl Lydia, oh my gosh, she could not even buy a $6 shirt from H&M. Everything had to be luxury and luxury and luxury. But now, like I said, we are in a recession. A lot of companies are going out of business. A lot of brands are going out of business. A lot of brands are not paying the money they used to pay these influencers, right? Even like with YouTube, the algorithm has changed. People are into different things. So it's like your money is looking different. People are selling things now. Oh, because it's like, yeah, people need their money.
I spent hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars over the years buying clothes, shoes, bags, jewelry, makeup, and other things that I thought would make me feel better about myself or look better in some way. But here's the harsh truth. The more I had, the more I felt disconnected with myself and the person that I wanted to become. I had to do a lot of healing from my past micro and macro traumas and being honest with myself about who I am authentically to come to realize that all of these things I've accumulated over the years and spent a ridiculous amount of money on was all a distraction from dealing with how I was really feeling on the inside, unworthy. I mean, isn't that why most of us buy all of this stuff we really don't need to fill a void in the hopes of something will make us feel better, more respected, more admired? Let me tell you one thing I do know for sure. No amount of things will ever make you feel better, more respected, or admired. All they do is take a precious physical and mental space. And once I had the shift in perspective and became more aware of my inner being and what truly makes me happy, my family, my friends, my loved ones, I felt like this was the catalyst to my self-discovery journey of healing and growth.
I thought that in my leveling up process, I had certain material goals. And I really thought that once I would reach those material goals, I would become more happy. It would feel a certain way to sit in that walk-in wardrobe and look at your massive Hermes handbag collection.
This one too. This girl right here, this white girl right here with her funny accent, she used to make all kinds of content. Oh, what is it to be rich? How to dress like the rich? how to live like the rich, what you need to wear to be rich. That was all her content, right? Spend all your money to look rich, how to be rich. Da, 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 da. Now, when I tell you this girl is selling everything, when I tell you she's selling everything, like, oh, you know, clothes don't make you, shoes don't make you, people are hurting. People are seriously hurting because this girl, she used to be very vain. She was called like the classy coach. What was her name? She's like the etiquette coach. All this pompous ass content she used to make. You know, how to find a rich man, how to vacation like the rich people, how to do this like the rich people, how to look rich, how to dress rich, right? And now she's also sitting here. She's also selling everything. She's selling everything.
Or shoe collection or whatever. But guess what I felt? I felt nothing. Why on earth was I working so hard to get to this place only to feel nothing?
I do think with more people that have been coming out lately about selling all their things, moving on their things, and stepping away from shopping to the degree that maybe they once did, it has potentially inspired other people to go ahead and either document their stories, document their experiences, or just make some changes in their life, maybe even confront some things, some habits that they held that maybe they thought that they needed to let go of.
Now look at this. This is also Mel. This is Melissa. So her husband is Kev on Stage. Some of y'all know Kev on Stage. But this is Mel too. She's selling almost everything in her closet. And listen to her. Listen to her reason why she's selling everything. Hold on.
And why? First class of bags are my totes. I really got it to carry like my laptop when I'm traveling. I would just rather use a backpack. Next up is this Chanel tote that I search high and low for. I love everything about it. It's giving spring, it's giving summer, it's giving I'm living my best life, but it is heavy. So it's gotta go. There's this like lie. It's a lie on social media that traveling with a tote is like the best thing. Number one, this is uncomfortable. There's no shoulder strap, and trying to do this, girl, bye. It doesn't bend down. You can't put it in the overhead bin. You can't stuff it underneath the seat, nor do you really want to. Now, I did just recently get this in this small mini size, and this is the move. And I know what you're thinking. You see that, and you see that. Mind your business. Next set of bags that I'm selling are these little mini bags. A mission essentials bag is what I call it. Like, imagine me, a girl on vacation, living my best life with my little bags. Yes, yes, yes. I'm having a good time. I'm enjoying the sun. Where do I put my phone? Where do I put my phone? And for that reason, I'm out. You ever buy a bag for the color specifically and then realize I literally have
See, and like as you watch this, you realize that these were just impulse buys. Because why didn't she ask herself, where am I gonna put my phone? Right? Because at the time, money was different. So it didn't, like, you don't care. You just waste money, right? You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, why didn't you ask yourself that question before you bought 2 of those bags? Right? But it was like people didn't respect money. I'm telling you, like, there's a reset that happened with the Panini. The Panini forced people to reset, and it forced people to realize that, you know, do you really have money like that? Are you really that rich? Okay. But I'm like, listen to all the reasons she's giving as to why she's selling these bags. She bought them off of impulse. Just impulse buying. Oh, these are thousands of, like, how many bags so far? We're talking almost like, we're almost at like $20,000, $30,000. And now she's realizing in this recession era, like, what the freak was I thinking? And now she's selling them. And she thinks that somebody else, no offense, is going to be an idiot to buy them like she did. No. If these bags are so useless, why would I buy them? Because this one is not comfortable. This one doesn't have a strap. This one, you can't put your phone. So why would I take your problem? I don't want your problems. I sure don't. Let's go.
I have nothing in my closet this color. That's this bag. It is kind of the perfect size, but I just need it in a different color. This I was keeping for nostalgia reasons. This is the very first designer bag that I ever bought in like 2018. But honestly, it's just sitting in my closet collecting dust. I may as well sell it. I just bought this Attico bag, but this is the problem. There's no strap. There's no strap. So when I'm out and about living my best fabulous life, I'm like this or like this. Dumb. A bag without a strap is a bag that wants to be lost. I'm out. And I love a bag that only carries Audacity. But girl, I don't even think Audacity can fit in here. Like, what I'm doing with it? And there's no strap. Girl, bye. I'm selling this bag. And there's one reason why. It's heavy. Like, I don't want to be feeling like I'm lifting dumbbells when I'm on vacation. I don't like a heavy bag. And these bags are my honorable mentions, which I'll go through very quickly. This Jack Moose silver and gold bag. Number 1, it's heavy. Number 2, there's no strap. I hate a bag without a strap. That's just me personally. I need a bag with a strap. This Fendi first.
So she hates a bag without a strap, but she keeps buying bags without a strap. It's like, when do you learn your lesson? Like, you see this? Like, these are just random purposes. Like, these are just random purchases. I hate a bag without a strap. I'll buy another bag without a strap. I hate a bag without a strap. Buying another bag without a strap. I hate a bag. Like, so far, she has shown 10 different bags that don't have straps. But so you keep asking yourself, but why do you keep buying these bags? And I'm telling you, people are out here buying stuff they don't need, they don't really like, or they don't really find useful. They just doing it for the gram. And it took a recession for people to really look at their spending habits. Like, what the freak am I doing? You know what I'm saying? This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
First bag that I adore.
Ridiculous.
Reach for it. It has served me well, and I think it is time for the bag to hear "Well done, thy good and faithful servant." This Gucci bag is so good. I just don't wear it. If I don't use it, I'd rather sell it. This army green Chanel bag does have a shoulder strap, but again, it's a color I don't wear very often, and I don't have shoes this color. I would be all for like pop of color moment, but I feel like when you do a pop of color, your shoes should match your bag. Is that a myth? Is that just me? So if those are the bags that I'm selling, let me know which bag you think I should keep.
Okay. And it's like the number of bags she's selling, she's not just selling because of the strap. I'm like, girl, it's okay to say you need the money. But then one person says, this is one comment I really love. The person says, girl, think long and hard before buying your next bag, and definitely make sure it has a strap. Exactly. Why do you keep buying stuff that don't have strap when you know that you need the strap? One girl, here's pretty girl, she's really smart. She said the reason why you're selling these bags is the reason why we don't need to buy them. Exactly. Especially the tote. My LV tore my shoulder up. I said never again. Right? Somebody said exactly. She's giving all the reason to keep my hands in my pockets. Okay. Yes. She think people want the bags she don't want. Donate it to charity, lady. Right? Right. I was like, girl, you selling it, but you ain't selling it. Somebody will buy them, though, I'm sure. So my point is, right, when people tell you, oh, these bags are an investment, bags are an investment pieces. No, because the same reason why you might want to sell them is the same reason why somebody might not want to buy them. Because you're just wasting your money, and these bags are not comfortable. Okay, so that's it. And then a few months ago, this was her husband. He was asking for money because his business is not doing well. So he wanted people who support him to donate money to help him keep his business afloat. Meanwhile, look at how much his wife is wasting. Okay, like these people are crazy. Not trying to be offensive, right? But people are really deluded. Okay, so here you have his wife with a full walk-in closet with a bunch of luxury bags she don't need. So I'm like, why are you asking people for money? She could have just sold these bags and helped you. Matter of fact, she could have also not bought these bags and she could have helped you. So now, so this was when? So this is quite recent, right? This was 7 days ago. Y'all see this, right? So 7 days ago, she said, I'm going to sell all these bags. That's almost like $40,000, $50,000 worth of bags, right? But hold up, wait a minute. Okay. But about 5 months ago, Kev was asking for money because his money's not looking the same. But then look at his wife's closet. You see this? Like people are unhinged. Let's play the video.
Now, I wanted to clear something up real quick. I realized I said this at length on Patreon, but I didn't address it in the public. So as you've noticed, I've been promoting Patreon more and more, especially the last week or so. And I never really said why. So I'll just be upfront with you like I was with the Patreon yesterday. Podcast revenue has been down around 70% for me in all my podcasts. Josh, Angel, and Greg salaries are dependent on podcast revenue. It used to be tremendously lucrative and I was able to pay them and all that type of stuff, but it's downturned tremendously. So instead of having to lay them off or reduce their salaries, I decided to give the Patreon audience and you an opportunity to help basically save their jobs. I'm not even, put.
So his wife has a closet. I'm not trying to be offensive, right? Because I think Mel's a nice person. But my thing is, his wife has a walk-in closet full of expensive bags she doesn't wear that don't have straps and this and that, right? Now, the podcast is 70% down in revenue. So instead of telling his wife, sell your bags, he gonna come to social media and say, oh, I'm giving y'all an opportunity to save my staff. What kind of opportunity is this? This ain't my problem. This ain't my problem. That's your staff. Go into your wife's closet and tell her to sell her ish. It's not that hard. Does she need all these bags? No. But do you see how when people reach a certain level of notoriety or celebrity, they think it's up to regular people to bail them out? And that's my problem. That is my problem. That's why I said, you really think Beyonce cares about hair care line? No. Whatever problem she got, she wants y'all to help her pay for it. No, sell what you have. Downsize. It ain't my problem. Right? But you can see that the way she buys these bags, it's not even because she's really passionate or because she knows, okay, I'm buying this because I'm really going to use it. Like, I can see myself having this bag for 10 years. No, the money was there, so she just spent the money. Right? And now that we are in a serious recession, she's like, wow, like now you see, like, why do I even need this? Because you'd rather have the money in your account than to look at a damn bag. I told y'all this. I said, these bags, they're cute when you have money. When you don't have money, you'll look at a bag and be like, damn, I could have this money in my pocket right now. Because it's not that deep. It is never that deep. But then he's sitting here, instead of saying like he's made poor financial decisions, no, instead he wants to say, oh, I'm giving you guys an opportunity to save my staff. How? What do I care about your staff for? They do nothing for me. I don't need your podcast. Nobody needs your podcast. There are a bunch of podcasts on social media. Like, I don't need your podcast. And it's not my responsibility to take care of your staff. It is your staff. You're not giving anybody an opportunity. You're just trying to rebrand you asking for money because that's what you're actually doing. This makes no sense. Like, what in the world? They used to waste money. That's what it is. And now the money's different because people change. Your audience, they change. Their tastes change. The algorithm, they change. The brands, they come in and they go, right? Market, like the advertising money is very different now.
Put it plainly, in order to help keep them on payroll, I'm going to offer more stuff on Patreon, more shows, more exclusive content, things like that. I asked my Patreon if they could increase their monthly gift by $2 or $3, and I'm asking more people to join so that I can continue to keep these people on payroll and other creators around be able to help them do what they do, pay some of their bills as well. One question I get a lot is, what about the app? What's going to be on Patreon? What's going to be on the app? I'll always make the distinction on what's going to be on the Patreon and what's going to be on the app. But the people I mentioned, Josh, Angel, Greg, they don't work for the app. So what the app does doesn't directly affect them. They work for the podcast part of Kev on Stage Studios, and that's the part that's been hit the hardest. And also the Patreon, as a result of starting the app, was also hit very hard. It dropped tremendously. So I used to be able to supplement their salary even when podcasts drop by like, Facebook revenue or Snapchat or whatever. But if you hear in the news, Facebook says they're not paying creators anymore, Instagram's not paying for reels anymore, things like that, like that's where that supplement.
They thought the easy money that was coming from social media was always going to stay consistent. What in this world ever stays consistent? What? That's why when you have money, treat your money seriously. Respect money. Respect your money. Have a lot of respect for money. Because just because you make a lot of money today does not mean you're going to make a lot of money tomorrow, right? You got to be prudent. And when you get to a place where you're running out of money, you need to start selling stuff. But it's not okay to come to people and say to regular people who did not enjoy any of the money that you made and say, oh, I'm giving you an opportunity. No. Be responsible and go sell all the unnecessary crap that you bought. Sell it, make the money, and go pay off what you owe. That's it. That's that. I'm like, people are very audacious. People are seriously audacious.
Income was coming, so I really don't have the extra businesses to offset that. So I told the Patreon, I'll tell you, if
the money is in the closet. You didn't see all them expensive ass bags. The money's in the closet. The money's in the closet, so you can walk and just look at money on the shelves. It's in the closet. So imagine his closet and her closet and the kids' closet. It's all in the closet. It's all in the closet. Yeah. No.
If you want to continue to see these podcasts and see all that stuff, then it's gonna have to come from people like you. Otherwise, I just won't be able to sustain it personally. Because the way my business is run, each has to be successful. Live, merch, me as an actor or whatever, brand deals. But I can't. Any good business owner can't continually pull from a struggling business and support it with other
Close
businesses
the
because eventually
business.
it just pulls too heavy on the other one.
Close it.
So it was up to the people, and that's where that came from.
Nope.
And another question I've got is, what about the app? Should I keep both? I don't want to tell you what to do. Obviously, it's my hope that you keep both because there's also people who work for the app that I would like to keep gainfully employed. But I've been putting everything towards the app, even my own investments. And if the podcast revenue hadn't dropped this much, I wouldn't even be doing this because I would be able to pay people from whatever, and the app people could be paid from. But the podcast revenue dropping just threw a wrinkle in the plan, and it's been happening for well over a year for me. But the other stuff started dropping as well. So my personal family's doing okay. It ain't that situation, but that's that. So in exchange for
Exactly. Hi, Lena. Exactly. Get rid of the podcast. Or if you don't want to get either, I put my own money in my app. You don't say, how you think those people get started? Like, what the heck? But my thing is, sell the crap. They have a lot of crap they don't need. Sell it and then keep your podcast. Or if you rather keep your material good, then lose the podcast. Fire the people. They can move on to something else. But nobody owes you to help you save your business, especially when you have not been fiscally responsible, right? And I'm not trying to be funny, but that's what it seems to be a thing with Black people who tend to vote Democrat. They don't respect money. They don't respect money. Like fiscal responsibility, you see it with the Democratic Party, you see it with you see it, they don't respect money. They just keep printing money on all kinds of stuff. Like, here we go. But I'm like, you have a choice to make. You can either keep your material possession and you lose your podcast, or you keep the podcast, you sell the stuff that you don't need, and you keep your podcast. Hard choices have to be made, but you want to keep both. You want to keep your material possession, and then you want your subscribers to subsidize your poor financial planning. And I'm like, that's really exploitative. And it's some gall. Like, you have the audacity. You truly have the audacity, like as if everyday people don't have problems. Your wife has a walk-in closet with a bunch of luxury goods. There are people who barely even have a closet. And you expect those people to come bail you out? What in the Ukraine is going on? Are you Ukraine also? You Israel? Like, please.
more content, you'll be able to see more stuff. In exchange for that, these people will keep their jobs. And it's my hope that it all works. So there will be new Patreon stuff I'll be promoting. There'll be new stuff on the app, and you, the viewer, will decide what you want to do and support. I leave that up to you. Again, I hate to even do this, but I don't know what else to do. I ain't got no other options. The podcast proliferation of content has tremendously threw a wrinkle in the way things worked. And I thought towards the end of this year it would work, but the last 3 months were like 3 of the worst months ever. I mean, I told the patient on this podcasting this year, there were times where the Love Hour itself, just alone, made more than all my podcasts consistently this year. And if you watch podcasts, you'll see like Marriage Be Hard doesn't have nearly as much ads as the Love Hour used to have. I saw it on the internet, has one ad, maybe 1 or 2 tops, and a lot of episodes with none. So that's no revenue. And YouTube doesn't pay nearly as well as it used to. So blah, blah, blah. I feel like I'm repeating myself, but that's that. So I hope you understand. And remember, if you can't pay for anything and you just watch stuff for free, it's totally fine. All I'm doing is offering it to you. Only you know your own finances. I'm not even gonna edit that out because I gotta go. Only you know your finances. This is just my offering to you. You decide what you want to do with your money. I'm just telling you why I'm going so hard. All right, I love you. Hope you have a great day. Bye.
You don't love nobody. And they love to say, oh, I love you. I love you. You're just trying to extort money out of people. It's why you love them. No. You tell people how you spend the money you made. No. And I'm sure the Spectrum commercial paid well. But that's the thing, babe. It's not how much money you make. It's how you spend your money. You know, they can pay you $200,000. But if you let your wife buy all kinds of bag with the money, well, then the money's gone. Because money goes really fast. Like, it is not a joke. Money goes fast. Money goes so fast. If you always want to buy everything you see and you got to prove to people and you're insecure and you're broken, you can spend $100,000 in a day. Money goes really fast. A Chanel bag is like $6,000. You buy 2 of these, 3 of these, you've already spent $20,000. Now he wants to buy stuff and the kids want to buy stuff. And then y'all want to go on vacation and you want to go travel luxury. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is crazy. But they wasted the money. Because listen to her. Oh, this don't have a strap. And this, I'm like, but Mel, why did you buy this stuff? Why did you buy this stuff? You know? And the thing about her too, before her husband blew up on social media, she did not even need this type of stuff. She was not even that type of person. But he blows up on social media. They become part of the Black church or the Blackity Black. They start being invited to more Black events. They start networking with these more Black celebrity, Black influencer. Now she wants to start spending more money. But before, when they lived in Washington State, she was not like this. She was not like this. She wasn't like this. This is what happened when you don't stay true to yourself. Now, here we go. Here we are. So this happened like 7 days ago. I saw this yesterday. So 7 days ago, now she wants to sell all these bags. She's like, oh, they're collecting dust in my closet. No, you need the money. It's okay. Just be honest. You made poor decisions. You rushed to buy these things. And now you have to sell them so you can have some type of money because your husband's businesses are not hitting the way they used to. And then what business she got going on, right? That's why when you make money, you have to respect money. I'm telling you, all of these Black girls doing luxury hauls, unboxings, many of them are living credit to credit. Many of them are financing these unboxings. Do not seek to emulate their behavior because it's a lie. Because I'm like, their views are not that high for them to justify all these luxury stuff they're buying. I'm not falling for this. It is expensively crazy because he has the house mortgage. He has a studio. Then you have the kids. Then you have this. Then you have the tax. You know how much they tax you when you live in California? Because it's a socialist state. They practice communism out there. So it's a lot. That's a lot of financial pressure to put on yourself. That's why you like, yo, we have to learn to be okay to look like you're broke. It's okay. People can think whatever you want, but it's one thing to look broke versus being broke. But you waste all your money trying to impress people or be Black girl luxury. And now here you are, you're struggling. Oh, really? I appreciate that. Now here you are, you're struggling. It's not worth it. You know, fitting in, belonging, whatever. If that's why I say that's why I always say this whole church of Blackness, the church of Blackness, the Black sisterhood, I always say it is very expensive. Do I not say that? I said being part of the cool Black girls, the it Black girls, it is very expensive. It is seriously expensive because you always have to spend money because you can never look broke. You always have to have the latest, your hair, your wigs, your shoes, your bags, your makeup, your lashes. Girl, this thing is not sustainable. You know, to be embraced by Black people, to be loved by Black people, you always have to spend money. It is draining. It is not, this is not normal behavior. It's not normal behavior. And people don't want to stop. They just, I want to be included so bad. And then one day it hits you like, oh my gosh, where did my money go? Trying to fit, because it feels like a sorority, like you're always pledging, like you're always proving yourself. No, it's not worth it. It's too expensive. It's just too expensive. You buy bags you don't need. You buy shoes you don't need. You spend $2,000 on a wig, $4,000 on a wig, $1,500 on a wig. Huh? Jesus. It's so much cheaper to grow your own hair. Grow your hair. Because I'm like, it doesn't even cost that much to grow your own hair and buy your own products. So this was 7 days ago, y'all. So I hope she finds people to buy it. But she's going to have to end up selling all of this because it's a waste of money. So anyways, let's go back to this video. But my point is, these people are hurting. Celebrities, influencers, they're hurting financially. They have wasted too much money. And now they're trying to create these lines to come and bunch of money grab to just get people's money to go pay off their bills. But they're not even passionate about the stuff they're selling to people.
Or that they realized weren't serving them in the best way possible. So I first want to take you back to 2019, where I actually think for a lot of people, including myself, this is where it started. It started, and we all know what happened in 2019. I'll be referring to it as a panini because I still don't know if that word is considered a naughty word on this platform. This particular video I shared in 2020, and I'm going to have an insert in a clip from it now.
I feel like I'm in search of this feeling. I know what it's going to feel like fully when I feel it, even though I've never really felt it. Like I felt it in like drips and drabs here and there, but this feeling, I guess you could say it's like a void. And again, I don't mean this like, don't feel sorry for me. This isn't like a wow moment because I'm genuinely like, I have a beautiful life and I'm very grateful for my life and I'm very, for the most part, quite content. But I know deep down that there is this feeling that is missing. Like that's like this feeling of, I guess, like a general purpose and fulfillment. You know, I don't really feel that to the full extent. I want to make a more positive impact on the world. And I just feel like that's where maybe that feeling's going to come from, of like that purpose and fulfillment. And I just haven't really felt it to the full degree.
And I honestly think that the panini is really what started this. And I know to some of you, because even to me, I was like, how though? How? Like that was literally 5 years ago. It seems like madness. But when I actually considered the side effects and the things that still to this day have been an effect and a trickle-on effect of what happened 5 years ago, I don't doubt that this is probably a side effect of that. And it may be a little bit of a delayed response, but I think it's kind of what set this in motion for a lot of people. I really think the panini, sounds so stupid saying that, I'm hungry now, but I do think the panini caused a real societal reset. It really paused and reset a lot of people and a lot of society. I can't say everybody, because I know that there are still people who are going about and still hold a lot of the same beliefs, a lot of the same opinions, and would still consider themselves the same people as they were in 2018 as they are now. I'm not one of them, and I'm not saying that whether or not you have changed or you haven't, it's not a good thing, it's not a bad thing, it's just simply a thing. But I do think it really caused a huge societal reset. I think it really changed a lot for people and how people view the world. Like I just know for myself personally, I am not the same person that I was in 2019, certainly not. And a lot of those changes, weirdly, have occurred in the last year and a half. And I can't really say, because I'll never know. I'll never know, like in an alternate universe, if we didn't all go through that thing together, would I still be where I am now? I don't know. I don't know if it's age, maturity, or if it simply has something to do with the panini. But a lot of my views have changed on the world, on the medical system, on political views, government, like just how I view the world, what's important to me, my priorities, have really done in a lot of cases, a 180. I have changed my opinion and my thoughts and what I believe on a lot of topics. I think as well for a lot of people, it was a delayed response because during that time, for a lot of people were just trying to get by. And some people were just trying to survive, doing the best they could with what they had, with the stresses, the pressure, financial, health. It was really scary for a lot of people. And weirdly, I know for my experience, it was like a self-soothing thing where I was actually shopping more during 2019 and 2020. It was honestly a self-soothing thing because where was I going? Nowhere. For my little 20-minute walk and one trip to the grocery store. Like I wasn't going anywhere, but it was a self-soothing coping mechanism. And I think that's what a lot of people felt. A lot of people were shopping more than they were before to self-soothe, but also potentially because they had nowhere else to go, nothing else to do. You know, maybe the money they had saved for the vacation that they'd booked that had been cancelled, you know, well, screw it. I think I even used this rationale. I think a lot of people had this rationale of, oh my God, like life's too short. We don't know what's going to happen in a year or two. Let's just buy the damn bag or buy.
Exactly. And that's what these influencers were telling you. Oh, just buy the bag. Just buy the bag. You deserve to make yourself happy. You deserve to buy this bag. You deserve. I'm like, you deserve to save your money. You deserve to be financially prudent. Like, we don't know what's happening. Even now, too. You think about all these people who are wasting their money on going to tours, celebrity merch and sacred and da-da-da-da. You know, how do you know that these celebrities don't know something that we don't know? Right? Because like when you think about like everyday people like us commoners out here, we're always the last to know what's really about to hit, right? But like these celebrities and very rich people, they have financial advisors. They are connected to politicians. They are connected to senators, right? They could know things that we don't know. So it could be, hey, before it gets really bad, collect as much money as possible. Meanwhile, you, the everyday person, you should be even saving more of your money because we have no idea. Like whether Trump or Joe Biden wins in 2024, we don't know where the economy is going to go. And all this money that you're wasting, the 200 here, buying the super bundle, the 300 here, the 400 to go see Usher, you don't know how bad this economy is really about to get. And all this money, you're going to wish you had it. But you're giving it to these celebrities. Now they're putting in their Ford. They're putting it in their treasure chest, right? Because every time you exchange money for a product, you are giving power to the person that you give your money to. So you don't know what they know about what's coming down the line because they know something that we don't know. So that 265 bundle, that super fan, which is actually very insulting, that super fan bundle at 265. Okay, you don't know if two months from now or 5 months from now or whatever happens after the election, you don't know how bad you're gonna be missing your $300 because that's groceries for the month. You don't know, but you want to give that lady all that money because you want a shampoo and conditioner. Okay, you don't know. You don't know what they're planning for, you know. But I'm like, they probably know something that we don't know. And right now, if you are an everyday person, you are a commoner, you should be saving your money. Because however this election turns out, if Joe Biden wins, because if Joe Biden wins, there's going to be more wars. Like, he's not going to stop. There's going to be more wars with Israel, with Ukraine. They might start messing with China. I mean, you don't know. But if it's Joe Biden, the wars will keep going. Okay? If it's Trump also, maybe the economy could get better. Maybe it also could not get better. I don't know. But my thing is, based on what happened this election, yeah, you might want to save your money until we get out of the election. But until we go through the election, I think everybody should be very careful. Until after the election, we have to let this election play out and see how it goes, and hopefully make sure it's a peaceful one. Okay. And then after that, you might want to think about spending your money, but you don't know when it comes to like these celebrities and stuff like that. You don't know what their financial advisors are telling them and why they're in such a rush to sell you products now, because maybe they're rushing to do their things before November, because only God knows where it might go in November, y'all. I'm being serious. You know, so it's like you really got to think about this. Don't just be consumed by your feelings. Oh, celebrity. These celebrities do not love you. They don't care about you. They care about their families. They care about their children. Like Beyonce, her interest is to look out for herself and her children. You're not Blue Ivy. You're not Rumi. You're not Sir. So if she has to smile and say whatever she has to say to get your money so that she can take care of her children, that's exactly what she's going to do. The same thing with Rihanna. She got 2 kids to think about. So she got to come out here and bamboozle you to buy more foundation so she can have cash money to make sure her family is good. However this economy goes, she's going to have to do that. And you can't blame her for that because those are her children. You are not her children. You're a bunch of weirdo ass fans who don't want to think and who are quick to part with their money. But these ladies, they're mothers. They have children. You're not one of their children. Huh. Okay. I'm just saying, like, we just don't know. We just don't know. But even me, like, I'm slightly worried about this election too, because it's like, whichever way it goes, only God knows, right? How would that affect the American people? And how is that going to affect the dollar? You know, because we could go further into an inflation. So it's like everyday people cannot afford to just buy everything these celebrities are selling. You got to really use your brain here. Like you truly do.
You know, insert item here. That's, I think, what a lot of people experience. People are awakening to a lot of different realizations about their lives, their habits. I also think that the word awakening is making some people feel offended because I think they're kind of assuming, well, you know, this person is saying they've had an awakening. I haven't had an awakening. I think it really shows just how human we all are. And as much as, I say this every time, as much as we like to say, oh, like, we shouldn't compare ourselves, we compare ourselves, whether or not we like to or not, because the fact that some people are choosing to...
Okay, she's talking too much. But you see, like, here's this girl, Anna B, right? Here's her video, too. So the video starts off like this, right? She's like, oh, toxic culture of luxury closets. But her, too, back in the day, she used to be out here promoting this foolishness. Okay? She used to also be out here promoting this foolishness. Like, let's see some of her popular videos, right? Oh, then 10 things elegant ladies would never wear, right? 10 powerful body language secrets that turn men on. You know, it was always about, oh, buy this, don't buy that. But she was heavy on telling people how to buy luxury bags and how to do this and not do this, not do that, right? Now, spin the block. Now that we are in a recession, these are the kind of content she's making. Toxic culture of luxury closet. Why I'm over high society luxury life. How I cured my anxiety once and for all, right? But it's like her content is making like a whole 360. Like, you know what? You don't need this. Be more spiritual. You don't need to look expensive. Okay? Hold on. Let me show y'all this.
The influencer, that's kind of what they have. And you know what? I'm kind of guilty too. I was blindsided by all these, you know, glitz and glam and, you know, these celebrity wardrobes and these designer handbag collections and blah, 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 to the point that I, on my level up journey, felt like that was important for me to also acquire. And so you are lured by the shiny object syndrome, thinking that I have to acquire these things because if I don't have these things, I'm technically not a successful woman. I'm technically not high value. I felt that one should create a luxury collection. You go on YouTube and you watch these fashion or luxury bloggers, influencers, whatever, and everybody just talks about this thing of
curate your luxury collection, add to your luxury collection.
Why do we even need a luxury collection? It's not that it's new, it's just that it has amplified tremendously in recent years to the point where, like, okay, I'm looking left, right, and center, and all I see is like every other Joe has these massive wardrobes, massive collections. My walk-in wardrobe, that by the way has been a dream for many, many years. And one can
I don't even know how people see this, like do this to themselves and they're not disgusted. Like, am I really that vain? Like, do I really like this purpose? Like, there are people out there starving. Like, I just don't know. But I'm like, this obsession with like a walk-in closet and pretty much turning your closet into a shrine. Because it's a shrine. It's a shrine to luxury. You worship what's in your closet. Like, it makes you feel like you've arrived. You're powerful. You're somebody. You're this, you're this, you're that. And I'm like, yo, like, this the kind of stuff you should get from God. You know what I'm trying to say? You're like, oh, wow, like, I feel like I'm someone because God loves me, because, you know, I think about other people. I'm not selfish. Like, you know what I'm saying? But when your sense of self, your sense of being, how important you are in society, how relevant you are, is your closet. Like, how do you, it's idolatry AF. This is bizarre. You know, I'm like, this is a shrine. Like this, I'm like, this is not even a closet. It is a shrine. It is idolatry. Like, it's one thing to have a nice closet that's organized and clean so you can quickly see your things, right? It's another thing just to buy things that you probably will never wear. Just put them in the closet just to say you have it, right? And I'm like, how is this not like a golden calf in the desert? Like, this is just so bizarre. It is so bizarre that your sense of value, who you are in this world, is derived from what you wear. Oh, if I don't have this bag, I'm a nobody. If I don't wear a Birkin, I'm a nobody. Like, I'm like, that is just weird. That's just weird. So you don't think that you're somebody that's worthy without a designer bag? That is so sad. Like, you don't really think that you have identity or you have purpose or people are going to love you unless you wear a specific bag? Wow. Like, no, America really struggles with idolatry. Like, for real, they're just like the Israelites in the Bible. They truly are. And I said, like, I don't think people initially mean to practice idolatry. I don't think so. But it's like it slowly turns into an idol. Even like when it comes to celebrities, I don't think people mean to worship these people, right? It's just that you really like them and you connect with them. Like, oh, she's black, I'm black too, and I really want to support her. Like, I don't think it starts off like, oh, I'm gonna turn this into some weird thing, right? I think people really do start off a good intention. But then when you don't check yourself and you forget that God should take the main place in your heart, it just goes completely left. And before you know it, those things have now become your God. You know what I'm saying? People turn a car into a God. They'll go buy a car they can't afford because they want people to see them a certain way. And I'm like, that's really sad. Because why do you want to deceive people? Why do you want to deceive people? If you're not that successful, you're just not that successful. Why do you want to deceive people? Oh, they need to see me a certain way. Why? Why does it matter? Why is it so bad for people to see you for who you truly are? A person who drives a Toyota or a person who drives a Lexus. Like, what's the big deal? Must you go pick up a $200,000 car or $100,000 Yukon? You don't have that kind of money. And you're going to be stressed. You will never sleep because you can't afford your car note. Why are you stressing yourself for people who don't even matter? You know, but a lot of women, by consuming this content, have turned their lives into like everything is turning into idolatry. Even the wigs, people will have wig closets. They'll have like 100 wigs, 200 wigs, 300. I'm like, but what is happening? What is happening? Why are you collecting all these people's hair? Okay, grow your own hair. This is weird. People worship food, they worship sex, they worship pornography, they worship money. I'm like, this is nothing more than idolatry. You have a bunch of false idols in your heart. You know, you're laughing, kid, but it's really sad. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not okay. Like, your sense of purpose and your sense of identity, it should be like, yo, God loves me. I'm a child of God. I have good virtue. Like, I'm not a liar. I have integrity. I don't cheat people. I don't lie on people. I don't commit murder. You know, like, that's where your pride should come from, is your character, like who you are, and that people can trust you and you're not a deceitful person. But anybody can buy a bag, but you can't buy character. You cannot buy morality. And this obsession that people have for other people to see them in a way that they're truly not, that it's like it's giving personality disorder. You have a personality disorder. You need to be like, your head needs to be checked. Because what is this? Like, where did you learn to lie like this to people? And where did you learn to lie to yourself? You know what I'm saying? Buy what you can afford. And it's okay to be like, you know what? Oh, that's a very pretty bag. But right now, I just can't afford it. You know what I'm saying? And that's how Melissa got herself in trouble. And now she got to sell all these bags. But then who's going to buy these bags? But imagine if you had kept that money in your account. Right now, you have a whole $30,000 or $50,000 and maybe plus interest because you didn't touch the money. My goodness. I'm like, this is crazy.
And wonder, well, why has it been a dream? Like, why is a walk-in wardrobe like the ultimate dream for a woman? Okay, full disclosure, I'm not getting rid of my walk-in wardrobe, but I just want to like downsize a little bit. But so I remember sitting in my walk-in wardrobe and I have racks and racks of clothing. And then I had just signed up for a massive storage to host my racks and racks of clothes, as you can see here. And that's not even everything. And I look at my handbag collection, and this is where we really need to have a serious conversation, because this is actually where I caught myself. So according to like
all this, just wasting money. And because her too, like there was a time she was making a lot of money on YouTube because her views were just so crazy, because so many women are insecure. So many women want to be high value women. They want to marry a rich man. So there was a time her views were crazy. So her YouTube money was just coming in. That YouTube money was just coming in. It was just coming in. So she didn't care about how she spent the money, you know, because, you know, YouTube can get addictive. YouTube can be like gambling, because, you know, when the algorithm favors you, right? When you're on YouTube and the algorithm favors you, it can feel like all you got to do is just post a video, you'll make 5,000. Post a video, you'll make 5,000, because the algorithm like really, really favors you. But what happens when you fall out of favor from the algorithm? What happens then? Then reality sets in like, oh, what you mean? I only made 300 from this video. I only made 150 from this video. Yes, you did. And after also with the Panini, a lot of people didn't like her content anymore because it humbled a lot of people.
Celebrity and influencer standards, measure my little collection, I'm like a loser in people's eyes. No, really.
Loser.
So I have like 7 Kelly bags. I have a few Chanel bags. I have some few other random designer handbags. And then I'm like thinking to myself.
And so, like she said, she has 7 Kelly bags, right? And ask yourself, what does she do? Like, who does she think she is to have 7 Kelly bags? She's just a YouTuber. She has no formal business. She's not married to a multimillionaire. She's not running a tech company. She's a YouTuber. She took her YouTube money, her what's it called? The brand deal money, to act like she's the daughter of some type of rich ass man, and she's a trust fund baby. A Kelly bag. You guys know how much a Kelly bag costs? Okay. And that's what they take. They take that easy money that they get from what's it called? Ooh, where's the price? But I'm gonna put the price on here because it's so expensive. So it seems like it's a $12,000 bag or something. How much is this bag? So in 2022, it was like $9,300 for one bag. So she's like, oh, she has 7. So she spent almost like what, $70,000 on those bags. I'm like, but who are you though? You're nobody important. You're a YouTuber, right? So then she wants to tell other people how to make money or how to look rich, but the whole time it's like because she makes easy money on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, what does she do? Nothing. She just sits there and she tries to act like she's a sophistication coach. All that stuff is just made up. But I'm like, why do you have 7 Kelly bags though? If you're Melania Trump, I get it. Like, okay, you're Melania Trump. Like your husband's like rich. Plus you were the first lady at one point, right? But it's like, why does a regular YouTuber who makes BS content about a lifestyle she really knows nothing about, right, spending all this money buying Kelly bags? Fake flex, just like these rappers.
Why does it still feel like my handbag collection is small? Like this is nothing. And then I realized, even though I sit on this mountain of stuff, I feel like I don't have enough. because I just keep comparing myself to these crazy images in my head that I have internalized from watching social media, from watching TV, and just looking at these obscene collections of stuff that people have and normalize that. And I've been looking at these people thinking that these are successful, beautiful women. If I want to be a successful, beautiful woman, then I have to have a collection like that. If I just
are these women even like, and when you really think about it, like on some real stuff, are these women even successful? You know what I mean? Are they really successful? Because when you are really successful, do you need stuff to prove to yourself that you're somebody? It really is a sickness, right? They're not successful. They're broken. They are insecure. They need to be validated because it is very bizarre. Success is not measured by how big your closet is. It's like if you're a healthy-minded person, your success should be measured by how many people you've helped in this world. None of these women have non-for-profits. None of them give money away to charity. They don't put themselves on the board of a charity. They're not giving things away to make the world a better place. Everything is about me, 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 me. How can I have more and more and more and more and more and more and more? I'm like, what are you even doing? Because these people don't have real purpose. They don't have real purpose. You could have built a school. You could have given people food for I don't know, you could have had a food truck. Because when they say it feels so much better to give than to receive, it's real, right? But I'm like, you have no real purpose. You don't know why you're on this earth. Because if you think you were born just to shop and just to have a closet, you need help. You need serious help. You need some serious help. And that's why all of these people now are not fulfilled. They're crying. They're selling their things. They're running out of money, right? Because hoarding stuff, being obsessed with materialism, idol worshiping, it will never fulfill you.
Just go to my Instagram Explore page and I see the stuff that's there. I'm getting physically sick. It's just showing off item after item, unboxing after unboxing, wearing this, wearing that. What it makes me think is that I need more stuff. I need more things to wear. I can't repeat my outfit. And so as I'm sitting there inside my closet and I'm looking at my Hermes bags, which I, by the way, love, but at the same time, I'm wondering, how did I even get so obsessed about them and why? Yeah. And it led me back to all the tense conversations I would have with my girlfriends about these bags and how to get more.
And my thing is, if you're even honest with yourself, if you're really honest with yourself, the Birkin bag is not even beautiful. It looks like the bag for a grandma. I don't care what nobody says. The Birkin is not a beautiful bag. It is not a beautiful bag. I don't even think it's a practical bag. Look, you have to keep holding it like this, right? I'm like, this is not a beautiful bag. It is not beautiful. What it is, what the Birkin is, hold on, right? What the Birkin is a status symbol. It is a status symbol. But as far as a bag, it is not a pretty bag. It is not a beautiful bag. It is not the most beautiful bag ever, right? But it's people will buy ugly crap. People will buy a bunch of ugly things made by white people. That's why I call them the white man's trinkets, okay? They will obsess over the white man's trinkets. And it's it's not even beautiful. This is not a beautiful bag. You would if I saw this bag, I'm thinking okay, Queen Elizabeth, but she was 100 years old, okay? But it's giving old, rich-ass white woman. You know what I'm saying? But it's not sexy. It is not youthful. It's not a beautiful bag. And it does not seem like it's pleasant to carry the bag. You know what I'm saying? It's you probably get tired of carrying this thing around. Do I have to keep picking up like this? Okay, it's too much. Right? I don't see myself enjoying this bag. So tell me, why would I spend $20,000, $30,000 getting this bag? Right? It's not a pretty bag. It's an ugly bag. It's an overpriced, ugly bag. And I said this to y'all. Why would you even want to, the cow it takes to make this, the cow itself is not even worth a whole cow is not more than $2,000. Okay. For example, one time I had to pay for this cow thing for this event because we had to feed all these people, right? But okay. But it's for example, right? If you let me show you a nice ox. Okay. You see an ox like this, okay? An ox like this in the Ivory Coast, he probably cost you $1,500. He cost you $1,500. So for me, being West African, I'm okay, if I even had $20,000 to spend, if I had 20 grand to waste, I would rather have a farm and buy a bunch of ox for my land. I'd rather buy land in Africa and I'd rather have a bunch of ox on my property because these things, you can do a lot with these things. Plus they're beautiful creatures. Okay, they seem very, very powerful. But a big one like this, he might not cost you more than $2,000. And you can buy a whole lot. I could have a farm with a bunch of oxen running around making me some money. Okay, why would I go and give a white person $20,000 in exchange for this old ass looking thing? It is not cute. It is not cute. I've told you this before. I said these bags are not cute. Okay, makes sense. But think about Sweetie, the way she sleeps around. Who actually does love her? So it's like, what does she know about love? Okay, the way she sleeps around like that, well, from this man to this boy to this little boy, she knows nothing about love. So whatever advice she got to give about the Birkin, the who love who, who don't love who, she needs to learn to close her legs and make better music. Let's start there. And oxes are very delicious. I know that's right. But I'm like, I'd rather buy land. I'd rather have like a whole piece of land, a bunch of oxen running around. Okay, so you can buy a second wife for James with those cattle too. Exactly. That's dowry money. But I'm like, the bag is not even cute. It is not a cute bag. It's not a cute bag. It's not a comfortable bag. It's not a bag that I could see someone like, oh, I'm going to carry this like every day like this, like just holding it like this. Like, no, it's just a status symbol. And this is how white people will finesse you out of your hard-earned money in exchange for these weird trinkets. And you wonder why we end up on the slave ships. Like, no, stop being bamboozled. This is not pretty. It's not a pretty bag.
Of them, like how much is enough?
Hey there, we're Left on Friday, and we design swimsuits you can actually swim in. Novel idea.
Where's my video?
At this point, you're like a broken record, a high-value woman in the leveling up process who just never has enough. You just keep getting more and more and more. All of this signals that probably somewhere deep inside, I have a weak sense of self, which is true. Even though I have improved a lot of my self-esteem and insecurities, obviously there's still work to do. And obviously, consumerism society hits me straight into my weak points. I'm not going to sit here and blame everything on society, but half of it is, of course, my own responsibility. And that responsibility stems from lack of self-awareness or just lack of being honest with yourself. Many of you know I've been doing therapy for a long time, like 8 years by now. I have really improved my self-awareness. But damn it, ladies, I did not improve it enough to not fall into luxury sheep behavior.
Yeah. And why do you like self-awareness? Because you like purpose. And when you like purpose, when you don't know what you're really doing, what you're doing for, it's easy to get distracted. It's so easy to get distracted. Right? That's why like they'll have black girls in luxury, but they won't have black girls in philanthropy, right? Because to do philanthropy, you actually need purpose. You know what I'm saying? Like you need to have purpose. It's so much easier to spend on yourself and to just mindlessly spend and spend and spend and spend and think that you're doing something cute, but all you're doing is doing bad things, and then you are encouraging other people to follow suit in your foolishness. But why don't you have a movement called Black Girls in Philanthropy? Because you can, because that actually requires to have self-awareness, and it requires you to honor God. Because once you know, once God is in your life, I'm serious, you cannot spend money like this. You know, what the heck is this? Because you're like, I have better things to do for God's kingdom, right? You can go on a missionary thing. There are children that have like the cliff thing, you know, and it costs like $250 to help them. There are people who have glaucoma in their eyes around the world who cannot see. There are people who need access to clean water, right? With one Birkin bag, you can build 4 or 5 different wells. That's why even when I see these like African girls also want to partake in this luxury foolishness, I'm like, your dad's people are in the village with no running water. What are you doing? Right? You're from Ghana. Like your people are starving. Like go sit down somewhere. Your grandma's probably in a village somewhere with no electricity, no running water. But you on YouTube want to give, black girl luxury. We are from West Africa. We are from one of the poorest places in the world. We cannot be doing black girls luxury. Well, what money? We have other priorities. I'm not trying to be funny, but I'm like, even me, I'm from the Ivory Coast. Like a lot of my dad's people are still living in the village. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what do I look like? Spending $100,000 on bags and shoes. No, I could build a school. And I used to have a non-for-profit too, right? No, but it's so stupid. And then they wonder why people don't respect black people. People don't respect African people because we don't have our priorities in order. We don't have our priorities in order. Before you do luxury, you need to make sure your people are good, your village is good. Like, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, yeah, You're still behind and you want to play luxury games. Like, what the heck? Does your grandma even have water? Does your grandma have electricity for 24 hours straight? I bet she don't. But you want to come over here in America and play this black girl luxury like you're not from the village. You are just one generation removed from the village. Like, make it make sense. You still have cousins who have to fetch water. That's the reality in Africa. Fetching water is real. A lot of young people have to wake up in the morning. They have to go fetch water before they can go to school. Then they come home. They got to go fetch water. With one Birkin bag, with one Chanel bag, you can build a well in your village. You can save so many people. Like, how stupid are you? How stupid are you? I don't understand how, like, you come to a Western country, you come to a predominantly white country, and you forget who you are, you forget where you're from, and you forget what your priorities are. Like, it's a shameful behavior. And I cannot stand people who are not proud to be who they are. Like me, I know I'm West African. I am West African. That's where I'm from. And a lot of my people suffer. Just because I might have a good life in America and my husband might be an American and whatever, it does not take away from the fact that a lot of my people still live in the village. Like, make it make sense. You know, there's so many children in Africa who don't go to school. There are so many young girls in Africa who don't go to school because, you know, African culture, when you get to a certain age, they'd rather keep a boy in school than the girl because they say, oh, the boy, he keeps the family name, and the girl, she gonna get married. So what's the point of giving her an education? You know, but for $100, for $200, you'll have a young girl be taken out of school. You know what I'm saying? She said, used to be a girl. I was 25 years old. I was 25. I'm 39 now. That was like 14 years ago. Like, so if you get older and you're near 40 and you don't change, like, something is off. Okay? Like, that was 25. When I started YouTube, I was in college. I was an idiot. Now I'm 39. 2 kids. I mean, I guess 3. I'm pregnant. So this one's almost here. He's almost, next week will be full term. I'll be 36 weeks next week, right? But you have to get older. And I think part of getting older is like, what the heck? Does this even make sense? Like, it makes no sense. It makes no sense. When you're young, you're foolish and you're very silly. I was into Beyonce too. Like, I was hella dumb. I was hella stupid. Like, you know, you're really stupid. But you get older and you realize the power of money. And you realize what money can do and how money is meant to change a lot of things. But even when I was in college, I had a non-for-profit. I've always done non-for-profit work. You know, and I could have probably done more, maybe, right? But then you get older and, like, you're like, oh, like, this is really crazy. But you get older, you think, like, what the freak? Like, what the heck? Well, thank you, bro. Oh, thanks, y'all. Thank everybody, right? But you get older, you have to start thinking about things like, what the heck? This makes no sense. And it's not even like I'm against, like, luxury per se. You can have a few nice things that you treat yourself. But my issue is, like, the idolatry of luxury. That really triggers me. It's the idolatry of the idolatry of luxury. Like, you got to have a closet and you save the box and the shoes and the this. Like, this is just bizarre. There are people who will buy things that are luxury, not even wear them. And I'm like, then why did you buy it? Oh, I just want to look at it. Okay, that's idolatry. Okay, that's 1. That's 2. Number 3, another thing I take issue with too is that this notion that it's only luxury if it's made by white people. Why is it that only it's like luxury goods or anything being luxury means something made by a white man? That's also giving white supremacy. Oh no, bro. I am old. I am tired. This pregnancy has worn me out. After this, I need to get my tubes tied because I cannot do birth control. So I'm gonna get my tubes tied because I'm no. Oh Lord, I'm exhausted. Okay, I'm exhausted. But it's like, as you get older, you got to start thinking. And when you get older too, it's a boy per usual, right? Like you got to start thinking. And number 2, also, when you have a platform and you have an audience, as you get older, you got to be very careful what you are suggesting to people because you do have influence. And it's like, are you encouraging people to become a better version of themselves, or are you encouraging people to be silly? So there's a time and place for everything. As the Apostle Paul said, when I was a child, I spoke like a child. Now that I'm grown, things have to change, right? But you get older, you have to start thinking, like, what am I recommending to people? And is this stuff sustainable? Because God forbid, one day you need your money and your money is stuck in shoes and bags and this and that. And I'm like, that is really silly. And honestly, it's quite disgusting. It's real. Oh, you saw my nose, right? Yeah, I was like, yeah, I put some weight on. So I'm like, child, this is really crazy. This is really, really crazy. And even me, when I was doing luxury stuff, like it wasn't even that excessive. It was not this excessive. These people are taking this to a whole nother level. This is a whole nother level. This is a lot. This is seriously a lot.
I don't want you to think that I'm now kind of beating myself up about it and I'm angry at myself. No, I'm not. I think I'm angry about how easy it is to fall into it and how it's nearly impossible for any regular person to not fall into it. I know that I do have a percentage of you who are very hyper aware and probably don't fall into these traps. I thought that in my leveling up process, I had certain material goals, and I really thought that once I would reach those material goals, I would become more happy. It would feel a certain way to sit in that walk-in wardrobe and look at your massive Hermes handbag collection or shoe collection or whatever. But guess what I felt? I felt nothing. Why on earth was I working so hard to get to this place only to feel nothing? I think it's about being aware of what the current consumerism culture actually does. And when you are self-aware, you will be able to stay away and withstand the temptation of this trap. Because ultimately, what this trap does is that you there, as a regular Joe, is thinking, okay, I want to achieve more happiness. How do I achieve more happiness? And then you look at the world around you and you see these happy people on TV and social media showered in this.
And then even crazy to think that because somebody is smiling, therefore they're happy. I'm like, just because you see Kris Jenner smiling in a closet does not mean she's happy. Being happy is something, you know what I mean? I don't even know. I don't eat a lot. I didn't eat a lot this pregnancy. But my thing is like, and they're crazy, like it's very like, I don't know, it's very childish to assume that, oh, somebody's smiling, so they're happy. It could be fake. It could be fake smiles, right? Happiness is way more than smiling while you're on camera. But people assume, oh, she's smiling, so therefore she's happy. She's in a big closet, so she's happy. Like, you don't know how Kris Jenner lives. You have no idea. You don't know if like these people are really happy because they have all this stuff. How do you know they don't have these bags? Because every time they have a new bag, it's the husband who cheated. So every single bag is an apology. I cheated, I cheated, I cheated, I cheated, I cheated. You have no idea. But somebody smiling or you like people posing with a smile does not mean that these people are actually happy. Yeah, y'all exactly right. It doesn't mean they're happy. They're posing. But a smile does not mean happiness. A smile, a person smiling while being in a big closet does not mean that they're happy. They're smiling in a big closet. That's it. That's that. Happiness is way more than that, right? So I'm like, oh my gosh, why are y'all so easy to get scammed like this?
This, wearing that, looking so happy and fabulous and owning all of these gorgeous things. And your subconscious basically interprets that as, oh, so that means I too should get XYZ if I want to be happy. And to get those things, what do you need to do? Well, you have to work. You have to make money. You have to afford that. So you work harder and harder and harder just so that you can achieve that illusion that you are fed with. So you end up sacrificing your time, your energy, your happy moments, moments that matter in your life. You sacrifice your health, your well-being, only to fool yourself to understand that, wait a second, I'm actually not achieving more happiness. I'm just getting more unhappiness as a result.
This is how AI optimizes my schedule. This meeting got canceled. Hooray! We didn't really.
This has also led me to really rethink my own shopping habits, my own wardrobe, and my own luxury collection. I'm cringing like a luxury collection because, again, I find this terminology to be so ridiculous. Like, why do we need a luxury collection?
Great investment.
Oof, investment for what? True investments do not look like luxury. I'm sorry to say, okay, yeah, surely a designer handbag may go up in value, but trust me, there are so many other investments that you can do if you just like improve your financial literacy that will be so much more worth it than like spending money on a stupid bag. And you might be thinking to yourself, well, Anna,
you can go and easily sell your Kelly handbag for the double or triple that you bought it originally for.
Yeah, but guess how much I had to spend in order to even be offered one. So it's all just, again, a freaking illusion. That doesn't make sense. It's just stupid. So if you are one of my loyal followers, whether you are on my Patreon channel or you are subscribed to my emails, where, you know, by the way, I send you some more intimate conversations that I am sharing here publicly, make sure you go and subscribe. Well, there I shared the fact that I've recently had this massive closet sale. And by the way, I am still selling stuff. So if you want to buy any of my pre-loved items, you can go to this link here, shop.annabay.com, and simply, you know, buy some of my many hundreds of items that are still available for sale. I've gotten rid of almost half of my entire wardrobe. Can you believe it? Half? And many of you have asked me, but why are you selling, Anna? And I guess partly I have already explained it because I've had some form of material inner awakening where I just feel like, how much is enough? And then realize that what I own is too excessive. I own way too much stuff for what is needed. I think no sane or healthy human being need or even should own this amount of things. Now that I've got to experience certain level of success, I understand that happiness does not live there. It's all an illusion. It's just stuff. So the big question is then, how am I going to shop from now on? Am I still going to curate a luxury collection? I'm definitely not buying any more designer handbags. I feel like even with my small collection, I have more than what is even needed. I'm no longer buying Hermes bags. I love you, Hermes, but honestly, I don't need 50 Hermes bags to be a successful, classy woman. I also don't need to buy new clothes every month. Actually, I've slowed down my shopping habits to the point where I don't really buy that much stuff anymore. Maybe once or twice a year because I really need something. But then again, of course, I do have some stuff to rely on. But even that, I'm trying to shrink now, which is why I have this massive closet sale. I want to also only purchase things now where I am madly in love with this garment and I really want to use it a lot. Like that is my mentality from now on. I feel like I have a lot of items that I only wear once in a blue moon because there's just something about it. Maybe it's the fit or the style or the fabric or the color, or it's just something about it that makes me like, okay, it's a beautiful item, but I'm not madly in love with it. And of course, there are always some certain items in your wardrobe that you, for some odd reason, end up being like crazy about and like wear all the time. Like this Anna Bay linen shirt that I absolutely love because it's like, you know, it's just comfy and airy and you can just, you know, throw it with anything and then just walk out. Things that you really feel at ease in, that give you confidence and make you look fantastic, right? My motto is only buy wow items. And by wow items, it doesn't only have to be like, oh my goodness, the item that's going to make you look the absolute most beautiful, but it should also be how you feel in it, the level of confidence it gives you. Like, does it make you feel wow when you wear it? And wow can be everything from you feel like wow beautiful to wow comfortable. There are so many different wows that we can achieve with the feeling of one piece of garment. I want to be more intentional with the things that I purchase, and I become highly selective of what I purchase. And ultimately, to me, that is what being high value or having a classy approach to life is. You don't just...
So here's this one. So let's go look at this one too, right? Nikki Sky. So I guess now she's repenting too, right? Because I guess she wasted all her money on a bunch of bags. This is just, oh my gosh. Like, you know, these people really need rehab. They really do need rehab. This is sad. Like, this is addiction.
Wayday's coming. Wayfair's biggest sale of the year is...
Recently, I got rid of almost everything I own, including my clothes, shoes, jewelry, and accessories. Purging these things from my life has been an important part of my self-growth and discovery journey, and I have never felt more empowered and liberated in my entire life. I have zero regrets, but I still felt like there are some items that are holding me back from fully making my transformation. And after sitting with it for a while, I realized I need to get rid of anything that has a prominent luxury logo on it. This includes every single one of my designer handbags. Why? Because they no longer serve a purpose in my life. They don't define me as a human. They don't bring any value or meaning to my life. And quite frankly, I am tired of being part of the herd, building up a luxury designer closet for invisible validation, only to fall into the trap of never having enough. I'm tired of living in the matrix of mindless consumerism. And I've finally woken up to the toxic comparative and competitive nature of our culture. I am taking off the shackles that have made me feel unworthy for way too long and stepping into my renaissance as a confident, whole, and awakened woman. And I hope you will join me on this journey too. Now, I want to make one thing very clear. I am in no way shaming anyone for loving or collecting luxury goods. If these things truly bring you joy and happiness, then you do you. I respect that wholeheartedly. This video is about my personal journey and my mental process leading up to this point. Just like I don't want to influence you to buy things that don't serve you, I also don't want to influence you to purge things that you love. I am getting rid of every luxury handbag I own that has a prominent logo on it, and I am rehoming them with the help from the team at World Classics, who are also helping me with my closet purge. This is my decision, and I decided that I needed to sell my collection because I no longer feel like these handbags align with my inner knowing. And I definitely don't need them to make me feel worthy because I know that I already am. Whenever I wear one of my luxury handbags with a prominent logo now, it makes me feel uncomfortable. Like I am flaunting it to the world saying, I am visible, I can keep up, I made it. Now I fully understand that not everybody feels this way, but I also know that I'm not alone in feeling like as women, we are in constant competition with one another. Who has the latest and greatest? Who has the biggest collection? Who spends the most money on their wardrobe and their lifestyle? It's ridiculous and it has to stop. As women, I believe we need to support one another, encourage one another, connect with one another. How can we do that if we are constantly each other's competition? I am all for loving fashion and expressing yourself through your personal style, but I also don't believe that wearing or carrying prominent designer logos on your body is how you do that. True personal style doesn't mean.
I'm like, this is, I don't know. To me, this is very sad. This is so sad. You look, it's like you're looking at an addict, like trying to go to rehab. Like, it's really sad. People are born free and they find a way to subjugate themselves. Like, I don't know. It's sad. Like, my heart really goes out to her. It's so sad because she wanted to feel important. Like, she wanted to feel successful. She wanted to make it. You know, she wanted people to respect her and all these girls to watch her content. And in the process, she really lost herself. She truly, truly lost herself. You know what I'm saying? And like social media, YouTube, like that, like when you put yourself out there for the wrong reason because you're looking for validation, you want to prove to people, prove to your ex, prove to your friends, prove to people from high school, like, you know, trying to prove to other people who you are and things like that, you're only going to go left from there. You're going to go left from there. And I'm like, so if it's happened to these white girls and the Arab girls, the black girls will be next because this is not sustainable. It really is not. And it's not even the shopping that is not sustainable. Always trying to prove your worth to people. It is not sustainable. You have to make peace with the fact that some people will like me and some people will not like me, right? For some people, I will be enough. For some people, I won't be enough. Some people are going to watch my videos and some people are not going to watch my videos, right? But people don't even know how to enjoy the people who actually enjoy them. They always want to have more subscribers and more views because then I can make more money so I can buy more stuff. And it's like, then eventually you just end up losing yourself. Yeah, I don't feel bad for them. They sold this to people who couldn't afford such lifestyle. And they made a lot of people feel bad, you know? But it's really sad. It's really sad. When you don't know who you are and you get on social media will tell you who to be. And before you know it, you're not going to like the results. Because I'm like, this is just crazy. This is really sad. This is so sad.
Need to be branded on the outside with a logo. It comes from within. Now that I have your attention, I want to talk about some of the lies we are told or tell ourselves to justify our out of control spending and ridiculous luxury collections, which is not just limited to designer handbags. Lie number one, it's a good investment. Unless you bought a classic Chanel bag in a coveted color and hardware combination some 5 to 10 years ago, or in Hermes, Birkin, or Kelly in a desired color, leather, hardware, and size combination, and it's in pristine condition, there is no handbag on the planet that is a good investment. If you have disposable income and you are looking for a good investment, invest in the stock market, invest in real estate, educate yourself on some of the ways you can make your money work for you without using your desire for a luxury handbag as an excuse. Buy the bag because you love the bag, not because it's a good investment. Lie number two is a status symbol. One of the most common mistakes we make is telling ourselves that if we have an expensive designer handbag, others will think we are wealthy and successful. And if they think we are wealthy and successful, they will respect and admire us. If they respect and admire us, we will have more opportunities for success and connection. The truth is, not only is all of this...
So pretty much fake it till you make it. Deceive people, fake it, go into debt so you can fake it. So I'm like, doesn't that give you like a personality disorder though? Aren't you like a sociopath? Like, if you're willing to deceive people, to get things you don't deserve, to be part of social circles that you should not be included in, like, don't you have a personality disorder? Aren't you a sociopath? Because manipulation is what she's saying. use your looks, use things, use material to deceive people. Like, you really can't afford these things, so why are you buying them? Right? But I'm like, that's a personality disorder. Might want to get that checked, because that's weird. That's weird. And also, it's like, all this stuff about like, oh, having things to be somebody. Now, I must say, right, for me, honestly, I feel like that's white people's definition of success. White people always need things. That's why they're always out here robbing, stealing, killing, starting wars, going rob other people, being all kinds of pirates around the world, right? Because their greed is just too much. It's just too much. I feel like if you're non-white, if you're non-European, your values should be different, your culture should be different, and how you measure success should be completely different, right? I don't think you should always embrace Western ideologies for everything, because you will lose yourself. Because in the white people's world, greed, it's like you never say no to greed. Like, you just keep saying yes, 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 more this, more that, more, and you don't think about other people. You don't think about how your actions affect other people. You don't think about poor people. Oh, well, why do I care? It's about me, right? And that's why, also, not to be offensive, but this is another reason why I do feel like many white people delete themselves. Because when they no longer have money, they delete themselves. When the stock market goes down, they delete themselves. They go through a bad divorce, they delete themselves. Their kids ain't acting right, they delete themselves. Like, they're always out here deleting themselves, right? Because all they know is like, I need to have things to be someone. But when life gets really hard for them, they don't know how to cope, because all they know is like, okay, I satisfy myself through things, through money, cars and jewelry and things like that. And I do feel like a lot of white people, they really struggle with really knowing the purpose of life, the meaning of life, the meaning of joy. And that's why a lot of white people are always looking for new types of pleasure, whether it's shopping, drugs, stealing, fraud with the stock market, scamming over here, scamming over there, pornography. They're always in the pursuit of more pleasure and more pleasure and more pleasure and more pleasure. And the day they're no longer pleasured, then they want to delete themselves. Or they go into these fake religion, like, oh, the universe, like they always try to look for like an Indian man to be their monk. They're looking for a Buddhist. They're looking for this. They want to go to Bali and do spiritual retreats. It's like, it's a very lost people. If you're white, no offense, huh? I don't mean to be offensive, but just observing, Whereas like black people can be broke. They'll still go to church. They'll be like, God is good. Black people be depressed. They go through hard stuff, but it's very hard for a black person to self-delete. Because black people used to struggle anyways. So they're going to be all right. They're going to pray about it. They're going to laugh about it. They're going to cry about it. But it takes a lot for a black person to delete themselves, right? White people, something goes off within 24 hours, they'll delete themselves. They can lose all kinds of money on the stock market. They will delete themselves. Okay? They had a bad divorce. They'll delete themselves. Like, I'm like, why are y'all so quick for self-deletion like this? Because it's like, not to be offensive, but on a bigger scale, I feel like the majority of white people don't know God. They don't truly have a religion. They don't truly have a relationship with God. They are very empty people. They're very empty. So that's why they need money and more things and more cars. Like, they always need more, because a lot of them truly do not have a relationship with God. And when things get really bad, they don't know how to believe that, it gets better. They need antidepressant. They need this type of medication. They need this medication and that medication. Or they just go ahead and delete themselves. Like, that's really sad. But when you have a relationship with God, when things get hard, I mean, it's hard. It's hard. But you're like, it gets better. It really gets better. And you can keep going and you can keep believing. Like, I don't have to take my life. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, that's why they love this podcast. Like, they're always trying to use human intelligence to like solve everything. But it's like, sometimes you also have to get to know God, because you can't answer every single question. But they refuse. The majority of them refuse to submit to God. So everything is like through my own will, through my own power, my own intellect. But it's like all these things can mislead you. because you will never be that smart and you will never have this much willpower. Like, you need God. You truly need God. You need God. You need God's mercy, and you definitely need God's wisdom, right? But that's their system. Like, it's their system. And it's like a lot of times, like, it reminds me of like the story of Daniel. Like, you know, even though Daniel lived in Babylon, he did not allow himself to be sucked in by the value system of Babylonians. Like, you're not my people. Like, you're not my people. We don't have the same culture. Like, I understand I'm a slave. I have to work for y'all, but I will never embrace your culture because we are not the same. We will never be the same. I don't want your culture to be my culture. And that's kind of like how I feel. It's like, your culture is not my culture. You know what I'm saying? Because your culture is the reason why you have done so much harm to humanity, because you're never satisfied. Like, their greed, like, it knows no bounds. You know what I mean? Like, they'll do a war before they're trying to seek peace with someone. It's like, you're crazy. You are really, really crazy. You are seriously crazy. No, it's true. Like, it's the truth, though. You know, I really think, like, it's the greed part that's, like, that makes white people so aggressive sometimes. Like, it's the greed, like, always wanting more and more and more and more. You're bound to do some bad things. You know, you're about to do some bad things. Bad things will happen because you don't know how to say to yourself, enough is enough. Look at Wall Street. More greed and more greed. Like, these people are already rich, but they want bigger bonuses. They want more money. They want to beat the Dow Jones. They want to beat the NASDAQ. How about you just be consistent? Right? Why do you have to beat this thing? Like, how can you beat nature? Like, I just don't understand this. Is it that bad to just be consistent? They gamble with people's money because they do everything based off of ego instead of thinking about the entire economy and think about everybody else. The mortgage crisis in 2008, bunch of greed. You know, of course, it's not every person. But as a collective, when you look at white people, especially like Anglo-Saxon and French, like Western white people, right? As a collective, they have always been driven by excessive greed. And it has caused a lot of harm in humanity. Everybody suffers. Even the animals, they suffer. Even the environment suffers because it's never enough. You know, with white people, it's like more profits and profit, more profits and the profit. And it's like, but damn, like, at what point is enough profit? Like Johnson and Johnson, they have $65 billion in profit. They don't want to stop. They still want to overcharge people with cancer. Like, when is enough enough? And that's the question when you look at white people, that's the question you really have for yourself. Like, when is enough enough? When are you ever satisfied? And then you notice that other cultures who would live in proximity to white people, they start to make that their ethos also. Like, I'm going to be just as greedy. Oh, business first and this and that. It's like, no. Just because white people were able to act like this and be successful, I mean, I guess dominate the world, it does not mean that you should emulate their behavior. Because look at them. For everything white people have, they're still very miserable. They're very, very miserable. Because it's like, this stuff is not fulfilling. It is never fulfilling. You know, like, more money, more stocks, more stock, more money. It's like, but damn, like, stop. I need to have, like, they'll have these penthouses in New York. I'm like, why do you need a penthouse so big? It's just for their ego. You know what I mean? Like, even all these wars that we're in right now, it's just ego-based. It's just ego-based. For what? You know, they just want to send, like, these bombs are really expensive. These are expensive bombs. These are very expensive drones. You could build schools and help people to be at peace with each other, but they'd rather drop bombs on people. That's how they think. It's like, this is just pure madness. You're going to drop a $20,000 bomb on somebody who only makes $2 a day. Like, how do you even think? So my thing is, like, you notice that a lot of minorities who get close to white people, they start to understand success through the lens of white society, which is greed, more and more and more and more and more and more. And it's like, okay, but that's not your culture. Because in your culture, success might be completely different. Like, if you look at Black people, successful Black people used to be about community. Like, you help your community, you help people to elevate. Like, that's how you measure success. Is like, oh, how many people have you helped? That's how you measure success when you're Black. That used to be how you measure success when you were Black. How many people did I help with my success? How many doors did I open? Right? In white society, that's not how it goes. In white society, you screw everybody over. You make everybody sign a non-compete. You make everybody sign an NDA. You make everybody work for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, because that's what white people do. Everything for them, nothing for nobody else. That's just how they think. So you got to get to a place in your life where you say, yo, their culture is not my culture. You know, we don't have a choice but to work for white people because white people have all the money. So you do have to work for them. You do have to work because white people have built a system in the world where most of the resources are under their tutelage. Like they own most of the world's resources. So you don't have a choice. You have to work for them. But just because you work for them does not mean that their culture has to become your culture. You have to know who you are. You know, you can work for a heathen and not become a heathen yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the story of Daniel. He worked for a bunch of heathens, but he did not allow himself to become a heathen because he knew who he was. He's like, I'm Hebrew. These people, they're Babylonians. And unfortunately, yes, right now I'm in captivity and they have all the money. So you have to work for them. But they're Babylonians and I'm a Hebrew. And he never forgot who he was. He would do his job. He would go home and he would have like, I got to pray because I'm different. And he never forgot that he was different. And he stayed on that. But it's like, this is not your culture. This is not your culture. Just because you live somewhere or you are part of something does not mean that you fully have to embrace their culture because their culture is not our culture. You know what I'm saying? And one thing about white people too, like white society, is that they want to always force their culture on other people. And that is not okay. That's not okay because they don't respect boundaries. But you'll see like a lot of white people, especially these white liberals, they want to force their culture onto Black people, especially onto the Black church. It's like, we're not like you. And we don't want to be like you. But if you're not like white people, you do get called names. Oh, you're homophobic, you're transphobic, because you have to embrace their culture. Whenever you don't embrace white culture, they just attack you. They attack you and they're so vicious. It's like, but damn, back up off of me, And that's why today, a lot of Black people who prioritize money and the trinkets of the white man, they will quickly say, oh yeah, I'm bisexual, I'm queer, I'm trans, I'm this, because they want to make it. And they understand if you want to be next to white people, you have to have the ways of white people. But in the eyes of God, many of the ways of white people are ungodly. Especially white liberals. Now, white conservative, they can be a bit more modest, but like white liberals, for example, many of their ways and many of their beliefs they are seriously ungodly. It's a very ungodly people. They are antichrist. Like the stuff they do, it's not normal. It's not normal. Everything the Bible says not to do is what these white liberals stand for. So it's like, you're crazy. You're crazy. But if you want to go to Hollywood, I guess you got to do what they tell you to do. I don't know, but it's weird. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's like, this is like, but I'm like, culture is very real. And based on your culture, it's based on your culture. That's how you should define what success means to you. What is your culture? Right? And your culture should tell you what exactly success means. But you cannot allow white society to tell you what to be successful is because it's not the same. Like they have no issue poisoning people for money. They don't care. They'll poison food for money. Like when it comes to them, money is superior. Anybody who lives in the West, anybody who lives in a predominantly white society, you will realize that the main thing that they value is money. It doesn't matter if they have to kill people, imprison people, enslave people, poison people. It doesn't matter. If they have to make a bunch of people addicted to pornography, they will do it because what they prioritize is money. Money comes first, and people, I guess, they come second. But the people themselves are not a priority. Money is a priority, and so that they engage in all kinds of trickery, whether it's deceitful marketing, using celebrities, influencers, wars. I mean, you name it, right? Because the main thing is we got to get as much money out of people. Money is a god to them. The God that when you say, oh God, like you talk about Jehovah and Shaddai, like that's not who their God is. Their God is money. And there's nothing they will not do for money. There's nothing they won't do for money. So that's why I always say, when you're Black, a white person who's rich cannot be your role model, because the way they went about it, if you were to do it, you would hurt your own people. And that's not acceptable. That is not acceptable. You know what I'm saying? That is it, like more, I guess more power to them, whatever. But my thing is, the way they go about making this money, if you decide to engage in their ways, you're going to hurt a lot of people. You're going to hurt a lot of people. You know, that you're going to hurt a lot of people, and you will have to live with that. And your kids will have to live with that. And your grandkids will have to live with that. And that's why it's like, you know what? Is this really worth it? Because money's not everything. You know, money's not everything. I don't know how people can make medication knowing that this medication is needed by people with cancer, and then you charge these people like this. They are dying. They are dying. How do you charge somebody $500 for one pill, knowing dang well they need that stuff for 30 days? Are you kidding me? And they got to take this stuff the entire year. They have leukemia. How do you do this to people who are dying? This is not okay. But that's their society. Oh, well, it's about profit. It's about the marketplace. It's about the marketplace. They always have excuses to justify being so greedy and being so inhumane. As if one day their child or someone they love couldn't go through something similar. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you really got to think about that. Like, do you really want to define success through the people who brought you here as slaves? I don't think so. Nobody who sold human beings can ever inspire me. I'm so sorry, but no, I'm not interested. I don't want to be like you. You're crazy.
Not true, but the more we focus on how we are perceived by the outside world, the less connected we are to our true selves and the people around us. We become so fixated on our appearance that we completely lose sight of what is important. Instead of connecting with others, we are thinking about how we look to them, how they look to us, and how we can level up. It's a vicious cycle that causes us to spend time, energy, and money on things we don't need, thinking it will fill a void or make us feel better, when in fact it does the opposite. Line number 3, it's classic and timeless. How many times have you justified an expensive purchase because it's classic and timeless? I know I have done this thousands of times, and I've even said those exact words on my channel time and time again.
It's timeless, it's classic, still timeless and classic, timeless styles.
Yes, it's true that I try to stick to purchases that are mostly classic and timeless, but that doesn't mean that I have to spend a fortune on those pieces anymore, especially if they have a branded logo on them. Some may argue that a Birkin or Kelly is classic and timeless, which is true if you believe what our culture has constructed about these bags. But is it classic and timeless for you? Personally, I sold my Birkin 35 in a tube togo leather after having it only for a few months, because I realized it did not suit my lifestyle as a busy mom of 2. It was too big to lug around all day and was impractical for my personal needs. And this may be an unpopular opinion, but I didn't see how the quality was any more superior than my other designer handbags, considering how much more expensive it was and how much harder it was to get my hands on it. So often we convince ourselves that some things are better because of all the hype around them, how expensive they are and how hard they are to acquire. It's all a facade to get you sucked into the endless cycle of consumerism. I wanted this bag for so long and spent so much money on it, and guess what? When I decided that I wanted to sell it, it was a terrible investment, even though I got it in the coveted color, leather, and hardware combination. So take it from my experience, never buy anything just because society tells you it's classic and timeless if you can't envision how that item will fit in with your lifestyle and personal style.
Fashion File. 100% authentic handbags from Louis Vuitton, Chanel, Hermes, and more. Up to 7.
Line number 4, it's a...
And you know, another thing too, like when it came to YouTube, like back in the day when I was like doing YouTube a whole lot, right? People were really on YouTube promoting stuff that they truly enjoyed. Right? Like the other lady said earlier, oh, but Marlene used to do like luxury stuff. Like I really enjoyed like the stuff I bought, like if it was called like luxury makeup, etc. Like I really enjoyed those things. It wasn't like, oh, I need to prove that I have a YSL lip gloss. No, because I felt like those were really good things, right? I did not like drugstore makeup because, you know, I've always valued my skin. Okay, so I never wanted to put drugstore foundation on my skin. It was never because, oh, I think I'm better than, I'm too good for Revlon, I'm too good for Maybelline. No, it wasn't that. I just felt like, is this safe? You know, because when you go to Walmart, you go to a drugstore, most of the time the stuff is already open. So you know somebody opened it and smelled it. Like sometimes the stuff that's returned, they just put it right back on the shelf. Like, so I was like, yo, there's no proper custody of these ingredients here. Like, what's happened to these products, right? So when you would go shop at like Lord & Taylor, or you would shop at MAC, even though MAC broke me out, so I had to stop using that after a while. You know, but I was like buying Bobbi Brown. I bought my mom bought me Bobbi Brown because MAC broke me out. I was using Lancome also, but I've always used those products because I really felt like they were good. Like, I enjoy Bobbi Brown. I have enjoyed MAC. I have enjoyed Louis Vuitton. Like Louis Vuitton YSL products, I really did enjoy them. But the main concern for me when it came to like using luxury makeup was always about ingredients, how the stuff was stored, and also I want to buy from a place that does not put return items on the shelves. Like, that's to me was a very unsanitary, right? But like social, like YouTube, for example, back in the day, it was really like people sharing stuff that they truly enjoy. Like even Sisley, I've always enjoyed Sisley skincare. I probably will go back to it. But it's like, these are really great products, you know. But I'm like, I really enjoyed them, and they were really good to me. But it's like eventually, I do feel like once companies got involved, corporations got involved, you know, YouTube became nothing but people just doing ads. So it's like they were just you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and I'm sorry, Val, I didn't mean to, like, you know, make you spend more money or whatever. But I just felt like it was better quality because the ingredients were really good. Like, you know, if you had like Makeup Forever too back in the day, it was better than buying like Revlon. Because like plus a lot of drugstore makeup too. If you guys remember, a lot of drugstore foundation back in the day, they would oxidize really bad. They would oxidize really badly. I'm like, oh, this is too much. So once like MAC, I remember one time MAC broke me out. My entire cheek was covered in like cystic acne or whatever you want to call that thing. My mom helped me. She bought me Clinique. She bought me Bobbi Brown, like all these like upper end type of stuff. So I really cleared my skin. I said, no more. I will never. I don't try funny stuff. I don't try funny stuff with my skin like that. Like, I don't play with my skin because I'm scared. I am really scared. Because when you're dark skinned, if you do break, it's not just that you're going to break out. But once you break out, now you got to deal with the dark spots. And dark spots, they don't fade away easily. So I'm even more scared of the dark spots than I am scared of actually breaking out. Oh, Goldie said, you owe me. You better owe me $100. I probably do. I'm so sorry, boo-boo. But you know, like NARS is really good. You know, I had a NARS wall, but the thing about NARS, if you're honest with yourself, has NARS ever broke you out? No. Of all the makeup brands that have ever had controversy, ingredient controversy, wumpty wump wump, have you ever said, oh, I bought NARS and it broke me off, and I did this with NARS, it broke me off? No. Because I feel like foundation, like, it really stays on your skin. So, you know, your pores, everything is breathing. You just can't be putting random things on your skin like that. Because if you break out, it's going to cost you more. Like, you buy a cheap foundation and it breaks you out like really badly. Now you have to spend hundreds of dollars to fix the breakout and fix the dark spots. So is it not better to just go and buy a quality foundation with great ingredients so you don't break out? You know, think about it. Like, it makes more sense, right? So it was that. But the thing is, it's like, I feel like back then, YouTube, people were really sharing things that they truly enjoy. Like, if they sat there, because there was no money also to be made. So if people sat there and made a video about a product, it was really because they enjoyed the product. Look, this is really good. It was not like, oh, I'm trying to flex, right? I feel like once, like 2015s and the 16s, like once the company, I feel like once the brands get involved, there's sponsorship and there's money to be made, this is when the content goes from I'm here because I enjoy it to now I'm just making commercials. Because like now it's giving a whole lot of commercials. And this is why a lot of people now do not trust influencers. Because it's like, child buy, this is nothing but an ad. It's nothing but an ad. Because even you, if this was your money, would you buy it? And it's like, for me, I bought my stuff with my money, so I definitely loved it. But it's like you, if you were not getting paid for this, if this was not sending PR, would you really be sitting here doing a video? I bet you wouldn't. Because when you pay for stuff, you're way more critical. Like, do I really want to buy this? You know what I mean? Yeah, because there was no money to be made. So if you're going to sit here, record, edit, the computer's going to crash, you're still going to upload, like you probably really meant that stuff. Like you really do love it. But today it's like everything is turning into an ad. So this is why today influencers don't bring as much money to companies as they used to. So brands are looking for other ways to talk to consumers without going through influencers, because influencers are no longer credible. They're no longer credible. They love everything. Every product is good. I love y'all too, right? But every product is good. Every product is amazing. Every product has a slip. Like it's like, okay, here we go. People don't trust them anymore. They don't trust them no more. Because they feel like these people, they're just here for money so they can go buy their bags, buy their shoes, go on vacation, and flaunt over the rest of us. Because a lot of girls who got into YouTube, especially like after I left YouTube, but I feel like a lot of the new generations of influencers who came to YouTube, it was more so for free product, being invited to parties, being able to travel and things like that. But it was never with the intent of, these are my friends and I'm here to recommend good things to my friends. Like before, that's how YouTube was. Like your audience was like, they were your friends. Like these were your people. Right? It wasn't like, oh, well, let me see how many followers I have. Let me see how many views I can get. Let me see how many coupon codes, how many times people can use my coupon codes. It was nothing like that. But today, a lot of people are here just for the perks of being an influencer. And it's not like you're even putting effort into what you're reviewing. Like you'll watch a video and a girl be like, oh, I want to thank so-and-so for sponsoring today's video. But I'm like, okay. So then you'll put the thing in the video, you show the product real quick, and you never talk about the product again. I'm like, this is an ad. And that's not what YouTube is for. It was never like that, right? Oh, I want to thank this Blue Scent or Bird Scent for sponsoring today's video. I want to thank so-and-so for sponsoring today's video. It's like, you're just doing videos just to make money. Right? Because, if I got to take this endorsement, I got to take this sponsorship, So you're just going to make a vlog just so you have a place to put the sponsorship in. But it's like, do you even like this product? If they were not paying you, would you pay for this? So how are you going to tell? You wouldn't even pay for this, but you would tell other people to go buy it. But you just got it because you're doing it because you're getting paid for this. And I'm like, that's not what YouTube used to be about. And that's why I understand why so many people, they don't have a lot of views, because you are nothing more than a walking commercial. What are you exactly passionate about? Right? And then you do all these big hauls about how you buy all these expensive things, but because you're able to buy expensive things, because you take money from companies that you don't even believe in, right? You are promoting products that you don't even use around your house. Like we see the product one time and we never see the product again. How does that even make sense? She said, how can you give a review upon trying it for the first time? Makes no sense. It's a turnoff. It's a turnoff. Like that's the thing. Like even the majority of like the Beyonce sacred hair reviews, they're not even reviews. They're just commercials. Oh, it feels good. Oh, it has a nice slip. This has a nice slip. This has a nice slip. Oh, this feels good. It feels good. Everything just feels good. Like, oh, it feels good. It feels good. It feels good. I'm like, that's not what you call a product review. This is nothing more than a commercial by a fan. You are a super fan. Yes, so y'all really bought the product with your own money, and your followers bought it because they trust you. All these scammers out here now, it's for a check. So that's why nobody don't respond to that. And it's like when you look at Keith Lee, for example, right? That's why a lot of people respond very well to Keith Lee. Because, Keith Lee, he buys all the food himself. He goes there. His family goes in. He doesn't even go in himself. He rates it. Like it feels very organic. So when Keith Lee says to people, oh, I tried this thing, y'all need to go try it, they have what you call the Keith Lee effect, where it's like lines and lines and lines around the building because people trust him. But it's very rare now because the majority of influencers are not to be trusted. They're not trustworthy. You know what I'm saying? They're not trustworthy. Like even like, for example, like all the people who went to all the people who went to the Fenty launch, right, to go see Rihanna. But do you really think that if these girls want to sit here and make a review of the foundation, people are going to trust them? No, because you're not going to make this review from a very honest place, because you want to make sure that you get invited next time, right? Can you go to a Fenty party and then come back and say, oh, well, it's not the best foundation I've ever tried? You might not get invited. Right? So like we know, Rihanna knows, Kendall knows, Sephora knows, you value these types of invitation. You value going to an exclusive event where you get to meet Rihanna. They're not stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not stupid. They are very smart. Because once you go to that type of party and you take a picture with Rihanna, what are the odds? What are the odds, right? What are the odds that you're going to come back and say, oh no, this foundation was not good, and this foundation is oxidizing? You ain't going to say that, because you say that, you're not going to be invited next time. Right? So once you've taken a picture with Rihanna and she's made you feel special and she gave you a little bit of liquor, right? You're going to sit there and be like, oh yes, y'all, buy this and buy that, because you were invited and you want to make sure you stay on that invite. Right? So you're not going to review this properly. And that's what Wendy Williams always said. I've been here for a minute. That's what Wendy Williams always said. Like, for me to do what I do, I cannot be friends with celebrities. Because once you're friends with these people, it affects your integrity. It affects your voice. Because then you're not free to do the work that you have to do. But you can't go to a Fenty party, meet Rihanna. She takes a picture with you. She seems like she's very nice, but meanwhile, she's just using y'all for money, right? And then come back home and be like, oh my gosh, like, yeah, I mean, I love Ree, but this is not the best foundation. You ain't going to do that. So your subscribers don't mean a lot to you. Your access to those parties means a lot to you. And you want to make sure that next time you get invited. But once you see a person do all this with Rihanna, like, you cannot take their review seriously. You cannot take their review seriously. You can't. Because it's a form of payment. I don't care what nobody says. Being invited to this type of events and meeting her like this, it's a form of payment. Rihanna's not stupid. Rihanna's not stupid. She knows exactly what she's doing. Okay? This is a form of payment. Agree? Don't agree? Oh, well, I said what I said. Hold on. So that's why you can't trust influencers today, because they're not telling the truth. Or like for example, like when they review a foundation, like they all do the same thing, like, oh, this is wow. It's always, they go swipe the foundation and be like, oh, you guys, oh my gosh, do you guys see this? Like, do you see this? This is so bomb. They do it for every single foundation review. These people are so predictable because they're getting paid. That's it. Like, there's no integrity whatsoever. Then they dangle their little Cartier bracelet. They dangle their, what's it called, Van Cleef and Arpels bracelet, because they make a bag by just lying to people. So people don't trust them no more. This is where I NARS. I love the makeup to this day. I bought Kava D because of recommendation. I still have the powders. T, you were asking me if I would still be with makeup. No, I would. Like, whenever I'm ready, I would. I will get back to it. But it's like, But me, if I do stuff, it's going to be very honest. Like, I don't need to lie to people. To me, it's just gross. It really is gross. Because you got to think about this. If the shoe was on the other foot, would you want to be lied to? If something is not good, say it's not good. If something could be worked on, say it could be worked on. But stop being obsessed with celebrities, because at the end of the day, the celebrities don't make your platform. If you didn't have an audience, if you didn't have a platform, these celebrities would not be sending you PR. These celebrities would not be coming to you. The only reason why they're coming to you because you have an audience. So your audience should come over the celebrities, right? If the stuff is not good, it's not good. If it's mediocre, if it's mediocre. If it could be better, it could be better. If it's great, then it's great. But do not lose your connection to your audience because you want to make sure that you're invited to a party. They can keep the party. Lottie-dottie, we don't, okay? So no, keep the party. Like, nobody cares.
Perfect hand down to future generations. There have been so many times where I was shopping at a luxury store and a sales associate would tell me that I could hand it down to my daughter one day. The idea of handing something down to my daughter sounds amazing in theory, but I want to hand down things to her of real sentimental value. I want to hand down stories, life experiences and memories, not expensive handbags. Why does our society romanticize luxury items and want us to have these emotional attachments to objects? It's because if you attach your emotions to these objects, you're more likely to buy it. After all, you are buying it for your child, not for yourself, right?
And this is what she's saying here too. When they invite you to these parties and stuff like that, they want you to have an emotional attachment to these celebrities. They really do. They want you to have an emotional attachment to these celebrities. And then you're going to start pushing things and promoting things. And now it's like you work for these people, you're working for free. Meanwhile, your audience looks at you like you're crazy. But like, there's no way you go to something like this and you don't feel like, oh my gosh, look, I was invited. I'm so special. Like, I got to meet Rihanna, blah, blah, blah. This is a businesswoman. Okay. She has sales goals for the year. She knows how many hundreds of $1 million she wants to make. She said, I seen an OG YouTuber do a try-on review while going to an event. The foundation was cracking, but she loved it. You see? Because she wants to be invited. You want to be, and you don't want to be disinvited. So you're like, oh, I'm going to lie. Do not lie. Do not lie. Like even like Fenty has this like new, it's like this purple, it's this purple lip gloss with the like little like diamonds in there, like, you know. And I'm like, it's so see-through. Like, I'm like, this is just so see-through. This girl, what's her name? 2020 Tone. Let me show y'all this one. I don't know how you spell her name. Is it 20 with the I? Yeah, her, right? She tried on this, where is it? Yeah, this one, right? She tried on this one. Let me show y'all. She tried on this lip gloss by Fenty. And I'm like, look at the payoff. It's not even good. It's a mediocre payoff.
The creator that sealed the deal for me was Miss Evelyn. She paired it with this MAC Night Moth pencil. It's like a purple. I go slightly over my lips usually, but because this is a bright color, I won't go over too much. Blend that in a little. This is the Fenty Beauty Gloss Bomb in Fuchsia Flex. Oh my God. Oh my God. What the? No, this is freaking amazing. Nah. The pigment on this is
where is the pigment? Where is the pigment? There's no pigment. Like, it is see-through. I'm like, why y'all doing this, right? And if you remember this one right here, because once again, because it's Kendo, and Kendo has a lot of people's formulas, including people that used to sell with them. If you remember carefully, like way back in the day, OCC Lip Tart. OCC Lip Tart used to have the metallic black Delilah. Let me see if I can find it for y'all. Hold on, give me a second. Let me see if I can show OCC Lip Tart. Do y'all remember Black Delilah? Do y'all remember Black Delilah back in the day? It was like this really dark plum vimpy type of like it was a liquid lipstick actually, because it was liquid. Where is it? Remember this? And what happened is, like, remember when they made it into something metallic? Because people loved it so much. So they made Black Delilah into a metallic shade. So when I saw this, where's the metallic one? Hold on. Am I spelling metallic correctly? Oh, is this one T? Okay, sorry, my bad, right? I think that's what she's wearing right here. I have it in one of my bags somewhere because I kept all my colors. So this is when I saw that lip gloss, when I saw the Fenty lip gloss, I said this is a remake, it's a reboot of the Black Delilah, the metallic Black Delilah by OCC Lip Tart. And you see like the pigmentation, that like the payoff on this one was a lot stronger. I'm like, this is Black Delilah. Because Kendo most likely has their formula. Even Estee Lauder too. Estee Lauder had a lip gloss that was very similar to this one also. But I'm like, okay. This right here, this is Black Delilah. And this is what they were going for. Now go back to this though. So when she's like, oh, the pigment. I'm like, pigment where, sis? Where? This is like, by the time she walks out the house, this is going to be completely gone off her lips. right? Because Fenty does not have great lip products. They do not. But because it's Rihanna and these girls want to be cool, they want to be the cool black girls who wear Fenty, right? So they are willing to pay and buy products with like minimum payout that doesn't even last all day, just so you can be like, oh my gosh, look at me. You know what I mean? Like, because it's Rihanna. Otherwise, there's no way she doesn't see that. Look at all this. Payoff where? This is not going, by the time she leaves the house, this is going to be completely gone off her lips. It makes no sense. I was like, why y'all do stuff like this? But anyways, what do I know? I wish I could find a video of, oh my gosh. I'm going to go through my stash. I'm going to find it for y'all. But I'm like, if you remember, I'm like, this is what they were going for. Because it was very pretty. It was very, very pretty. Like this one, I still have it. I still have this one. It was black metal, Delilah. Oh, it was very pretty. It was very, very pretty. And it was like very opaque. It was very opaque. It was very, very nice. But I'm like, no, stop lying to people. What the heck? What is happening? Oh my goodness. So let's go.
But you can't tell the difference between Zara and Chanel. She couldn't care less about the labels inside of her clothes. She only cares about how her clothes make her feel and radiate her essence. If that's not a lesson in using fashion to express your authenticity and true personal style, I don't know what is. Lie number 5, it's hard to get. So many luxury brands create these mind games with their customers, telling them stories of how rare or limited certain items are, that you have to be on a wait list, you have to spend a certain amount of money. It's an easy way to grab your attention and make you more likely to pull the trigger on an expensive purchase. It's that sense of urgency and thrill that you get when you feel like you have something valuable that most others don't. After all, if you miss out on this opportunity, you'll be kicking yourself, right? Almost all sales associates that work at luxury brands work on a commission, and they are trained to get into your brain and push the buttons that will give them the results that they want, your business.
And imagine somebody telling you that it's an opportunity for you to get scammed, because that's really what it is. Because that's what they're really telling you. Like, oh, it's an opportunity for you. For what? You better take my money. Like they want you to feel like you're missing out something when you're not giving them your money. Oh, no, I'll be fine. Thank you. Gotta go. Y'all crazy.
Don't fall for this trap. Listen to your intuition. Ask yourself if you truly love this item because it aligns with your personal style, or do you love it because of how you will appear to others wearing something so hard to get? Because if it's the latter, I'm sorry to break it to you, but most people either don't know or don't care. I know I've said a lot of eye-opening and controversial things in this video, and I don't want you to think that I am telling you what to spend your money on. At the end of the day, you should do whatever it is that makes you truly happy. I want to help empower as many people as I can through the journey of finding your true personal style. And part of this process is to ask ourselves these questions to help us understand if the decisions we are making have been influenced by something or someone, or if we are making those decisions because they are in alignment with our most authentic selves. When we lead our lives.
And so like now, the purpose of influencers now is to influence people to make purchases on things they don't really need. Whereas like before, like you scroll back before, the whole purpose of coming to YouTube was to know the tea about a product. Like, tell me, is it really, really good, right? Like, nah, girl, don't buy that. It's not good, right? So before you came to YouTube to know what was real about a product. Today, corporations with their big wallets, right, are now turning influencers into people who will push you, make you feel pressured, you know what I'm saying, to buy things that you don't really need. She said, it's a man who told luxury retailers to treat shoppers like they're not good enough to create value in their products. That's why even last time, like with the whole conversation about, what's the people called? Lululemon, and the CEO saying that he doesn't want fat people to wear his clothes. I'm like, yeah. And it makes people want to buy it even more. Because the more you exclude people and you make them feel like they're missing out on something, they go crazy. Instead of being like, you know what, thank you, because I don't even need your stuff. So God bless you.
With our inner essence and authenticity, it radiates on the outside. We are happier, more confident individuals that are more connected with ourselves and the world around us. That's what I want for you, for me, and for all of us. I want to leave you with this profoundly mind-opening quote from Charles Horton Cody, which goes, I am not what I think I am. I am not what you think I am. I am what I think you think I am. This quote so beautifully captures not only the complexity of our own identities, but it helps us realize that most of us are living our lives from an external perspective, which leads us to believe things about ourselves that may or may not be true and live our lives inauthentically. This is why I want to have more of these conversations, and not only about fashion, but all the other things that are hindering our growth and authenticity in this life. If you enjoyed this video, I think you will enjoy this one too, where I talk about why fashion trends are making us sad and broke. It would also...
Well, girl, I hope you're able to sell those bags and get your money, because that's crazy. You know? She said Pat McGrath lip glosses are like MAC lip gloss. A lot of stuff at Sephora is not good. A lot of these products at Sephora are not great, especially when it comes to cosmetics. But people feel like the thing about Sephora is that when people step into Sephora, they truly think that they have access to the best of the best. And it's like, no, you don't. You have access to whatever Sephora wants you to have access for it too. You know what I'm saying? She said, exactly. I'm always welcome at Ross. Okay. But here's what Leo said last time. People got mad at him. But it's like the guy on this app that you can see it works. Hold on.
A brand not making your size in something does not give you grounds to talk shit to degrade the brand. Brands are allowed to want a certain look and image with their products. They are allowed to make things for the people they want to make them for. I've been seeing too many people talking shit recently, and it's me off. People are allowed to have preferences, and brands are allowed to create an image with what they want and have a specific type of person wear what they have. Not everybody needs to be catered to by everything and everyone. And this is a lesson I had to learn when I used to think clothes just weren't flattering. No, babe, the body wasn't flattering. But a lot of brands don't make my size and a lot of shit still. And if a piece of clothing is not flattering on you, it doesn't mean the item or product is not flattering or is not good. It's not made for you. I'm a size 16 shoe. A lot of brands don't make my size. Do I waste my time and lend my energy and focus to what I don't want and what I can't have and attacking brands for not making my fucking size? No. Every single human being is very powerful. You have to be careful with where you put your attention and your focus. For you to stick your attention and your energy on what doesn't work for you, what is not made for you, and what brands don't want you to wear their... You're never going to have mental space to think and look for and discover brands that are made for you. You can't keep focusing on what you don't want and find what you do want. Get your fucking attention off of the shit that's not for you and the things you don't like. I'm never going to find my size in shoes that I like if all I'm doing is sitting here crying how most brands only go to a 13. I'm going to go buy the shoes that go to my size. But key point here, if my focus is nothing but stuck on the brands that don't make my size, I'm going to feel nothing but frustrated, irritated, singled out, and pissed off. That's a waste of your energy. Being a human being is a very valuable experience, and it's a very precious thing. Don't waste your time on not for you. Don't let useless nonsense irritate you. A brand not making your size in something does not give you grounds to talk shit to degrade the brand. Brands are allowed to want...
Okay, he's just repeating himself, right? So, okay. So as you guys see, right? Oh, sorry. You guys can see, that's what he was saying last time. But it's like the guy from Lululemon, he'll say, oh, I don't want fat people. Or Mass would be like, I don't want broke people. But they won't say it. But the way they make the price or the way they'll put you on a wait list is to let you know, like, you're not wanted over here. When you have food. Oh, nice, right? They'll let you know they don't want you. So it's like brands, they have a particular person that they're going after, and you might not be the type of person that they're going after, and that's perfectly fine, right? But I do feel like influencers are being used now by corporations to make you feel like you need things or you want things that you don't truly need. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about how many women have lost their edges recently by just trying to keep up with these wigs and these bust down and these baby hairs, and people are really harming themselves, right? Putting things on their heads that they don't really need, and it's causing more damage than it's causing good. Okay, so my peoples, I've been here for 9 hours. I need to go eat something because I ain't pregnant. I gotta go feed my baby. Okay, but I do hope that you enjoyed this pregnancy. What? I do hope that you enjoyed this live. Okay, don't get got. Do not get got. Okay, And do not feel like you need to have a whole bunch of things. You need to have a bunch of things to feel like you've arrived. Like you don't. Don't feel like you have to jump on every single trend, right? If something is new, take your time and see if it's really worth it. And then you decide if you want to buy it, right? But be careful. Be very, very careful. Oh, I was going to tell you, I was going to show you all this too. I bought these like 2 conditioners. But the reason why I bought these conditioners, let me say this. The reason why I bought these 2 conditioners, before I go, let me show you this. I bought something new because I'm having a hair care obsession. But I bought 2 new. I bought a new conditioner and a conditioner, and I bought a papaya and scalp scrub. The reason why I bought these 2 because I had money on my Shop Pay. So if you shop, when you buy stuff from stores that are held on Shopify gives you some money. It's called like Shop Pay. Like you get like Shop Pay money. So I use that to get these products. So these are also at Sephora. Now I do think they're overpriced. Let me show you. Ceremonia. What is this called? Yeah, that's the brand, right? Okay. So the brand is Ceremonia. I had seen this brand on Instagram. But they're at Sephora, right? So it's like one product is like $34. I'm like, what? $34? Like, what the heck? Y'all crazy. Okay, you are seriously crazy. But with the Shop Pay, I got like 50% off or something. So I tried it, but this one smells really good though. Let me show you what I got. I don't know. I think it's the passion fruit that's in here. Oh my gosh. Let me see. Treatments, I guess. Okay. This one, I got this one because it had the babasu in there. Okay. So if you shop with Shopify and you have the Shop Pay app, if you have points, if you have money back or whatever, like cash back, you should try to use it for this. It smells really good. The only thing is like it's really small. This is really small. Because I don't see myself. I don't think I could pay full price for this. But it smells amazing. So if you go to Sephora this weekend, or if you go there this week, you should try it out. Like, smell it. But it smells so good. I think it's the passion fruit that's in there. So I got this one. I'll let you know how it goes. Okay? Because like the 2 of these came out to like $30. So it was like $15 each. Like, yeah, I can do $15. That's not too bad. Okay. Then I got this one. This is papaya scalp scrub exfoliating shampoo treatment. So this one also, they have a set for this actually. There you go. I bought the set. But I didn't buy it from the website. I bought it from the Shop Pay. Like, you got to go on the app. If you go on the Shop Pay app, you'll see it. So I got this one. So this has like the little scrub. It has like little scrubbing things, like scrubbing particles in there. Smells really good too. It's very minty. Smells really good. So I will be trying that too. But I'm like, otherwise, like full price, this is $34. This is $34. I'm like, you are crazy. This is so small. Like, girl, what in the world? Y'all be overcharging people. So if you're looking for some new hair care, go ahead and try this. Now, before I go, also this one, 3 say G. Okay. Remember I told you about the baobab oil too for your hair is back in stock. So if you want to, yeah. Oh, yes. This oil is back in stock because it is sold out, but now it's back in stock. So if you're looking to try this for your hair, this is really good for low porosity hair, or I guess all types of hair, but low porosity, really good. Okay. So they're back. It's back in stock. Get you like a big bottle because they sell out pretty fast. This is like the baobab one is like becoming like the newest, trendiest ingredient. So if you want some to hydrate your hair and things like that, I say get this oil and make sure you take care of your hair. Okay. So that's my little ad, my little product placement. It smells so good. I'm like, what's in this? Oh my gosh, I can't wait for this. I can't wait to try this. Okay. So that's it, you guys. Hope you enjoyed the live. Okay. To all my beehive people, I love y'all. Y'all gonna get out your feelings. Okay? I love you long time. Don't be mad at me. But if something ain't right, I gotta say it. Okay? So you guys, hopefully I will see you tomorrow. If I don't see you tomorrow, I don't know. But if I feel good tomorrow, I will be back tomorrow. Okay? If I feel good, if I have energy with this pregnancy, I will be back. Okay? Bisous. See y'all tomorrow. Yes, this one is really good. It's also in some of the sacred products. It's also in there. But it's really good. It's like the latest. It's like the trendiest item. So you want to try that. I got to place my order. Y'all don't be buying it before I do, though. Because last time I told y'all, and some of y'all went and bought this oil, there was like a little bit left. And it was sold out when I went there the next day. I knew it was y'all. I said, hold on, wait a minute. So let me go place my order before y'all clean these people out. Oh, hey, Shad, you were here the whole time. So love y'all. I will see y'all tomorrow. Enjoy your evening and happy Monday. See you on Tuesday. How you doing? I need to take Wendy's spot. Maybe the next Wendy. How you doing, y'all? All right, family. Bye. Enjoy. Bye. Gotta go. She's tired. My back hurts. Oh, Lord.